Chapter 1. The Legend of a Millennium. Wah wah wah. Lin Xiao was abruptly awakened by the incessant cries of an infant. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself ensconced within a peculiar container, which was pleasantly temperate and remarkably comfortable, akin to reclining against the soft embrace of a beautiful woman. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his entire being. Even the slightest movement could potentially bring this container to its knees. What is this place? Lin Xiao pondered, recalling that he had been watching the latest Dragon Ball movie, Resurrection F, in a cinema. Suddenly, the ground had trembled violently, and something had struck his head. Upon awakening, he found himself in this bizarre locale. Could it be that I have traversed worlds? This was the first thought that crossed Lin Xiao's mind. Wah 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 wah. Just as Lin Xiao contemplated the nature of his surroundings, he was once again jolted by the piercing wails of the infant. How unbearably loud! Lin Xiao exclaimed, directing his gaze towards the source of the cries. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. Isn't this the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku? Just look at him. Freshly born? If he is Goku, then what about me? It was at this moment that Lin Xiao began to scrutinize his own form, and upon realizing the truth, he was rendered speechless. For he, too, was but an infant. No wonder everything around him appeared so grand, had only just entered the world. Quickly, excitement filled Lin Xiao's heart. If he was alongside Goku, did that imply he was also a Saiyan? At this thought, Lin Xiao's exhilaration surged. Ever since he had watched Dragon Ball, he had fantasized about one day becoming a Saiyan, and now, astonishingly, that dream had come to fruition. The Saiyan lineage is indeed remarkable even at such a tender age. His vision was crystal clear. Lin Xiao distinctly remembered that in his previous world, newborns could open their eyes, but their vision was shrouded in a veil of blurriness. Out of curiosity, Lin Xiao could not help but gaze intently at the infant son Goku beside him. However, as he did so, Goku seemed to sense his scrutiny, and his cries intensified. Lin Xiao felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Did he appear so fearsome? While Lin Xiao was lost in thought regarding his identity, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals clad in Saiyan attire entering the space. Leading them was someone he recognized all too well. The individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta, adorned in the distinctive Saiyan battle armor, with a vibrant red cape draped over his shoulders. If Lin Xiao's memory served him correctly, this must be King Vegeta. Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. Encountering King Vegeta in this realm was indeed a stroke of fate. Yet, when Lin Xiao attempted to speak, his voice emerged as nothing more than an infant's wail, leaving him feeling quite out of place. Pargus, is it amusing to speak ill of King Vegeta behind his back? King Vegeta remarked, his expression dark and foreboding, at least in Lin Xiao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao observed a bearded man with dark hair beside King Vegeta tremble slightly, his countenance reflecting distress. Pargus? Lin Xiao regarded this man with a sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. Your Majesty, I heard Pargus say that among the Saiyans, only the strongest can rule. He claimed that when his son grows up, he will undoubtedly become the king of the Saiyans. A burly Saiyan beside King Vegeta stated nonchalantly. Lin Xiao noted that this robust Saiyan bore a slight resemblance to Nappa, leading him to suspect that this man was likely Nappa's father. At this proclamation, Paragus' face contorted with fury, his eyes ablaze as he glared at the burly man. Bana, do not speak such slander. I have never uttered such words. He bellowed, quickly turning to King Vegeta. Your Majesty, please do not heed his lies. I, Paragus, have always held you in the highest regard and would never harbor treachery. Paragus, why waste breath denying what you have said? Bana retorted with a mocking sneer. I assure you, Your Majesty, I harbor no treachery now or ever. Paragus exclaimed, his face flushed with emotion, and he promptly knelt before King Vegeta to demonstrate his loyalty. The future is uncertain, Paragus. For the sake of the Saiyan race, I may have no choice but to sacrifice you and your son, King Vegeta stated, his expression impassive as he regarded the kneeling Paragus. his eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that King Vegeta's gaze, filled with lethal intent, was now directed towards him. Oh no, could it be that I am the son of this prodigious? What a dismal fate, to be condemned to death at birth due to my father's treachery? As if to confirm his fears, Lin Xiao then saw Bana cast a menacing glance in his direction, malice evident in his eyes. This has nothing to do with Broly, he is merely a child, release him. Prodigious cried out. To eradicate the root of a problem is not my style. King Vegeta chuckled coldly. Broly? Am I Broly? The Broly whose battle power reached 10,000 at birth. The one whose overwhelming strength caused the infant son Goku to wail in terror. The legendary Super Saiyan, said to appear once every millennium. Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of awe at his newfound identity. No wonder Prodigious seemed familiar. It turned out that this man was indeed Broly's father. At this realization, everything became clear to Lin Xiao. The notion of Prodigious rebellion was but a fleeting illusion. King Vegeta's true intent was to preserve his own power and that of his son, Vegeta. No, I cannot allow myself to be sacrificed. Since I become the legendary strongest Saiyan, my destiny must change from this moment forth. From now on, I shall be known as Broly. Chapter 2. The Challenge to King Vegeta. Just as Broly reveled in the significance of his identity, a sudden, gruesome sound echoed through the air, the sound of flesh being pierced. He turned to see that Prodigious' chest had been brutally impaled. The perpetrator of this heinous act was none other than Bana. At that moment, Bana withdrew his bloodied hand, grotesquely licking the crimson liquid from his fingers, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. You! Prodigious gasped, his eyes wide with terror and rage, his complexion ashen. He clutched his wound, blood seeping through his fingers. Thud! With a final gasp of despair, Prodigious crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with fury and regret, as he lay on the brink of death. Broly felt no sorrow for his biological father after all. He had traversed worlds. Moreover, Broly was aware from the Dragon Ball narrative that this father figure would attempt to manipulate him, further diminishing any semblance of affection he might have felt. As for whether this man lived or died, Broly was utterly indifferent. Now, Broly's primary concern was his own fate. He knew that King Vegeta would not allow him to survive. Little brat, perhaps you will grow to become a formidable warrior, but alas, you are destined to die. Bana sneered at Broly, his eyes glimmering with amusement, clearly dismissing the infant before him. With those words, Bana, perhaps under King Vegeta's silent approval, brandished a long sword and lunged at Broly. As Broly watched Bana charge towards him, his eyes narrowed in cold determination. From that moment on, Broly had developed a strong aversion to this Saiyan named Bana. His demeanor was utterly repulsive. Since he had come seeking death, Broly was more than willing to test his own abilities. Though he was merely an infant, yet this infant possessed a battle power of 10,000. Wah! In an instant, Broly felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, as if he could obliterate this entire area in an instant. Broly sensed that his soul and body had become one, devoid of any discomfort. Bang! In the next moment, Broly effortlessly deflected the sword with his left hand and struck Bana's chest with his right hand. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. When one glanced again, Bana resembled a cannonball, having pierced through the thick walls of the room and crashing heavily onto the ground. Thud! Bana coughed up copious amounts of blood, his complexion ghastly pale, clearly on the brink of death. Upon further inspection, the long sword lay shattered, reduced to fragments by Broly's overwhelming energy. Prodigious, barely clinging to life, appeared utterly stunned by his son's actions, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could his newborn son inflict such severe injuries upon Bana? Prodigious thought he must be dreaming, yet the pain coursing through his body confirmed the harsh reality. This was no illusion, it was all undeniably true. Broly felt an exhilarating rush. He never anticipated that mere moments after his birth, he could nearly obliterate a formidable Saiyan warrior with a single strike. For the first time, Broly sensed the immense power of his own body and the boundless energy surging within him. Everyone present was rendered speechless by this spectacle. A mere infant, only a few days old, had managed to grievously injure Bana, a warrior with a battle power nearing 5,000. King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Moreover, this tiny infant was acutely aware of the perilous situation he faced. However, upon recalling Broly's staggering battle power of 10,000, he felt a sense of relief. After incapacitating Bana, Broly, brimming with excitement, sensed the vast energy within him rising dramatically. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent surged into Broly's mind. Instinctively, he unleashed all the energy contained within his being. The formidable aura emanating from him caused the entire planet to tremble, and even the infant chamber seemed on the verge of collapse. Had it not been constructed from special materials by the Saiyans, it likely would have crumbled. A battle power of 10,000 was sufficient to annihilate the entirety of planet Vegeta. This is bad. He's going to destroy this planet. King Vegeta exclaimed in alarm as he swiftly illuminated himself and soared towards Broly. Seeing the king personally engage, Broly showed no sign of fear. Whoosh! Broly ascended into the air, effortlessly breaking through the solid ceiling of the room, soaring into the sky. Without hesitation, King Vegeta and several Saiyan subordinates pursued him. At that moment, Broly had concentrated a sphere of yellow-green light in his hands, radiating with the brilliance of the sun. "It's a shockwave," Broly exclaimed with uncontainable joy, astonished at how easily he had mastered a technique that had only appeared in the anime of his previous life. Moreover, he encountered no obstacles while flying. His battle power, 12,000. King Vegeta noted as the device on his glasses emitted beeping sounds, his face twitching in sheer astonishment. Boom! Broly let out a cold snort, but his voice transformed into the wail of an infant. Accompanying this cry, Broly's overwhelming shockwave detonated against King Vegeta. The Saiyan guard surrounding the king seemed unable to withstand such colossal energy pressure, collapsing to the ground, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. It was simply unfathomable that a newborn infant could unleash such immense power. Even the shockwave he emitted was enough to shake the majority of elite Saiyan warriors on this planet. Rumble! As Broly's shockwave struck King Vegeta, clouds of dust erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a thick haze of smoke. Broly found this sensation utterly delightful, especially the surge of fighting spirit within him, which ignited an insatiable thirst for destruction. It felt as though if the planet were not obliterated, it would not align with his nature. At that moment, the smoke encircling King Vegeta began to dissipate. Gradually, the king's figure became visible. His armor was cracked, yet to Broly's dismay, King Vegeta's body showed no signs of injury whatsoever. Broly's heart sank indeed. The most powerful Saiyan king thus far, this warrior's battle power must exceed 15,000. Truly formidable. If this child continues to grow, it could spell doom for our Saiyan race. King Vegeta remarked casually, though internally he was profoundly shaken. Chapter 3. Frieza's Onslaught. A newborn infant, yet to learn how to walk, wielded such devastating power. If allowed to develop unchecked, the consequences were unimaginable. King Vegeta shouted, his entire being radiating with brilliance. In an instant, a powerful shockwave hurtled towards Broly. Broly was taken aback, sensing the Grim Reaper beckoning him. However, the king's energy was overwhelmingly vast, far surpassing Broly's capabilities. He had no opportunity to evade, especially as he was merely a newly born infant. Boom! The energy unleashed by King Vegeta struck Broly directly. Crash! Broly's body was sent crashing uncontrollably to the deep brown earth, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as though he were about to fall apart, with the vitality within him steadily waning. Am I destined to perish? Broly felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Yet, at this critical juncture, he suddenly sensed a hidden energy within him surging forth, revitalizing his wounded body. His injuries began to mend with remarkable speed. King Vegeta approached with a darkened expression, his gaze imbued with murderous intent, fixated on Broly. A wave of dread washed over Broly, Was he truly to be slain by this fiend? In the next moment, a wicked smirk curled at the corners of King Vegeta's mouth as he raised his right hand, clearly intent on delivering a final blow to end Broly's life. Boom! Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from a distance, shaking the ground violently, as if the very sky were on the verge of collapse. What is happening? King Vegeta turned to the source of the sound, demanding an explanation. His Saiyan subordinates shook their heads in confusion. Boom! As King Vegeta pondered the situation, another deafening sound erupted, causing the very surface of planet Vegeta to tremble, fissures appearing across the ground, while the royal palace crumbled in an instant. King Vegeta scoffed. With such upheaval, he could hardly focus on Broly any longer. In a flash, King Vegeta darted toward the origin of the noise that Broly's heart sank. Could it be that Frieza had arrived? If so, was planet Vegeta doomed? He wondered if he could survive in the vacuum of space. It seemed that in the annals of Dragon Ball history, Broly had managed to do so to err on the side of caution. He resolved to board a spaceship, for the thought of perishing in the cosmos was unbearable. Though he had just endured a near-fatal blow from King Vegeta, he had nearly fully recovered, his formidable energy surging once more without the slightest discomfort. The legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan was indeed extraordinary, filling Broly with exhilaration. However, this was hardly a moment for celebration. The Earth continued to quake violently, as if the entire planet might explode at any moment. The sky was alight with lightning, and swirling dust created an apocalyptic scene. Broly transformed into a yellow-green flame, honing in on the location of the Space Launch Center, darting swiftly towards it. Fortunately, the launch center was not far and was easily identifiable. In the blink of an eye, Broly found himself beside a diminutive, round spacecraft. However, he was at a loss as to how to open its hatch, as he was still quite unfamiliar with the Dragon Ball universe. Then his eyes lit up upon spotting a device resembling a remote control affixed to the spacecraft's exterior. Without hesitation, Broly seized the remote and pressed random buttons. Snap! The hatch swung open effortlessly to his astonishment. It was that simple. Overjoyed, Broly entered the spacecraft without a second thought. Snap! The hatch closed behind him, and although the interior was cramped, he felt no discomfort. It seemed that within this narrow vessel, an abundance of oxygen was provided, allowing him to breathe freely. Boom! Lightning struck from above, the ground fracturing as debris flew about. The cacophony nearby was unnerving, instilling in Broly a sense that this planet was on the brink of annihilation. He dared not waste time and began to frantically press buttons on the control panel, hoping to ignite the spacecraft's engines. Perhaps it was sheer luck, for suddenly, the ship roared to life. Whoosh! In the next moment, Broly felt his body thrust backward violently, and when he looked again, the surroundings had transformed entirely. In an instant, the tiny spacecraft had entered the vastness of outer space. He gazed into the boundless cosmos. Broly reflected on his future plans. However, at that moment, his eyes widened in realization. He noticed a multitude of aliens congregating in the vicinity of a colossal spaceship, all donned in Saiyan battle armor. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a figure at the center of this alien assembly. Frieza. At that moment, Frieza sat calmly atop a hovering platform, his long tail swaying leisurely, exuding an air of confidence. Flanking Frieza were his loyal subordinates, Zarbin and Dodoria. The planet-destroying blast was merely a minor lesson for the Saiyans. If I choose, I can obliterate an entire planet at any time, Frieza remarked with a sinister smile, his gaze fixed on planet Vegeta, radiating an aura of unrestrained malice, as if he could grasp the fate of the entire world with his own hands. While Lord Frieza, King Vegeta, approaches, seemingly intent on seeking retribution, Zarbin said, a smirk gracing his lips. Let him come, if his performance does not meet my expectations, we shall enjoy the magnificent spectacle of the planet's destruction, Frieza replied, his triangular eyes narrowing, his purple lips curling ominously. Before long, King Vegeta, accompanied by several Saiyan comrades, soared before Frieza. And why, Lord Frieza, may I inquire as to your intentions? He asked, his tone steady yet tinged with underlying tension. Chapter 4. Bring him back, King Vegeta. I have heard that the Saiyans have always revered strength above all. Given time, you aspire to lead all Saiyans to become the rulers of this universe. Usurping my esteemed position, Dodoria remarked, a smirk spreading across his pockmarked visage as he scrutinized King Vegeta. Is that not so? You slander me, King Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Whether it is slander or not remains to be substantiated, Dodoria retorted with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing as he inquired, King Vegeta, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? Never. King Vegeta's heart raced, and he quickly denied the accusation, bowing respectfully to Frieza. My Lord Frieza, I assure you, I harbor no treachery in my heart. The Saiyans have always served you faithfully. I beseech you not to heed the slanders of petty individuals. As he spoke, King Vegeta's lips quivered with barely concealed anxiety. Just moments ago, he had concocted baseless accusations against Paragus, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by Broly. Little did he know that such machinations would now be turned against him. Was this karma? One accused of treason now finds himself in a similar predicament. Frieza's piercing gaze scrutinized King Vegeta, a smile playing on his lips as he relished the unfolding drama. After a brief pause, he continued, Since you claim your innocence, then prove your sincerity. Seeing Frieza's expression, King Vegeta's face blanched with fear. He understood that should his response fail to satisfy Frieza, the obliteration of the entire planet, and perhaps himself, was imminent. Why, Lord Frieza, I am willing to surrender my own son. Vegeta, if there is even a hint of disloyalty, do with him as you see fit. King Vegeta declared, gritting his teeth, fists clenched. Oh, Vegeta, that little boy of only 5 years. I have heard that his battle power exceeds 10,000. Indeed, he's quite the talent, Frieza responded with a light chuckle. King Vegeta trembled with apprehension, fearing that Frieza might not recognize his sincerity. He pressed on, Moreover, from this day forth, all Saiyans shall heed your commands without question. Doria, what is your perspective? Frieza disregarded King Vegeta and turned his head to inquire. My Lord Frieza, given King Vegeta's evident sincerity, perhaps it is only fitting to grant him an opportunity. Doria replied with a gentle smile. Having discerned Frieza's underlying intentions, it appeared that Frieza was momentarily inclined to spare King Vegeta's life. As for Frieza's motives, Doria, being his loyal subordinate, dared not to question them further. His only duty was to fulfill the obligations expected of a subordinate. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a small, circular spaceship darted across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Hastening away into the distance, Frieza squinted his eyes and glanced in that direction, then let out a cold grunt. Oh, a Saiyan infant. King Vegeta also cast his gaze toward that way, but upon seeing it, he was taken aback. That infant was none other than Broly, whom he had nearly eradicated. The realization struck him. This child was still alive. A sense of foreboding washed over King Vegeta. Keeping this individual alive could prove to be a perpetual threat. After all, he had already inflicted severe injuries upon Broly, and yet the boy had managed to escape in a spaceship. Why, Lord Frieza, I have just detected the combat power of that infant. Sabo, standing nearby, observed the detector, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. What is it? Frieza, who typically found such devices cumbersome, had not paid attention to this detail. The combat power has reached 10,000. Sabo's body trembled slightly. 10,000 combat power? Frieza rubbed his nose and chuckled. But it's merely 10,000. Hardly anything to be concerned about. However, regarding King Vegeta, as he spoke, Frieza's expression darkened considerably, his gaze toward King Vegeta sharp as a blade. King Vegeta, alarmed, quickly replied, My Lord Frieza, please rest assured, I initially intended to deal with him. But just as you arrived, I hurried over to pay my respects. This brat named Broly cannot escape. Yes, he spoke. King Vegeta gathered energy in his hand. In an instant, a brilliant crimson beam surged toward the spaceship occupied by Broly. As for Broly, he was in a state of utter dismay. He had boarded the spaceship and successfully fled planet Vegeta, only to find its trajectory coincidentally intersecting with Frieza and his entourage. Among them was the treacherous King Vegeta. Broly silently prayed that Frieza and King Vegeta would not discover his presence. However, he soon realized the likelihood of that was slim. After all, his combat power was an impressive 10,000, and being newly born, he had no idea how to conceal it. Before long, Broly sensed an overwhelming energy rapidly approaching his spaceship. Boom! In the next moment, the entire spaceship was struck by that formidable energy, shattering into countless fragments. Broly's chubby infant form floated aimlessly in the void of space. King Vegeta, why resort to such malice against your own kin? Moreover, he is but a child, Frieza remarked with a sly smile, seemingly pleased with King Vegeta's actions, his sharp gaze softening somewhat. Why, Lord, my subordinate was forced to resort to such measures due to the threat posed by this child as he grows. King Vegeta bowed deeply. You fear that when this child matures, he may threaten your reign, do you not? Frieza pierced through the pretense with a keen observation. King Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, found himself at a loss for words. In the next couple of days, send your little prince to me, that I am aware he is training on another planet, Frieza said with a faint smile, relishing King Vegeta's fearful and submissive demeanor. King Vegeta trembled slightly and quickly assented. Ha ha! Frieza cackled, then turned away, heading toward his spaceship. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly halted and addressed Sabo behind him. Sabo, that Saiyan brat should still be alive. Go fetch him for me. But remember, I want him alive, not dead. Sabo was drenched in cold sweat, yet he nodded promptly and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly flying toward Broly's direction. Although uncertain of Frieza's intentions, Sabo dared not disobey his command. Chapter 5. Sabo in Pursuit. Meanwhile, King Vegeta remained oblivious to Sabo's actions amidst the chaos and multitude of people around him, feeling a growing sense of unease. He hastily departed the scene with several Saiyan subordinates. As Sabo embarked on his mission, he felt a twinge of confusion. He wondered what purpose Frieza had in mind for bringing back the Saiyan child. However, considering that one among the Saiyans had a combat power of 10,000 just after birth, he couldn't shake off the apprehension. After all, Sabo's own combat power barely exceeded 20,000, and he was already an adult. If this Saiyan infant continued to develop, his power could easily surpass Sabo's. After about 10 minutes, Sabo arrived at the site where the spaceship had recently exploded and began to survey the area. Beep beep. Energy reaction detected. Combat power 10,000. It must be that brat. Sabo mumbled to himself, swiftly heading in Broly's direction based on the detector's readings. After the explosion of the spaceship, Broly did not feel the slightest discomfort. Initially, Broly thought he might perish due to a lack of oxygen and become cosmic dust, but the reality was far from his expectations. That it seemed as though his body had merged with the vast universe. They were intertwined, allowing him to breathe effortlessly. Broly understood he was still far from his goal. Although he possessed a combat power of 10,000 at birth, in the grand scheme of the universe, he was still lacking. Not to mention, he was no match for King Vegeta and was also on Frieza's radar. Broly felt compelled to flee, planning to return for retribution once he had matured. He silently prayed that King Vegeta would remain alive. Otherwise, he would have no chance for vengeance. Broly quickly deduced that the energy which had struck his spaceship was indeed that of the treacherous King Vegeta. He vowed to settle this score one day. Just as Broly contemplated his future, he suddenly sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching him. Alarmed, he thought, could it be that King Vegeta fears I am not dead and has come to hunt me down? But no, it was not him. Broly quickly realized that this presence was far stronger than King Vegeta's. Who could it be? Is it not absurd to chase after a newborn infant? Broly wondered. Wait, I can actually sense other people's energy now. I never expected to grasp this remarkable skill so soon. However, he had no time to revel in his newfound ability, as being pursued by someone with greater power than King Vegeta was certainly not a favorable situation. With a swift motion, Broly concentrated his energy and propelled himself deeper into the cosmos. There, at that moment, Sabo had spotted Broly's figure from a distance, and upon witnessing Broly's speed, he was left utterly astonished. What astonishing speed! Sabo murmured to himself. But ultimately, the opponent was merely a newly born infant, possessing a combat power barely exceeding 10,000. For Sabo, this was hardly a challenge. With a cold snort, a murderous intent enveloped his gaze as he swiftly pursued Broly. Meanwhile, Broly, while flying, gradually sensed that the ominous presence behind him was drawing ever closer. Upon glancing back, Broly instantly recognized the individual. Sabo. Tears of despair welled up in Broly's eyes, although Sabo appeared somewhat androgynous. His strength was undeniably formidable. Broly quickly assessed that this Sabo character had a combat power of at least 22,000. Furthermore, this fellow had the ability to transform, taking on the guise of a toad, which could elevate his combat prowess to over 30,000. Broly decided it was time to flee. He quickened his pace. "Kid, you can't escape," Sabo chuckled lightly. Although somewhat intimidated by the infant's combat power, he still regarded the approximately 10,000 as insignificant. In the blink of an eye, Sabo transformed into a streak of light, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, and closed the G and repeated, in mere moments. Sabo appeared directly in front of Broly, effectively blocking his path. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" Sabo sneered, scrutinizing the diminutive figure before him. Broly paused momentarily, rapidly contemplating his strategy for confrontation. "Kid, whether you understand me or not, I shall inform you," Sabo coldly stated. "Lord Frieza has instructed me to bring you back alive that you're fortunate. Otherwise, I would have ended your life." Hearing this, Broly felt a slight sense of relief. Sabo's demeanor suggested he was not lying. To be brought back alive? It seemed that Frieza intended to mold him into a puppet. Broly had no intention of becoming anyone's marionette. He was a rare super warrior. Thus, no matter the circumstances, Broly refused to accompany Sabo back. However, he was troubled by how to contend with this foe whose combat power exceeded 20,000, perhaps even reaching 30,000. To flee seemed unwise, as Sabo appeared faster. Yet, staying put would surely result in capture and a return of Frieza's clutches. Who knew what experiments Frieza might conduct on him? Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's colossal spaceship, Dodoria could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Lord Frieza, do we intend to capture the small Saiyan named Broly for research purposes?" It was not that Dodoria was meddlesome. He was genuinely perplexed as to why Frieza sought to apprehend a young Saiyan, of course. Dodoria posed his question only because he noticed Frieza's mood was relatively good. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not dare to ask such things. Research? Why would we engage in research? Frieza shot a glance at Dodoria, countering the question. Then what does that imply? Dodoria queried, his lips trembling slightly. Dodoria, this Broly lad has a vendetta against King Vegeta. If we nurture him properly, we could set him loose to annihilate Planet Vegeta and all the Saiyans. Wouldn't that be delightfully entertaining? Frieza remarked with a smile. "So that's your intention." "Haha, I understand now," Dodoria said, his realization dawning. However, he soon found himself puzzled again and asked, but why not just destroy Planet Vegeta directly? Chapter 6. Sabo-stunned Frieza fell silent, studying Dodoria with keen interest. Seeing Frieza's gaze, Dodoria was nearly paralyzed with fear and quickly begged for forgiveness. "Forgive me, my lord. I meant no offense, that I assure you. I harbor no ulterior motives." "You wouldn't dare," Frieza replied with a slight smile. Then coldly elaborated, "Today, I find King Vegeta's performance satisfactory. Annihilating the Saiyans is a trivial task, but not at this moment. They still hold some value for me." Dodoria nodded vigorously, trembling even as he stood there. Broly furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Sabo, and his gaze soon fell upon something at Sabo's waist. "What is that?" Broly noticed an apparatus resembling an oxygen mask attached to Sabo's waist. Does Sabo struggle to survive in the vacuum of space? With this thought, Broly's lips curled into a sinister smile. Sure enough, he soon observed Sabo removing the device from his waist and affixing it to his face. "Ah, much better," Sabo sighed deeply, taking several breaths before reattaching the apparatus to his waist. Seizing the opportunity while Sabo was preoccupied, Broly turned and bolted. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of over 1,000 meters. "You little brat, are you tired of living?" Sabo frowned, his body glowing as he pursued Broly closely. However, just as Sabo believed he was about to overtake him, he suddenly realized that Broly seemed to possess some divine assistance, blinking away and creating a significant distance between them. What just happened? Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment as he stood dazed for a moment before resuming his chase. Meanwhile, Broly felt an exhilarating surge within him. sensing that a peculiar energy was rapidly increasing. Moments earlier, he had sensed this energy reaching its peak, showing no signs of abating. Consequently, his speed had surged dramatically, to the point that it appeared almost abnormal in Sabo's eyes. Beep! As Sabo continued his pursuit, the detector on his eye emitted an alert. It's a combat power alert. This kid's combat power is 12,000. Sabo was taken aback. Could this little brat conceal his strength? No matter what, he resolved to capture Broly today. With this thought, Sabo suddenly heightened his energy, his body appearing almost ethereal, and in a series of leaps, he materialized directly in front of Broly. Kid, I told you there's no escaping. Surrender at once, Sabo said, his expression darkening. Swish, Broly grinned, showing no hesitation as he suppressed his formidable aura. Oh, it seems you understand. Then come with me, Sabo said with a light chuckle, reaching out to seize Broly. Intending to take him back, bang! Just as Sabo grasped Broly, intending to bring him to Frieza, a muffled sound reverberated. Looking down, Sabo was enraged to discover that the device he relied upon for breathing had been destroyed by this little brat. Seeking death, Sabo roared, swinging his hand toward Broly. Swish! However, Sabo's strike felt empty and insubstantial, as Broly had transformed into a flash of light, darting away faster than a rabbit. You thoroughly provoked me now. Lord Frieza said I should spare your life. But I can certainly enjoy torturing you, Sabo shouted at Broly's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing as he elevated his energy to its maximum. Swish! With his energy heightened, Sabo's speed became astonishing, and in less than a breath. He was behind Broly, and the next moment, Sabo's large hand reached out, seizing Broly's leg. Kid, let me show you how I deal with you, Sabo sneered coldly, launching a powerful punch toward Broly's abdomen. Puff! Broly felt as if a storm surged within him, and blood erupted uncontrollably. Kid, dare to play tricks on me? You're asking for trouble. Sabo, relentless in his pursuit, tightened his grip around Broly's neck, exerting ever-increasing pressure that Broly's eyes turned a furious crimson, veins coursing with blood. Ha! What does it matter if you were born with a battle power of 10,000? To me, you're nothing but a worthless wretch. Sabo's maniacal laughter reverberated through the vast expanse of the cosmos. With Sabo's hand constricting his throat, Broly, due to his diminutive stature, found it impossible to reach his assailant. In a moment of desperation, the energy within Broly surged dramatically. Astonishingly, he realized that once his energy reached a certain level, it continued to escalate. In the blink of an eye, Broly let out a primal roar, enveloped in a resplendent yellow-green aura. This formidable presence radiated outward, causing his physique to expand, muscles becoming visibly defined, while his black hair shimmered with hints of yellow-green fire. Startled by this transformation, Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief as the readings on his scouter skyrocketed 15,000, 16,000, 18,000, 20,000, 25,000. Sabo's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, terror gripping him as he gazed at the infant before him. His power has surpassed mine. This is impossible. It must be a malfunction. Just then, Sabo noticed the fierce glint in Broly's scarlet eyes. Alarmed, he felt a tremor of dread. In an instant, two blood-red beams shot forth, aimed directly at his chest. Sabo's scalp prickled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. In that critical moment, he instinctively dodged. The beams whizzed past him, soaring into the depths of space. Boom! The crimson flame struck a tawny planet, igniting a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves through the cosmos, shattering the celestial body into countless fragments. Amidst the chaos, Sabo was drenched in cold sweat, grappling with the shocking reality of Broly's true power. Chapter 7. Infinite increase in battle power. Having missed his attack, Broly turned and fled, sensing that while his battle power had surged, his body felt unbearably strained, as if it might explode at any moment. The immense exertion of energy was too much for him to bear, reminiscent of Son Goku's use of the Kaioken technique in Dragon Ball history. Broly felt as if he had been innately endowed with the Kaioken, amplifying his energy exponentially, yet the pain accompanying such power was unimaginable. With a battle power of 25,000, Broly's speed had increased several-fold. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the vastness of space. leaving Sabo behind. Broly sought to alleviate the agonizing strain on his body. Fortunately, the discomfort lasted only a fleeting moment. He soon felt a peculiar energy within him soothing his injuries. Within mere seconds, the pain dissipated entirely. However, he noted that his battle power had diminished from its peak of over 20,000 to approximately 12,000. Sabo, finally regaining his composure, realized he could easily track Broly's location thanks to his scouter. His power has plummeted from 25,000 to 12,000. Can he manipulate his battle power at will? Sabo uttered in disbelief, fixated on Broly's direction. After a brief silence, he sneered, "You think that just because you reached 25,000, you can defeat me? Today, I'll show you the true might of Sabo." As he spoke, Sabo's body swelled to several times its size, transforming into a fearsome visage, his bulging, frog-like mouth prominently displayed. Broly could sense the escalation of Sabo's energy. It had risen to an intimidating 30,000. Though I detest this form, I would rather endure it than be humiliated by a mere infant. Sabo smirked, becoming a streak of light as he pursued Broly once more. Yet this time, it took Sabo a full 10 minutes to finally catch up to Broly. Prepare to be dealt with, Sabo glared furiously at Broly, feeling humiliated to be toyed with by a newborn. Broly, however, merely smiled, outwardly calm, yet internally bemused. He sensed Sabo's transformation and recognized that his opponent's power had increased significantly. Determined, Broly resolved to elevate his own battle power. Despite the immense pain he had just endured, he surmised that he would recover quickly, that he attributed his extraordinary lineage as a Super Saiyan as the source of his remarkable abilities. Such heritage was indeed exceptional. It's just pain, after all. I want to die from it. Broly chuckled softly, and with that, he began to augment his power once more, eager to discover just how far he could push himself. At merely 25,000? Broly pondered, driven by curiosity to test the limits of his strength. Beep! As Sabo sneered at Broly, the scouter's readings began to fluctuate once again. Don't get cocky. I know your maximum is around 25,000. Even with an extra boost, you want to exceed 28,000, Sabo scoffed. Let me enlighten you about my power. In this transformed state, I can reach 32,000. The gap between us is insurmountable. Ignoring Sabo's taunts, Broly regarded him as a fool, preoccupied with discussing power levels. In the next instant, he continued to elevate his energy. However, with each increase, Broly was besieged by intense agony, the sensation akin to being pierced by countless needles. Once he approached the 25,000 mark, he sensed that any further elevation would multiply his suffering exponentially. Yet, surrendering was not an option. Allowing Sabo to capture him would lead to a fate of serving Frieza or being used as an experiment. I cannot yield. Absolutely not. Broly gritted his teeth, resolutely pushing his energy higher. His power has reached 30,000. How can this be? Sabo's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the realization that he was confronting a true monster. He is merely a Saiyan. How can this happen? Broly found little inclination to listen to this individual's incessant ramblings. He acknowledged that while a battle power of 30,000 was indeed formidable, it fell significantly short of what was necessary to contend with Sabo. Hence, Broly was compelled to continue amplifying his strength. However, upon reaching the threshold of 30,000, Broly discovered that rather than the anticipated enhancement of over 1,000, each increment of 100 in battle power inflicted a torment so severe that it felt as though he might succumb to the pain. The agony was so excruciating that Broly contemplated ending his own life. Enduring such suffering was unbearable. It seemed absurd that before even engaging in combat, the elevation of his power could lead him to such distress. Broly was left in a state of despair. Realizing that at his current level, he could only raise his battle power to 30,000, and the associated pain was tremendous, akin to a reckless gamble with his life. Moreover, even at 30,000, he was still 2,000 short of Sabo's strength. Given his physical condition, facing Sabo remained perilously risky. Battle power 30,012. Kid, I must admit I underestimated you. However, I can see you're suffering greatly now, aren't you? Sabo remarked with a sly smile. Clearly noticing Broly's struggle against his own body, Having been born with a battle power of 30,000 was undeniably extraordinary. Fortunately for Sabo, he realized that this abnormality was still within his control. "Kid, I'll leave you half dead for now, then hand you over to Lord Frieza for proper disposal," Sabo sneered, lunging toward Broly. Chapter 8. Gradually wearing Ute down, Broly stifled the agony coursing through his body and swiftly darted to the side. It's futile. Dodging once does not guarantee dodging twice or thrice, Sabo retorted coldly, his corpulent form hurtling toward Broly. Yet, as if recalling something vital, Sabo abruptly halted mid-air, reaching for his waist. His expression changed dramatically when he realized he had grasped nothing. Broly looked on in surprise as Sabo's countenance shifted, a deep purple hue washing over his amphibious blue face, his breath growing labored. "Beast! Beast!" Sabo bellowed, his gaze towards Broly growing increasingly malevolent. Broly suddenly comprehended the situation. It appeared this creature could no longer withstand the oxygen-deprived environment of space and was likely seeking an oxygen mask. Unfortunately for Sabo, that mask had long been destroyed by Broly, leaving him with no means to breathe. Sabo's face contorted as he reverted to his original form, his fury palpable as he glanced around, his complexion shifting once more as he realized his distance from the spaceship. What is this place? How far am I from the spacecraft? Upon realizing the vast distance separating him from the ship, Sabo felt on the verge of tears. As Broly had surmised, Sabo could only survive in the vacuum of space for a limited time. Beyond that, he required an apparatus to breathe. After transforming and expending energy, his need for oxygen became even more pressing. The unfortunate twist was that the device had been obliterated by Broly, in his eagerness to confront Broly. Sabo had completely overlooked the necessity of the equipment. Had he remained in his original state, he would have been able to endure until he returned to the spacecraft. Yet unexpectedly, he had unwittingly fallen into Broly's trap, whose trajectory was directly opposite that of Frieza's spaceship, thereby distancing Sabo further from safety. This moment, Sabo felt grateful if he could somehow return to the spacecraft in one piece. "Kid, wait for me," Sabo seethed with rage, yet he strove to maintain his composure, acknowledging that capturing Broly today was utterly impossible at this juncture. Preserving his life took precedence. With a furious glare directed at Broly, he turned to depart. Broly sighed softly, urging him to leave quickly without the audacity to glare at him. Seizing the opportunity of Sabo's brief absence, Broly utilized his energy to swiftly mend the injuries inflicted by the pain. After approximately 5 minutes, Broly's wounds were fully healed. It was undeniable that the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan was remarkable. Even in a state of such disrepair, recovery occurred with astonishing speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly sped towards Sabo's position. This Sabo had dared to challenge him. Therefore, he would remain in the depths of space. Furthermore, Broly quickly assessed that with his energy elevated to around 20,000, the pain was manageable. Such a level of battle power was sufficient to rival Sabo in their current confrontation. Meanwhile, Sabo was diligently striving to minimize his energy expenditure while holding his breath as he rushed toward Frieza's spacecraft. "You little brat, I will settle this score when I return," Sabo fumed, incredulous that he had been bested by a mere newborn scion. The thought of reporting back to Frieza filled him with dread. Just as he was gaining momentum, Sabo suddenly detected through his scanner that Broly was in pursuit. "This little brat is courting death," Sabo seethed, his nostrils flaring in fury. He had intended to avoid trouble. Yet Broly had the audacity to provoke him. Sabo halted momentarily, his eyes narrowing malevolently at Broly. In contrast, Broly flashed a grin, refraining from unnecessary dialogue as he unleashed an energy wave towards Sabo. Mere trifles," Sabo scoffed, channeling his energy to swat the wave aside effortlessly. With a snap, the energy wave dissipated into the vastness of space. Broly grinned once more, his hands busy conjuring another energy wave. "This one work against me," Sabo declared dismissively, crushing the energy wave with ease. Yet to his astonishment, Sabo soon discovered that this young scion had conjured a multitude of energy waves, hurling them towards him relentlessly. "Kid, can you even comprehend my words? I told you," These tricks are futile. Sabo swatted the energy spheres away, mocking Broly. However, in the next moment, Sabo was enraged to find that Broly had not given up, producing yet another barrage of energy waves, all while wearing a wicked smile. In a fleeting realization, Sabo understood Broly's intent. He sought to exhaust Sabo's time, preventing his return to the spaceship. Sabo's eyes widened in horror as he swatted away the incoming energy spheres, gritting his teeth and accelerating his pace. Although he yearned to discipline Broly, he recognized the impracticality of such an endeavor. Their battle powers were too closely matched to determine a clear victor. Frustratingly for Sabo, Broly remained undeterred. In mere moments, Broly conjured an energy sphere with a diameter of 30 meters, grinning as he hurled it toward Sabo. "You little brat, do not assume I am easy prey." Sabo was fuming with rage. However, upon catching sight of the colossal energy sphere measuring 30 meters in diameter, he dared not delay and swiftly evaded to the side. Yet, to Sabo's vexation, that energy sphere, seemingly endowed with sentience, curved back from a distance and began to pursue him once more. Damn it! Sabo's fury reached its zenith as he unleashed the energy within him, delivering a powerful kick toward the massive energy sphere. With a resounding explosion, the sphere shattered into countless fragments, erupting in a torrent of immense flames. Chapter 9. Swiftly attend to his injuries due to his proximity to the explosion. Sabo was left disheveled and covered in soot. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted by such an energy sphere was minimal for him. Regardless, Broly could only elevate his combat power to around 20,000. Any further increase would be beyond his physical limits. Yet, this level of power was insufficient to vanquish Sabo. Thus, Broly resolved to torment this foe. Even if he could not slay him, he would ensure Sabo was driven to the brink of despair. Should this wretch find himself gasping for breath and perish in the vastness of space, that would be truly amusing. "You little brat, I will tear you to shreds." Sabo's nostrils flared with indignation. With his somewhat obsessive cleanliness, he felt utterly humiliated to be bested by a mere newborn Saiyan infant. As he voiced these words, Sabo made a determination to fight with all his might. With a loud thud, Sabo transformed once more, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. Broly, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled upon witnessing Sabo's transformation. Within mere blinks, Broly had vanished without a trace. Sabo yearned to pursue and eliminate this little pest. But after careful consideration, he deemed it wiser to return to his spaceship immediately. His breathing had become increasingly labored. The prospect of dying in the depths of space was a dismal thought. After weighing his options, Sabo disregarded Broly and turned back, reverting to his original form as he headed toward the spaceship. However, to his chagrin, upon returning to his former state, he discovered that Broly had once again caught up to him. "Beast! Beast!" Sabo's body seethed with rage, wishing fervently to capture Broly and unleash his pent-up frustrations upon him. Meanwhile, Broly grinned widely, casting another energy sphere toward him. Thus, for the next half hour, Broly relentlessly hurled energy spheres, depleting Sabo's strength. Whenever Sabo transformed to boost his combat power, Broly would swiftly retreat. Sabo felt as though he might perish from sheer exasperation, yet he found himself powerless against Broly as time wore on. Sabo noticed his breath becoming increasingly labored. Even experiencing sensations of suffocation, he realized that in his current condition, returning to the spaceship would be a daunting challenge. "Am I to perish?" Sabo lamented silently, reflecting on how his pursuit of a mere newborn Saiyan had led to such a dire situation. Damn it! It cannot end like this. In a moment of clarity, Sabo suddenly remembered the communicator on his scouter, which could relay messages. Just as despair began to envelop him, a glimmer of hope illuminated his face. In the next instant, Sabo established contact with the command center of Frieza's spaceship, requesting his subordinates to deliver an oxygen mask to him. Broly, having overheard Sabo's communication with headquarters, sensed danger looming. However, it was not in Broly's nature to let Sabo escape unscathed. After all, Sabo was nearing his limit. With a little more delay, he would surely meet his end. Upon receiving a response from the command center, Sabo's anxieties began to dissipate. He steadied his breath, conserving his energy as he patiently awaited the arrival of his reinforcements. Sabo knew the spaceship would arrive swiftly, likely within 30 seconds. Once equipped with the oxygen mask, he intended to thoroughly torment this insufferable brat. Sabo shot Broly a fierce glare, plotting his revenge against the young Saiyan. Just then, however, Sabo's expression shifted slightly as he sensed that the little Scion's combat power had surged once again. Combat power, 21,000. Sabo's face twitched in disbelief, his body trembling involuntarily. After entangling with this brat for half an hour, he was astonished to discover that Broly still possessed such reserves of energy. A wave of dread washed over Sabo. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear a combat power just above 20,000, yet now, Sabo, with roughly 5,000 in combat power, found himself in dire straits. Whoosh! Just as Sabo's heart raced with trepidation, he saw Broly darting toward him like a streak of light. What incredible speed! Sabo's eyes widened. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a violent jolt to his chest, spitting out blood. Sabo's complexion grew increasingly pale. In the next moment, his consciousness began to blur, and as he gazed ahead, Broly's figure appeared to waver and overlap. Broly was eager to deliver a fatal blow to Sabo, but he suddenly sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching him. After a quick assessment, Broly estimated this energy to be around 20,000 in combat power, nearly matching his own. The crux of the matter was that Broly had pushed his energy to the limit. Engaging another opponent of similar strength could spell disaster. Weighing his options, Broly hurled a few more energy spheres at Sabo before turning to flee. Broly reasoned that this level of attack would likely not be enough to finish Sabo off, allowing him some time to relish his current predicament. After all, there would be ample opportunities to confront Sabo in the future. He could always return for revenge once he grew stronger. Whoosh! Broly transformed into a streak of light and swiftly vanished from sight. Most exhilarating for Broly was that through this encounter with Sabo, he had learned to control the energy within his body. That he realized he could suppress his energy to the point of complete invisibility, rendering him undetectable by enemy scouters. Not long after Broly's disappearance, a small spaceship sped towards Sabo, stopping beside him. The hatch opened and Dodoria, with his pink skin, emerged. Upon seeing the unconscious Sabo, Dodoria was taken aback. He is on the brink of death. Hurry, treat him, Dodoria commanded his subordinates urgently. His subordinates, gripped by fear, hastily lifted Sabo into the spaceship and placed him into the healing apparatus. What kind of being could have so thoroughly incapacitated Frieza's top lieutenant? A hushed murmur spread among the subordinates, their hearts racing with anxiety. Dodoria's brow furrowed deeply. Witnessing Sabo in such a state underscored the formidable strength of his adversary. Mr. Dodoria, what shall we do now? Should we return to Lord Frieza? One subordinate inquired. Chapter 10. Born without a meal, Dodoria remained silent, immediately contacting Frieza through the scouter to relay the situation. Oh, Sabo nearly perished. This useless waste. The opponent is merely a scion with a battle power of around 10,000. And a mere infant at that. Upon hearing this, Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then pondered aloud. Bring him back. I wish to inquire personally about what transpired. Yes, Dodoria promptly acquiesced. Approximately 30 minutes later, Sabo's injuries had finally healed completely. Upon emerging from the healing apparatus, Sabo wore an expression of despondency, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. When he noticed Frieza's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Sabo's heart sank, and he hurriedly bowed in apology. Lord Frieza, I have failed in my duties, allowing that little brat Broly to escape. I humbly request your punishment. That, of course, I shall punish you, but I am curious to know how you sustained your injuries. Frieza inquired nonchalantly. That scion brat was exceedingly cunning. I had him captured, only for him to suddenly destroy my oxygen mask, rendering me unable to breathe in the vacuum of space. Sabo recounted the details of his battle with Broly to Frieza truthfully. Oh, a newborn scion infant possesses a battle power of 30,000. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, his long tail swaying ominously, his expression darkening to How can that be? Dodoria's lips quivered in disbelief as he exclaimed. He is just a scion. How can a Saiyan possess a battle power of 30,000? Even the Saiyan King has merely 15,000. This infant is impossible, absolutely impossible. Sabo, are you sure you are not mistaken? My Lord Frieza, every word I speak is the truth. Sabo ignored Dodoria, pausing briefly before continuing. However, while this brat's battle power may reach 30,000, it seems his body cannot withstand such immense energy. My attacks did not inflict significant damage. Had I my oxygen mask, I would have certainly brought him back. By the way, Sabo, are not Saiyans unable to survive in the vacuum of space? How did this little imp manage to do so? Dodoria asked, perplexed that I too am baffled as to how he survived in space. At least, I did not see him utilizing any medium for respiration. Sabo admitted, equally confounded. Frieza's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and after a brief silence, he smiled and said, I'm becoming increasingly fascinated by this Broly W. By the way, where is he located now? Dodoria, I was unconscious at the time. After I collapsed, did you follow Broly? Sabo turned to inquire of Dodoria. I thought you were dying, so I hurried to treat you. However, my scanner detected no signs of a powerful energy, Dodoria said, sweating profusely as he hurriedly explained. Issue a command immediately. Find this brat at once. Frieza's demeanor shifted slightly, his long tail striking the floor of the spaceship, his voice rising in intensity. I want him alive. Yes, Sabo and Dodoria exchanged glances, evidently frightened. Furthermore, relay this matter to King Vegeta. Instruct him to mobilize all Saiyans to search for Broly. Frieza added, but, my Lord Frieza, I fear no one on King Vegeta's side is a match for this little brat. Sabo quickly interjected. That is not for you to remind me. Frieza replied, his triangular eyes narrowing as he spoke with a sardonic smile. This is precisely the outcome I desire. Would it not be entertaining if the Saiyans turned upon one another? At this moment, King Vegeta was leading numerous Saiyans in the effort to rebuild their home. Prior to this, Frieza's planet-destroying bomb had struck planet Vegeta, nearly obliterating it. Fortunately, Frieza had merely intended to issue a warning rather than completely annihilate the planet. However, the explosion had unfortunately caused King Vegeta's palace to collapse. Currently, planet Vegeta lay in ruins. Just then, King Vegeta received a transmission from Frieza. What did you say? Broly is still alive. How can this be possible? King Vegeta, upon receiving the news from Frieza, was left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how Broly could survive in the vacuum of space. After the transmission ended, King Vegeta's expression darkened significantly. Broly has not perished. This brat's vitality is remarkably resilient. Issue a command to immediately track Broly's whereabouts and inform me upon discovery. King Vegeta commanded his fellow Saiyans. Meanwhile, Broly was gliding through the cosmos, having completely concealed his energy signature. He understood that once Sabo returned, Frieza would likely send his minions to search for him. Fortunately, he could currently hide his energy. Otherwise, while others might be manageable, if Frieza were to come personally, it would truly spell his doom. After an indeterminate amount of time, Broly sensed that he was gradually distancing himself from the powerful energies, which alleviated his anxiety. Subsequently, he adjusted his internal energy and accelerated his flight. He could not continue to drift aimlessly in this vast universe. Broly resolved to find a planet to settle on, allowing him to train effectively. His battle with Sabo had yielded significant gains, with the most notable being his newfound ability to control his energy. Moreover, Broly possessed the potential to infinitely enhance his battle power, provided his body could withstand such escalation. Where should he go? Broly's foremost desire was to reach Earth, but amidst this boundless expanse of space, he found himself bewildered as to where within the galaxy Earth resided. Never mind, I shall simply seek out any planet for now. As he contemplated this, Broly fixed his gaze upon a distant planet and swiftly propelled himself towards it. The planet was relatively small, its landscape dominated by vast stretches of desert. After orbiting the planet, Broly was left speechless. The entire surface was barren, devoid of any verdant flora. This indicated that staying on this planet would mean a complete lack of basic sustenance. Fortunately, despite feeling a pang of hunger, Broly did not experience significant discomfort. It appeared that in the annals of Dragon Ball history, Broly had gone years without food or drink, and had not perished from starvation. For now, he set aside his concerns and calmly settled into this desolate planet. Just as he was preparing for a serious training session, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. Instantly, sand and dust were whipped into a frenzy. However, Broly was unperturbed by these minor disturbances. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a monstrous creature erupting from the ground before him. This beast stood nearly 10 meters tall. With a gaping maw and sharp fangs, T.O. Broly. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a Tyrannosaurus rex from the Jurassic era. That moment, the dinosaur fixated its gaze upon the diminutive Broly. Though this small figure was hardly enough to satisfy its hunger, the T.Rex perceived it as a delectable meal. The creature's bewilderment. However, it seemed that this tiny being returned its gaze with an expression of longing for a feast, even drooling at the sight. Indeed, Broly was both startled and delighted upon encountering the T.Rex, and his stomach could not help but rumble in anticipation. Chapter 11. Gene Detector. 10 minutes later, Broly held a piece of dinosaur meat in his hands, savoring every bite. It is worth noting that Broly had never consumed anything since his birth. For an ordinary person, enduring such an ordeal would be insurmountable. They would typically be peacefully nursing at this stage. Despite the dinosaur's formidable size, it posed little challenge to Broly, whose combat power had already reached 20,000. The Broly was overjoyed. Amidst the endless yellow sands of this planet, he had unexpectedly found dinosaurs, allowing him to indulge in a hearty meal. After another 20 minutes, the colossal dinosaur had been reduced to nothing but bones, as Broly devoured every edible part. It was hard to fathom how such a small frame could consume so much. After satisfying his hunger, Broly stretched and, with a flick of his wrist, sent an energy sphere soaring into the air. Boom! The energy sphere struck the vast expanse of sand, producing a resounding explosion, causing the yellow sand to billow into the sky. Alongside the sand, clear spring water erupted, resembling a magnificent fountain. Broly was ecstatic. He had truly feasted and quenched his thirst. He had not anticipated that beneath the sands of this planet lay hidden animals and water. Feeling the vast energy coursing within him, Broly wore a smile on his lips. For the time being, he decided to remain here. This planet appeared quite promising. Meanwhile, Frieza, along with King Cold and others, initiated an exhaustive search for Broly. However, both sides were plagued by frustration, as Broly's energy signature had completely vanished, rendering their efforts to track him futile. Lord Frieza, Broly's energy has entirely disappeared. Could it be that he perished in the vastness of space? Dodoria speculated. Sabo, what is your take on this? Frieza inquired, his triangular eyes gleaming with interest. Lord Frieza, it is highly unlikely that Broly is dead. If that little brat were so easily extinguished, he wouldn't be Broly. Sabo replied solemnly. In my opinion, he has likely learned to control his energy inadvertently, intentionally concealing his presence to evade our detection. Dodoria, what is your perspective? Frieza turned to Dodoria again. That does seem plausible. Dodoria lamented. Tell King Cold to act swiftly and employ every possible means to locate Broly. Frieza's eyes flickered with a faint red glow as a wave of unease washed over him. However, this sense of dread quickly dissipated. After all, he was merely a small infant with a combat power of around 20,000. When Frieza had been born, his power had exceeded that by several hundred times. There was nothing to fear. While Frieza was occupied in his search for Broly, King Cold was not idle either. However, since the technology utilized by King Cold was compatible with Frieza's, he too was unable to locate Broly's whereabouts through scientific instruments. Where has that little brat run off to? King Cold clenched his fists in frustration. I may have a solution that we could consider, spoke none other than Bana, who had nearly been slain by Broly previously. However, Broly had not found the time to dispose of him, nor had he shown much interest in such a minor underling. That Bana's resilience was remarkable. He had been saved by his compatriots and brought to a medical facility to recover. Now, Bana was lively and in perfect health. What solution do you propose? King Cold inquired. King Cold, Broly's father, Paragus, is deceased, correct? His body is yet to be disposed of, hasn't it? Bana said slyly, since that brat is Paragus's child. Could we not use the genes from Prodigious' body to create a device capable of tracking his whereabouts? Upon hearing this, King Cold's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, since they intended to use genes to track Broly, there was no need to go to great lengths. When Broly was born, he had resided in a nutrient chamber, where his shed hair and such remained. If they could analyze Broly's hair, they could extract his genes and develop a corresponding device. Soon, researchers began their investigations and commenced the development of this mysterious apparatus. Unbeknownst to Broly, King Cold and his associates were working on that peculiar device to locate him at this moment. He had already been residing on this desolate desert planet for over 10 days. As time passed, Broly's physique underwent subtle changes, and he had grown considerably taller. However, from a distance, he still appeared quite diminutive. Additionally, during these 10 days, Broly's combat power had significantly increased. Presently, in his ordinary form, his power had reached approximately 20,000. With the potential to infinitely amplify his energy, elevating his combat power to 30,000 or even 40,000, Broly was astonished by this outcome. The legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan truly was extraordinary. It had only been a little over 20 days since his birth, yet his power had escalated to such heights. Furthermore, the immense energy within him surged continually, as if yearning to summon him into battle and bloodshed. Broly also discovered another phenomenon. Ever since he had consumed food on this planet, his combat power had seen an uptick. For instance, after feasting on the T-Rex, his power had increased by at least 5,000. Of course, Broly was aware that while he could handle Sabo with his current power, he was still far from being able to contend with Frieza. One day, as Broly trained as usual on this planet, he suddenly sensed several powerful energy signatures approaching from the vast cosmos. Upon sensing these formidable auras, Broly's face was suddenly adorned with a broad smile. Among these energies, one in particular was unmistakably familiar to him. Was it not the aura of the King of Vegeta? He could hardly believe that the king had ventured to this place. Given Broly's current combat prowess, he felt no trepidation towards the king. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, Broly carefully attuned himself to the nearby energies, confirming that Frieza was not among them before revealing an even broader smile. The King of Vegeta, it seemed, had a score to settle. Chapter 12. The seizure. Approximately 5 minutes later, Broly observed from a distance as the Saiyan spacecraft descended. Landing not far from his position, as the hatch opened, a group emerged, led by a young boy clad in a crimson cloak. Broly scrutinized them closely, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. The boy appeared to be around 5 years old. With his hair spiked high, a mischievous expression on his face, and eyes that radiated cold indifference. The newcomers were not the king, but rather his son, Vegeta. No wonder he had sensed something amiss. The king had not come in person. Prince, according to our instruments, Broly is indeed on this planet, a bald-headed boy whispered to Vegeta. Humph. I fail to comprehend the need for such elaborate measures to deal with a mere newborn. Vegeta scoffed, clearly uninterested in the matter at hand. Your Highness, although Broly has just been born, his combat power is already formidable. The bald boy, named Nappa, cautiously informed Vegeta. Are you suggesting that his power exceeds mine? Vegeta sneered. What nonsense! I'm the finest warrior of the Saiyans. Indeed. Nappa nodded vigorously, refraining from further comment. What are you all standing around for? Go find him and inform me immediately upon your discovery. Vegeta commanded coldly, a hint of malevolence creeping onto his youthful countenance. Broly sensed Vegeta's energy. This boy was indeed a prodigy. Despite his tender age of 5, his combat power had already reached approximately 15,000. Furthermore, this was merely Vegeta's surface power. Should he truly unleash his strength, it could very well soar to even greater heights. Alas, despite Vegeta's prowess, he remained vastly inferior to Broly. Concealing his own aura, Broly observed the Saiyans who had arrived. Noting their relatively small number, merely 6 in total, including Vegeta. However, one peculiar device in their possession captured Broly's attention, but he surmised that this contraption was intended to locate his hiding place. Initially, Broly contemplated annihilating Vegeta and his companions, but then reconsidered. Eliminating Vegeta would only prompt others to come searching for him. After all, His current location was not far from either planet Vegeta or Frieza's domain, should the Scions utilize their spacecraft. Reaching planet Vegeta from here would take less than a day. Broly resolved to change planets, seeking a more distant refuge. However, flying there himself would consume too much time. After careful deliberation, a mischievous grin spread across Broly's face as he conjured an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it into the distance. Boom! Just as Vegeta dispatched his subordinates to search for Broly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, clouds of yellow sand surged into the air. Vegeta furrowed his brow, dismissing any further delays as he swiftly darted toward the source of the noise. His followers, including Nappa, dared not utter a word and closely trailed behind him. Broly chuckled to himself, finding the Scion's gullibility amusing. He had not anticipated that it would be so effortlessly easy to mislead them. With a swift motion, Broly noticed Vegeta and his companions heading in another direction, allowing him to hastily make his way to the spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, he successfully boarded the vessel. Having previously operated a Scion spacecraft, albeit a smaller model, he easily located the ignition button and, with a grin, pressed down on it. Boom! The spacecraft roared to life, hurtling into the vast expanse of the cosmos. As Vegeta and his entourage arrived at the location of the disturbance, they were met with the unmistakable sound of the spacecraft's ignition, sending them into a panic. "Not good! Your Highness, someone has stolen our spacecraft!" Nappa shouted. "Fool! I can see that!" Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that he had been outsmarted by such a simple ruse. Immediately contact command and have them send another spacecraft. "Nappa, hand me your oxygen mask," Vegeta remarked, gazing at the nearly vanishing vessel. Nappa, somewhat bewildered, complied, speculating that perhaps the planet's atmosphere was not conducive to the prince's comfort. "Good luck to you all. This planet is likely to explode shortly," Vegeta said with a sly smile, disregarding Nappa and the others as he ascended into the sky. Upon hearing this, Nappa and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of Vegeta's words. Just then, they noticed a brilliant beam of light descending from the sky, shimmering with blue and green hues, carrying immense energy as it hurtled toward the planet's surface. "Not good," Nappa and the others exclaimed. Quickly taking flight. Bang! The radiant beam swiftly penetrated the desolate terrain. The planet fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Boom! In the next instant, the sand-covered world fragmented, unleashing a furious blaze. Boom! In a mere span of approximately 10 seconds, the entire planet was reduced to cosmic dust. The annihilator of this celestial body was none other than Broly. After departing aboard his spacecraft, Broly unhesitatingly launched an energy sphere at the planet. With his current combat prowess, obliterating a planet was a trivial task. As for the fate of Vegeta, whether he lived or perished was of no concern to Broly. Ideally, the explosion would claim the life of that brat, thus bringing some sorrow to King Vegeta. A wicked grin spread across Broly's face as he found himself aboard the spacecraft, traversing the boundless expanse of space. However, Broly felt a tinge of frustration as the spacecraft seemed to operate on its own, as if pre-programmed with commands that rendered its course immutable. At least from Broly's perspective, he was yet to fathom how to manipulate the spacecraft to alter its trajectory. Should the vessel inadvertently steer toward Frieza's stronghold, it would spell disaster. Chapter 13. Planet Frieza, number 38. Broly was in a state of heightened anxiety. Scanning the surrounding energies, he resolved that if he sensed a presence more formidable than his own, he would swiftly discard the spacecraft and make his escape. Fortunately, Broly detected that the direction in which the spacecraft was heading bore no powerful auras. Even the energies nearby were merely in the thousands, hardly distinguishable from the weak. Gradually, he began to relax, eager to discover the true destination of the spacecraft. Meanwhile, Vegeta hovered in the void of space. A cold smile adorning his face, he rubbed his nose, his tail swaying gently, his gaze fixed on the direction from which Broly had vanished. After a moment, Vegeta cast a glance around and coldly remarked, "You're still alive? Your Highness, who could have stolen our spacecraft?" Nappa's face bore a long mark from the recent explosion, but thankfully his combat power remained adequate, sparing him from death. Are you an imbecile? Vegeta shook his head. Haha. Nappa scratched his head, grinning foolishly. That person is undoubtedly Broly. Do not pose such foolish questions to me again, Vegeta replied impatiently. He's Broly. What a cunning little brat. Nappa seethed, clenching his fists. Once I find him, I will tear him to shreds with your meager combat power. Do you truly believe you can defeat Broly? He possesses a power level of 10,000. You would do well to step aside, Vegeta retorted dismissively. Indeed, Nappa chuckled awkwardly. What are you standing there for? Hurry and contact headquarters. Have them send a spacecraft, Vegeta commanded with irritation, donning his oxygen mask afterward. Approximately an hour later, Vegeta arrived at planet Frieza number 83 aboard his spacecraft. Frieza, who spent the majority of his time on this planet, greeted Vegeta warmly upon his return. Lord Frieza, I deeply apologize. I let that little brat Broly escape. But I assure you, I will capture him myself, Vegeta asserted, clenching his fists. Indeed, this boy is a traitor among your Saiyan kin. You must devise a plan to apprehend him, Frieza replied, his expression devoid of reproach, instead smiling at Vegeta. With your capabilities, you can certainly defeat him. His power level is barely over 10,000, while you have reached 15,000. Yes, Vegeta nodded enthusiastically. After Vegeta departed, Frieza's triangular eyes glimmered with amusement. He refrained from revealing Broly's true combat power to Vegeta. At this juncture, Dodoria chose not to question Frieza's motives, sensing his master's displeasure. It seemed yet again that Broly had escaped, causing Frieza some vexation. Dodoria, did you hear Vegeta say that Broly departed in our spacecraft? Frieza remarked indifferently. The next destination of that spacecraft must be my planet No. 38, correct? Indeed, Dodoria affirmed. Frieza, his expression darkening, issued orders with precision. After delivering his commands, he rose from his seat, the chill in his gaze deepening. Yes, Dodoria replied, his demeanor tense. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly inquired, Lord Frieza, are you perhaps intending to go to planet No. 38? What do you think? Frieza's tail swayed lightly. Dodoria, gripped by fear, dared not utter another word. I certainly will not go to planet number 38. I intend to visit planet number 45, Frieza said with a sly smile, leaving Dodoria utterly perplexed. Why would Frieza choose to venture to planet number 45 when Broly was en route to planet number 38? After approximately a day's journey, Broly noticed the spacecraft heading toward a distant planet, seemingly preparing to land. Indeed, after about 10 seconds, the spacecraft touched down securely on a planet that appeared rather unfamiliar to Broly. Upon entering the observation chamber of the spacecraft, Broly scanned the planet's layout and deduced that it likely belonged to the Saiyans or was one of Frieza's bases. However, he found it peculiar that no one came to greet him, as if his arrival was expected. Broly pondered that having commandeered Vegeta's spacecraft, news of his actions should have reached King Vegeta. Furthermore, King Vegeta would certainly be aware of the spacecraft trajectory and its final destination. According to Broly's initial assumptions, he expected an immediate assault upon his arrival. Of course, Broly had sensed that the strongest energy on this planet was merely around 8,000 in combat power, posing no real threat. This realization was also why Broly felt confident in lingering on the planet for the time being. Broly resolved to find another spacecraft, preferably one capable of reaching a distant planet, far from the battlefield. Once he had honed his skills to a sufficient level, he would return to exact vengeance on Frieza or King Vegeta. Stepping out of the spacecraft, Broly surveyed his surroundings and spotted a miniaturized circular spacecraft parked nearby. He strode confidently toward it and easily discovered a remote control affixed to the vessel, which he promptly seized. Upon pressing a button on the remote, the hatch of the mini spacecraft opened with a satisfying click. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of this planet, several aliens were engrossed in their tasks. Their excitement surged upon witnessing Broly open the hatch of the mini spacecraft. Haha, once he boards this spacecraft, he will swiftly reach Lord Frieza's planet, where Lord Frieza will be waiting to ambush him. Wait, this little Scion's combat power is only around 3,000. Why don't we attack him? Are you a fool? The lead alien retorted, his eyes widening. Though his displayed combat power is merely 3,000, he managed to severely injure Mr. Sabo. Do you really think we could subdue him? A newly born Saiyan possesses a combat power of 10,000. This individual is far too formidable. As he spoke, the aliens closely monitored Broly's every move on the screen, simultaneously praying for him to board the spacecraft so they could send this calamity to Planet No. 45. He is on board. Ha ha ha, splendid. The next moment, the aliens rejoiced as they saw Broly enter the spacecraft. Bang! The spaceship ascended into the sky, heading straight for Planet Frieza. 45. Chapter 14. The arrival of Frieza, a group of aliens. Their eyes, brimming with tears, embraced one another. They had finally accomplished the task entrusted to them by Lord Frieza. This little creature was now set to deliver itself to the very planet where Lord Frieza awaited. The aliens were eager to capture this moment with photographs, wishing to commemorate such an exhilarating occasion. Look, what is that? As the aliens rejoiced, dancing in celebration, one individual noticed a perplexing scene on the screen and quickly called out to his companions for clarification. The others immediately turned their gaze toward the screen. What they beheld was a colossal sphere of light plummeting toward the planet. The sphere radiated boundless energy, its yellow-green glow pulsating, accompanied by arcs of electricity that left them awestruck. Their eyes wide as saucers. This is bad. The planet is about to be destroyed. Instantly, the aliens reacted, fleeing toward the spaceship. However, it was already too late. Boom! The massive energy sphere collided with the planet, shattering it into countless pieces, turning it into cosmic dust. The orchestrator of this devastation, of course, was Broly. He harbored no affection for this planet. After boarding a spaceship and ascending into space, he unceremoniously launched an energy sphere at Planet 38. Broly suddenly found the planetary explosion quite captivating. After reveling in the spectacle of the fiery display, he grinned and entered the spaceship, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Broly felt that something about the previous planet was peculiar. These beings could not possibly allow him to depart unchallenged. Surely, there was some sort of conspiracy afoot. But what kind of conspiracy? Broly pondered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Though he possessed formidable energy, he was still too young to articulate his thoughts. He had no idea how much longer he would remain voiceless. Without the ability to speak, certain actions remained unattainable. For instance, if he could converse, he could have threatened someone on the previous planet to reveal the secrets of operating the spaceship, allowing him to temporarily escape Frieza's sphere of influence. After contemplating for quite some time within the spaceship, Broly discerned no immediate cause for concern. The sole worry plaguing him was the destination of the spaceship. If it were to deliver him to Frieza's home planet, it would spell disaster. Thus, Broly began to sense his surroundings. If he detected any powerful auras, he would make a hasty retreat without hesitation. However, after scanning the area, he found nothing amiss. Moreover, he noted that the spaceship was heading in the direction he had just traveled, not returning. With this realization, Broly instinctively believed he was indeed distancing himself from Frieza's territory. He decided to observe where the spaceship would ultimately take him. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until Broly finally arrived at Planet Frieza 45. This planet was quite similar to the previous Planet 38. At least from Broly's perspective, as the differences were negligible. Broly carefully sensed the surroundings and discovered that the highest combat power on this planet was merely around 10,000, providing little cause for alarm. Just as he began to relax, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence barreling toward the planet. Frieza! Broly was struck with terror. Such immense energy could only belong to Frieza from a considerable distance. Broly could clearly perceive the formidable energy radiating from this individual, that he speculated that Frieza's surface energy must be at least 500,000, and with a few transformations, his combat power could easily exceed 10 million. Reflecting on his own combat power, which barely exceeded 30,000, Broly felt pitifully inadequate in comparison to Frieza. It's time to escape. Broly discarded the spaceship and prepared to flee when suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated his thoughts. Frieza was likely to arrive shortly. Attempting to leave under his watchful gaze and into the vast expanse of space would surely lead to swift pursuit. After all, Broly knew that Frieza could also survive in the vacuum of space. The cosmos was vast, and finding a hiding place would not be an easy task for him. Broly grinned as he concentrated, conjuring two yellow-green energy spheres, which he hurled in opposite directions in the next moment. He transformed into a streak of light, holding his breath as he concealed himself in a corner of the planet. As Broly flung the energy spheres, Frieza had already reached the planet from afar. He spotted the two energy spheres, Zarbin, Dodoria. One of those must be the little Saiyan. You two, split up and pursue, Frieza squinted, issuing orders to Zarbin and Dodoria. The two, not daring to delay, nodded in acquiescence and rushed after Broly's energy spheres. 20 minutes passed before they returned, looking disheveled. What? Those were merely ordinary energy spheres. None of them were him. Frieza's triangular eyes darkened with ire, realizing he had fallen for the trick of this little Saiyan. As the king of the universe, it was infuriating to have been deceived by this child. Yet, in the next moment, Frieza chuckled, rubbing his nose. I find this little fellow increasingly intriguing that I suspect he won't leave this planet. Order King Cold to send the gene detector immediately. Upon hearing Frieza's command, his subordinates promptly set to work. 3 minutes later, a subordinate returned with an air of resignation. Lord Frieza, the gene detector from King Cold is quite complex to manufacture. It will take about 5 days to develop a new one. He also mentioned that once the technology is refined, it could be produced in bulk. Frieza turned to glance at Vegeta, who maintained an impassive expression as he regarded Frieza, seemingly unfazed. Not long ago, it was Vegeta who had used the gene detector to locate Broly's hiding place. However, after the planet's destruction, the Saiyan with the gene detector perished, and the device was lost along with him. Without the gene detector, Frieza and his cohort found themselves at a loss regarding Broly. Searching with their eyes seemed rather impractical. He must still be on this planet. Have our forces monitor the space surrounding this planet. Should there be any sign of movement, report to me immediately. Frieza commanded in a low voice. Chapter 15. The Strange Black Hole. After completing his tasks, Frieza, accompanied by numerous subordinates, descended upon his palace. Meanwhile, Broly concealed himself in a shadowy corner. Contemplating how best to escape this place, but he was acutely aware that attempting to flee the planet would likely attract Frieza's attention. Broly had discerned that the aliens possessed advanced technology, with surveillance systems scattered throughout. Thus, if he ascended into the skies, he would undoubtedly be detected. As for the others, they were of little concern, but Broly found himself utterly powerless against Frieza. Should he fall into Frieza's clutches, his fate would be dire, potentially reduced to a mere lab rat, which would spell the end of his existence. Observing Frieza and his entourage from the shadows, Broly pondered his escape from the planet. Approximately 3 hours later, he glanced upward, noting that night had completely enveloped the sky. Surely, it was the quietest hour of the night. Fortunately, this planet experienced darkness. He wondered if these beings required rest. Broly felt the need for rest himself, musing about whether Frieza ever slept. Regardless, he decided to take a chance. After much deliberation, he concluded that remaining here would only lead to his eventual discovery by Frieza's men, so he resolved to take a risk. With this decision made, Broly suddenly surged his energy, in the next instant, a massive yellow-green flame coalesced in his hands, and without a hint of hesitation, he directed it toward the ground with unrelenting force. Boom! The entire planet trembled violently under the impact of Broly's overwhelming energy. Erupting with a cacophony of deafening roars, it seemed inevitable that the planet would soon face a cataclysmic explosion. Seizing this moment, Broly spotted a nearby small spacecraft, opened its hatch, pressed a button inside, and swiftly exited. Boom! The spacecraft soared into the sky, hurtling toward the vast expanse of outer space. However, Broly chose not to board the spacecraft. Instead, he opted to fly in a different direction, venturing into the cosmos. The very moment Broly unleashed his energy sphere, Frieza and his companions were indeed resting. Frieza was deeply asleep, only to be jolted awake by the violent tremors of the planet. He shot up into the air, eager to ascertain the cause. Swiftly, Frieza deduced that this commotion was likely the doing of Broly, which infuriated him greatly. As Frieza hovered in the air, Zarbin and Dodoria rapidly joined him. Vegeta, too, stood silently behind Frieza, lost in thought. Keep a watchful eye for anything departing from the planet. Frieza narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Sure enough, after about a minute, his sharp triangular eyes caught sight of a small spacecraft ascending into the void of space. In an instant, the spacecraft vanished from view. "Where is that spacecraft headed?" Frieza inquired, refraining from pursuit. Zarbon quickly investigated with his devices and reported, "Lord Frieza, that spacecraft is en route to planet Vegeta." Upon saying this, Zarbon cast a glance at Vegeta, who merely scoffed in silence. "Let it be," Frieza said with a slight smile, pondering for a moment before adding, "Zarbon, Dodoria, remain here, do not leave until I command it." "Yes." Frieza then boarded another spacecraft with his subordinates. Setting course for his stronghold on planet 83, just as Frieza and his retinue departed, the planet erupted with thunderous roars. Boom! The planet exploded, unleashing a spectacular display of fireworks. Witnessing Frieza and his entourage pursue the spacecraft filled Broly with exhilaration, prompting him to soar into the cosmos and seek refuge among the debris of the exploded planet. It seemed that boarding a spacecraft to another planet was currently unrealistic, no matter the type of spacecraft. Escaping Frieza's surveillance would prove exceedingly difficult. For now, Broly resolved to find another planet to dwell upon and seize the opportunity to train vigorously. With this thought in mind, Broly pinpointed a location of interest among the stars. And, after confirming that Frieza and his crew had moved on, he swiftly flew toward it. After what felt like an eternity, as he neared the planet, Broly suddenly sensed several immensely powerful auras nearby. 3 of these auras boasted battle powers exceeding 40,000, and there was another aura, which Broly estimated to possess a staggering battle power of at least 120,000. Whose planet is this? How could such formidable power exist here? Broly furrowed his brow, hesitating not a moment before veering in the opposite direction. At a battle power of 120,000 was truly terrifying, while he might consider challenging those with powers around 40,000. He deemed it prudent to make a hasty retreat in the face of such overwhelming strength. Chapter 16. The monster emerges again. Just as Broly turned to flee, he was astonished to sense the 4 powerful auras rapidly approaching his position. He had been discovered. Gritting his teeth, Broly quickened his pace. Suddenly, a beam of light brushed past him, soaring directly ahead. Almost simultaneously, 3 other beams of light flickered into existence, encircling him. Such incredible speed! Broly's heart raced. These 4 individuals had outstripped him by a considerable margin. The Jinyu Force. Rikuum, Geese, Berta, and Jing. In the next moment, the quartet struck a rather awkward pose, and after doing so, Geese couldn't help but exclaim, "Goldo's sluggishness is ruining our pose." "Indeed, Captain, perhaps we should consider kicking that fool out. He always drags us down." Rikuum chimed in. "Let us deliberate on that matter later. For now, let us engage with this little troublemaker who has caused Zarbon such headaches." Jinyu nodded with a smile, then turned his cheerful gaze toward Broly. It was at that moment that Broly recalled that these 4 individuals were none other than the elite Jinyu Force, Frieza's top combat squad. And oh wonder their auras were so formidable. They were indeed a source of great concern. Trouble loomed ahead. Broly lamented inwardly, suddenly confronted by 4 beings whose combat power surpassed his own, one of whom boasted a staggering strength of 120,000. He wondered if he would even survive this encounter. Broly glanced around, searching for an escape route. However, Jinyu and his comrades seemed to have anticipated Broly's intentions, positioning themselves in 4 distinct directions, effectively thwarting any chance of escape. "Little one, I've heard you've been quite impressive, nearly bringing Sabo to his demise," Jinyu remarked with a grin directed at Broly. "But alas, now that you've encountered us, don't harbor any illusions of fleeing." "Captain, why say so much? This kid is barely out of the womb. Can he even comprehend our words?" Guys interjected from the side. "Guys, silence yourself." Jinyu retorted sharply before continuing to address Broly. "Young one, if you can understand my words, nod for me." Broly nodded slightly. "He understands?" Guys exclaimed in astonishment. "What is so surprising? The moment he was born, his power level reached 10,000, and he severely injured Sabo. It would be odd if he couldn't understand us," Jinyu commented nonchalantly, then turned his attention back to Broly, inquiring, "Kid, you seem unable to speak just yet, correct?" Broly nodded once more, his eyes scanning for an escape. Young one, there's no need to look around. Lord Frieza will be arriving shortly, and you will not escape this time, Jinyu said, his smile unwavering. Upon hearing this, Broly's heart sank. Jinyu was already overwhelming enough. And now Frieza was on his way. Would he even stand a chance? Broly felt utterly despondent, unsure of how to proceed. With his current combat power, no matter how much he improved, he would barely reach 50 or 60,000. Far from being a match for Jinyu, let alone Frieza. Since you can comprehend me, why not come back with me? Jinyu said with a slight smile, refraining from attacking Broly, instead gesturing politely toward the planet they had just been observing. I must warn you, if you attempt to escape or destroy our planet, I won't hesitate to incapacitate you. Broly managed a smile. At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. He then moved forward under the guidance of Jinyu and his companions toward the direction of the planet. During this journey, Jinyu contacted Frieza. Lord Frieza, just as you predicted, Broly has arrived at our planet, and we have him captured. Jinyu reported cheerfully. Excellent. Frieza's voice responded, noticeably softer. Lord Frieza, would you like me to personally deliver this little one to you? Jinyu inquired further. No need. This little rascal is quite cunning. Keep a close watch on him. I shall be there shortly. Frieza replied with satisfaction regarding Jinyu's actions. Broly, having overheard Jinyu and Frieza's conversation, found himself puzzled. What had gone wrong? How had he inadvertently walked into the lair of the Jinyu force? It was a disheartening realization. After finishing his call with Frieza, Jinyu turned back to Broly, seemingly aware of the confusion in Broly's mind, and explained with a smile, "You must be wondering why we are here, right? I'll enlighten you. After you departed from Planet 45, you unwittingly entered Lord Frieza's surveillance range. He anticipated your potential appearance near our planet and instructed me to wait here for you to take the bait." Broly furrowed his brow. It was indeed a case of human plans falling short of divine design. Who could have known that Frieza had set up a surveillance system in this expanse of the universe? Yet, there was a small glimmer of hope for Broly. Jinyu and his companions appeared rather amicable. He remained uncertain of Frieza's intentions in capturing him. Broly understood that Frieza was no benevolent figure. He needed to devise a plan to flee before Frieza arrived. However, escaping while encircled by Jinyu and his squad was indeed a daunting challenge. "Captain, what is that over there?" Just as Broly contemplated his escape, he heard Guys point toward the horizon, inquiring of Jinyu. Broly followed Guys' gaze and realized he was looking at the black hole he had seen earlier. It seemed to be drawing closer to the planet. "Not good. That monster has appeared again," Jinyu exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. "Captain, what is that thing?" Guys asked, bewildered. "Isn't it just a black hole?" "How can it be a monster? Forget about that for now. We need to evacuate this planet immediately," Jinyu commanded with a stern demeanor after a moment's contemplation. "Captain, is that really necessary?" "It's just a black hole," Bart interjected, equally perplexed. For warriors of their caliber, it seemed trivial. While voicing this, Bart had already gathered a massive energy ball in his hands and hurled it toward the black hole. "Fool, your meager attack is utterly insignificant against that monster," Jinyu shouted. "That creature can only be dealt with by Lord Frieza." Chapter 17. Devouring as Jinyu spoke, Bart's energy ball sped toward the distant black hole. True to Jinyu's predictions, Bart's attack proved futile upon entering the black hole, vanishing without a trace. Broly observed in astonishment as the energy ball seemed to be devoured by the black hole, which merely emitted a flicker of light, remaining unscathed. "Enough wasting energy. Prepare the spaceship. We must leave this cursed place at once," Jinyu commanded in a grave tone, simultaneously contacting Frieza to inform him of the black hole's emergence. "What? That thing has appeared again. How fascinating," Frieza responded, not with concern, but rather with excitement. "Do not evacuate. Wait for me there. I shall arrive shortly," Frieza instructed. "No need to leave. Lord Frieza will be here momentarily," Jinyu conveyed. "What does Lord Frieza intend to do?" Guys inquired, puzzled. "Who are we to know our Lord's thoughts? Do not ask questions that ought not to be asked," Jinyu admonished. Broly, too, was bemused. It was merely a black hole. Yet Frieza seemed more exhilarated by its appearance than by capturing him at that moment. Broly noticed a short, bulging-eyed figure ascending from below. It was Guldo, the fifth member of the Jinyu force. Broly knew that Guldo's combat power was negligible. Around 8,000, yet he possessed certain psychic abilities not to be underestimated. "Guldo, you fool, you're flying so slowly," Guy scoffed at him. Guldo merely chuckled in response, unperturbed. "Strange, has this black hole just appeared? Why have we never seen it before?" Bart mused, ignoring Guldo. "Since you are all so intrigued, I shall enlighten you." Jinyu chuckled and explained that this monstrous entity appears only once every decade, and with each emergence, it devours numerous planets in its vicinity. Once it has consumed a certain quantity, its size expands exponentially. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the fact that Lord Frieza has discovered the possibility of another universe existing on the other side of this black hole. He is exceedingly intrigued by this alternate universe and wishes to utilize this creature to ascertain whether we can traverse into that realm to unearth something of value. Another layer of space? What could it possibly be? Juwayas was perplexed. "This question eludes me as well," Jinyu replied with a faint smile. At this juncture, Broly considered venturing forth to explore, but upon recalling how effortlessly the energy sphere launched by Bart had been consumed by the black hole, he promptly dismissed the notion that if such a formidable energy sphere could be devoured, what chance would he have in that abyss? Moreover, Jinyu referred to the black hole as a monster, indicating its extraordinary nature. Yet, remaining here would inevitably lead to capture by Frieza, which would pose significant challenges. "Boy, I see your eyes darting about. Are you contemplating an escape? Futile endeavor. With your meager combat prowess, you stand no chance of evading us." GYS remarked with a grin, clearly having surmised Broly's intentions. Broly offered a smile in response, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Broly suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly potent energy approaching rapidly. The nature of this formidable aura left no doubt that it belonged to Frieza. Though Broly had anticipated Frieza's arrival, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. This was indeed dire. Casting a glance around, he noted Jinyu and the others vigilantly watching him, clearly wary of his potential escape. It appeared that eluding these individuals was a highly improbable prospect. Even should he fight with all his might, he would merely be subjected to a thorough beating from the four of them, ultimately failing to escape. Best to disregard that for now and wait to see what Frieza has in store. Broly gritted his teeth, hoping that Frieza would refrain from using him for experimentation. 10 seconds later, Frieza's massive spaceship came to a halt near Jinyu and his cohort. With a swift motion, the spacecraft's hatch opened, and Frieza emerged, a cheerful smile gracing his face. It wasn't long before he spotted Broly. Encircled by Jinyu and his companions, and with a flick of his tail, his smile grew even more radiant. "You must be Broly?" Frieza inquired, gliding closer with narrowed eyes. Broly, still unable to articulate words, could only nod in silent vigilance as he regarded this cosmic sovereign. "Given your strength, it is indeed impressive how you've managed to toy with us," Frieza remarked with a smile, though his eyes sharpened ominously as he spoke. In an instant, two beams of crimson energy shot forth from Frieza's eyes, hurtling directly toward Broly. Startled, Broly quickly assessed the energy levels and realized that the two beams were not particularly powerful, equivalent to a battle power of merely around 10,000. Such an attack was trivial in the grand scheme of things. After a moment's hesitation, Broly opted not to evade, allowing the beams to strike him directly. Boom! The two beams collided with Broly's form, propelling him upward with a resounding thud, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Consider this a minor lesson. Once I conclude my current affairs, I shall arrange a proper introduction for you. Frieza observed Broly with satisfaction before shifting his gaze toward the distant black hole, his eyes deepening with intrigue. Broly struggled to comprehend Frieza's intentions. The blood he had spewed was merely a ruse to instigate Frieza's overconfidence. At that moment, Broly suddenly noticed the black hole gravitating toward the previously mentioned planet. In the blink of an eye, the planet abruptly altered its trajectory and was violently consumed by the black hole. Chapter 18. Infusion of detection energy, it has been devoured. GYS's face fell in despair, and he clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it, there were my favorite cookies and chocolates on that planet. I shall not forgive this. I will not forgive." As he spoke, GYS's hands began to coalesce immense energy. his expression indicative of a desire to obliterate the black hole itself. Jiwais, cease this madness, Captain Jinyu commanded coldly. Jiwais, recognizing the authority of his captain, hurriedly retracted his energy. Foolish creature, do you not see Lord Frieza is present? With your paltry abilities, you dare challenge that black hole? Captain Jinyu's expression remained stern. Yes, my apologies for my momentary lapse in judgment, Jiwais replied respectfully, and no harm done, Frieza said with a slight smile, showing no intention of chastising Jiwais. In the next moment, Frieza's gaze fixed intently upon the distant black hole. After a few contemplative seconds, a thought struck him. Squinting his triangular eyes, he glanced back at Broly, provoking an unsettling feeling within Broly. The look Frieza cast upon him was clearly laden with ulterior motives. How long has the black hole been present? Frieza inquired quietly. Lord Frieza, the black hole should have only just manifested, no more than an hour ago. Captain Jinyu responded with utmost respect. Thus, it will remain for at least another 7 days. Splendid, Frieza exclaimed with a hearty laugh. What do you mean, my lord? Captain Jinyu asked, puzzled. You shall find out shortly, Frieza smirked. His eyes narrowing as he instructed, everyone return. Understood, the assembled individuals wasted no time and boarded the spaceship. Broly, though tempted to flee, was constrained by Jinyu and the others, making escape nearly impossible, unless he were to recklessly dive into the consuming black hole. He truly saw no avenue of escape. Upon entering the spaceship, Broly pondered strategies for confrontation. However, despite considering various possibilities, he found no viable solutions that, in the face of overwhelming power, no amount of cunning could alter his fate. It was akin to an ant attempting to employ every trick in its arsenal beneath the foot of a human, only to be crushed regardless. Once aboard the spacecraft, Frieza commanded Jinyu to bring Broly before him. Boy, you are quite remarkable, Frieza said with a sly smile as he regarded Broly. You have destroyed 2 of my planets I painstakingly cultivated over many years, filled with my efforts and many of my subordinates. What do you propose we do about this? Broly desired to respond, yet only incoherent sound escaped his lips, as he had only been born a month ago and his faculties were still developing. Oh, I forgot, you cannot speak, Frieza remarked with a gentle chuckle, sighing softly. A lowly cellular race such as yours takes so long to articulate words that this what your scion lineage amounts to? Let me enlighten you. Our Frieza race, upon birth, possesses a battle power of 200,000 and can speak immediately. Broly nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Frieza as a monstrous entity, rendering any debate futile. Now, back to the matter at hand, Frieza said, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he fixed his gaze on Broly. I know you can comprehend my words, so if you agree, it would be prudent for you to give me a nod. Broly nodded in acknowledgement, uncertain of when he would be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, that if he could achieve that transformation, he would no longer have to fear Frieza. You witnessed the black hole just now, did you not? Frieza remarked to Broly. According to our research, there is a high likelihood that the black hole harbors hidden wonders, perhaps even an alternate universe. However, it is unfortunate that any instruments sent within are utterly consumed. Upon hearing this, Broly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Frieza intended to use him as a subject for experimentation. There are very few individuals who can survive in the vacuum of space without an oxygen mask, aside from you and me. However, the combat prowess of those individuals is far too meager for my taste. Frieza continued, your appearance, however, is quite fortuitous, which is why I wish for you to venture into that black hole and unveil its mysteries. What say you? Broly smiled and nodded, offering no hint of refusal, that he understood that even if he declined, it would be futile. Once Frieza had made a decision, it was not one to be contested. At this juncture, he could only hope for the best. Indeed, your willingness pleases me greatly, Frieza said with a cheerful grin. He then added, of course, before you enter that black hole, I may need to apply a few enhancements to you. I trust you won't oppose this. Rest assured, these enhancements are merely for monitoring purposes, that if you truly manage to reach another universe, we will gain invaluable insights from your observations. Broly pondered briefly, then nodded lightly. Very well, let us proceed. Frieza was thoroughly satisfied with Broly's attitude. The young warrior appeared quite compliant. Nevertheless, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Frieza instructed the Ginyu Force to keep a close watch on Broly, ensuring he would not escape during the experimentation. After all, within this spacecraft, Broly's combat power was among the highest. A sense of dread washed over Broly. He had initially harbored thoughts of fleeing during the experiment, but it was evident that Frieza was cunning and meticulous, leaving him no escape. In the following hours, Broly was taken to Frieza's Planet 83. This planet housed specialized laboratories filled with various research apparatus. Under the vigilant watch of the Ginyu Force, Broly entered the laboratory and reclined on the examination chair. Shortly thereafter, various instruments were affixed to his body, evidently intended to inject him with peculiar substances. Broly felt a wave of displeasure wash over him, but upon noticing Captain Ginyu standing nearby, he weighed his options and ultimately decided against resistance. Captain Ginyu was one matter. Frieza was near the laboratory, and should he choose to attack, Broly's fate would be sealed. Let's first see if you can withstand the influx from these devices. Commencing energy infusion, announced one of the researchers in the lab. In the next moment, strange serums from the apparatus entered Broly's body. He felt the peculiar liquids coursing through him, permeating his skin. Chapter 19. Do you seek vengeance? Broly sensed the precariousness of his situation and swiftly adjusted his internal energy to counteract these chaotic substances. Surely, they must have side effects. What if he could no longer transform into a Super Saiyan? That would be a grave misfortune. As Broly endeavored to resist the drugs, he suddenly realized that upon encountering the immense energy within him, these substances vanished as if they were droplets sinking into the ocean. His astonishment, he soon felt his internal energy surge. Regaining his composure, Broly meticulously assessed his condition for any discomfort. After a thorough examination, he found no abnormalities. Incredible! Is this truly possible? Broly was elated. Frieza's concoctions had no effect on him whatsoever and instead bolstered his power. Most gratifyingly, the researchers continued to administer the drugs into his body. As time passed, Broly's energy amplified significantly. Following the injections, Broly's energy, estimated by combat power, had ostensibly increased to 30,000, and with further exertion, he could even elevate it beyond 50,000. Wonderful. Broly was ecstatic, casting a keen glance at the four individuals present. Aside from Captain Ginyu, strangely, one researcher remarked, why is it that despite injecting such vast amounts of energy, we are still unable to capture any imagery? Increase the dosage. His physiology is rather unique, so it is entirely normal for no image to appear. Instructed an elderly scientist with a white beard. Doctor, the energy monitoring block is running low. If we continue injecting, we may exhaust it entirely, one of his subordinates cautioned. Indeed, we must deplete it fully, the doctor asserted. If we do not use it all, do you think it feasible to fulfill Lord Frieza's requirements? Understood. The subordinates promptly agreed, proceeding to inject the remaining serums into Broly's body. Broly gradually realized that while termed as drugs, upon entering his body, they instantly transformed into a peculiar energy source. Rather than hastily merging this energy with his own, Broly opted to exercise control over it. Remarkably, he found the energy compliant. He effortlessly managed to harness it. Imagery is appearing. Imagery is appearing. At that moment, Broly heard an excited exclamation from nearby. Following the sound, he was astonished to see the screen displaying everything he observed. This meant he was being monitored in totality. How terrifying! Henceforth, wherever he ventured, Frieza would be privy to his every move. Thankfully, Broly could exercise adept control over this energy. In the next instant, Broly attempted to suppress the influx of energy. As anticipated, the display screen abruptly went dark. Not again. What is happening? The researchers exclaimed in confusion. Perhaps the signal is weak, the doctor speculated, stroking his chin. Just then, a familiar and grating voice echoed from outside. How is the experiment progressing? The speaker was none other than Frieza, who was now leisurely approaching the laboratory. My Lord Frieza, we have achieved preliminary results, but we still require some adjustments. The doctor replied respectfully as he hurried to meet him. Continue your work. I am merely observing and do not wish to interrupt, Frieza said with a slight smile, patting the doctor's shoulder. The doctor nodded appreciatively and resumed his tasks. Broly felt a pang of anxiety that if the imagery failed again, Frieza might resort to other experiments. And should his body prove unable to endure further substances, it would be catastrophic. Broly was not willing to take such risks, nor did he wish to be a mere test subject. Thus, he quickly focused on controlling the energy within him, ensuring that these strange substances would display the imagery. With a decisive motion, under Broly's guidance, the energy obediently transformed into a monitoring system, displaying everything that Broly saw on the screen that it is ready. Lord Frieza. The doctor discreetly wiped his brow, uncertain of how this contraption functioned. Frieza, naturally, observed everything displayed on the monitor and commanded Broly, "Young one, take a look around." Broly obediently surveyed his surroundings, and as his gaze shifted, it resembled that of a camera, capturing every detail displayed on the screen. "Doctor, if the clarity remains this sharp from such a distance," Frieza pondered aloud. "Indeed, Lord Frieza," the doctor nodded, "although the image may experience a slight delay." "In that case," Frieza continued, casting a deep glance at Broly, "I've heard that when you were born, you nearly perished at the hands of King Vegeta." "Do you wish to exact revenge?" Broly found Frieza's thoughts perplexing. Nevertheless, he certainly harbored a desire for vengeance. Having been gravely injured by King Vegeta immediately after birth, he felt justified in seeking retribution. Given Broly's current combat prowess, confronting King Vegeta would be quite manageable. "If revenge is what you desire, then I shall facilitate it for you," Frieza chuckled, instructing Captain Ginyu, "Take Broly to planet Vegeta. Remember, regardless of what Broly does to the Saiyans, you may turn a blind eye." "As you command," Captain Ginyu replied with a slight nod. Broly finally grasped Frieza's ulterior motive. He intended to incite a massacre among his own kind, although Broly held little fondness for his Saiyan kin. Being manipulated by Frieza was not in line with his character. If he truly sought vengeance, he would not hesitate to eliminate Frieza first. However, Broly recognized that he was not yet powerful enough to confront Frieza. Of course, he concealed these thoughts, merely smiling and nodding in agreement to seek revenge on King Vegeta. Frieza was pleased with Broly's response, and, after giving his orders, turned his attention back to the monitor, which displayed everything Broly could see. Chapter 20. The Great Counterattack. After Broly was taken away, Frieza mused, "Planet Vegeta is a 2-day journey from here and conveniently located near the black hole. This truly is a fortuitous situation. Lord Frieza, if Broly reaches planet Vegeta, we will still receive images from there. If he enters the black hole, there's an 80% chance we will continue to receive footage, unless he is unfortunate enough to perish." The doctor interjected. Frieza remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the screen. At that moment, Broly, under the guidance of the Ginyu Force, boarded another spaceship. The vessel ignited and sped towards planet Vegeta, a journey expected to take approximately 2 days. Initially, Captain Ginyu remained close to Broly, but after a full day, he found himself rather bored. After all, who could find interest in observing a docile infant? "You four, keep an eye on him. I'm going to take a nap." Ginyu yawned, sauntering towards the ship's lounge. In Jinyu's mind, Broly's power level was merely a little over 30,000, while his own team members, excluding Guldo, boasted power levels exceeding 40,000, with 4 subordinates watching over a mere child. The prospect of any incident seemed unlikely. Once Ginyu departed, Broly felt an overwhelming surge of joy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Broly had been waiting for this moment. He could now elevate his power level to 50,000. With such power, he could easily dispatch the 4 present. Then, he would devise a means to escape, leaving Frieza in a fit of rage. While Broly was exhilarated internally, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. He sensed Jinyu's energy and recognized when it became steady, indicating the captain had fallen asleep. "Yes, now is the time." Broly grinned, swiftly suppressing the energy from the substances within him. Frieza, no longer interested in the images displayed by Broly, had busied himself with other matters. However, the personnel in the laboratory did not remain idle. Upon noticing the image had vanished, they hurried to summon the doctor. Perhaps due to unstable signals, the doctor shrugged it off. Meanwhile, Broly was smiling at Guldo. He knew that despite Guldo's seemingly average power, The little fellow possessed unique abilities, such as time-stopping techniques. If he intended to kill, eliminating Guldo would be a priority. Guldo glared at Broly, demanding, "What are you staring at? If you're seeking death, just say so. If it weren't for Lord Frieza's orders to spare you, I would relish tormenting you. Scion." Broly smiled once more and beckoned Guldo closer. "What do you want?" Guldo questioned, puzzled, yet he approached. After all, Guldo assumed Broly would never dare to act against him, given Broly's current status as a captive and the overwhelming strength of his teammates. However, Guldo's complacency would soon lead him to regret it deeply. Once Guldo drew near, Broly suddenly surged his power to around 20,000 and struck Guldo's neck with a swift chop. With that single blow, Broly concentrated over 20,000 of his power. And in the blink of an eye, Guldo's head had separated from his body. This shocking turn of events left Jeez and the others in utter disbelief, unable to fully comprehend what had transpired. After vanquishing Guldo in a flash, Broly set his sights on the astonished Berta, gathering energy in his hands as his power soared above 50,000 with a thunderous sound. The yellow-green energy unleashed from Broly's hands pierced through Berta's chest. Berta's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't comprehend how he had met his end. After eliminating Berta, Broly fixed his gaze upon Raikou. Swiftly, Broly's speed increased dramatically, bolstered by the power he had absorbed in an instant. He was behind Raikou, placing his hand against the back of Raikou's heart. With a resounding explosion, a brilliant red beam erupted from Broly's palm, effortlessly penetrating Raikou's heart before striking the spaceship. The tremendous energy reverberated through the cosmos, reducing everything in its path to mere vapor. After dispatching Raikou, Broly intended to eliminate Jeez as well, but he suddenly sensed Captain Ginyu awakening and rapidly approaching. There was no time to deal with Jeez. It was imperative that he escape quickly. With a faint smile directed at Jeez, Broly unleashed a blinding light from his hand. Jeez stood frozen in shock, watching helplessly as his comrades fell to the hands of this young monster. How could this child, whose power level was supposed to be only 30,000, have slain Berta and Raikou? Jeez was utterly perplexed, and as he beheld the radiant light in Broly's hand, his expression shifted in fear as he scrambled to prepare a defense. However, Broly had no intention of attacking Jisoo. With a grin, he effortlessly tore through the spaceship, vanishing in an instant. As Broly breached the spacecraft, the sudden change in air pressure caused Barda, Raikou, and Guldo to be swept into the vastness of space. Jisoo, in shock, hurriedly pursued him. It was not that he was concerned for Barda and the others, who were already dead. He had no obligation to attend to them. What troubled Jisoo was the prospect of Broly escaping. If he were to let Broly slip away, Lord Frieza would undoubtedly be furious, and Jisoo would be implicated. He anxiously scanned the surroundings for Broly's presence. Just then, a smile broke across Jisoo's face as he spotted Broly transforming into a streak of light, racing toward a distant planet. What is happening? Suddenly, Jisoo heard a voice behind him and turned to see Captain Ginyu. "Captain, something terrible has happened. Broly has escaped," Jisoo exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his face. "That a bunch of fools. How could a mere Broly possibly get away?" Captain Ginyu retorted angrily, surveying the chaotic scene on the ship. "Have Barda and the others caught up with him?" Jisoo, maintaining his composure, was left speechless. "What is it?" Captain Ginyu sensed that something was amiss. "Captain, Barta, Raikou, and Guldo have already been killed by Broly," Jisoo stammered, beads of sweat cascading down his face. "What did you say? What did you say?" Captain Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling violently. Barda and the others were effortlessly obliterated by Broly, and then he broke the spaceship and fled. Jisoo reiterated. "Where did he go?" Captain Ginyu, realizing the gravity of the situation, pressed for details. "I saw him heading in that direction." Jisoo pointed toward the path Broly had taken. "Immediately report this situation to Lord Frieza." "Wait, don't say anything yet. Let me catch that little brat first." Captain Ginyu abruptly changed his mind and dashed after the direction indicated by Jisoo. Approximately 10 minutes later, Captain Ginyu returned, his expression one of deep frustration. "Captain, what happened? Where is that brat?" Jisoo inquired, perplexed. "You idiot. He wasn't in that direction at all. He merely released an energy ball over there." Captain Jinyu exploded with rage. Then where could he be? Jisoo was left dumbfounded. Find him immediately. Thoroughly, he shouldn't have gone far. Captain Jinyu gritted his teeth. Yes, Jisoo dared not delay, his demeanor growing serious. I could see that moment. Broly was hiding beneath the spaceship, wearing a look of serene contentment. The spaceship was so vast that unless Captain Jinyu destroyed it, it would be nearly impossible for him to locate Broly's hiding spot. Indeed, Captain Jinyu and Jisoo searched the vicinity for quite some time, but failed to catch sight of Broly. Where could that brat have gone? Damn it, damn it. Jisoo fretted anxiously. Captain Jinyu was in a fit of rage. A mere Saiyan child, with a combat power of only around 30,000, had managed to escape his watch. If Lord Frieza were to pursue this matter, the blame would undoubtedly fall on him. As Captain Jinyu pondered how to explain this to Frieza, he suddenly heard the call from Frieza coming through the communicator. Lord Frieza. Jinyu braced himself and connected the call. Jinyu, what is happening? Why is there no visual on my end? What is going on? Frieza inquired, puzzled that on planet Frieza 83, the scientists had initially thought it was a signal issue, but after waiting for some time, the screen still refused to display any image. Reluctantly, the scientist reported the situation to Frieza. Upon seeing the circumstances, Frieza quickly reconnected with Captain Jinyu. I sincerely apologize, my lord. That brat is quite cunning. He killed Bartha, Rickham, and Guldo and escaped, Jinyu reported, his face reflecting his distress. What? He escaped? Frieza's fury erupted upon hearing the news, and his long tail smashed into the ground of the spaceship, creating a fissure. The sudden change in air pressure caused two of the henchmen to be sucked into the void of space. Lord Frieza, I will find a way to bring him back. Jinyu clenched his teeth and replied hastily. Find him? If you can't, bring your head back. Frieza was livid, furious that a valuable specimen had fled right under Jinyu's nose. After the communication was severed, Frieza gradually calmed down. From Jinyu's words, it was clear that the brat had eliminated Barty and the others. Frieza knew that Barty and Rickham had combat powers exceeding 40,000. The fact that Broly had effortlessly dispatched them indicated that his own combat power had risen above 50,000. Remarkably, within less than a month of being born, this child's combat power had surged from 10,000 to 50,000. The rate of growth was truly terrifying. No, while this child may not pose a threat to me yet, if allowed to continue growing unchecked, a sense of unease flickered in Frieza's mind. Get in touch with King Beers and inquire about the progress of that genetic detector. Frieza instructed his subordinates, his expression dark. Soon, King Beers made contact. Lord Frieza, we are racing against time to develop the genetic detector, but IT will take at most 3 more days to complete, and we're utilizing the latest technology, which has expedited the process significantly that we hope to succeed. After explaining, Beers hesitated before asking, by the way, Lord Frieza, I heard that Broly had already been captured by Jinyu. Why do we still need the genetic detector? You need not concern yourself with that matter. Focus on getting the genetic detector ready immediately. Frieza snapped, abruptly ending the communication. Beers was left puzzled, but quickly deduced that Frieza's interest in the genetic detector likely stemmed from a desire to locate Broly. Could it be that Broly had already escaped? Otherwise, why would he still need the genetic detector? After contemplating this fact, King Bate did not delve deeper. In his view, it was highly likely that Broly was under the watchful eye of others, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Poor King Bay, who still believed that Broly's combat power hovered around the 10,000 mark. This was understandable, as Frieza had tightly sealed off information, and aside from a few core subordinates, no one was aware that Broly's power had surged to a considerably higher level. Even Vegeta was oblivious to this matter. Broly remained hidden beneath the spaceship, biding his time for the right moment to flee. However, at this very moment, the spaceship remained stationary in the vastness of space, immobile. Broly knew that if he lingered here for too long, with Frieza's forces increasing in number, he would inevitably be discovered. Rather than waiting for that eventuality, it would be wiser to take a risk, as long as he could avoid Captain Jinyu. The rest would be manageable. Just as Broly was about to make his move, his eyes suddenly widened as he spotted another spaceship approaching from afar. Chapter 22. The demise of Sabo and Dodoria. Broly instinctively began to sense the energy emanating from the approaching spaceship. It was Sabo and Dodoria. Broly quickly discerned that the other spaceship harbored Sabo, Dodoria, and their numerous subordinates. Indeed, what one thinks about often comes to pass. This time, Broly realized that the enemy had brought no fewer than 1,000 subordinates. If they were to search for him, it would merely be a matter of time before they found his hiding place. Seizing the opportunity while Jinyu and Jisoo were wandering nearby, Broly swiftly flew towards Sabo's spaceship. As he neared the vessel, a grin spread across his face. Subsequently, a blazing orb of energy coalesced in his hand, giving birth to a colossal energy sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly hurled the energy ball toward the massive spaceship. Meanwhile, Sabo and Dodoria were engaged in idle chatter aboard their ship. However, the direction in which the spaceship was heading coincidentally led them toward Planet Vegeta. This time, I absolutely cannot let that brat escape. Once I lay eyes on him, I shall transform into my strongest form. Compared to my handsome appearance, I find myself increasingly enamored with the sensation of raw power, Sabo declared. Clenching his fist, I genuinely wish to witness just how formidable this scion brat named Broly has become. Dodoria replied with a light chuckle, seemingly unfazed. You would do well not to witness it. Otherwise, you may come to regret it. Sabo shot a glance at Do. That's so. The more you caution me, the more I yearn to see just how capable this brat truly is, Dodoria scoffed. After all, isn't the mightiest Scion King merely beneath my heel? As he uttered these words, Dodoria did not shy away from casting a provocative glance at the nearby Vegeta, who appeared to be asleep, leaning against the wall, completely indifferent, with not a hint of change in his expression. At that moment, Sabo suddenly received an order from Frieza. Broly has escaped. Sabo was taken aback. Wasn't Broly under the watchful eye of the Ginyu Force? How could he possibly have escaped? What? Broly killed Barda and Raikum. Is that true? In the next instant, Sabo was left utterly dumbfounded as he received the latest news from Frieza, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Broly had slain Barda and Raikum. Their combat powers far exceeded his own. Sabo felt as though he was plummeting into the abyss of despair. When had Broly become this powerful? As for Frieza's subsequent plans, Sabo could only nod vacantly, his mind reeling. After the communication was severed, Dodoria quickly inquired, Sabo, what is going on? Get a grip. Get a grip? How can I possibly get a grip? Do you have any idea? Broly killed Barda and Raikum. Sabo's spirit was nearly frenzied. What? Vegeta, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly jolted, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He scanned the vicinity with a gaze filled with profound confusion, and beads of cold sweat began to cascade down his face uncontrollably. Anyone capable of slaying Barda and Raikum was no ordinary foe. Could it be? A terrifying notion flashed through Vegeta's mind. The legendary Super Saiyan, the mythical warrior who appeared once every 1,000 years. If that were the case, why pursue him? It would be prudent to flee immediately. Though young, Vegeta possessed a mature mindset, and without further regard for Sabo and Dodoria, he turned to leave. He resolved to report this matter to his father, ensuring that preparations were made in advance. Unbeknownst to Sabo and Dodoria, who remained ensnared in the shock of Broly's actions, time passed at Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria. One of their subordinates suddenly pointed outside the spaceship, his face paling. What is it? Speak clearly. Sabo barked in irritation. However, he had no time to wait for his subordinate to clarify, for Sabo and Dodoria soon discovered a powerful and blinding energy barreling toward them. Boom! The spaceship erupted in a violent explosion, illuminating the area brilliantly. In that fleeting moment before obliterating the spaceship, Broly smiled lightly, sensing Sabo's energy and swiftly darting toward his location. In the blink of an eye, Broly stood before Sabo, who was consumed by rage and confusion, unaware of who had destroyed his spaceship. It was then that Sabo's eyes widened in shock as he recognized Broly's figure. Broly? Sabo's body trembled violently, and upon seeing Broly's lips curl into an unnerving smile, he felt a surge of terror. Without hesitation, Sabo transformed into his strongest form, his grotesque visage now fully revealed to Broly. Yet Broly paid little heed to Sabo's transformation. His combat power had far surpassed Sabo's. In that moment of confrontation, Dodoria's figure also materialized. Broly wasted no breath. In an instant, he darted to Sabo's side. What? Such speed! Sabo was left agape, his body weakening in shock. Boom! Broly showed no mercy to his foes. The energy he had long since gathered pierced through Sabo's body. The unfortunate Sabo, Frieza's top lackey, was effortlessly annihilated by Broly. Dodoria stood by, stunned, his lips quivering in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Sabo was dead. Just moments ago, he had been easily dispatched by this little monster. This meant that the little monster's combat power indeed far exceeded his own. Dodoria went into a frenzy, letting out a scream as he turned to flee. But would Broly allow Dodoria to escape? Although this individual had little conflict with himself, Broly suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment at the thought of annihilating these beings. Moreover, should his combat power fall short of theirs, he would inevitably become the hunted. Seizing the cover of the spaceship's explosion, Broly effortlessly pursued Dodoria. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Dodoria's swollen eyes bulged in sheer terror. Chapter 23. Combat power of 100,000. With a grin, Broly raised his hand slightly, unleashing a burst of radiant energy. Boom! In an instant, Dodoria's body was obliterated by Broly's attack. Meanwhile, Jinyu and Jis, who were searching for Broly, widened their eyes in shock. He's over there. That little rascal has actually gone to attack Zabon and the others. Captain Jinyu seethed with rage, darting towards the direction of the spaceship. Jis, suddenly recalling the fate that befell Berta and the others, felt a wave of fear wash over him and hurriedly followed the captain. This bastard, I will not let him get away. Jinyu's fury soared as he pushed his speed to the limit, leaving Jis far behind. Jis, alarmed, quickly adjusted his energy to catch up. Broly sensed that Captain Jinyu was approaching at an extraordinarily inhuman speed. After all, when Broly had unleashed his power, he had needed to elevate his combat strength, allowing Jinyu to easily detect his position through his scouter. Currently, Jinyu was a troublesome opponent for Broly. With a combat power of 120,000, Jinyu was formidable, and although Broly could infinitely increase his combat power, his body could not endure such immense pressure. After dispatching Dodoria, Broly swiftly concealed his energy and flew towards the area of the explosion to hide his presence. As expected, Jinyu arrived too late. By the time he reached the spot, Broly had long since vanished. Furious, Jinyu raged, yet he was unable to locate Broly's hiding place. Simultaneously, aboard another spaceship, Vegeta observed the data changes through his scouter, astonished to discover that Zabon and Dodoria had lost contact. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a monster with a combat power of 40,000 was astonishing that Vegeta's scalp tingled in disbelief as he gritted his teeth and contacted King Vegeta to relay the situation. What did you say? Broly's combat power has reached 40,000. King Vegeta was equally shocked, nearly wishing to devour the scouter in his anxiety. Every word is true. You've crossed him, so tread carefully from now on. Vegeta replied coldly. King Vegeta broke the connection with cold sweat dripping down his back, feeling utterly at a loss. If Broly truly returned seeking vengeance, it would spell disaster. King Vegeta even regretted his past actions, realizing that had he nurtured this child properly, Broly could have helped him eliminate Frieza and establish the Saiyans as the rulers of the universe. However, now it was too late for regrets. King Vegeta understood that one day, Broly would return to exact his revenge. Amidst the grand explosion of the spaceship, Broly spotted a distant planet, concealed his energy, and swiftly flew towards it. After skillfully evading Captain Jinyu's detection, Broly successfully arrived at the planet. It was not large, at least not compared to planet Vegeta in Broly's estimation. Furthermore, this planet lacked any food resources, consisting only of endless rocky terrain. In fact, it had not even a basic water supply. Such a lifeless, worthless planet had never attracted the attention of Frieza or the Saiyans. At this moment, Broly could not afford to be picky. Finding a place to rest was a decent option. What troubled him the most was the Saiyan genetic scouter. If that device were to be fully developed, he would have to remain hidden indefinitely. Setting aside these concerns, Broly's immediate priority was to train. Through training, he could elevate his combat power, Broly yearned to test the limits of his body and see how high his combat power could soar, specifically whether he could surpass 120,000 while maintaining his physical integrity. Broly did not act immediately, but first assessed the planet's conditions and sensed his surroundings to ensure Jinyu was not in pursuit. Upon detecting no trace of Jinyu's energy, Broly breathed a sigh of relief. He then began to raise his energy in the blink of an eye. Broly's combat power surged to over 40,000. This level of strength was easily bearable for him. Gradually, Broly increased his combat power further. 45,000, 50,000, 55,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. By the time he reached 80,000, Broly's body felt as if it were about to burst, turning a deep crimson, an indescribable discomfort overwhelming him. With a swift motion, Broly released the energy he had accumulated. Thus far, Broly realized that his combat endurance was only around 60,000. Pushing it to 80,000 proved unbearable. An 80,000 combat power fell short against Jinyu. Subsequently, Broly sought to strengthen his physical resilience through various conceivable methods. But to no avail. Suddenly, he recalled that Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyans through anger. What if I harness my rage? Broly pondered calmly, contemplating the transformation. He then conjured memories of events that infuriated him. However, despite his efforts, he found himself unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, due to his anger, Broly discovered he could elevate his combat power to around 80,000 without any adverse effects on his body. This revelation filled him with excitement. Over the next few days, Broly settled on this planet, while Frieza's subordinates seemed to overlook this insignificant celestial body. Approximately 3 days later, Broly joyfully discovered that, under duress, his combat power had risen above 100,000. Yes, just like that, Broly exclaimed with exhilaration, recalling the Broly from Dragon Ball history, whose power grew with age. That Broly had faced little resistance in transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. It appeared that to achieve his transformation, he would need to wait for his body to mature. Now, with a combat power of 100,000, Broly could certainly hold his own against Jinyu. Chapter 24. Showdown with Jinyu. Broly understood that this was still insufficient. Despite the seemingly minor gap of 20,000 in combat power, in a real confrontation, that difference could prove fatal. Just as Broly prepared to continue his training, he suddenly sensed Jinyu's energy surging nearby. Has this guy arrived so soon? Broly felt a wave of disappointment. You should have waited until I had sufficiently raised my combat power. That would have been far more entertaining. What brings you here now? Broly was displeased. Although he could continue to hide, he understood that seclusion would hinder his training. For Broly, the process of training necessitated the elevation of his energy levels. Once his energy increased, the scouter belonging to Captain Jinyu would be able to locate his hiding place. After careful consideration, Broly resolved not to hide this time. He intended to confront the formidable Captain Jinyu. Moreover, Broly had recently mastered a particularly useful technique, one that he believed would undoubtedly infuriate Captain Jinyu upon witnessing it. Fortunately, the only individuals accompanying Jinyu were himself and the relatively inconsequential G's, whom Broly regarded with disdain. Lord Frieza, I have located Broly's hideout using the gene scanner provided by the Zorbonians, G's reported with a smirk. He is on a small planet near a black hole, one that takes merely half an hour to orbit. At that moment, Captain Jinyu was engaged in a conversation with Frieza, holding a peculiar device in his hand. A scouter that pointed directly to Broly's location. Excellent. With your abilities, it is unlikely that Broly will escape this time, Frieza remarked coolly. Lord Frieza, await my good news, Captain Jinyu replied confidently, tossing the gene scanner to G's. G's hastily caught it, quickly scanning the area before pointing downward. Captain, is below us. What is his reaction? Jinyu inquired with a smile. According to the scanner, he remained stationary, seemingly unaware of our presence. G's chuckled. Haha, if we were to appear suddenly, he would surely be terrified. Jinyu grinned. Indeed, G's nodded vigorously, though he remained cautious, positioning himself behind Jinyu. After all, that little monster possessed a battle power exceeding 50,000, making G's acutely aware of his inferiority. At this moment, he merely hoped that Jinyu would capture the creature swiftly, lest he himself fall victim to its wrath. "Let us go meet him," Jinyu declared with a smile of confidence, and in the blink of an eye, the two figures sped across the sky, landing swiftly beside Broly. Unperturbed, Broly opened his eyes and regarded Jinyu and Jeez silently. "Kid, did you think hiding here would spare you from our pursuit? You have slain my subordinate, and this time I have decided to teach you a lesson to ensure you behave," Jinyu said with a smirk. "What the captain means by teaching you a lesson is that he intends to discipline you." Jeez added helpfully. "Jeez, quiet. There is no need for your explanations," Jinyu snapped, his patience waning. Broly stood and smiled, remaining silent. In truth, he was still unable to articulate his thoughts, which left him somewhat frustrated. "Oh, I forgot. You cannot speak." "How disappointing," Jinyu continued, clearly dismissive of Broly. "However, you seem quite confident. Are you contemplating another escape?" Broly grinned, touched his nose, and gazed skyward. I could see that moment. The sun blazed in the sky, radiating intense heat. The next instant, Broly flashed a slight smile toward Captain Jinyu and unleashed the full force of his energy. "Battle power, 80,000, Jeez gasped, his voice trembling. "What? What did you say?" Jinyu exclaimed, startled by Jeez's words. He then chuckled lightly. "Jeez, your scouter must be malfunctioning. How could he possibly possess 80,000 battle power? Wasn't he at only 50,000? As he spoke, Jinyu hastily examined the values on his own scouter. Upon seeing the readings, he was left speechless. Broly's battle power had not merely reached 80,000. It had soared to 100,000. What nonsense is this? 100,000? Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen in just a few days? How has his battle power increased so rapidly? However, upon observing that Broly's battle power stabilized at 100,000, Jinyu's previously anxious heart finally settled. "Kid, it is truly hard to fathom. Though I do not know how your power has risen so swiftly. If you were aware of my own battle power, you would undoubtedly be terrified," Jinyu said with a slight smile. A battle power of 100,000 was still insufficient to threaten him, as he possessed an advantage of 20,000. As he spoke, Jinyu extended 2 fingers, grinning. "Today, I shall let you understand despair. My battle power stands at 120,000. Yes, you heard correctly, 120,000. Boom! Broly, uninterested in further dialogue, seized the opportunity to launch an energy sphere at Jinyu without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust erupted before Jinyu. Whoosh! Broly's figure darted swiftly behind Jeez, energy flickering in his hand. Jeez was left dumbfounded. Boom! Poor Jeez, caught off guard, was obliterated before he could fully comprehend the situation. Even the newly developed gene scanner met a similar fate. After dispatching Jeez, Broly turned his attention back to Jinyu and launched an assault. He was prepared for this battle, and had even acquired an escape technique, should he find himself outmatched. However, the prospect of retreating frustrated Broly. Today, he was determined to engage in a grand showdown with the first subordinate of the Cosmic Overlord. "Damn kid, you've turned me into a laughingstock. I will make you suffer," Jinyu fumed, unleashing a massive fist toward Broly. Yet Broly, light as a feather, evaded Jinyu's blows with ease. "Clever little brat, your speed is rather impressive." Jinyu gritted his teeth, realizing that he needed to intensify his efforts to demonstrate his true prowess. As he spoke, Jinyu accelerated his speed. However, to his astonishment, no matter how fast he became, he could not land a hit on Broly. Beep! Beep! At that moment, a warning signal blared from Jinyu's scouter, displaying fluctuating numbers. "What? This is impossible. This cannot be," Jinyu exclaimed, alarmed. The scouter indicated that Broly's battle power had reached an astonishing 120,000. Chapter 25. Jinyu is furious. Indeed, Jinyu was utterly terrified, but a battle power of 120,000 was nearly on par with his OW. And no wonder he had been unable to catch this little brat earlier. What truly bewildered Jinyu was how this young warrior trained. As every encounter revealed a staggering transformation, the battle power of 120,000 is certainly not to be underestimated. Indeed, during the fight, sweat trickled down Jinyu's back in cold droplets. It is true that Broly has elevated his combat strength to 120,000, and to Broly's astonishment, his body is capable of withstanding such immense power. Previously, while training on this planet, he could only endure a maximum of 100,000. He never anticipated that in actual combat, his battle power could rise even further. Moreover, Broly discovered that even at 120,000, there is still room for enhancement. It seems that certain matters cannot be fully understood through mere training without the experience of battle. Now, having achieved a battle power of 120,000, Broly stands on equal footing with Captain Ginyu. Ginyu is greatly alarmed, not solely by Broly's 120,000 battle power, but by the frightening speed of his growth. It is truly astonishing. This young warrior has ascended from a mere 10,000 to 120,000 in just a month's time. In a mere 30 days, his power has multiplied over tenfold. Is this child truly a Saiyan? Realizing this, Captain Ginyu felt an urgent need to contact Frieza during the skirmish with Broly. Ginyu, I assume you are reaching out to inform me that you have captured that little brat Broly. Correct? Frieza's voice echoed through My Lord. Things have taken a turn for the worse. Ginyu began to explain the situation regarding Broly, but before he could utter more than a few words, Broly landed a punch squarely on his mouth, silencing him. Broly did not remain idle. A yellow-green flame flickered between his fingers. With a sharp crack, the flame struck the sensor on Jinyu's eye, shattering it into pieces and rendering it useless. Consequently, the dialogue between Ginyu and Frieza was abruptly severed. Ginyu, Frieza, awaiting Jinyu's response, was met with the shocking realization that the connection had been cut off. A glint of fury flashed in his triangular eyes, and his long tail swayed angrily, leaving a mark on the planet's surface. Immediately investigate the situation with Ginyu, Frieza commanded. After issuing his orders, Frieza seemed to have thought of something and waved his hand to his subordinates, adding, "No, prepare the spaceship. I shall personally go to Ginyu." Yes. His subordinates, not daring to delay, swiftly arranged a spacecraft for Frieza. Boom! The spaceship launched, heading straight for the location of Broly and Jinyu's fierce battle. Meanwhile, the clash between Broly and Ginyu continued, with Broly growing ever more vigorous. The training of the past few days had not been in vain. He now found himself nearly on par with Captain Ginyu at this rate of growth. If he continued for another month, would he not be able to challenge Frieza? This thought filled Broly with excitement. Challenging the Cosmic King Frieza had always been Broly's ambition, and he was acutely aware that Frieza had ample room for further enhancement. Having witnessed Frieza's resurrection, which had rendered him extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing even the third tier of Super Saiyan, Broly was left in awe. After exchanging blows for approximately 10 minutes, a sudden heaviness descended upon Broly's heart. He realized that Ginyu seemed to be stalling for time. Given Frieza's nature, if the connection with Ginyu was interrupted, he would undoubtedly come in person. Broly silently cursed his misfortune. If Frieza arrived, the situation would become dire. He needed to resolve the fight quickly to avoid being trapped once Frieza made his appearance. However, with both he and Ginyu evenly matched, victory remained elusive. To defeat Ginyu, Broly needed to further increase his battle power. Though uncertain of how much more his body could endure, he was willing to take the risk. That a smile graced Broly's lips, but soon, his expression turned serious. He resolved to boost his power to 130,000, or even 140,000, to see if it would suffice. Yet he knew that simply raising it to 100,000 would not be enough to defeat Ginyu. Broly estimated that reaching 140,000 might just be enough to eliminate Ginyu. With this thought, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. Boom! Broly focused his energy, and a powerful aura surged outward from him. In an instant, his long, black hair appeared to alternate between yellow and green, though this transformation lasted less than a second before reverting to its original state. Nevertheless, Broly's battle power skyrocketed like a rocket. Although Jinyu's sensor was destroyed and he could no longer sense Broly's energy, he could discern a shift in Broly's eyes, indicating that the young warrior's power had indeed increased. Oh no, Ginyu thought, instinctively becoming alert. Bang! Broly's battle power surged to 140,000, and he launched a powerful kick aimed at Jinyu's face. With a resounding thud, Jinyu's face contorted painfully, and his body was involuntarily propelled backward. After delivering that blow, Broly swiftly pursued Jinyu's retreating form. However, the burden of 140,000 battle power proved too much for Broly. He felt he could only sustain it for about 5 minutes at most, which was already impressive. Moreover, during those 5 minutes, he would have to endure considerable pain to rid himself of the bothersome Jinyu. Broly had no choice but to give it his all. Whoosh! With his enhanced battle power, Broly's speed also increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind Jinyu. Boom! Targeting Jinyu's vulnerable back, Broly concentrated energy in his fist and struck with a heavy blow. Puff! Blood gushed from Jinyu's mouth, spraying into the cosmos, leaving his face pale as the crimson liquid splattered. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Jinyu's eyes turned bloodshot as he desperately dove downward. Chapter 26. Why is this happening? As Broly closely pursued Jinyu, just as he was preparing to deliver a fatal blow, he suddenly noticed Jinyu turning back to face him. "You little brat, it's time for you to die." In an instant, Jinyu conjured a massive sphere of energy in his hand, enveloping Broly entirely. Broly's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the imminent danger. However, the distance between them was too close to evade in time. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, engulfing Broly. If you truly believe I am so easily defeated, I am Captain Jinyu, second only to Lord Frieza in this universe. Jinyu sneered, wiping the blood from his lips as he coldly regarded Broly's direction. That moment, the overwhelming energy had yet to dissipate completely, and within this cosmic expanse, it seemed to ignite, consuming Broly's very essence. Could it be that he is dead? This will not bode well for me when reporting to Lord Frieza. Jinyu chuckled, displaying no hint of concern. After all, Frieza had mentioned that if worse came to worst, he could simply eliminate Broly without prior notice. Indeed, Frieza had come to the realization that allowing this young man to remain alive was truly a perilous decision. "Hey, is he dead?" Jinyu coldly inquired, casting a beaming smile in Broly's direction, convinced that he had obliterated him. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a diminutive figure slowly came into Jinyu's line of sight. In an instant, Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them in astonishment. To him, it was inconceivable that such a formidable energy had been unleashed without reducing the young man to mere ashes. Instead, he still stood intact. "Impossible! This cannot be!" Jinyu bellowed. Suddenly, Broly's figure appeared right before Jinyu. A mocking smile etched across his face as he squinted at Jinyu. "You're not injured?" Jinyu stammered, his eyes agape in shock at Broly's condition. Such overwhelming energy had struck this young man without any apparent harm, as if he were unfazed. Jinyu felt as though he were trapped in a nightmarish dream. Broly grinned wickedly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister arc. Just moments ago, he had indeed been startled. The sheer magnitude of that energy was astonishing. Had his combat power merely risen to 120,000, he would have undoubtedly suffered grievous injuries from that onslaught. Fortunately, Broly had managed to elevate his power to 140,000, that although his body could not fully withstand such intensity, it still possessed some defensive capabilities against external threats. It was this innate resilience that allowed Broly to emerge unscathed from Jinyu's formidable assault. With a cold smile, Broly swiftly darted behind Jinyu and delivered a heavy punch to his lower back. Pooh! Captain Jinyu coughed up blood, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Boom! In the next moment, an orb of radiant energy materialized in Broly's hand, measuring a staggering 10 meters in diameter. With a whoosh, the energy sphere hurtled toward Captain Jinyu at breakneck speed that Jinyu's eyes widened. Though he yearned to evade, the severity of his previous injuries rendered any movement an arduous task. Boom! Instantly, the overwhelming energy unleashed by Broly engulfed Jinyu. Broly furrowed his brow. Through Jinyu's aura, he sensed that despite his injuries, this tenacious foe was still alive. What a resilient character, Broly thought, gritting his teeth as the smoke cleared. He charged toward Jinyu, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Approximately 3 minutes later, Broly gazed at Jinyu, who was utterly incapable of retaliation, and lamented internally. This fellow's vitality was indeed remarkable. Despite the prolonged assault, he had yet to succumb. Moreover, Even after Broly had unleashed a powerful energy sphere, it remained insufficient to annihilate him. Broly understood that although Jinyu was gravely injured, with a brief stint in the medical bay, he would likely recover completely. The thought of leaving Jinyu alive filled Broly with a sense of regret. However, given his current state, eliminating Jinyu was no simple task. You think that just because your combat power has increased, you can kill me? Jinyu scoffed. Let me enlighten you. While my power may not match yours now, possessing a combat strength of 120,000 endows my body with considerable fortitude. Even if you elevate your power to 140,000, you will never be able to kill me. Broly remained silent. The facts were evident. 140,000 combat power seemingly fell short of slaying Jinyu. Unless you can boost your strength to 160,000, surpassing me by 40,000, you might stand a chance at killing me, Jinyu remarked with a chilling smile. But that possibility is slim. Your maximum potential appears to be capped at 140,000. If you attempt to push beyond that limit, you may very well meet your own demise first. Jinyu's gaze sharpened as he discerned that Broly was forcibly augmenting his combat power. He realized that Broly had reached the absolute limit of 140,000. This revelation brought Jinyu a sense of relief, for his high physical resilience meant that even 140,000 or 150,000 combat power would fail to annihilate him. Only a difference of 40,000 might deliver a fatal blow. 160,000. Broly contemplated for a moment, deciding to test his limits. Boom! Broly's immense aura radiated outward from him, as if a colossal storm was sweeping through the universe. Upon witnessing Broly's escalating power, Jinyu's heart sank, and he turned to flee. Yet, Broly's speed surpassed his OWI in the blink of an eye. Broly was at Jinyu's side, his hand coalescing with radiant energy aimed directly at Jinyu's heart. Pooh! In an instant, the beam of energy pierced Jinyu's heart without any resistance, carrying with it the remnants of his coagulated blood as it soared into the vast cosmos. That Jinyu's eyes bulged in shock as he stared at the gaping hole in his chest, momentarily rendered speechless. Why? How could this happen? Jinyu murmured, sensing his life force ebbing away, certain that his end was imminent. Chapter 27. The initial battle with Frieza. Broly inhaled deeply. The surge to 160,000 combat power pushed his body to its breaking point, and the pain he felt was indescribable. However, having dispatched Jinyu, he had little time to dwell on his agony, hastily working to restore his body to its original state while gasping for breath. Jinyu remained dazed, unable to comprehend that Broly truly possessed the strength to kill him. Broly, Lord Frieza will avenge me. Jinyu spat, blood spilling from his mouth as he glared at Broly, his expression one of defiance. Broly, however, was too weary to engage with him. What use was the rambling of a man on the verge of death? Instead, he focused on mending his own injuries. Eliminating Jinyu had not come without cost. The exertion of reaching 160,000 combat power felt akin to an internal earthquake, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. Yet, just as the pain became unbearable, he noticed the energy within him rapidly healing his wounds. After approximately 3 minutes, Broly's suffering diminished significantly. However, at the current rate of recovery, returning to his normal state would require at least another half hour. Seizing the moment, he cast a glance at Jinyu. Finding some solace in that moment, Jinyu had closed his eyes. Although life still flickered within him, death was undoubtedly drawing near. Sure enough, a minute later, Jinyu slowly opened his eyes, fixating on Broly with a look of bitter resentment. Lord Frieza! Lord Frieza! Jinyu summoned all his strength to call out, pointing a trembling finger at Broly, tears welling his eyes before he succumbed. Broly felt no sympathy for Jinyu's demise. Had he been the weaker party, he would have expected no mercy from his adversary. With Jinyu eliminated, Broly resolved to hasten his departure from this wretched place, for Frieza was surely on his way. However, the pain coursing through Broly's body was something only he could truly comprehend. It was nearly impossible for others to fathom. Given Broly's current physical condition, he could hardly muster the strength to fly, let alone make even the slightest movement without feeling as though his very insides were being torn apart. No, he needed to regain his strength before attempting to escape this place. Broly dared not lower his guard. What he required most was time to... In fact, he found himself silently praying that Frieza would not come near, hoping instead that Frieza would dispatch a few of his minions, providing him with an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Yet, did Frieza even possess any capable subordinates left? Broly smirked at the thought, seemingly recalling that he had already vanquished most of Frieza's notable underlings. After another 20 minutes, Broly sensed a considerable improvement in his condition. He could now fly normally. Taking a deep breath, he felt relieved that his body was finally recovering. With a thunderous roar, Broly hurled an energy sphere, obliterating Jinyu in an instant. Not bad. His body exhibited no signs of discomfort. Furthermore, Broly realized that his combat prowess appeared to have significantly increased. Perhaps this was the reason Saiyans experienced a resurgence in strength at the brink of death. However, just as Broly had taken to the skies, he suddenly detected an overwhelming aura rising nearby. In the next moment, he was astonished to see Frieza materialize directly in front of him, his expression dark. Frieza! Cold sweat broke out on Broly's brow. When had this fiend appeared? Why had he sensed nothing? Boy, what have you done with Jinyu? Frieza's triangular eyes bore into Broly, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Broly chuckled lightly. Could it be that Jinyu has met his demise at your hands? Frieza furrowed his brow. If that were the case, this Saiyan could not be allowed to live. Keep him around would be inviting disaster. In such a short span of time, one of his most trusted subordinates had vanished without a trace. As for Frieza's inquiry, Broly felt an urge to scoff at the absurdity. Did this fool not realize that he was incapable of speech? Why ask so many questions? While he was unsure how Frieza had managed it, the latter's fate would end here. Frieza smirked lightly, his tail flicking with anticipation. Originally, I intended to send you into that black hole to see what lies within, perhaps sparing your life as a mere pet. However, I seem to have underestimated your resilience. Those drugs have failed to subdue you. You truly are remarkable. Broly grinned, though internally he felt a deep sense of frustration. Judging by Frieza's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of letting Broly escape this time. Was today the day he would fall to Frieza? Determined, Broly gritted his teeth, despite the vast power gap between them. He could not simply succumb. Resistance. Yes, he must resist, regardless of the cost. With this resolve, Broly prepared to confront the cosmic tyrant. I have but one thing to say. Crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Frieza chuckled softly, and in an instant, he began to gather energy in his fingertips. With a swift motion, a beam of energy surged forth, hurtling towards Broly's heart. Broly's expression hardened, gauging the energy from the beam. He realized it was nearing 200,000 in power. Should he be struck by such force, it would surely spell his end. Alarmed, Broly quickly steadied his breath and narrowly dodged the fatal blow. Oh, you managed to evade. Frieza observed Broly with an amused glint in his eyes, as though he were relishing the last struggles of a lamb destined for slaughter. Broly's heart raced, though he had narrowly escaped that lethal strike. The overwhelming energy had brought him to the brink of death. One misstep, and he would be reduced to cosmic dust. You evading my energy blast is commendable, yet remember, a mere insect remains just that. I have stated before, extinguishing your life is simpler than crushing an ant. Frieza chuckled again, his fingers coalescing energy for another attack. Broly's eyes lit up as he glanced at a nearby star, a grin spreading across his face. In an instant, Broly placed his hands against his cheeks. Within moments, a blinding light erupted from around his head, radiating an intensely brilliant glow. My eyes! Frieza roared, his pupils turning white. Seizing the moment, Broly turned and fled, vanishing like smoke before Frieza's eyes. When Frieza opened his eyes again, Broly's figure had already disappeared. Enraged, Frieza realized it was utterly humiliating to allow an insect to escape right beneath his nose. Such a thing could not be tolerated. His triangular eyes scanned the cosmos, searching for Broly's hiding place. That moment, Broly was concealed upon a drifting asteroid, taking a brief respite. He understood that Frieza relied solely on his eyesight to locate him, rarely utilizing his senses, and was too arrogant to employ a scouter. Thus, Broly had little to fear regarding his ki being detected. Boy, I know you are nearby. You cannot escape. Frieza growled, his voice dripping with menace. Broly ignored him, allowing Frieza to shout to his heart's content. From his vantage point, he could observe Frieza's every move. Broly remained vigilant, prepared to react at the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar device in Frieza's hand. Oh no, a genetic scanner! Broly's face paled. Could this device be mass-produced now? Sensing the danger, Broly felt a wave of trepidation. With such a tool, his hiding place would be laid bare. As expected, Frieza squinted at the scanner's needle, directing it toward Broly's location. Discovered, Broly smirked coldly and turned to flee. Just as he did, he sensed a powerful energy rushing towards him at incredible speed. Startled, Broly had no time to analyze the situation and hurriedly dodged aside. The energy whizzed past him, leaving a gash on his arm. Broly dismissed the pain. In truth, this discomfort paled in comparison to what he had endured to amplify his energy. Glancing back, he recognized that the energy which had just attacked him was Frieza's energy blast. Despite its immense power, Broly had no time to dwell on it and continued his escape without pause. Moments later, he sensed Frieza's aura rapidly closing in on him. Now is the time. Broly turned to face Frieza, a grin spreading across his face as he placed his hands on his cheeks, striking a pose reminiscent of the solar fist. As Frieza, hurtling towards him at great speed, beheld Broly's unexpected gesture. His expression abruptly froze. Almost instinctively, Frieza hastily shut his eyes. Broly chuckled softly, tracing an arc through the cosmos, swiftly creating distance between them. When Frieza closed his eyes, he discovered that nothing appeared amiss before him. There was no blinding light assaulting his vision. Sighing in relief, his animosity towards Broly reached a boiling point. "You little brat, if I don't crush you today, I'm not Frieza." His furious voice echoed through the void. Unfazed, Broly continued his escape, indifferent to Frieza's bluster. That moment, Broly suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy rising in his diagonal line of sight. Who could it be? Broly's heart raced as he realized that this energy was not inferior to Frieza's own. Alarmed, he quickly glanced upward. However, upon witnessing the source of this vast energy, Broly was momentarily taken aback. The immense energy emanated not from a being, but from the cosmic black hole. He recalled that when he first encountered this black hole, he hadn't sensed any significant energy from it. Now, how had such power manifested? If only he could absorb the energy from the black hole, he would be more than capable of dealing with Frieza. After briefly scanning the black hole, Broly allowed his imagination to wander before dismissing it from his mind. As Frieza closed in once more, Broly turned back with a smile, once again placing his hands on his cheeks. "You think I'll fall for that again?" Frieza narrowed his eyes, this time refusing to evade. Whoosh! In that instant, Frieza realized that a brilliant beam of light was hurtling towards him, centered on Broly's head. It was too late for him to dodge. Frieza's vision was engulfed in whiteness, leaving him unable to see. Seizing this opportunity, Broly targeted the gene detector in Frieza's hand, condensing energy in his palm. With a whoosh, a crimson ray shot directly towards Frieza's gene detector. Crack! The device shattered effortlessly at Broly's hands. When Frieza's vision was restored, fury surged within him. He wished to overturn the entire universe in his wrath. With the destruction of his gene detector and Broly's sudden disappearance, smoke seemed to emanate from Frieza's throat in his rage. Striving to regain his composure, he bellowed into the depths of space. "Can you hear me? Bring me the detectors and gene scanners immediately." Almost instantaneously, his commands reached the monitoring stations on nearby planets. Upon receiving Frieza's orders, his subordinates wasted no time, hastily gathering the requested items and racing toward him. Within 10 minutes, Frieza found himself in possession of the two different types of scanners. Observing from a distance, Broly couldn't help but smile wryly. After much contemplation, he concluded that rather than face death at Frieza's hands, he might as well venture into that black hole. With a determined glance at the black hole nearby, Broly estimated that if he flew towards it, he would reach it in no more than 30 seconds. It was merely a cosmic black hole. Although it radiated tremendous energy, he had heard Frieza mention that it seemingly led to another universe. As for whether he could reach another universe, he had no certainty. Even Frieza was unaware of the depths of the black hole. Nonetheless, Broly considered that given his physical constitution, he might indeed withstand the energy. After all, being captured by Frieza would result in certain death. It was better to explore the black hole instead. Chapter 29. Entering the black hole with his mind made up, Broly hesitated not a moment longer, transforming into a streak of light as he darted towards the distant black hole. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Frieza seemed to have discerned Broly's intentions and swiftly pursued him as he neared Broly. The latter turned, grinning once more and placing his hands on his cheeks. Upon witnessing this gesture, Frieza's expression tightened, and he quickly shut his eyes. Broly laughed heartily, once again increasing the distance between them. Within the next heartbeat, Broly was rapidly approaching the colossal black hole in the blink of an eye. He discerned the true nature of the black hole. From afar, it appeared as a vast cavern. Yet upon closer inspection, Broly realized it resembled a massive black sphere. Electric arcs flickered across the surface of this sphere. An immense energy suffused its exterior, instilling a sense of dread in those who gazed upon it. Broly dared not be careless. He focused his energy to shield his body and, gritting his teeth, dove headlong towards the ominous sphere. That moment, Frieza's vision had returned, and upon seeing Broly enter the black hole, he abruptly halted. After a brief pause, a massive sphere of light coalesced in Frieza's hands. This sphere, crackling with electricity and radiating a brilliant crimson hue, was none other than the planet destruction bomb. "Go!" Frieza scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips as he waved his hand, sending the bomb racing towards the black hole. Broly, sensing the impending threat of Frieza's planet destruction bomb, felt a tightening in his chest. He clenched his teeth and accelerated his approach to the black hole. The bomb, as if possessed, suddenly surged forward with increased velocity. "This is bad. If I get hit by that bomb, it will be the end of me." Cold sweat broke out on Broly's brow. However, he was drawing ever closer to the black hole, the vast energy emanating from it becoming palpable. Swish! The planet destruction bomb, imbued with boundless energy, sped towards the black hole. Broly, refusing to let his guard down, gathered all his energy to protect himself. Just as fear surged within him, he suddenly noticed that arcs of electricity were emerging from the surface of the black hole. Seemingly targeting the bomb with intent, in an instant, the bomb appeared to be held in stasis, suspended in midair, unable to move. Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. The energy from the black hole was truly formidable. Even Frieza's planet destruction bomb was held at bay. Then, to Broly's further astonishment, the bomb emitted a faint sound, akin to a mere puff, before vanishing completely before his eyes. To Broly, it seemed as though the black hole's unleashed lightning had devoured the bomb, leaving not even a trace behind. Broly could hardly contain his shock. He had never anticipated such immense energy from the black hole. And no wonder Frieza had always refrained from approaching it. The energy released from the black hole far surpassed Frieza himself. Without absolute certainty, even Frieza dared not venture within. Moreover, Broly found it curious that despite being so close to the black hole, he felt no discomfort. Could it be that the energy from the black hole had no effect on him? As Broly pondered in silence, he suddenly noticed a series of electric arcs surging forth from the surface of the black hole, racing towards his position with alarming speed. "This is bad." Broly swiftly attempted to evade the onslaught. However, the sheer velocity and overwhelming number of the arcs rendered his efforts futile. In the blink of an eye, he found himself completely encircled by these azure arcs. From a distance, it appeared as though his body had become a conduit for the very essence of thunder and lightning. With a crackling sound, Broly was instantly engulfed by an excruciating sensation of tearing, as if his entire being were on the verge of disintegration. Broly let out a thunderous roar that echoed far and wide. Frieza, observing from afar, couldn't help but hear Broly's anguished cry, and a sinister smile crept across his face. "Fool, you are courting your own demise. Since you have chosen such a fate, I shall not dissuade you," Frieza remarked with a grin. Though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at not personally slaying Broly, witnessing the young warrior's impending doom was a satisfactory consolation that Broly's entire body was racked with pain, and he soon sensed that he was being drawn by some unseen force. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he found himself enveloped in an inky darkness, unable to discern anything despite his desperate efforts. However, to his relief, the intensity of his agony began to wane. Suddenly, Broly was startled to realize that his body was uncontrollably plummeting downwards. He attempted to harness his energy to fly, but quickly discovered that the energy within him had been utterly depleted in his struggle against the black hole's electric arcs. With a jolt, Broly's eyes widened as the previously obsidian expanse transformed into a vibrant scene. A cerulean sky stretched above, dotted with fluffy white clouds, and the ominous black hole had vanished without a trace. Yet, this was merely an initial impression. His body continued to descend, and at an increasingly alarming speed. Nonetheless, Broly remained unperturbed. While his energy was temporarily absent, his physical strength remained intact. Boom! Broly crashed into the ocean, sending waves soaring several meters high, while nearby fish and shrimp darted away in fright. For a moment, the sea seemed to be in a state of shock, the tumultuous waves giving way to an eerie silence. After 10 seconds, Broly's head broke through the surface, revealing his bright, inquisitive eyes. "What is this strange place?" Broly mused, surveying his surroundings and taking a deep breath, feeling no discomfort in the air. He tasted the seawater with his tongue. It was salty, unlike the bitter waters of Frieza's planet. "Where am I?" Broly looked around, eager to take flight, only to realize that the energy within him had been completely consumed the moment he entered the black hole. At this moment, aside from his robust physique, his internal energy was scant. However, he was not overly concerned. Energy lost would soon replenish itself in due time, especially given his legendary Saiyan constitution. For now, he decided to assess the situation. He leaped lightly into the air to gain a better view and spotted a massive structure on the shore, with several figures flitting about. Broly swiftly swam towards that direction. Approximately 5 minutes later, he reached the sandy beach. Upon casting his gaze upon the shore, his blood surged with excitement. There, sprawled across the sand, lay 7 or 8 stunningly beautiful women clad in bikinis, a feast for the eyes. Since his rebirth, Broly had been consumed by battles and had yet to encounter such beauty. The sight of so many alluring women was undeniably exhilarating. Unfortunately, Broly's body was still that of a mere infant. Barely a month old, the thought of his diminutive form amused him. How long would it take to grow up? His unexpected arrival caught the attention of one of the women, who, unlike the others, wore a stylish dress. Though not as eye-catching as the bikinis, Broly found himself captivated by her. Behind this fashionable woman stood an even more enchanting young girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16. Yet perfectly developed, this exquisite beauty would undoubtedly turn heads when she matured. Who is this child? Why is he here in the ocean? The dressed woman exclaimed as she hurried toward Broly, disregarding his consent, and scooped him up in her arms. Broly considered the situation and did not resist. Being held by a beautiful woman allowed him to experience the essence of femininity to the tail. Why does this child have a tail? The woman gazed at Broly in astonishment before murmuring, "I see. Your family must have deemed you a monster and abandoned you. Poor child." Her words drew the attention of the other bikini-clad women, who gathered around, examining Broly as if he were a curious creature. Some even went so far as to remove his pants to ascertain whether he was a boy or a girl. One bold girl even ventured to touch Broly inappropriately, eliciting an involuntary response from him. Having been embroiled in battles since his rebirth, Broly had long been devoid of contact with women. Oh my. "He's reacting," one woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she turned to her companions. "Can a boy this young really respond?" The other women giggled and shook their heads, clearly finding the question perplexing. In the ensuing minutes, Broly experienced one of the most unforgettable moments of his life amid the playful teasing of the women. He also discerned that the women here possessed little in the way of combat prowess. If one were to assess their fighting abilities, a score of 1 or 2 would be quite remarkable. Broly then extended his sensing abilities to detect others on this planet. Fortunately, he found that there were scarcely any formidable warriors present. This planet bore a striking resemblance to the Earth he once knew. He resolved to observe for a while longer, as his energy was nearly restored. Meanwhile, he relished being held by the women, indulging in the freedom to explore and touch in ways he hadn't experienced in ages. Amid the laughter and merriment, a voice suddenly broke through the atmosphere. "Ladies, What are you up to? Broly turned towards the source of the voice and saw a dapper man in a sharply tailored suit, exuding charm and charisma. The suit. Could it be that I have truly arrived on Earth? It seems that only on Earth would one encounter such attire. Broly scrutinized the man's features, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Who is this little child? Why has he appeared here? The man, having spotted Broly, widened his eyes in surprise and scrutinized him closely. This child must have been abandoned by his family due to that tale. The elegantly attired beauty approached and explained, Tony, let us assist him in locating his parents and subsequently perform a surgical procedure to remove his tail, restoring him to a normal state. What do you think, Tony? The name struck a chord. Upon closer inspection, Broly suddenly realized, Iron Man, Tony Stark, has it come to pass that I have traversed into the realm of Iron Man? How delightful! A surge of excitement coursed through Broly, and his gaze toward Tony grew fervent. Pepper, I find your suggestion splendid. Let us proceed with it. Tony merely cast a fleeting glance at Broly before losing interest. He then turned his attention with a smile toward the gathering of lovely women. Natasha, take this child to find a doctor to assist with his tail and help him locate his parents. Poor child. The uniformed beauty, known as Pepper, spoke to a petite beauty beside her. All right, the small beauty replied, smiling and gently touching Broly's cheek. Broly chose to close his eyes and drift into a deep slumber. Since his birth, Broly had been in a constant state of battle and training. Moreover, he had never experienced a full night's sleep. Now, arriving in Iron Man's world, he could finally enjoy a peaceful rest. After all, the current Earth seemed devoid of any threats to him. As for Iron Man, Broly believed that with his strength, he could easily breach his armor and cast him into the cosmos. Chapter 31. It shocked Natasha, of course. Broly was not one to seek trouble. As long as they did not provoke him, everything would be agreeable. Wait a moment. Natasha, that name sounds somewhat familiar to she's an agent of S. H.I.L.D. ISNT she, but why does she appear so young, seemingly no more than 15 or 16? At her age, she should be honing her skills in Russia, not wandering into Stark Industries. Perhaps he had not only entered Iron Man's world, but also that of other formidable characters. Could it be that he had arrived in the Marvel Universe? Nonetheless, Broly was aware that Natasha's age was certainly misleading. She could not possibly be just 15 or 16, but rather much older. Although curious, Broly did not dwell on it. He believed that if she truly took him to the hospital, the current level of medical technology might not be able to remove his tail. Broly's physical strength was considerable. After all, he had elevated his energy, achieving a combat power of 120,000. Simultaneously, Broly was contemplating the future. Having been hunted by Frieza and King Cold for so long, he could not let that grudge go unavenged. Once he matured and completed his training, he would find a way to return to the Dragon Ball world to eliminate those two detestable foes. Thankfully, it seemed Frieza had no intention of annihilating Planet Vegeta just yet, which brought some relief to Broly that if Planet Vegeta were destroyed, avenging himself would become exceedingly difficult. As Broly pondered, he leaned against Natasha's right shoulder and fell into a blissful sleep. Upon awakening and opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. This did not resemble a hospital. Where had this girl brought him? Broly scrutinized the environment, contemplating. Wow, darling, you're awake. Come, have a bottle. It seemed Natasha had heard his stirring and entered from another room, holding a bottle which she promptly thrust into Broly's mouth. Broly felt tears welling up. Goodness, I'm over 20 years old, and yet I am being fed. Moreover, the flavor of this milk was quite bland. Without hesitation, Broly expelled the milk he had just consumed. Do you not enjoy this flavor of milk? Natasha inquired, puzzled, as she wiped the milk from Broly's mouth before exiting the room. Broly sprang from the bed. Scanning the area, it was evident this was not a laboratory. It resembled Natasha's private quarters. The room was infused with the fragrance of youthful femininity, which was quite pleasant to Broly that moment. Broly noticed Natasha approaching the doorway with a bottle in hand. However, upon seeing Broly standing, she was taken aback, causing the bottle to drop. You can stand now. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a child barely a month old. Yet here he was, upright. Broly grinned and took a few steps forward. Natasha's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The ability to stand was shocking enough, but now this little infant was walking as well. Fortunately, Natasha had been with Citadel long enough to encounter many extraordinary individuals. After her initial astonishment, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Darling, you are simply remarkable," Natasha exclaimed, approaching to lift Broly into her arms, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. "Since you took advantage of me, I shall not hold back." Seizing the opportunity, Broly playfully patted Natasha's left breast, feeling quite flirtatious. In the next instant, Broly grinned, slightly raising his energy and lifting Natasha into the air. He found the astonished expression on the petite beauty quite captivating, as expected. When Natasha realized her body was suspended, her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as she surveyed her surroundings in disbelief. "Darling, you have utterly astonished me. How on earth did you accomplish this?" Natasha was elated, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Broly merely smiled, remaining silent. In truth, Broly still could not speak. It appeared that Saiyan tongues did not develop particularly well. Even with the combat power soaring to 120,000 after nearly a month, he still could not articulate words, which was indeed quite frustrating. Amid her excitement, Natasha quickly regained her composure. She looked at Broly earnestly and said, "Darling, please put me down." Broly gently lowered her to the ground. "You are truly extraordinary. However, if the higher-ups at Citadel were to discover you, they would undoubtedly take you for research." Natasha seemed to have a realization and quickly advised Broly, "Thus, I hope you can act like an ordinary baby, and it would be best to hide your tail." Broly grinned and wrapped his tail around his waist. It was not that he feared S.H.A.L.D. Rather, he wished to take this time on Earth to recuperate and conceal his identity, which would ultimately serve him well. "Wow, you can understand what I'm saying?" Natasha was even more astonished and casually inquired, "What is your name?" Broly picked up a pen from the table and effortlessly wrote his name in Chinese characters. "Broly, is this Chinese? Are you from Huaxia?" Natasha, fluent in several languages and knowledgeable about Chinese characters, expressed her surprise. Additionally, Broly suddenly realized that his linguistic abilities seemed quite advanced. He understood Natasha's fluent English without any difficulty. Perhaps being a Saiyan endowed him with a unique gift for language. "All right, from this day forth, you shall reside with me. Broly, my name is Natasha. You may call me sister, that I will ensure you have the finest education and the best teachers," Natasha exclaimed joyfully. Broly did not oppose this. He indeed needed time to grow. Fortunately, in a Marvel universe, no one posed a threat to him yet, allowing Broly to take this opportunity to train diligently. Once his physical strength reached a certain level, he would see if he could transform into a Super Saiyan. That if he could achieve that transformation, he would devise a way to confront Frieza. Broly quickly made plans for his future. Time flew by, and Broly grew stronger day by day. One day, for years later, in a remote mountain forest, astonishing yellow-green flames suddenly erupted, immense energy instantly engulfing nearby villages in an instant. This area was reduced to ashes. About 10 seconds later, a child with a tail hovered high in the air, a smile of boundless joy gracing his lips, and his once jet-black hair had transformed into a yellow-green hue. This day had finally arrived. Broly examined his hands, feeling the vast energy within him, his excitement reaching unparalleled heights. Chapter 32. The execution of a mission time passed swiftly, and before long, Broly was 16 years old, having matured from a child into a handsome young man. His physical strength had achieved unprecedented levels, with his surface combat power reaching an astonishing 2 million if he continued to enhance his energy. His combat power could rise to 3 million or even higher. Of course, this was merely his normal state. At the age of 4, Broly had finally been able to transform into a Super Saiyan, and the overwhelming energy along with the vast aura within him had sent him into a state of exhilaration, just as depicted in the Dragon Ball anime. After transforming, Broly's muscles bulged, and his height increased by approximately 15 centimeters. His black hair had turned yellow-green, and his eyes appeared even more sinister than before, giving the impression that he had completely transformed into another person. When Broly looked in the mirror, he realized that even Natasha might not recognize him in his transformed state. 16 years had passed, and at the beginning, Broly had been searching for a way back to the Dragon Ball world. However, even after flying into outer space and circling the solar system and even the Milky Way for quite some time, he had yet to encounter that peculiar black hole. Since he could transform into a Super Saiyan, Broly had searched for the black hole for 3 years, but to no avail. Eventually, he grew weary of the search and gradually adapted to his current life. After all, he still had his beloved older sister Natasha by his side, didn't he? Now, Broly followed his sister's arrangements and became an ordinary high school student. One day, after school, Broly noticed Natasha's serious expression. Or rather, her face appeared quite heavy. "Broly, you're back," Natasha called out to him. Over the years, under Natasha's care, Broly had achieved everything he had today, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards his beautiful sister. Of course, even without Natasha, with Broly's strength, he could easily attain the status and authority he desired. However, in comparison, he preferred his current life, at the very least. During his growth, Broly had not hesitated to take advantage of Natasha. And in his eyes, she had already become his woman. "Sister, what happened? You don't look well," Broly inquired. He understood that Natasha was an SHLD agent who often had to go on missions. Typically, a mission could last anywhere from a few days to as long as a year or more, which provided Broly ample time to train. "Broly, I have to go on a mission this time, and it may take quite a while," Natasha explained. "But didn't you just go on a mission? Why are you going again?" Broly asked. "Do you remember Tony?" Natasha responded with a question rather than answering Broly's. Broly certainly had a vivid impression of that name. After all, that guy was Iron Man. However, in recent years, Broly had noticed that he had seen much news about Iron Man. Naturally, as a genius surrounded by numerous accolades, Tony frequently appeared in the headlines. Broly deduced that it seemed Tony had not yet developed the Iron Man suit, which implied that he had arrived in this world before Iron Man's inception. "What happened to Tony?" Broly asked. "He has been captured by terrorists, and many are searching for his whereabouts, so I must go rescue him," Natasha said gravely. "Captured?" Broly casually picked up a newspaper and glanced at it, confirming that the headlines were indeed filled with news about Tony's disappearance. Broly quickly understood that the real drama was just beginning to it was precisely because of this kidnapping by terrorists that Tony would go on to develop the Iron Man suit and become Iron Man. However, Broly did not recall Natasha appearing in the first Iron Man film. Her appearance should have been in Iron Man 2. Moreover, Tony's capture could be seen as a blessing in disguise. If Natasha were to intervene, she might find herself in danger. Since Natasha had to rescue Tony, Broly knew she had received orders from above and could not refuse. "Sister, I'll go with you," Broly said with a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. "What kind of joke is that? Are you trying to tease your sister?" Natasha scolded. "Have you forgotten that I have superpowers?" Broly replied with a smile. Natasha paused for a moment, recalling that when she first found Broly, he could already fly. Over the years, Broly had maintained a rather ordinary demeanor, showing no signs of his extraordinary abilities, causing Natasha to forget what had transpired 16 years ago. "All right, Broly, you stay at home and behave. This is my mission, and I just want you to grow up healthy and safe. This kind of dangerous matter is not something you should be involved in," Natasha said, casting a deep glance at Broly before leaving her house and getting into a vehicle provided by H.L.D., swiftly disappearing from sight. Broly certainly could not allow Natasha to take such risks. Fortunately, he could sense Natasha's energy, so finding her would not be difficult. As for Natasha's workplace, Broly was well aware of its location. With a smile, Broly's black hair suddenly transformed into yellow-green, and he threw open the window, his body morphing into a streak of light as he soared into the distance. In no time, Broly found himself hovering high above an empty expanse. Knowing that soon Natasha's plane would arrive at this location, he planned to quietly follow his beautiful sister to ensure her safety. Additionally, Broly had not wasted his time at school over the years. Through study and practice, he had learned to disrupt satellite surveillance systems with his own energy. One could say that the current Broly was akin to a small stealth fighter. When flying, no one could detect his presence through instruments. Moreover, this fighter jet possesses immense power. Should he desire, he could obliterate the entire Earth at any moment. After approximately 20 minutes had elapsed, Broly caught sight of a plane rapidly approaching his direction. Sensing the aura within the aircraft, he confirmed that Natasha was indeed aboard. Broly smiled, unperturbed, and followed closely behind the plane. Another 10 minutes passed, and the aircraft came to a halt in a distant desert. Natasha, clad in tattered refugee clothing, exited the plane alone. Broly observed this with a sense of disbelief, pondering the absurdity of his sister's intent to go undercover among the numerous elite agents of H.L.D. They had chosen to send his sister, a beauty like a blossoming flower, on such a perilous mission. Consequently, Broly's regard for SHLD diminished to naught. With a whoosh, the plane took off, swiftly vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Natasha traversed the arid expanse. Broly scanned the area in the direction Natasha was heading, and several kilometers away, he identified an arms base where numerous fully armed soldiers loomed ominously. Chapter 33. How to use this thing is Natasha intending to approach that base? Broly scrutinized the base's layout once more, noting the absence of any refugees. His sister seemed to be marching towards her doom. Furrowing his brow, Broly mused that with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reconnaissance capabilities, such a blunder should be inconceivable. A beautiful refugee venturing into a site swarming with armed soldiers would surely meet a disastrous fate, if not death. Indeed, it was evident that there was a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D. A wicked grin crept across Broly's lips as he transformed into a streak of light. Hurtling towards the location of the base. What on earth is that? The soldiers were utterly astonished to see Broly hovering in midair directly above the base. I have a question for you. Is Tony being held here? Broly inquired bluntly. Open fire, shoot him, commanded a soldier captain, simultaneously aiming his machine gun at Broly, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Several subordinates also sprang into action, deploying their most advanced weaponry and aiming at Broly with fervor. In an instant, smoke enveloped Broly, obscuring him from view. After a minute, the captain raised his hand, signaling for the shooting to cease. What is so impressive about flying? Under our most advanced weaponry, he is no more than a pin cushion. The captain guffawed, his expression replete with arrogance. Captain, why haven't we seen him fall despite our relentless shooting? A soldier queried, confusion etched across his face. The captain's expression faltered, and he was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, if this fellow had been shot dead, he should have plummeted from the sky. Why was there no sign of any disturbance? As the wind howled, Broly's figure gradually emerged from the haze, completely unscathed. Such weaponry was akin to mere tickling for him. Broly, akin to a deity, gazed down upon the soldiers, then extended his hand, fingers splayed. With a clatter, bullets cascaded from his hand, striking the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. The assembled crowd was left in sheer astonishment. A monster. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Run! It was unclear who among the soldiers shouted, but immediately one soldier bolted like a rabbit, covering 100 meters in an instant that if this individual were to compete in the Olympic sprint, he would undoubtedly shatter the world record. The remaining soldiers, too, snapped back to reality and assumed a posture of flight. Bang! Just as the other soldiers prepared to flee, they witnessed their comrade, the potential world record holder, suddenly explode into a million pieces, without any forewarning. The soldiers gaped in horror, their expressions draining of color as they turned to face the hovering Broly. With a whoosh, Broly descended like a tempest, landing before the soldier captain, a smile dancing on his lips as he appraised him. "My friend, regarding Tony, we haven't seen him," the captain replied with a forced grin. Hoping to elicit mercy through his feigned congeniality, Broly squinted, abruptly extending his hand towards the captain's body. The captain, momentarily taken aback, failed to grasp the meaning behind Broly's gesture. Could this be the monster's peculiar way of greeting? Surely he must be seeking a handshake. Thus, after a brief pause, the captain extended his hand in return. Broly, initially intending to obliterate the captain, was taken aback by the latter's unexpected gesture. Was this fellow a fool? In the next moment, without hesitation, Broly seized the captain's arm and effortlessly hurled him backward. Whoosh! The captain was launched into the air, soaring skyward, and soon vanished from sight. The remaining soldiers stood frozen in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, desperate to sink into the earth and hide. Let me reiterate my previous inquiry. Is Tony Stark here? Broly inquired, his eyes narrowed. Why, yes, he is indeed being held captive by our men. But not in this vicinity. He's located that way, approximately 30 kilometers from here. One soldier mustered the courage to respond. 30 kilometers, you say? Broly chuckled lightly, ascending to a certain height to scan the direction indicated by the soldier. Sure enough, in the distance, another base loomed, evidently larger in scale than the current one. With a clap, Broly descended to the ground. The 10 soldiers present were visibly shaken, torn between the urge to flee and their fear of doing so. Watching Broly with trepidation, wary of the little monster before them. With a slight smile, Broly casually picked up a machine gun from the ground and beckoned one of the soldiers. How does this thing work? The soldiers were nearly rendered unconscious by the absurdity of the situation. Good grief, this guy doesn't even know how to use a gun. However, no one dared to mock Broly. The soldier who was summoned approached eagerly, hastily instructing Broly on how to operate the firearm. Broly grasped the concepts quickly. As a man, he had a fondness for weaponry, even if these tools held little utility for him. Bang! Having learned to use the machine gun, Broly aimed it at one of the soldiers, unleashing a torrent of fire. In an instant, that soldier was reduced to a mere sieve. Not bad, Broly nodded in approval. The soldiers all cast their eyes downward, clearly terrified, wary of incurring Broly's wrath and becoming targets themselves. Yet, they dared not entertain thoughts of resistance. After all, this monster was impervious to bullets. All of you, hand over your weapons, Broly commanded. Huh. The soldiers widened their eyes. For a soldier, relinquishing one's firearm equated to forfeiting one's life. However, they dared not defy him. After exchanging glances, they swiftly cast their weapons to the ground. Broly approached. Yes, he walked over in a remarkably calm manner, his large foot crushing the firearms beneath him. Chapter 34. A Warm Welcome. Suddenly, beneath Broly's foot, the guns were reduced to mere scrap metal. The soldiers were once again left in shock. This creature had defied all odds. After completing this act, Broly, with a cold demeanor, stated, "If any of you are still hoarding firearms, that individual who just soared into space serves as your example." Fear gripped them, but a slight sense of relief washed over their hearts, as it appeared that this beast was inclined to show them mercy. My wife will be arriving shortly for an inspection. I trust you know how to comport yourselves, Broly remarked, sensing Natasha's presence drawing near. Indicating it was time for him to depart, he issued a few more instructions before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing from the scene. The soldiers were left utterly bewildered. His wife was coming for an inspection? Were they mistaken? Why would his wife visit this place? They whispered among themselves, ultimately concluding that they must treat this creature's wife with the utmost respect and ensure she was not offended. Simultaneously, they silently prayed for the impending tragedy set to unfold at another base. Yet, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare contact that other base. Had they not witnessed how quickly that monster had vanished? At such a speed, even if they wished to flee, they would find no escape. Earlier, Natasha had indeed heard the gunfire from the base. She had taken cover in the desert, perplexed by the commotion. After the gunfire subsided, she speculated that perhaps a conflict had erupted within the base, leading to the chaos. As she prepared to act, the gunfire erupted once more, compelling her to conceal herself once again. This time, the sound originated from Broly, who had learned to wield firearms and was experimenting with a machine gun. After the gunfire, Natasha grew increasingly confused as she stealthily moved closer. Approximately 5 minutes after Broly had departed the base, Natasha cautiously approached the perimeter, silently observing a few soldiers in the distance. To her astonishment, it appeared none of these soldiers bore any weapons. Upon inspecting the ground, it seemed their arms had been utterly destroyed. Natasha felt as though these weapons had been crushed by a steamroller, reduced to nothing more than scrap metal. Why was this the case? Natasha pondered in confusion. After a brief moment of contemplation, she focused on one soldier and swiftly hurled a hook-like weapon at him. The hook latched onto the soldier's thigh, and before he could utter a sound, Natasha yanked him toward her. Behave yourself. And do not speak, Natasha commanded sternly. The soldier had intended to cry out, but upon seeing Natasha's face, he suddenly recalled everything Broly had mentioned and was instantly alarmed. This woman was the monster's wife. If he showed any sign of defiance, that creature could very well hurl him into the sky. The soldier nodded vigorously, even pressing his lips together to signify his obedience. satisfied with the soldier's demeanor. Natasha inquired, "Where is Tony being held?" The soldier's eyes widened, yet he remained silent. "Answer me quickly." Natasha had planned to blend in as a refugee, but quickly realized there were no refugees here, leaving her with no choice but to resort to force. "I can't, but your husband has gone to find Tony." The soldier was nearly in tears. They had just been ordered to silence, and now he was being asked the same question as the monster. Couldn't they have discussed their plans together before taking action? Nonsense. Natasha, a young woman with no husband, was incensed, feeling as though she had been insulted by the soldier. In a fit of anger, she delivered a swift kick to the soldier. "Ouch!" he cried out, feeling as though his manhood had been shattered. His cry attracted the attention of his comrades. Confident in her abilities, Natasha did not fear the unarmed soldiers. Instead, she elegantly positioned herself, ready for battle. Though clad in the attire of a refugee, Natasha's exquisite beauty and graceful figure were unmistakable. The soldiers exchanged glances, quickly concluding that this woman must indeed be the monster's wife. "Welcome, welcome! A warm welcome!" The soldiers cheered, applauding fervently to express their welcome. One soldier, clapping particularly hard, nearly injured himself. Natasha was taken aback, staring blankly at the crowd as if she had stumbled into a lunatic asylum. "Tell me, what transpired here moments ago?" Natasha demanded, striving to maintain her composure. "Madam, it's a long story," began one soldier, but before he could elaborate, Natasha kicked him away. The remaining soldiers were struck with fear at the sight of such a fierce woman. The monster's wife was indeed a formidable presence. "Madam," Natasha retorted, I appear to be a married woman." She ran her fingers through her hair, her tone icy. "Miss," one soldier quickly corrected himself. Bang! Before he could utter another word, Natasha sent him flying as well. I seem like a miss to you. Your wife is the miss." Natasha's expression grew colder, her stunning visage evoking a sense of dread akin to encountering an iceberg. "Miss, your husband." "Another husband?" Natasha frowned, questioning her marital status. In a fit of rage, she kicked him away too. Meanwhile, Broly had arrived at another base, approximately 30 kilometers from Natasha, hovering high in the air. This time, he did not present himself to the crowd. Extending his senses, Broly detected a man with a combat power of around 10 at the center of the base. A combat power of 10 was quite remarkable in this world. Perhaps this individual was the leader here. Without hesitation, Broly hurled an energy sphere toward the leader's location. Boom! A building within the base erupted with a thunderous sound, collapsing instantly. Bang! Soon after, a creature clad in iron emerged from the ruins. However, this armored being did not ascend too high. Quickly landing on the ground, Broly surveyed the scene, realizing this was none other than Tony, the very person Natasha sought. It appeared that Tony had indeed crafted an iron suit, albeit a crude and unrefined version due to limited resources. "Attack! Do not let him escape." The soldiers, upon spotting the armored figure, shouted and unleashed their weapons, mistakenly believing the steel creature had caused the destruction of their camp. Broly couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy. This poor soul had barely made an appearance before being besieged by so many attackers. Chapter 35. The Remnants. Clang, clang, clang. The bullet struck Tony's iron suit with a series of sharp sounds, true to his genius. Tony managed to craft such an extraordinary suit under these challenging conditions. Broly, observing the scene, became intrigued, hovering high in the air, showing no intention of intervening. That moment, Tony's arm suddenly lifted, and a small jet nozzle emerged from it. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted from Tony's arm, instantly transforming the area into a sea of fire, filled with incessant screams. Tony resembled a clumsy god of war, striding confidently through the base, akin to a reaper of souls, using flames to harvest the lives of those present. In mere moments, due to the onslaught of Tony's fire, the base fell into an eerie silence, nearly devoid of survivors. Noticing that Tony had nearly finished his task, Broly leisurely descended from the sky. As Tony prepared to take flight, he was momentarily stunned upon seeing Broly descend. Without a hint of hesitation, Tony aimed the flamethrower at Broly and unleashed a torrent of flames upon him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Broly was engulfed by the intense flames. Tony paid no further attention to Broly. He had been exhausted from the ordeal, and after covering Broly in flames, his body shot upward, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the scene. Bang! After a brief flight, Tony's suit lost power and plummeted to the ground. The iron suit shattered into pieces, utterly destroyed, with Tony landing headfirst in the vast desert. Shaking his head vigorously, Tony felt a sense of relief at having escaped that terrifying place. He gathered his composure, determinedly stood up, and began to walk in a specific direction. However, just a short distance into his journey, he suddenly recognized a familiar face approaching him. Is that? Tony rubbed his eyes. The man with yellow-green hair was none other than the one he had just scorched with flames. He is still alive? In the next moment, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the approaching Broly. The intensity of the flames he had unleashed earlier posed no threat to Broly now. Even when Broly was just born, such flames would not have caused him any harm to protect his clothing from being burned. Broly merely conjured a small energy shield, effortlessly deflecting the flames. Angered by the fiery welcome, Broly felt the need for serious retribution. "Tony, let me consider how to punish you." Broly chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. "You're not one of them, are you?" Tony observed Broly's attire and listened to his words, realizing he did not belong to the base. In his earlier panic upon seeing Broly descend, Tony had instinctively attacked. Now, upon closer inspection, he recognized the distinction. "What do you think?" Broly smiled faintly. "I sincerely apologize. I was overly anxious and thought you were my enemy." Tony quickly offered his apology, then asked, "By the way, you must be here to rescue me, right? That is truly wonderful news." Broly shook his head, bemused by Tony's arrogance. As he had stated earlier, he needed to contemplate how to punish him. Broly squinted at Tony, a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. "And oh worries, you can strike me once as a form of apology." Tony smiled slightly, taking a step back, but quickly added, "Of course, if you choose to spare me, I shall repay you in the future. And oh thanks, I prefer to resort to violence." Broly stepped closer to Tony, seized his arm, and effortlessly flung him away. Whoosh! Tony shot into the sky as if propelled by a rocket, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Broly looked up, amusement dancing in his eyes. Just then, he sensed Natasha approaching him, and from her speed, he deduced she must be driving a vehicle, scanning the distance. He spotted Natasha driving a Hummer toward him. Broly chuckled, curious to see if his transformation would go unnoticed by her. While at the base, Natasha had heard gunfire from afar and quickly instructed her soldiers to secure a vehicle. Speeding toward the commotion, upon arriving at the base, Natasha was taken aback by the utter chaos that unfolded before her. She struggled to comprehend what had transpired. However, she soon learned from a surviving soldier that Tony had fled in a certain direction. Consequently, Natasha accelerated the Hummer to its maximum speed. Yet as she neared the incident location, she suddenly halted in shock. Skidding to a stop, the Hummer left a long mark in the desert sand. Rubbing her eyes, Natasha realized she recognized the figure standing in the distance. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Broly. Why would Broly be here? What connection does he have to this incident? Natasha was filled with questions. With a swift motion, she leaped from the vehicle and sprinted toward Broly. However, as she drew closer, she realized that this individual was not Broly. Shaking her head, she reprimanded herself for even considering such a notion. Broly should be in school at that moment, so how could he possibly be here? "Who are you?" Natasha regarded Broly warily, yet judging by his attire, he did not appear to be affiliated with the terrorists. "Beautiful lady, you can call me Sabo." Broly smiled at Natasha, realizing that his transformation had indeed gone unnoticed. After all, the physical changes from his transformation were quite significant. "Tell me, what brings you here?" Natasha inquired. "I am here, of course, to rescue Tony." Broly replied with a grin. Natasha pondered for a moment, suspecting that Broly was likely Tony's bodyguard, and dismissed the thought. Just then, Natasha noticed the scattered remnants of iron on the ground. Momentarily stunned, "What is this?" She quickly approached and picked up a piece of debris, feeling puzzled. This is the iron suit developed by Tony, but it has been destroyed," Broly explained with a smile. "What did you say?" "Tony, where is he? Have you found him?" Natasha asked in surprise, glancing around in a frantic search for Tony's figure. Up there, Broly pointed toward the sky. Natasha tilted her head back to look, but aside from the clear blue sky and a few drifting white clouds, there was no sign of Tony. Subsequently, she cast a cold, skeptical glance at Broly, sensing he was likely toying with her. However, recognizing that he was also there to rescue Tony, she refrained from lashing out, maintaining her stern demeanor as she continued to question him. "Quickly tell me, where is he?" "He really is flying up there," Broly chuckled, allowing him to soar for a while longer. "It is not yet time for him to descend." Indeed, at this moment, Tony is soaring through the sky. However, it is worth noting that he was hurled aloft by Broly, reaching an astonishing altitude from which he would not descend anytime soon. Tony was nearly paralyzed with fear. After all, he had never ventured to such heights before, and the overwhelming elevation caused a sensation of suffocation, rendering his complexion a shade of deep purple. Natasha, with a stern expression, once again gazed skyward. Yet still no sign of Tony appeared. "That he's coming. He'll be here shortly," Broly remarked with a smile. Just after Broly spoke, Natasha's keen eyes detected a diminutive figure plummeting rapidly from the azure expanse above. "Ah, he's here," Broly grinned, simultaneously propelling himself upwards to catch the still-falling Tony. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. This blonde-haired man could actually fly. However, she quickly regained her composure. As an agent of S.H.L.D., she had encountered numerous extraordinary beings, and flying was hardly extraordinary, especially considering her brother Broly had flown since infancy. It is noteworthy that, after his transformation, Broly appeared significantly more mature, his youthful visage entirely supplanted by a commanding presence. Tony, utterly terrified, was oblivious to the unfolding events. Broly, with no intention of gentleness, unceremoniously released Tony from a height of approximately 6 meters. Thud. Tony's body crashed heavily onto the sandy ground, jolting him awake. Witnessing Broly's unconventional method of rousing Tony, Natasha was rendered speechless, pondering the origins of this yellow-green-haired man. "But am I still alive? This is unbelievable." Tony's first instinct upon regaining consciousness was to assess his body. Discovering no injuries, he exhaled a profound sigh of relief. To fall from such a height and emerge unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. Tony nearly repeated the word miracle 100 times before sensing something amiss behind him, prompting him to turn around swiftly. Upon seeing Broly's beaming face, Tony let out a startled yelp, leaping from the sand before bolting away. "Is that really Tony?" Natasha's eyes widened, perplexed by how he had ascended into the sky. "Hey, Tony, it's Natasha. Have you forgotten?" Noting Tony's flight, Natasha initially assumed his escape was merely a reflex from prolonged exposure to this desolate place, unaware of his fear of Broly. Hearing Natasha's voice, Tony gradually came to a halt. Glancing back, indeed, it was Natasha. 16 years prior, she had worked at his company. However, Tony dared not approach her, his fear of Broly overwhelming him. Reluctantly, Natasha resolved to walk over. "Come here," Broly beckoned to Tony. Tony's face twitched. His teeth clenched as he stepped forward, then inquired of Broly, "Did you just save me?" "Sort of," Broly nodded. "Thank you so much." Tony quickly expressed his gratitude, a clever man who knew what to say and what to withhold. Thus, he refrained from mentioning his airborne experience, instead opting to thank Broly for his rescue, and no need for thanks. Broly replied with a slight smile. "So, Natasha, how did you end up here?" Tony chuckled nervously before directing a puzzled look at Natasha. After all, it was rather peculiar for a former employee to appear in such an isolated locale without explanation. However, upon seeing Natasha blossom into such a stunning beauty, Tony couldn't help but swallow hard. Had he known she would grow into such a magnificent woman, he would have never let her leave his company. Unbeknownst to Tony, Natasha's initial presence at his company was merely internship. Even if he wished to keep her, it was simply not feasible. "I came to find you," Natasha succinctly stated. Tony's eyes gleamed with interest as he scanned Natasha from head to toe, his flirtatious nature surfacing, completely oblivious to Broly's formidable presence nearby. Broly, feeling irked, recognized Natasha as his woman, and the sight of her being admired by another man stirred his displeasure. In the next moment, Broly seized Tony by the arm, flinging him skyward, where he quickly vanished from sight. "Humph," Broly scoffed. Natasha stood dumbfounded, gazing up at the heavens, remaining silent for approximately 3 seconds before cautiously inquiring, "Did you just throw him up there? What do you intend to do?" "I simply dislike the way he looks at you," Broly replied with a gentle smile. "What do you mean by that?" Natasha frowned, sensing an ambiguous undertone in his words. "Beautiful lady, it's just the two of us now. Don't you think we should do something?" Broly suddenly took an interest, deciding to tease the lovely woman to gauge her reaction. "Shameless," Natasha whispered indignantly, brandishing a dagger that had mysteriously appeared in her hand and lunging toward Broly. With a swift motion, Broly pinched the blade between his fingers effortlessly. Natasha's expression morphed into one of astonishment. His strength was immense. Yet in the next instant, she felt both flustered and furious as Broly pulled her into an embrace and leaned in closer. "You're Natasha, aren't you? You're truly beautiful. Come, let me kiss you," Broly said with a playful grin. Natasha's face flushed crimson as she struggled to break free. But no matter her efforts, she remained ensnared in Broly's hold. Chapter 37. The Indestructible Monster. Chapter 37. The indestructible monster Broly was merely jesting. He had no desire to harm Natasha. Upon seeing her truly angry, he released her. Natasha took a deep breath, recognizing Broly as the quintessential villain. However, his strength instilled in her a sense of caution. She believed it wise to avoid provoking him. "What did Tony do to offend you?" Natasha asked, striving to maintain her composure and looking up at him. "I dislike the way he looks at you because you are destined to be my woman," Broly replied, smiling. Natasha glared at Broly, her expression icy as she retorted, "If you truly consider me your woman, then you should bring him down immediately and oh rush." "Let him fly a little longer," Broly replied nonchalantly. Natasha shook her head in resignation before retrieving her phone and stepping aside to make a call. After hanging up, she glanced up at the sky and then at Broly, uncertain of what to say. What if Tony didn't team make it back? That would be disastrous. "I T1 TB long now," Broly said with a smile. Natasha felt exasperated. It seemed he had been flying for an eternity. "Oh, you go by little bro?" Natasha decided to shift her strategy, casting a flirtatious glance at Broly. "Yes, I'm little bro," Broly responded with a grin. "I invite you to my home for a drink. Would you be interested?" Natasha did not respond directly to Broly's question. Instead, she extended an invitation. "S, an exceptional agent of S. H.I.L.D. Natasha's acting skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Just moments ago, she had appeared cold and aloof, but now she transformed into a woman radiating endless charm. Broly, already accustomed to such peculiarities, found her invitation intriguing and readily accepted. He pondered what it would be like to assume a different identity and go on a date with Natasha at home. In the next instant, Broly soared into the air, catching Tony and tossing him back onto the sandy ground. This time, Tony did not faint in fear. He lay on the ground, taking deep breaths, too apprehensive to glance at Broly and Natasha again. Approximately 10 minutes later, an armed helicopter approached. "Someone is here to pick us up," Natasha said with a friendly smile directed at Tony. Thank heavens, they could finally return home. Tony sighed in relief, feeling an unsettling anxiety with such a flying creature beside him. However, the thought of his newly developed Iron Man suit invigorated him. "Just wait, you little monster. Once I perfect an even more advanced Iron Man suit, you'll see how I take you flying." Unbeknownst to Broly, his presence had subtly altered Iron Man's perspective on life. Upon hearing the helicopter's sound, Broly cast a wary glance in that direction. That glance heightened his vigilance, as he sensed a palpable aura of hostility emanating from the individuals aboard the armed helicopter. Their stern faces did not suggest they were there to offer assistance. Broly remained silent, stealthily moving closer and positioning himself protectively in front of Natasha. Simultaneously, he seized Tony and hurled him into the sky. "Why did you throw him again?" Natasha asked, exasperated yet amused. "Is tossing this guy becoming a habit for you?" "Relax, just having some fun," Broly chuckled, glancing once more at the armed helicopter. Sure enough, in the next moment, the occupants of the helicopter pointed their dark gun barrels at Broly. However, the people inside were perplexed. They had just spotted Tony, and now he had vanished in the blink of an eye. "Anyone seen with Tony must die," the hulking figure declared with a grim expression. "All right, darling, let them taste the bullets," another grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. The next instant, the yellow-toothed man aimed his machine gun at Broly. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets sped toward Broly. "This is bad," Natasha reacted quickly, attempting to evade. However, just as she prepared to move, Broly swept her into his arms, shielding her with his body. He conjured a protective barrier as well. Bang, 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 gunfire echoed, raising clouds of dust in the vast desert. "All right, they're dead now. Let's search for Tony's whereabouts. I trust he hasn't fled," the hulking figure said with satisfaction, issuing orders that if they're still alive after this, they must be superhuman. "Huh, what a splendid day," the yellow-toothed man laughed. However, just as their words lingered in the air, they glanced toward Broly and Natasha to their astonishment. Amidst the swirling sands, Broly and Natasha stood unscathed, appearing as if they had never been harmed. "Good grief! Good grief!" the hulking figure exclaimed, delivering a punch to the yellow-toothed man's face in quick succession. He drew his pistol and fired at the yellow-toothed man's abdomen, then snatched the machine gun, aiming it at Broly and unleashing a barrage of bullets. In the hulking figure's mind, it must have been the yellow-toothed man's negligence that allowed Broly and Natasha to remain unharmed. The yellow-toothed man, bewildered, asked, "Why did you shoot me? If you wish to live, you better shut your mouth." The hulking figure barked, "If we don't want to die, we should make a hasty retreat. Those two are monsters. Invincible monsters," the yellow-toothed man urged. Bang, bang, bang. The hulking figure fired 3 more shots at the yellow-toothed man's body, his face twisted in rage. Chapter 38. The helicopter malfunctions. The hulking figure glanced at the bullet-kicked sand below, grinning even wider. "All right, this time they're surely dead," he said lightly to the pilot. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. He noticed the 2 figures below flickering, seemingly still standing. Just then, the hulking figure felt a blur before his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he saw an additional person aboard the helicopter. "How did you get up here?" the hulking figure gasped, staring in disbelief at Broly. "This gun looks impressive. Its power seems substantial," Broly remarked, ignoring the hulking figure and admiring the machine gun before picking it up. "Don't move. If you take another step, I will kill you," the hulking figure threatened, his voice quivering in fear. It was no surprise. Anyone faced with such a creature would naturally feel fear. The hulking figure had witnessed firsthand how Broly had remained unscathed despite the hail of bullets from his machine gun. Broly smiled lightly, disregarding the threat, and loaded the gun. Bang, bang, bang. The hulking figure, enraged, aimed at Broly's head and fired 3 shots without hesitation. Broly, unaffected, felt the bullets bounce off his head like mere splinters, merely causing a slight tickle. Then, with a grin, Broly aimed the machine gun at the hulking figure and asked, "If you wish to avoid death, tell me who sent you." I don't know," the hulking figure stammered, utterly astonished. "Then you shall die." Broly pulled the trigger, and the bullets tore through the hulking figure, transforming his body into a sieve before he plummeted from the helicopter, blood cascading into the sands below. Broly then turned his attention to the yellow-toothed man, asking, "What about you? Do you know who sent you?" The yellow-toothed man, having taken several bullets without reason and in agonizing pain, was still in shock. "We were merely following orders. I don't know who sent us," he babbled. But upon seeing the murderous intent in Broly's eyes, he quickly added, "But I can contact my superior. He should know who is behind this. That I prefer not to seek out others," Broly replied, brushing his nose and unleashing another volley of bullets. The yellow-toothed man met a fate similar to the hulking figure, falling from the plane, meeting his demise. With the 2 foes dispatched, Broly soared into the sky, effortlessly catching Tony mid-air and tossing him into the helicopter. Thank you so much," Tony expressed his gratitude, realizing that these individuals had come to kill him. In that moment, it dawned on him that Broly had saved his life. It is not that Broly insists on rescuing Iron Man. Rather, his actions stem from a desire to ensure his sister's mission does not falter. When Broly lands before Natasha, she gazes at him with an expression of bewilderment, as if she is admiring a creature of extraordinary nature. Simultaneously, a flicker of surprise dances across her features. For Natasha, having a man who can fly and is impervious to bullets feels akin to a serendipitous windfall. "If I wish, I could shatter the earth with a single slap," Broly declares with a grin. "What bravado!" Natasha scoffs, her skepticism evident. Although Broly's display of power is formidable, the notion of obliterating a planet with a mere punch strikes her as implausible. After all, no matter how powerful an individual may be, it is inconceivable for one person to possess the capacity to annihilate the Earth that on their return journey. Tony is markedly more subdued, his eyes averted from Natasha. And even if he were to glance her way, he would dare not imbue it with any suggestive intent. Broly observes Tony's demeanor with a sense of satisfaction, choosing not to impose further difficulties upon him this time. Yet, compared to Tony's distress, another individual bears an even heavier burden, the helicopter pilot. With 2 companions lost, he remains the sole survivor. Should the organization learn of his continued existence, his fate would be sealed. Gritting his teeth, the pilot resolves upon a drastic course of action. As the helicopter approaches the metropolis, he steers it toward a nearby gas station that in his mind, death is inevitable. If the organization discovers he has survived, his family would be imperiled. It would be better to perish alongside these 3. Even if the monster might endure, at the very least, he could eliminate Tony, ensuring that the organization would not neglect his family. However, just as the helicopter hovers above the gas station, the pilot realizes with growing perplexity that it seems to be under some unseen control, rendering it immobile. Confounded, he checks the instruments for malfunctions. "Tony, you can pilot a helicopter, can't you?" Broly inquires. "I'm Tony, that I know a bit." Tony responds, a genius who had previously dabbled in helicopter operation. "Then you take over," Broly states, effortlessly seizing the pilot and tossing him out. Tony is left speechless, astonished by Broly's propensity for violence. Nevertheless, he dares not resist and hastens to the controls. There's something wrong with him," Natasha observes, sensing that Broly does not strike her as the type to kill without cause. "You see that gas station below? That fellow intended to crash our helicopter into it," Broly explains with a slight smile, having already sensed the pilot's ill intentions and remaining vigilant. If it were only Broly, he might not be overly concerned. However, he has a beautiful sister by his side whom he is determined to protect and cherish, much like a devoted husband. Moments ago, Broly had merely used his own energy to suspend the helicopter in midair. Such a trivial feat is exceedingly simple for him. A gas station. Natasha peers down, her expression shifting dramatically. Even Tony, upon glimpsing the gas station below, furrows his brow and swiftly maneuvers the helicopter to a safer location. As they near Stark Industries, Tony borrows Natasha's phone to call his executive director, Stan. In Broly's recollection, Stan is a schemer, and it is entirely plausible that the 3 individuals earlier were sent by him. After the helicopter lands, Stan arrives in person to greet Tony. Broly casts a discerning glance at Stan, immediately detecting something amiss, and directly inquires, "Did you send someone to kill us? What did you say?" Stan's expression falters momentarily, his gaze towards Broly sharpening. "Are your ears deaf?" Broly retorts, annoyed that I will reiterate. There were originally 3 individuals on the helicopter, 2 of whom were armed and came to kill us. I suspect you sent them. Ha ha ha. Tony, is this your friend? He certainly has a vivid imagination. Stan responds with a slight smile, his demeanor shifting rapidly. However, since he is your friend, I shall overlook his slander. Let us proceed. Tony, I do not like this fellow. Aren't you the highest authority in the company? Dismiss him, Broly asserts with an air of finality directed at Tony. Tony's expression freezes, and he offers a rueful smile. You have 3 seconds. Broly glances skyward and continues. The weather is quite pleasant lately. Tony shudders, not wishing to become airborne once more, and promptly declares to Stan, from today onward, you may go home and rest. The company does not require your services for the time being. Upon hearing Tony's words, Stan is taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he glances between Broly and Tony. Then he bursts into laughter. Just as well. I've been feeling rather fatigued lately. I suppose I shall go fishing by the river and take some leisure time. With that, Stan departs with a scowl, casting a venomous glare at Broly, his eyes brimming with silent malice. Broly observes this with irritation, and in an instant he appears before Stan, seizing his arm. What are you doing? Stan's lips twitch as he barks, Security! Security! Throw him out! You wanted to go fishing, didn't you? Allow me to assist you with that. Broly replies with a gentle smile, effortlessly flinging Stan into the air. Stan arcs through the air, swiftly disappearing from view. Having completed this, Broly embraces Natasha, disregarding the onlookers, and swiftly ascends toward his home. That you've been quite reckless, Natasha remarks at a loss for words, shaking her head with a wry smile. The one who attempted to kill us was likely Stan. Broly surmises, and if not, Natasha counters. Then he simply had unfortunate luck, Broly replies with a chuckle. Natasha falls silent for a moment, then speaks gravely to Broly. Little bro, with your abilities, you could undoubtedly excel in S. HLD, how about I speak to Nick and see if he could recruit you? S.H.I.L.D. No interest. Broly shakes his head, favoring the freedom of his current life without the constraints of obligation. Your performance today was rather conspicuous. I suspect Nick is already aware of everything you've done. Natasha smiles knowingly. Let him know, it matters not. Now, we ought to visit your home. Broly responds with indifference, feeling no immediate threat on this planet. If he truly felt aggrieved, he could easily obliterate the entire world and relocate his sister to another. Yet he is rather fond of this planet, at least for now, as fate would have it. Natasha's suspicion proves accurate. Upon their return home, before they can even savor a moment of intimacy, an unexpected visitor arrives. It is none other than Nick, the director of S.H. Nick, an imposing figure with a robust physique, dons a striking cloak and a black eye patch. Natasha, congratulations on the successful completion of your mission, he says with a smile, deliberately casting a glance at Broly as he speaks. Broly bristles internally. He had intended to enjoy some time with Natasha, but this unwelcome interruption has thwarted his plans. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Nick's visit was nothing short of an occasion for significant discourse. After all, Natasha had resided here for an extensive period, and this was Nick's inaugural visit. Naturally, Natasha comprehended Nick's intentions. He sought to recruit Broly, and if still did very well, I shall now reveal my true purpose. Noticing that neither of them acknowledged him, Nick chuckled and turned his gaze toward Broly, remarking, My dear friend, your performance has indeed astonished me. However, do you believe you are the only hero in this world? You are mistaken. There are many heroes, though you may be unaware of them. Such as, Broly inquired with a grin, Captain America, Spider-Man, Batman, or the Hulk. You are aware of them all. Nick stammered, his expression momentarily contorting, utterly taken aback by Broly's response, rendering his premeditated dialogue utterly useless. What you imply is that you wish for me to join S.H.L.D. Correct? Broly asked with a smile. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Nick nodded vigorously. I have no interest, Broly replied with a gentle smile, casting another glance at Natasha before continuing. However, since my wife is affiliated with S.H.I.L.D., I can assist you, which in turn benefits her. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, but at present, I do not require your help, Nick responded, unfazed by Broly's mention of his wife. After a brief pause, he added, The one who should be concerned is you, young Broly. You must understand that your performance has instigated unease within the government. They will not permit someone as formidable as you to exist. Your presence poses a threat to their security, and only by joining S.H.L.D. can you attain protection. Are you suggesting you are here to threaten me? Broly's demeanor darkened. Let me clarify. I am your friend, and moreover, a friend to Natasha. I am doing this for your benefit. Nick hastily explained, You must be aware of the nature of S.H.I.L.D. at this juncture. Broly's brow furrowed, sensing that numerous advanced weapons were aimed directly at him. Any slight movement on his part could provoke an attack. That Broly's displeasure was palpable, and his expression darkened. Are all those outside your people? Broly inquired coldly. What? Nick paused, bewildered by Broly's statement. Observing Nick's reaction, Broly discerned a hint of genuine astonishment in his expression, suggesting that he was likely unaware of the situation outside, since they are not your people. That is somewhat regrettable. However, allow me to present you with a spectacle, Broly said with a light smile, simultaneously enveloping Natasha in an invisible energy shield to protect her from the impending conflict. In the next instant, Broly swiftly exited the room, soaring into the sky. His intention was not to flee, but rather to prevent the weapons from demolishing his cherished abode that he had constructed with Natasha. In the blink of an eye, Broly vanished without a trace. Nick and Natasha exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they quickly scanned the outside. Upon witnessing the scene, their faces paled. Nick hastily retrieved his phone, dialing to inquire about the situation. This is absurd. Why is the military intervening? Nick's fury erupted upon learning the specifics. If you had not acted on your own, he would have willingly worked for S. It held under my persuasion. Ha! The military has no desire for such individuals to exist. The voice on the other end chuckled before abruptly disconnecting the call. Meanwhile, Broly had already relocated the battlefield, ascending to a higher altitude. The fighter jets that had encircled him were not idle either, swiftly pinpointing his location out of course. This was due to Broly's decision not to intervene with his energy. Had he chosen to do so, his presence would have remained undetectable. Broly was seething with anger, determined to demonstrate his might to these adversaries. Suspended in mid-air, he awaited the arrival of the fighter jets. After a mere 10 seconds, 2 jets hurtled toward him, exhibiting no hesitation as they unleashed a barrage of fire in his direction. A wicked smile crept across Broly's lips as he effortlessly conjured a protective shield. Choosing to disregard their assault, it is worth noting that even without the shield, Broly would have emerged unscathed. His intention was solely to preserve his attire from damage. The 2 planes bombarded Broly's position with relentless fire. And after 10 seconds, 5 additional jets joined the fray, creating a cacophony of thunderous noise in the sky, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Launch missiles. With that command, the 7 fighter jets simultaneously fired a missile, all aimed directly at Broly. Boom! The sky erupted with tremendous energy, akin to a tsunami crashing down, transforming the atmosphere into a kaleidoscope of colors. Mission accomplished. Returning to base, the 7 fighter jets prepared to withdraw after launching their missiles. However, as the pilots attempted to execute their next move, they were astounded to find their aircraft immobilized in mid-air, unable to maneuver even slightly. This predicament was, of course, the handiwork of Broly. The missiles posed no challenge for someone capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. They were akin to mere tickles. Moreover, the missiles failed to breach his protective barrier, underscoring the obsolescence of the military's weaponry. Having endured their onslaught for an extended period, Broly refrained from retaliating, wishing to showcase his true prowess to all and deter future disturbances. In the next moment, an ethereal mist seemed to envelop the sky around Broly. Boom! Bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking Broly evenly in an instant. Golden arcs of electricity surged forth, filling the entire realm. While the sky itself shifted in hue, the entire firmament appeared cloaked in these electric arcs, leading those below to believe they were witnessing the apocalypse, inciting widespread panic. Swish! Gradually, Broly's figure emerged at that moment. He was enveloped in a yellow-green radiance, his body seemingly ablaze with an incandescent glow that illuminated the sky, transforming its color entirely. After years of transformation, Broly had seldom unleashed the flames of a Super Saiyan. He had merely transformed simply. This time, however, he aimed to vividly display his power to all, allowing them to comprehend his true capabilities that he is still alive. The pilots operating the fighter jets gaped in disbelief, their faces paling considerably. "Colonel, what should we do?" Someone inquired from the military command center. "Activate Operation 2. The colonel commanded with a stern expression. Immediate withdrawal. Yet the 7 jets had intended to retreat moments ago, only to find their aircraft utterly unresponsive. "Report, Commander. The planes have lost control," someone urgently relayed. "Evacuate the aircraft," the colonel ordered. Bang! One of the pilots, reacting swiftly, ejected himself from the aircraft. Broly was not about to let them escape effortlessly. With a broad grin, Broly directed his hand towards the pilot's direction and gave a gentle flick of his finger. Bang! In an instant, the pilot exploded mid-air, irrevocably dead. The remaining pilots, who were just about to emerge, were seized with terror upon witnessing their comrade's gruesome demise, trembling uncontrollably, unsure of how to proceed. Let them all perish. That Broly's fiery aura intensified. In the blink of an eye, the yellow-green flames erupted forth. It was as if a radiant dawn enveloped him, and in mere moments, the aircraft encircling Broly disintegrated into dust, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 41. The captain descends. Having accomplished this, Broly soared towards the ground. Moments ago, his dwelling was besieged not only by the fighter jets above, but also by numerous armed forces on the ground, including several tanks. Broly intended to eradicate this detritus to prevent them from obliterating his home. With a swift motion, he descended to the earth, plummeting with such speed that he crushed a tank beneath his feet. Instantly, the ground forces erupted into chaos, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in Broly's direction. Encased in a cloak of flames, Broly required no protective shield. The potent yellow-green flames alone sufficed to absorb the onslaught. The bullets and shells, upon contact with the radiant aura of the Super Saiyan, were effortlessly halted and swiftly melted away, vanishing without a trace. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, uncertain whether to continue their futile assault. After all, such attacks bore no effect on him. Persisting in this manner would only squander their ammunition. Unperturbed by the armored vehicles, Broly advanced step by step, effortlessly dismantling everything in his path. Remarkably, he was showing restraint, for he was not far from his home, and any excessive force could inadvertently cause damage. While he could erect a protective barrier around his house, he also felt the need to shield the surrounding environment. As Broly progressed, the tank shells proved utterly ineffectual. The soldiers were rendered speechless, grappling with the reality of confronting a monstrosity. Amidst their confusion, a figure clad in blue descended from the heavens, wielding a circular shield emblazoned with a prominent star. Upon the arrival of this individual, the soldiers erupted into cheers. The newcomer was none other than Captain America, who had slumbered for 70 years and had only recently awakened, subsequently being covertly recruited by the military. In that moment, Captain America resembled a divine warrior, exuding an aura of authority as he gazed at Broly. "This is my domain now. You all need to evacuate," he commanded, his gaze fixed on Broly with unwavering vigilance. The soldiers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet as soldiers, they could not abandon their post without orders from their commander. Moreover, they held hope that the captain would vanquish the creature before them. Captain America's tale was etched in the hearts of many, a symbol of strength and pride for every soldier and citizen. With a stern expression, Captain America removed his shield and, without hesitation, hurled it towards Broly. Broly raised a hand and effortlessly caught the shield. He had always been intrigued by Captain America's shield, a formidable object that could withstand even the mightiest of blows. Yet, as he examined it closely, disappointment washed over him. The material of the shield was merely marginally sturdier than that of a Saiyans battle attire. He surmised that any fighter with a power level of 1,000 could shatter it. Captain America, having anticipated Broly's overwhelming strength, was not taken aback when Broly caught the shield barehanded. Without delay, Captain America leapt into action, aiming to deliver a fist to Broly. Just then, Broly, having lost interest in the shield, squeezed it lightly, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. Bang! The shield fractured into 8 distinct pieces, cascading to the ground. The captain, poised to strike Broly, was left in a state of shock. How could someone possess such strength to crush the shield with their bare hands? Captain America watched in disbelief as Broly's gentle grip rendered his once invincible shield to mere fragments, akin to crushing an egg. His eyes widened, momentarily forgetting his intention to attack. The remaining soldiers, witnessing Captain America's astonishment, were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color. "Captain, good to see you." Just as Captain America believed his fate was sealed, he noticed the creature waving at him, extending a cordial greeting. The captain's lips quivered, a grimace of disbelief forming on his face. "I have long heard of your deeds. I can offer you a chance at survival," Broly said with a smile, expressing no desire to terminate Captain America's life. To him, these individuals were expendable, easily dispatched at any moment. Furthermore, Broly sensed that the captain was not a fool. He was likely a pawn in someone else's game. "Thank you. I am honored," the captain managed to smile, though it appeared more sorrowful than joyful. "May I ask who sent you to eliminate me?" Broly inquired, his smile unwavering. "You have laid waste to several cities. As long as I draw breath, I shall return." Captain America replied, regaining his composure, his expression now steely. "Have you witnessed my destruction of cities?" Broly inquired with a slight grin. "Indeed, I have seen the footage," the captain affirmed with a nod. "Captain, it seems you have become somewhat muddled during your years of slumber." Broly remarked lightly, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Since you have slumbered into ignorance, allow me to awaken you to—" In an instant, Broly vanished without a trace. The next moment, he seized Captain America's body and propelled him skyward. "What are you planning to do?" Captain America exclaimed, bewildered. "Down you go," Broly declared, releasing him once he reached a considerable altitude. 10 minutes later, Captain America plummeted into the vast ocean, disappearing from sight. Once this was accomplished, Broly leisurely returned to the vicinity of his home. Chapter 42. The nuclear bomb to Broly's satisfaction. The soldiers and various armed forces had completely retreated. It appeared that, in the face of absolute power, all else was rendered inconsequential. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he suddenly sensed a formidable energy surging towards him. What could it be? Certainly, while this surge of energy is formidable, it is merely a trifle for Broly. "Hey Nick, do you see if a nuclear bomb is heading our way?" Broly gestured towards Nick that moment. Nick had just departed from Natasha's quarters not long ago. His anxious demeanor hinted at a desire to return to the headquarters. Upon hearing Broly's words, Nick's expression froze, and his countenance darkened even further. Damn it! Who issued the order? Immediately thereafter, Nick was consumed by rage and swiftly established contact with headquarters through specialized equipment. After concluding the call, Nick was left in a state of shock, his scalp tingling and cold sweat pouring down his body. Indeed, a plane had already taken off, and within a minute, it would drop a nuclear bomb, intending to raze this area to the ground. Those fools, they will surely regret this. Nick gritted his teeth. Broly responded with a cold smile, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding circumstances. That it was effortless. Broly quickly detected the fighter jet carrying the nuclear bomb. That he pointed his hand toward the aircraft, and with a swift motion, a beam of light shot forth. That very moment, the jet, laden with the nuclear bomb, was nearing the city. The pilot, expressionless, remarked, "Colonel, the nuclear bomb is ready. Launch it immediately." "Yes," the pilot replied, just as he prepared to press the button to release the bomb, when he suddenly noticed a red beam hurtling toward him. "Not good," the pilot gasped, attempting to escape the aircraft. But it was too late. Boom! In an instant, the entire plane, along with its nuclear payload, vanished under Broly's crimson flame. Although a nuclear bomb posed no threat to Broly, he had no desire to be a national hero. Moreover, he was not a part of the American nation. Broly had no reason to mimic Iron Man, carrying a nuclear bomb to a deserted area. Instead, he unleashed a shockwave toward the bomb's direction, obliterating both the fighter jet and its warhead. After Broly annihilated the nuclear bomb, Nick swiftly received the news, exhaling a long sigh of relief, though his gaze toward Broly grew increasingly grave. "Now you can tell me who is behind all this," Broly asked with a smile. "That it's the military," Nick responded. "Where are they located?" Broly inquired further. "Follow me," Nick said, preparing to get into a vehicle. Broly, displeased, retorted, "You're answering my questions, yet asking me to follow you?" Bang! Without hesitation, Broly kicked Nick's vehicle away. Poor Nick, as he crawled out of the wreckage, he was on the verge of tears for frustration. This fellow is truly unpredictable. But Nick dared not provoke Broly. He was acutely aware of the damage Broly had inflicted on the military. "I have no time for idle chatter. Tell me where the attackers are positioned." Broly demanded coldly. "My patience is limited. You have 3 seconds to respond. That I don't know the exact location of the person who issued the command, but I believe they should be on this island." Nick, suppressing his pain, produced an electronic map and pointed it out to Broly. "Very well, this island can be erased," Broly declared, immediately soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Broly arrived above the small island. It was not particularly large, and after a cursory glance, he estimated the population to be around 100,000. That upon further scrutiny, Broly located a military base. He had no intention of hesitating. An energy wave coalesced in his hand, ready to obliterate the island entirely. As a Saiyan, Broly harbored no compassion. On the contrary, his nature leaned towards malevolence. Had Broly not spent these years living with Natasha, Earth might have been shattered by his hand long ago. Broly held no fondness for this island. However, just as he gathered his energy wave, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in military attire appearing above the military base. Gazing up at him, it seemed he had spotted Broly. As the man waved in greeting, Broly ignored him, focusing instead on controlling the energy wave he had nearly perfected. Destroying such a small island was no more challenging for Broly than stepping on an insect. The only concern was that he might inadvertently unleash too much energy and obliterate the Earth in the process, which prompted him to double-check his energy sphere. Just as Broly prepared to hurl the energy sphere downward, he noticed the middle-aged man in military garb hastily approaching him in an aircraft. Broly narrowed his eyes, momentarily pausing to toy with the energy sphere in his hand. He decided to observe the man's intentions. After all, the destruction of this island was merely a matter of time, and there was no need for haste. Allow me to introduce myself. I am John Schmidt. I have been keeping an eye on you since you were very young. The middle-aged man greeted with a friendly smile. Noticing Broly's silence, he continued, I hold you in high regard, and I can fully imagine your growth. However, your remarkable performance indeed surprises me. Speak plainly, Broly replied impatiently. You arrived on Earth through a black hole 16 years ago, did you not? Schmidt's expression shifted slightly. I've been watching you for quite some time. Everything you just did was entirely within my expectations. I knew you would withstand such an attack. Oh, you admit that everything was your doing? Broly asked with a smile. Oh, his surprise. The man was aware of the black hole's existence. Indeed, I admit it. Schmidt nodded. But you cannot kill me. Oh, Broly responded with a slight smile. Because that black hole from the universe was created by me. If you wish to return to your original world, you must obey my commands. Schmidt asserted with a grin. Your name is Broly, am I correct? Although you have transformed into your current state, I know everything about you. Chapter 43. Control. Chapter 43. Control. Broly smiled gently, gazing at Schmidt. It seems you have been monitoring me all these years. Indeed, from the very day you arrived on Earth, I began my research on you. Of course, all of this was conducted in secrecy. When you were 4 years old, your body exhibited peculiar changes, and the energy within you surged to extraordinary heights. Schmidt continued, seemingly confident in his ability to control Broly's power. Broly was not surprised by Schmidt's words. He had never intended to conceal his identity, as he had nothing to fear in this world. As for how the man discovered his identity as Broly, anyone who was genuinely interested in researching him would find the answer easily. Remove your mask, Broly said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Broly's words, Schmidt momentarily hesitated, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. I said, you can take off your mask now, Broly reiterated, his tone growing impatient. Haha. Schmidt erupted into a hearty laughter. And after his mirth subsided, he forcefully tore at his own face with a broad hand. In the blink of an eye, a crimson skull materialized before Broly. Broly was well aware of the figure known as the Red Skull. This character had first appeared in the Captain America saga, only to be subsequently absorbed by the Cosmic Cube. However, Broly found himself perplexed, as he had not anticipated that this individual was still alive. This suggested that he had seemingly escaped from the Cosmic Cube and returned to Earth to pursue his unfinished mission. Broly, you have not disappointed me, Schmidt, the Red Skull, said with a grin directed at Broly, extending his hands. I believe that if we were to collaborate, this world, and indeed the entire universe, would fall under our dominion. And what if I refuse? Broly responded with a smile. You will acquiesce, the Red Skull replied, his tone imbued with confidence. Yes, I mentioned. I know you intimately. He spoke. A peculiar device appeared in his hand. It resembled a television remote control, adorned with several buttons. Broly did not comprehend the purpose of this device, but he had little interest in such trivial inquiries. His primary concern was how to return to the world of Dragon Ball. From the Red Skull's implication, it seemed he possessed the means to open a cosmic black hole, enabling Broly to return to his original realm. However, Broly was quite displeased with the Red Skull's condescending demeanor. One last question. Since you discovered me so early, why did you not attempt to control me then? Broly inquired, narrowing his eyes. There was no necessity, the Red Skull replied with a faint smile. I knew you would be unable to leave Earth in the short term. Moreover, I have been preparing for something significant over the years, and I was also waiting for you to mature. I do not relish the company of a child. Well, I have no further questions, Broly stated, unhesitatingly hurling the energy sphere downward. Stop, the Red Skull exclaimed in shock, hastily pressing a button on the remote. He understood that if the energy sphere were to land, The small island would likely be obliterated that moment, as the Red Skull activated the remote. A strange ray was emitted, enveloping Broly in an instant. Broly furrowed his brow. Puzzled by the purpose of this contraption, I command you to retrieve that energy immediately. The Red Skull bellowed at Broly. Yet, upon uttering these words, he was astonished to see Broly regarding him with a mocking glare. I command you to retract the energy and obey my orders. The Red Skull pressed the button with fervor, while the purple rays emanating from it multiplied. Soon, these rays completely enveloped Broly, creating the illusion that he was encased within a violet dome. You have spent so long researching this device merely to control me? Broly inquired with a smirk. Upon hearing Broly speak and realizing his mind remained exceedingly clear, the Red Skull was drenched in cold sweat. What had gone awry? Why was this device failing to exert control over him? Grinding his teeth, the Red Skull crushed the remote in his hand, and in the next moment, produced a similar device. With a flick of his wrist, 3 beams of light erupted, forming an enormous dome that entirely encased Broly. Witnessing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the Red Skull's visage. Boom! At that moment, Broly's energy sphere had already descended upon the island. With a thunderous roar, the island was instantly reduced to dust, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud before it sank into the ocean. Evaporating from existence on Earth, as the Red Skull observed the tumult below, he trembled in astonishment. Such overwhelming energy, far exceeding that of a nuclear bomb. Fortunately, he had prepared for this, had he been on the island. He would likely be in hell by now. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he felt considerably relieved upon seeing Broly ensnared. However, his gaze towards Broly grew increasingly sinister. Broly, while I am uncertain why I cannot control you, through years of dedicated research, I have devised a method to extract your energy, the Red Skull proclaimed with a booming laugh, his expression radiant with delight. Broly suddenly understood. It was no wonder this individual had ensnared him in such a contraption. It was designed to siphon his energy. You have merely destroyed a minor outpost of my numerous bases. It poses no significant threat to me, the Red Skull continued with a smile. Furthermore, this dome you find yourself in has been custom crafted for you, utilizing the most resilient black steel in the universe, a material 100 times sturdier than Captain America's shield. Thus, escaping from here is utterly impossible for you. That's so, Broly replied with a wicked grin. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. The Red Skull's smile widened. This is the culmination of your years of labor? Broly scoffed. It seems you still do not understand me well enough. No, you are mistaken. I know you intimately. I said. I am well acquainted with everything about you. The Red Skull countered with a light chuckle. Very well. Then I shall grant you your wish and provide you with a continuous stream of energy. As Broly spoke, a yellow-green aura radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 44. Dr. Zola, a torrent of energy surged forth, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, transmitted through the peculiar device to the distant cosmos. The display on the Red Skull's remote mirrored this surge, indicating energy readings of 1,000, 3,000, and 5,000 at what an immense power. The Red Skull exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the readings swiftly reached 5,000. This is magnificent. However, the Red Skull's jubilation was premature, for the energy readings continued to soar. 10, 000, 50, 000, 90, 000. As the figures approached 90, 000, the Red Skull's elation intensified. Such an abundance of energy transformed would yield immense value. Yet he soon realized the gravity of a critical issue. Could the device withstand such colossal energy? Stop! Halt immediately! I command you to cease. The Red Skull gasped, his eyes wide in astonishment, as he watched the energy levels continue their ascent, panic gripping him as he bellowed at Broly. With a wicked grin, Broly did not relent. Rather, he amplified the energy further. Boom! In an instant, a powerful energy radiated outward from Broly, creating layers of storms in its wake. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, making it difficult to gaze directly at the spectacle. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the peculiar barrier encircling Broly was shattered into fragments by his overwhelming power. Simultaneously, an instrument on a distant space station, receiving Broly's energy, erupted in a brilliant flash within moments. That space station was reduced to mere vapor under the assault of the formidable energy. Red Skull stood there, dumbfounded, at a loss for words. "I asked this your research on me?" Broly inquired with a smile. Red Skull's expression darkened considerably. Despite years of systematic analysis on Broly, he never anticipated such an extraordinary level of strength. "I underestimated you," Red Skull replied solemnly. "You can speak about the black hole now, can't you?" Broly said with a gentle smile, aiming his hand at Red Skull's body, ready to obliterate him should he make a move. Although Red Skull was physically stronger than an ordinary person, to Broly, he was hardly distinguishable from one. Red Skull burst into laughter and finally said, "Broly, do you genuinely believe this is my true form? Let me clarify. What stands before you is merely a clone of mine. While your annihilation of my current self will have some repercussions, I shall not perish. Sever one head, and two shall arise in its place. Hail Hydra!" As he spoke, Red Skull's body swelled dramatically. Boom! In the next moment, his form exploded into pieces, utterly lifeless. Broly smiled nonchalantly. He had sensed something amiss with Red Skull earlier, as the aura emanating from him was distinctly unusual. Clearly, discovering Red Skull's true form would require further effort. Of course, Broly had other means. In an instant, his body transformed into a streak of light, hurtling into the vastness of space. Within 10 seconds, Broly found himself amidst the cosmos, near the very space station that had just absorbed his energy. It was a simple task for Broly to locate the station, given the substantial energy it contained. His gaze swept across the surroundings, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Far off, a small spacecraft sped along, and Broly easily detected a faint energy signature within it. The previous energy reaction had left Dr. Zola shaken. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, escaping the space station aboard his spacecraft just in time. Now, Zola wiped the cold sweat from his brow, sighing deeply. "This Broly exceeds my wildest imagination. It seems I must employ alternative methods to control him," Zola muttered to himself. As he spoke, a sudden knock echoed at the spacecraft's door. Zola blinked in disbelief. What a joke! Who knocks on a door in the vastness of space? He thought it must be a figment of his imagination. After all, how could anyone possibly knock in such an expansive void? Crack! Just as Zola began to question his sanity, he heard another sharp sound, and to his astonishment, a figure radiating a yellow-green glow appeared inside the spacecraft. "Broly!" Zola exclaimed. Broly refrained from destroying the spacecraft. Had he done so, Dr. Zola would have been in grave danger. Instead, he entered through the main door. Broly had no intention of ending Zola's life just yet. He had several questions to pose. Indeed, upon hearing Red Skull's words, Broly felt a twinge of temptation. He had long wished to settle the score with Frieza and King Cold. Now that Broly could transform into a Super Saiyan, dealing with a foe like Frieza would be a relatively straightforward task. Yet, regrettably, despite all his efforts, Broly had yet to find a way back. Red Skull had mentioned creating a cosmic black hole. If that were true, he could certainly return to the Dragon Ball world through him. Although Red Skull had concealed himself, Broly had sensed several exceedingly faint auras at the space station that had absorbed his energy. Being a space station, it was reasonable to assume that researchers were present. Broly had already sensed that one individual had departed before the explosion, but he had not anticipated that the researcher aboard the spacecraft would be Dr. Zola. Broly held no particular animosity towards this doctor. Everyone has their own value in existence, whether good or bad. Moreover, Broly himself was hardly a paragon of virtue. "You're Dr. Zola, aren't you?" Broly inquired with a slight smile. "Why you know me? It must be Natasha who informed you about me through S. H.L.D. Zola stammered, momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. "You really think of yourself as someone significant?" Broly chuckled lightly. In the next moment, he exerted his formidable energy to alter the spacecraft's course. The spacecraft glided through the air, heading straight for Earth. Zola's eyes widened in shock. The spacecraft had been commandeered by this person, and it was utterly terrifying. "What do you want from me?" Zola asked tentatively, perplexed by Broly's silence after his previous remarks. "You seem to know quite a bit about me," Broly stated with a grin. "I suppose so, but your power has surpassed my expectations." Zola replied, his lips quivering slightly as he smiled. Today, I shall let you witness the magnitude of my power, Broly declared, calmly stepping out of the spacecraft and hovering in midair. Zola was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Broly's intentions in the next moment. Zola observed Broly gathering a sphere of light in his hand. Whoosh! The radiant orb shot off into the distance, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. Shortly thereafter, Zola noticed Broly returning to W. Did you do? Zola asked, utterly bewildered. You can use your instruments to investigate, Broly replied with a gentle smile. Zola hurriedly operated an instrument aboard the spacecraft, and after approximately 10 seconds, he captured the light Broly had unleashed. The light was aimed at an unknown small asteroid. Although this asteroid was not particularly large compared to Earth, it still measured at least half its size. Suddenly, an astonishing white light erupted on the display screen. In the blink of an eye, that asteroid, merely half the size of Earth, disintegrated into fragments under Zola's gaze, becoming cosmic dust. Zola was utterly astounded. He had known Broly was powerful, but he never imagined he could annihilate a planet so effortlessly. If I wished, I could obliterate the entire solar system, Broly remarked with a smirk, his smile radiant. Zola trembled violently, at a loss for words. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Where is the cosmic cube? Broly inquired once more that he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the existence of the cosmic cube. Broly understood that the cosmic cube harbored the power of space, capable of opening gateways to different realms. He had speculated that his arrival in the Marvel Universe was predominantly due to the influence of the cosmic cube. However, for many years, Broly had been in search of the cosmic cube. Yet despite his extensive efforts, he had failed to uncover its whereabouts. According to the narrative of the Marvel films, following Captain America's defeat of Red Skull, the cosmic cube should have been in the possession of the government. Or more likely, within the confines of CLD due to his connection with Natasha, Broly had visited as point H point, point E point L point D at a young age, sensing the surroundings, but he did not detect any peculiar energy signatures. Thus, it was evident that the cosmic cube might very well be located elsewhere. Encountering Red Skull and Dr. Zola today reignited Broly's desire to continue his search for the cosmic cube. The cosmic cube possessed boundless energy, yet regrettably, it had vanished long ago. Dr. Zola explained that for years, Mr. Schmidt had also been searching for the cosmic cube. Otherwise, he would have initiated a control scheme against you long ago. Unfortunately, he failed, his hubris nearly costing him his life. Enough of this frivolity. Do you wish to follow me? Or do you prefer to continue serving your Red Skull? Broly asked, his demeanor frosty. I am a scientist. My primary objective is to study the cosmos, and everything else is of little consequence. Zola shrugged with a slight smile. Gazing at Broly. Excellent. Your task is quite straightforward. Devise a means to open the door to my world. Of course, your compliance will yield benefits. I shall take you to a place where you can realize any wish you desire. Broly remarked with a subtle smile. Articulating his terms, IT was a condition that, without doubt, no one could refuse. Upon hearing Broly's words, Zola's interest was piqued. To realize any wish. What must the world of this individual be like? Zola felt a stir within him, yet he remained skeptical about Broly's proposition. Can any wish truly be granted? Do you comprehend why I am so formidable? Broly inquired. I understand. Your desire must be to attain immense energy. Zola quickly surmised. Indeed, you have learned to answer promptly. Broly replied with a slight smile, that if Zola were aware that such wishes were beyond the capabilities of the dragon, he might indeed be quite disheartened. I seek to research the opening of the cosmic door for you, but you must have noticed my physical condition, that by all accounts, I should be dead. It is only through my enhancements that I continue to exist. In recent years, my physical capabilities have diminished considerably. Without energy support, I believe my life shall soon come to an end, Dr. Zola lamented. Speak plainly, Broly replied coolly. I require energy, Zola said with a wry smile. This is simple. As long as you work for me, energy will be abundant, Broly declared, tossing an energy sphere to Zola. This energy sphere merely provided Zola with vitality, lacking any significant harmful effects. Upon receiving Broly's energy, Zola's previously aged visage appeared rejuvenated by several years, his complexion increasingly animated, and his spirit exceedingly uplifted. Additionally, find Red Skull from me as well. Inform me immediately upon discovery. Broly instructed further. That is not an issue. Zola nodded, beginning to appreciate Broly's approach to matters. The spacecraft was now en route to Earth, and upon entering Earth's orbit, Zola expressed his unease. Mr. Broly, once our spacecraft enters Earth, it will undoubtedly be detected by others. Such a situation would hinder my future research. You must know how deeply Sidaldi despises me. Rest assured, they shall not find you. Broly reassured with a gentle smile, once again releasing energy to envelop the spacecraft securely. Chapter 46. The Green and Gold Warrior Broly was confident that with the current technology on Earth, detecting the spacecraft would not prove to be a simple task. The interference from these energies rendered Earth detectors nearly ineffective. Thus, under Broly's guidance, the spacecraft descended into a secluded mountainous region. From this day forth, this shall serve as your research headquarters. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me, Broly remarked, patting Zola on the shoulder. Zola nodded appreciatively, surveying the vicinity, clearly content with the location. Furthermore, the spacecraft was already equipped with numerous instruments and devices, significantly facilitating Zola's research endeavors. Mr. Broly, I require a modest sum for research. Let's say 200 million. Zola requested, somewhat bashfully. Agreed. Broly smiled, lightly. As he spoke, a surge of energy enveloped Zola, explaining, you now possess some of the energy from my being. In terms of speed and strength, you are several times more powerful than before. As for funding, you may simply approach the bank. Understood. Zola's eyes sparkled with realization as he felt explosive energy coursing through him, granting him a physique potentially stronger than Captain America's. Zola was exhilarated. As a scientist, he had long aspired to develop a serum akin to that of Captain America to administer to himself. However, after years of research, he had encountered numerous shortcomings. Now, with Broly's aid, he had effortlessly transformed into a figure of remarkable prowess. Following Broly's departure, Zola commenced his first research endeavor. Primarily, he sought to ascertain the true extent of Broly's formidable energy, that a servant who does not understand their master is not a worthy servant. Zola intended to delve deeper into Broly's capabilities, as he had previously collected energy data during the explosion of the space station. The arrival of Broly had prevented him from conducting further analysis, making this an opportune moment. After preparing various instruments and inputting the energy data, Zola lost track of time. Upon observing the values displayed on the screen, he was left utterly astonished. My heavens! Mr. Broly, he possesses the energy of half a sun. This is simply terrifying, Zola murmured, astonishment flickering across his face. Yet excitement surged within him. To align himself with such a powerful individual would undoubtedly lead to immense fortune and influence. What do you mean by half a sun's energy? At that moment, a voice interrupted from behind. Startled, Zola realized it was Broly approaching and hastily rose to offer his respects. What did you just say? Moreover, what have you been researching these past few days? Broly inquired with a stern expression. In these days, Broly had reverted to his ordinary appearance, returning home and maintaining an air of nonchalance. Neither Phil nor Natasha had noticed his transformation. However, even if they had, Broly would have remained unconcerned. Times, Broly pondered whether even Red Skull was aware of his true identity. Surely, H.I.L.D. would not be oblivious. Perhaps S.I.E.L.D. is simply operating under a veil of secrecy, of course, regarding my own identity. It matters little whether S.I.E.L.D. is aware or not. As long as they do not come knocking to expose me, they can carry on as they please. In truth, H.I.L.D. remains oblivious to the origins of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. When Broly first descended upon Earth, internal issues within H.I.L.D. meant they overlooked his arrival. It was only in a year he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the tender age of 4. H.I.L.D. detected that formidable energy. Unfortunately, shortly after his transformation, Broly reverted to his usual state, and Shield's attempt to trace that energy yielded no results. In recent days, Nick has been quite distressed. The sudden emergence of such a powerful figure, followed by an equally abrupt disappearance, is nothing short of unfathomable. However, Nick has no time to dwell on Broly, for Field has discovered Hydra operatives infiltrating the military. Thus, during Broly's brief return home, has been busy exerting pressure on the military to eliminate the Hydra threat. After spending time with Natasha and attending a few days of school, Broly returned to the secluded mountains to check on Zola's research. Upon his arrival, he was met with Zola's claim of possessing energy equivalent to half a sun, which irked Broly. He had tasked Zola with finding a means to access the Dragon Ball world, yet here Zola was engrossed in these seemingly trivial studies. Mr. Broly, please forgive my audacity in conducting preliminary research on you. As a scientist, my curiosity is innate, and I find your energy fascinating, Zola hurriedly explained, fearful of inciting Broly's wrath. Speak plainly, Broly replied coldly. All I wish to ascertain is the extent of your power. I harbor no ill intentions, Zola quickly amended. Next time we converse, remember to use plain language, Broly remarked nonchalantly before inquiring. So, have you determined just how powerful I am? Half a sun's energy. Indeed, yes, Zola nodded vigorously. It is true, half a sun's energy. A sly smile crept across Broly's face as he suddenly unleashed his tail. Bang! Zola was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Consider this a minor reprimand. I hope you expedite your research, Broly declared, his expression darkening as he took to the skies. Zola, now spurred into action, took a brief respite before hastily departing the research facility to seek funding at the bank. Upon returning home, Broly opened his computer to peruse the plethora of news articles about himself. Green Gold Warrior strikes. Is it the apocalypse, or has the Green Gold Warrior mysteriously disappeared from Earth? Captain America defeated. Can the new heroic figure turn the tide? The barrage of sensational headlines regarding Broly left him shaking his head in silence. Green Gold Warrior? Goodness, the media has bestowed upon me such a ludicrous moniker. Chapter 47. Iron Man takes flight. Broly merely regarded these news pieces as jokes. Yet one particular article caught his attention. IT reported that Spider-Man seemed intrigued by the Green Gold Warrior and wished to invite him for a duel. Broly merely chuckled at the thought that Spider-Man's lackluster skills were far beneath his notice. Moreover, Broly understood that Spider-Man was not the type to seek out conflict, suggesting that this news was likely a media ploy. Unbeknownst to Broly, another emerging hero was diligently conducting research, seeking a method to defeat him. That individual was Tony Stark. After being rescued by Broly, Tony underwent a significant transformation in his mindset. He finally recognized that the world needed formidable individuals capable of great strength. Tony was in awe of Broly's might, prompting him to explore the possibility of creating a suit to rival Broly's power. As the world's largest arms supplier, Tony's pursuit of weaponry was meticulous, and he believed he had discovered a means to combat Broly. Time flew by, and one day, Tony's fursuit was finally completed. He soared into the sky like a bullet, reveling in the sensation of flight, far removed from the terrifying experience of being hurled by Broly. After making some modifications to the suit, Tony's satisfaction grew. 10 days later, he decided to flaunt his newfound prowess, rescuing a few innocuous individuals. Instantly, Tony transformed into the celebrated hero Iron Man during a media interview. A reporter inquired, Iron Man, how do your abilities compare to those of the Green Gold Warrior? The Green Gold Warrior is likely aware of my emergence. Hence his retreat. That as for who is more powerful, I believe the answer is evident. Tony proclaimed with pride that in your last encounter, the Green Gold Warrior effortlessly shattered Captain America's shield. Can you claim such strength? Mr. Iron Man, another journalist pressed. First, let me clarify that I am not a destroyer, nor would I ever attack Captain America. Furthermore, while the shield is constructed from a unique material, it is not without vulnerabilities. Were I to face Captain America, I too could destroy his shield, Tony asserted confidently. During this period, he had kept an eye on the news and was aware that Broly had easily crushed Captain America's shield. In fact, the shield's material was sourced by Tony's father, so he was no stranger to it. Through his studies, he discovered a particular weapon capable of destroying the shield, as for Captain America's recent defeat at Broly's hands. Tony paid it little mind. With his suit completed, and after analysis from J.A. or Duffy.I.S., he was convinced that he would triumph over Captain America in a confrontation. After the interview concluded, Tony's excitement was palpable. He eagerly awaited Broly's challenge. However, as time passed, the Green Gold Warrior remained elusive. Broly, indeed, had no inclination to appear. With Natasha currently free from perilous missions, he saw no reason to transform into a Super Saiyan for her protection. Additionally, Broly frequently communicated with Zola and personally checked on the progress of his research. What brought Broly some comfort was Zola's undeniable brilliance. Through his diligent studies, he had uncovered another method to open the portal to another dimension, essentially rekindling the black hole. However, this process would require a considerable investment of time, at least a decade. Upon hearing this, Broly was momentarily speechless. 10 years. By then, he would be 26. After some contemplation, he found solace in the thought. Returning to the Dragon Ball world at the age of 26 seemed quite fitting. Broly recalled that Goku departed Earth at the age of 25, journeying to Namek before becoming a Super Saiyan. When he turned 26, Frieza appeared on Earth, only to be vanquished by Trunks from the future. Broly mused that if he could indeed return to the Dragon Ball world at the age of 26, it would present an excellent opportunity. He could visit Earth and personally eradicate Frieza, the tyrant of the cosmos. However, Broly felt a pang of regret, pondering whether planet Vegeta had already been destroyed by Frieza. Do you truly believe that a decade is sufficient to unlock the gateway to another dimension? Broly inquired with a hint of skepticism. Within 10 years, it is entirely feasible, Dr. Zora affirmed with a nod of confidence. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, of course, if we manage to locate the cosmic cube, I could potentially activate the gateway in no more than 3 years. Broly refrained from responding. He had heard Dr. Zora speak of the cosmic cube before. This very matter was what initially propelled Broly into the Marvel Universe at that time. The cosmic cube had suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, casting forth a blue light that expelled Red Skull, who then descended upon Earth. Upon his arrival, Red Skull promptly sought out Dr. Zora, who had undergone a transformation, and together they embarked on a new line of research. To Dr. Zora's astonishment, strange black holes began to manifest in the depths of the universe. And before long, a small infant emerged from one of them. Subsequently, Red Skull dedicated himself to studying the infant. However, his curiosity regarding Broly was merely superficial. His true ambition lay in swiftly acquiring the cosmic cube to achieve world domination. Broly understood the significance of the cosmic cube, yet its whereabouts remained a mystery to him. Based on the historical progression of the Marvel Universe, Broly speculated that the cosmic cube was likely situated within the domain of Thor, the god of thunder. What frustrated Broly was the fact that after wandering the galaxy for an extended period, he had yet to discover a planet teeming with life, let alone reach the realm of gods. Furthermore, if such a divine realm truly existed, Broly should have been able to sense their presence. Broly pondered the possibility that entry to this divine domain required a unique means of access, rather than being confined within the galaxy itself. Chapter 48. The quest for the cosmic cube. Moreover, it seemed plausible that the beings within the divine realm did not possess a traditional aura, but rather a distinct form of energy that set them apart. Should the cosmic cube be found, the gateway to another dimension could be opened within 3 years, potentially allowing a return to the Dragon Ball universe. This prospect filled Broly with anticipation, as 10 years felt like an eternity. Are you suggesting that Red Skull was expelled by the cosmic cube, and then it vanished without a trace? Broly asked. Somewhat perplexed, if that were the case, the cosmic cube should have repelled Red Skull. Why then does he continue his pursuit? Has he lost his wits? Not quite, Dr. Zora responded with a wry smile. After being consumed by the cosmic cube, Red Skull gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge about it from within. The more he learned, the more he yearned to possess it. Perhaps that is the essence of his obsession. Broly nodded thoughtfully, realizing he needed to devise a plan to locate the cosmic cube. Additionally, he recalled that during his viewing of the Avengers, he had discovered that the cosmic cube was in the possession of S.H.L.D., who were secretly researching it for weaponry. 10 years of waiting felt exceedingly protracted. Moreover, it had been 16 years since he arrived in this world. Broly sincerely hoped to return to the Dragon Ball universe, soon to confront Frieza. At the same time, he silently prayed that planet Vegeta still existed. This reckoning was long overdue, provided he could successfully return to the Dragon Ball universe. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zora, Broly returned home, and, during dinner, casually inquired with Natasha about the Cosmic Cube. The Cosmic Cube? Why are you so interested in that? Natasha shot Broly a questioning glance that I have a curiosity regarding it. I came across some information suggesting that the Cosmic Cube fell into the depths of the ocean, later retrieved by S.H. I.E.L.D. Is that true? Broly asked with a smile. Natasha shook her head, replying, that is impossible. If Sivilda had truly discovered the Cosmic Cube, I would certainly be aware of it. Seeing Natasha's expression, Broly felt a sense of disappointment. It was evident from her demeanor that she was oblivious to the Cosmic Cube's location, and it seemed Sivilda had, indeed, not acquired it. Perhaps the Marvel world he inhabited diverged from the one he had known in his previous life. Surely Captain America must know where the Cosmic Cube is, Broly thought. A spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes, he resolved to seek out Captain America for answers. The last time Broly had thrown him, he had deliberately held back, knowing that the extent of his attack would not be lethal. After finishing dinner, Broly concocted an excuse to leave home. With a swift surge of energy, Broly interfered with various satellites and surveillance devices monitoring him, transforming into an ethereal flame that vanished into the night sky. In the next instant, Broly's raven hair shifted to a striking yellow-green hue. Upon sensing his surroundings, he easily located Captain America's residence. After all, Broly was well acquainted with Captain America's energy signature. A brief moment of focus allowed him to ascertain his position, a method far more precise and convenient than radar. That moment, Captain America was diligently training in his room when an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly washed over him. This instinctive alarm prompted him to conceal himself, not daring to breathe a word. Grabbing his shield, he felt a measure of reassurance, believing that its presence would provide him with some semblance of security. Although the shield had been shattered by Broly, S.H.L.D. had managed to repair it. Come out, Captain. As Captain America crouched behind the wall in trepidation, he recognized the familiar voice. Is it really him? Captain America thought. Panic setting in. If you wish to avoid becoming airborne again, I suggest you emerge promptly. My patience is limited, Broly remarked coolly. Captain America wasted no time. Emerging cautiously from behind the wall, shield raised to protect himself in hopes that this would ensure his safety. Oh, your shield has been restored, Broly observed, noting the shield's pristine condition, as if it had never been broken. Captain America's face twitched slightly, a look of fear crossing his features. He quickly chuckled nervously and tossed the shield aside. Recalling that it had been effortlessly destroyed by Broly, what good would it do to shield himself with it now? Please have a seat, Captain America urged, noting that Broly did not appear hostile. If he had been, Captain America would have already taken flight. Broly accepted the invitation, settling onto the sofa and candidly stating his purpose for visiting. Upon hearing this, Captain America's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before he sighed and said, Indeed, I once encountered the Cosmic Cube. However, it emitted a blue beam that absorbed Red Skull, after which it fell into the ocean. That I was piloting a plane at the time and had no opportunity to attend to the Cosmic Cube. Subsequently, I remained in slumber until now. That I regret to inform you that I am powerless to assist with the matter of the cube. You must have some recollection of the oceanic area where it fell. Correct? Broly pressed further. Captain America nodded gently and added, however, given the passage of time, I cannot ascertain whether that area has changed. Regardless of any changes, lead me there, Broly insisted, raising his hand to unleash a beam of energy. Captain America was taken aback, his complexion paling. Didn't you say you want to take a look? Why resort to violence? Captain America thought to himself, though he soon realized that the energy, upon striking him, did not inflict harm. Rather, he felt invigorated, as though he had grown considerably stronger. Consider this energy a temporary boost for your flight, Broly remarked with a smile, opening the window. Now, lead the way, feeling the explosive power coursing through his veins. Captain America's expression grew increasingly bewildered. Wait a moment. I wish to know, what precisely are you seeking the Tesseract for? The captain inquired with a watchful demeanor. Chapter 49. The masked man Captain America was a character that Broly had some understanding of. He was aware that the man possessed a heart of justice. If Broly were to exploit the Tesseract for nefarious purposes, he believed that even if he were to kill the captain, the man would never acquiesce to such deeds. In response, Broly offered a gentle smile and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I have no intention of employing the Tesseract for malevolent ends. Do you truly believe that with my current capabilities, I would require the power of the Tesseract?" The captain considered this. After all, the numerous advanced weapons that have been deployed against Broly have been effortlessly dispatched by him. That I wish to apologize for the previous incident. I too was manipulated, the captain said, somewhat embarrassed. I later discovered that the military had used me as a pawn. There's no need for apologies. Let's hasten our departure. Broly chuckled, showing no concern. After all, the captain's feeble attacks posed no threat to him. In fact, Broly had thoroughly bested the captain, even shattering his shield in the process. The captain nodded gently, attempting to leap from the window. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy rising within him, and his body became weightless. Whoosh! The captain soared into the sky. With this newfound sensation, he was exhilarated. It was his first experience of freely soaring through the air. Although he had previously plummeted from great heights, his body had been largely uncontrollable. Now, he felt that the ability to fly was indeed a cause for celebration. Approximately 20 minutes later, under the captain's guidance, Broly arrived above a deep-sea region. This should be the spot. I recall the Tesseract fell into this area. The captain pointed towards the ocean below. Broly nodded lightly, silently observing the depths beneath. How do you intend to search for the Tesseract? Even if it lies within these waters, if it rests in the abyss, retrieving it may prove quite challenging, the captain remarked. Broly smiled slightly, eschewing superfluous words, and transformed into a streak of light, diving into the ocean's depths. The captain's eyes widened. It appeared Broly intended to search directly within the sea, without the aid of any instruments. Indeed, Broly did not employ any devices to prevent the seawater from soaking him. He enveloped himself in a protective shield, effortlessly repelling the water. After wandering through the ocean's depths for a while, disappointment washed over Broly as he found no trace of the Tesseract. "Have you found nothing?" the captain asked casually upon seeing Broly resurface. "Let us return." Broly sighed gently. He pondered that after 70 years, if the Tesseract truly resided within these waters, it would have undoubtedly been discovered by the government or others. Clearly, locating the Tesseract was not as simple as he had imagined. Upon returning to his home, Broly noticed Natasha watching television in the living room, where the screen displayed Iron Man, Tony Stark. Moreover, the footage revealed Iron Man engaged in combat with a masked figure. It was evident that the masked individual was no match for Iron Man, as he was swiftly brought to the ground after a few exchanges. At this juncture, Broly's expression darkened slightly. He was all too familiar with that masked man. It was none other than Dr. Zola. Broly understood why Zola had appeared in the city. Due to recent financial constraints in his research, Zola had followed Broly's suggestion and resorted to bank robbery. Initially, Zola had easily succeeded with the energy provided by Broly. However, today, Zola's luck had run out as he encountered the justice-seeking Iron Man. It was apparent that the energy Broly had supplied to Zola was limited. While it sufficed against ordinary individuals, it faltered against Iron Man that moment. The camera shifted its focus to Iron Man, capturing a close-up shot. Iron Man hovered majestically in the air, exuding an aura of power. In the next instant, Iron Man descended beside Dr. Zola, extending his hand with a grin. "Let me see your true face today." With that, Iron Man aimed to destroy Zola's mask. "Broly, can you guess who Iron Man is?" "You would be utterly shocked," Natasha remarked, glancing back at Broly. However, upon finishing her sentence, she was astounded to find that Broly had vanished without a trace. Could it be my imagination? I distinctly remembered Broly had returned. How could he have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Natasha shook her head, dismissing Broly's disappearance, and continued to watch the news on television. Indeed, Broly had vanished, having raced at incredible speed towards the city where Zola was located. After all, Zola had assisted him in researching the time-space portal. If this man were to be eliminated by Iron Man, it would be a disastrous loss. That Broly's speed was astonishing. In no time, he appeared above the city. He saw from a distance that Iron Man was about to destroy Zola's mask. In a flash, Broly acted without hesitation, unleashing a beam of light that struck Zola's body. Zola, already in despair at having been defeated by Iron Man, had no words left. He witnessed his mask on the verge of destruction. He feared that if Sabo learned he was still alive, they would undoubtedly eliminate him. Just as he felt hopeless, Zola's eyes lit up upon noticing Broly hovering above him, a wave of relief washing over him. With Broly present, what did Zola have to fear? Indeed, in the next moment, Zola witnessed Broly emitting a beam of light that swiftly entered his body. He suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him, a powerful sensation that instilled great confidence. Iron Man, observing the beam entering Zola's body, felt puzzled and glanced towards Broly's direction. However, Iron Man saw nothing, for after infusing Zola with energy, Broly had quickly vanished from sight. Broly was confident that with the newly infused energy, Zola would have no major issues facing Iron Man. Jarvis, did you just detect someone approaching? Tony inquired. I did sense a surge of energy, according to analysis. It should be the Green Gold Warrior, but his speed is too great for me to track, Jarvis responded. Let us set him aside for now. I wish to see who this masked man truly is, Tony declared, reaching once more for Zola's mask. Be careful, Jarvis suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 50. Hill and Natasha feeling an immense surge of energy rushing towards his chest, Tony instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. Boom! With a resounding crash, Tony was sent flying by a punch from Zola. He arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, penetrating the roof of a CF, causing the earth to tremble slightly as it emitted a series of sharp cracks. Crash! Immediately thereafter, Tony's Iron Man suit seemed to disassemble, detaching itself from his body. As for Tony, the Iron Man, he had succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. Zola, overwhelmed with excitement, felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his being. He even believed he could effortlessly obliterate a mountain. However, all of this was a gift from Broly. Zola understood Broly's character well. After defeating Iron Man, he transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly hoisting a truck filled with money, and soon vanished from sight. Natasha, witnessing this, rubbed her eyes and turned back to look again, only to be astonished to find Broly had mysteriously reappeared. Broly, you scare me to death. Where were you just now? Natasha inquired. Sister, I've been at home all along, Broly replied with a smile. That you're talking nonsense. You clearly weren't at home just now. What were you up to? Natasha interrogated. All right, I got curious, so I went to see the scene where Iron Man was. Broly explained with a grin. More nonsense, Natasha exclaimed, her expression one of exasperation, clearly not believing Broly's words. She stood up, stretched lazily, revealing her delicate and beautiful waist, which made Broly unable to resist a moment of admiration. Broly smacked his lips. This girl was getting more and more attractive. Still looking? Natasha chided. You used to tease me a lot when we were younger. Broly grinned. All right, it's time for bed, Natasha yawned, continuing. Sister, I want to sleep with you. Broly said with a beaming smile. Nonsense, you're too grown up for that. You can't sleep with your sister, Natasha retorted, glaring at him. It's fine, I miss the scent of my sister, Broly said earnestly. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, gazing seriously at Broly, and after a silence lasting 3 seconds, she smiled sweetly. All right, I'll go take a shower first. Broly was overjoyed. Ever since he turned 14, Natasha had started sleeping separately to his surprise after a slight plea. She had actually agreed. Broly swiftly removed his clothes and lay on Natasha's bed, eagerly awaiting her return from the shower. After some time, Broly suddenly sensed something amiss. That Natasha's presence seemed to have vanished from the room. Frowning, he concentrated and quickly realized Natasha was moving rapidly, and her destination was none other than S.H.L.D. I've been played. Broly felt a surge of irritation. His sister had actually tricked him. Although he knew Natasha meant no harm, being left waiting in the nude was enough to frustrate any man. With a swift motion, Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, opened the window, and flew out, heading straight for Natasha's direction. In no time. Broly caught up with the helicopter. Natasha was aboard. At a glance inside revealed not only the pilot, but also a beautiful woman seated alongside Natasha, likely the enchanting Hill. Broly couldn't help but steal a few glances at Hill. Natasha, long time no see. Broly greeted her with a smile. Natasha's lips moved, unsure of what to say. I've been quite busy lately and forgot to meet you. Let us go home and spend some quality time together. Broly said, though his tone suggested no room for negotiation as he stepped forward and embraced Natasha to his delight. Natasha smiled brightly this time, showing no inclination to resist. Perhaps, for Natasha, opposing Broly in such moments was utterly futile. We're going home, Broly declared, transforming into a yellow-green flame before swiftly vanishing. Hill's expression turned sour. She had come to escort Natasha back to CLD for a matter, only for the green-gold warrior to swoop in and abduct Natasha mid-journey. Hill, being astute, recognized she was no match for Broly and could only watch helplessly as Natasha was taken away. Just as Hill was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed the yellow-green light returning. Could he have changed his mind? She pondered, perplexed. Beautiful lady, would you like to join us for some fun? Broly said with a grin, holding Natasha close. That a daring thought crossed his mind, to frolic with these two stunning women. Having never experienced such a scenario before, he reasoned that since he had been bestowed with the body of a Saiyan and was among the most formidable beings on this planet, why not seize the moment to enjoy life? Before Hill could utter a word, she felt her lips tighten as she was forcefully kissed. Hill was momentarily speechless. Broly's speed was simply too swift. By the time she comprehended what had happened, Broly had already retracted his tongue. As oh delightful. Broly savored the taste lingering in Hill's mouth, discovering it was quite a unique flavor. Without further ado, Broly cradled one woman in each arm and soared into the distance. This time, Broly did not return home, but instead headed to the base constructed by Zola. Although primarily a research facility, Broly had intentionally arranged for a living space there, meant for future escapades with the ladies. Zola, having sensed Broly's return with two beautiful women, was acutely aware of his new master's formidable power and dared not provoke him, opting instead to remain hidden in his lab, not daring to make a sound. Broly set Natasha and Hill down in a room, his eyes gleaming as he admired the two women with their distinct styles. Little bro, weren't you keen on playing with me? This has nothing to do with Hill. So let her go, Natasha said, her petite hand resting on Broly's chest. After going to such lengths to capture you, why would I want to let you go? Broly would certainly not let Hill go. Yet as he spoke, his mouth was not idle. He indulged in a delightful tasting session with Natasha. Chapter 51. A mysterious energy. Natasha, surprisingly cooperative, even took the initiative, leaving Broly, the young warrior, somewhat at a loss. That night, Broly enjoyed several hours of blissful companionship with both Hill and Natasha, but he dared not sleep. This was due to his inability to transform into a Super Saiyan while in slumber. Thus, after relishing the company of the two beautiful women, he noted that the night was still young and escorted them back to their respective abodes. Of course, after dropping Natasha off, Broly vanished in a flash and swiftly made his way back to his bed. Returning to his usual state, Natasha sighed with relief. However, upon entering her room, she was astonished to discover Broly lying on her bed. Just as she was about to shoo him away, she noticed he was sleeping quite soundly, and her heart softened. After some contemplation, Natasha laid down beside Broly, careful to avoid waking him. However, just as she settled in, she felt a large hand resting on her chest. Natasha's body jolted slightly, but soon calmed. For the moment, she regarded Broly as family, harboring no other thoughts. After a peaceful slumber beside Natasha, Broly awoke the next day as if nothing had transpired, heading off to school. Of course, while en route, Broly altered his direction. Zola's research on the time-space portal was not as straightforward as Broly initially presumed. It required not only substantial funding, but also some rare materials. Some of these materials could not be procured with money alone. Today, Broly intended to seek out Iron Man, Tony Stark, as Zola had indicated that Stark's enterprise possessed the necessary materials for the space portal. Currently, Broly was preparing for two avenues. On one hand, he sought the Cosmic Cube, for if he were to find it, he could return to the Dragon Ball world within 3 years. Even if he failed to locate it, Zola could still construct the time-space portal within approximately 10 years. Albeit a rather lengthy endeavor at this moment, many individuals at Sitov are experiencing considerable distress. The sudden emergence of a masked man who derived pleasure from robbing money transport vehicles had left military and HIELD personnel on edge. After all, this individual had managed to incapacitate Iron Man, although Iron Man's identity had yet to be publicly disclosed. S.H.I.L.D. that was fully aware of it. Initially, S.H.L.D. and military personnel had hoped to leverage Tony's armored suit to acquire the most advanced armed forces. Instead, they found themselves in a predicament when a masked man effortlessly sent Tony flying with a single punch, nearly costing him his life. That moment, Nick was pacing back and forth in the command room when he suddenly turned to a beautiful woman and inquired, "Hill, how is the situation progressing?" Nick, according to energy detection, this masked individual suddenly intensified his energy, which enabled him to send Tony flying with just one punch. Hill explained. Why did his energy increase so rapidly? Nick asked, perplexed that we detected a faint energy source nearby. We are unsure if it is connected to him. Hill responded. You have had close contact with him. How can you not know? Nick retorted to his words. Hill's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot Nick a withering glare. What do you mean by close contact? Why does it sound as if I am some sort of consort to that green gold warrior? Just a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Do not take it to heart. Nick hastily clarified, fearing Hill's displeasure. It was one thing for Hill to be displeased, but inciting the wrath of that green gold warrior was a risk they could ill afford. Never mind, let's set that aside for now, Nick said, somewhat exasperated, before asking, by the way, have you located Professor Bruce? Yes, he's in a small town in Brazil. Hill pointed to the coordinates on a map. Prepare immediately. I shall personally pay him a visit, Nick exclaimed with enthusiasm. Even if Professor Bruce transforms into the Hulk, I doubt he would be a match for you, Hill remarked with concern, though not specifically worried for anyone in particular. Nick cast a long glance at her, remaining silent. When Broly encountered Tony, the latter lay on a hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages. This was indicative of the severe injuries he sustained from Zola's punch a few days prior. Tony's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Broly, uncertain of the intentions of this formidable figure. Tony, I require some materials. Could you prepare them for me? Broly stated, handing over a list of materials provided by Zola. Tony quickly scanned the list. Realizing that most of the materials could be produced by his company, he felt compelled to comply. Without delay, 0.3 days should suffice, correct? Broly inquired. Some materials will require at least half a month to procure. I need to have them manufactured, Tony grimaced. Then make it 10 days, Broly decreed, establishing the final deadline that I will do my utmost. Tony grumbled, his teeth clenched in frustration, already plotting how he would deal with this audacious character once his next generation of armor was completed. After Broly departed, Tony, despite his injuries, set about preparing the materials for him. The 10-day deadline swiftly passed, and Broly arrived as promised. Very good. I appreciate your efforts, Broly said, patting Tony on the shoulder in approval. At present, the materials for the time-space portal were nearly complete. What remained was Zola's research. However, the prospect of waiting 10 years for the completion of the time-space portal weighed heavily on Broly's mind. 10 years was an exceedingly long time. Broly planned that upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, he would gather the 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish to the Eternal Dragon for eternal life. Although Saiyans tend to have longer lifespans than humans, they are ultimately not exempt from mortality. Once Broly delivered the materials to Zola, the latter commenced the research and construction of the time-space portal. For the time being, Broly found himself with a rare moment of leisure. Naturally, during this interlude, he continued his search for the Cosmic Cube. One day, as usual, Broly attended his classes at school. Upon dismissal, he suddenly sensed a surge of powerful energy rising from a distance, transforming the very atmosphere. This energy was extraordinarily vast. Broly estimated that his battle power, by Saiyan standards, must have reached at least 4,000. But who could it be? Broly wondered with curiosity, promptly transforming into a Super Saiyan and racing toward the source of the energy. Chapter 52. Thor, the God of Thunder. As Broly drew closer to the energy, he couldn't help but smile. Isn't that Thor, the God of Thunder? At last he has made his appearance. Perhaps through Thor, he could reach the realm of the gods. This would be the perfect opportunity for Broly to explore the divine domain, where he might just discover the cosmic cube. Being a god, Thor easily noticed Broly, who was hovering mid-air. Upon sensing the immense energy emanating from Broly, Thor broke into a cold sweat and called out, "Greetings, friend. I trust you are not an enemy. Are you?" As he spoke, Thor grasped his mighty hammer, prepared for battle. Naturally, avoiding a confrontation with such a formidable being was the most prudent course of action for the God of Thunder. Thor was perplexed, as based on his knowledge of the Nine Realms, it was implausible for such a powerful individual to appear, just where had this extraordinary figure emerged from. Indeed, I am your friend. Broly flashed a grin and flew directly to Thor's side. Thor, cautiously glancing at Broly, felt a sense of relief upon realizing he bore no ill intentions. Initially, Broly had intended to teach the God of Thunder a lesson, but considering the Rainbow Bridge, the crucial link to the realm of the gods, he understood that only by communicating with Thor could he access it. Otherwise, he would be unable to reach the divine realm, and his quest for the cosmic cube would be in vain. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Broly thought that locating the cosmic cube and returning to the Dragon Ball world would indeed be a favorable outcome. In this world devoid of worthy opponents, Broly occasionally felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness in the realm of Dragon Ball. Formidable figures like Frieza, Cell, and Buu, along with the protagonist Goku, provided ample targets for his combat prowess. Over the years, although Broly's power had steadily increased with age, he recognized a significant issue. Saiyans only experience substantial growth in their abilities during battle. The energy gained from mere training is exceedingly limited. Moreover, a Saiyan's combat strength escalates only when facing stronger adversaries, a truth Broly had confirmed since his infancy. Upon his birth, he had already engaged in combat with the king of Planet Vegeta and subsequently faced Frieza's minions in a fight to the death, leading to a rapid enhancement of his power. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, however, Broly found himself with few adversaries, which left him feeling quite isolated, and his power growth had noticeably slowed. Nevertheless, despite the sluggish pace of his growth, he had still made significant strides. The term slow was relative, especially when compared to the rapid increase he experienced as an infant. Achieving Super Saiyan status at the age of 4 would surely leave Vegeta in a state of utter shock. "What should I call you?" Thor inquired politely. "You can call me Broly," he replied with a smile. "Very well. Broly. I am Thor, hailing from the realm of the gods." Thor chuckled awkwardly as he explained, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment when mentioning his origin. To claim one hailed from such a mighty realm before someone as formidable as Broly seemed almost laughable. Fortunately, Broly showed no inclination to mock him. Instead, he feigned curiosity and asked, "What kind of place is that?" "Is it enjoyable?" "That is my homeland. The realm of the gods is one of the 9 realms connected by the world tree." Thor briefly elaborated on the 9 realms and the types of beings that inhabit them. However, Broly had little interest in this information. His primary goal was to acquire the cosmic cube and devise a way to return to the Dragon Ball world, leaving the inhabitants of the 9 realms utterly irrelevant to him. "That hammer has an interesting design," Broly remarked, shifting his gaze to the Mjolnir in Thor's hand. "This is my weapon. Apart from my father and myself, no one else can lift it," Thor replied with a smile. Tossing the hammer into the air and catching it effortlessly, that moment, Mjolnir stood as Thor's most cherished possession. "Oh, may I give it a try?" Broly had long been intrigued by Mjolnir and, upon seeing Thor, had pondered whether he could lift the mighty hammer. It appeared that Mjolnir was not something one could simply raise through sheer strength. Rather, a divine essence seemed to reside upon its surface. Even the likes of the Hulk, with his immense power, had found himself unable to budge Thor's hammer, leaving Broly uncertain of his own ability to do so. "Do you want to give it a try?" "Broly, of course, I have no objections," Thor replied, tossing Mjolnir to the ground and stepping aside to observe. Broly gently grasped the hammer's handle, attuning himself to the energy radiating from its head. Indeed, a peculiar force surged through the hammer surface. And as soon as Broly's hand made contact, he felt an unsettling resistance that made him somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, Broly discovered that the energy emanating from the hammer's surface left him with an overwhelming sense of uncertainty as he attempted to lift Mjolnir. Of course, this sensation stemmed from Broly's failure to fully harness his energy. "Broly, I advise you to reconsider. Mjolnir is not something that can simply be moved by possessing great power. It must be wielded by one deemed worthy. Thor chuckled from the sidelines. Broly smiled faintly, unleashing the full force of his energy. The sheer magnitude of his power transformed the surrounding area, casting it in a different hue. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity began to dance across Broly's body. The blue arcs shimmering and leaping about. Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. Can he channel electricity as well? However, Thor's surprise was far from over, as he soon witnessed Broly effortlessly lift Mjolnir with ease, just as he himself had done, exerting no significant effort. How is this possible? Thor exclaimed in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. Broly examined Mjolnir for a moment, finding it quite impressive, with energy that was indeed astonishing. However, in comparison, the lightning released by Mjolnir paled in comparison to the electrical might he unleashed when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 53. The Avengers assemble. Broly had never anticipated that he would so easily lift the hammer. Perhaps Mjolnir possessed a sort of sentience. Perhaps it feared his electric power, thus obediently yielding to him and refraining from resistance. Additionally, Broly was confident in his ability to obliterate Mjolnir if necessary. If Mjolnir truly possessed awareness, it likely understood that failure to comply could lead to dire consequences. Smart choice, Broly mused as he patted Mjolnir and tossed it back to Thor. Thor stood there, stunned and speechless for an extended period. From what you've implied, the realm of the gods seems rather enjoyable. Perhaps you could take me there someday, Broly suggested, then soared into the sky, waving goodbye to Thor. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Broly transformed into a streak of light against the horizon, vanishing from sight. Who on earth is he? Thor wondered, his eyes wide with astonishment. At a loss for words, it was not until Nick Fury from SLD arrived that Thor began to gain some understanding of Broly. Nick, are you suggesting we unite as heroes to confront Broly? Thor asked, puzzled. Not at all, Nick replied, shaking his head. Our planet faces various crises that I believe that in the near future we may encounter even greater calamities, and we need heroes like you to avert them. I see, Thor nodded, then commanded, let us go take a look. I prefer to fight alone. That you'll come to like your new friend, Nick said with a smile. Broly had already sensed Nick's presence nearby and surmised that Thor's arrival was likely a result of Nick summoning. He was curious about how Nick had established contact with the God's realm. Given the current circumstances, Broly recognized a significant opportunity before him. The unfolding events were undoubtedly leading him toward the world of the Avengers. Broly had long been observing from the shadows, and Nick had already summoned Professor Bruce, the one capable of transforming into the Hulk. Furthermore, Iron Man was diligently researching a new suit of armor. And now even Thor had arrived, along with Captain America. With these heroes gathered, Broly felt an overwhelming joy within him at the prospect of enacting the narrative of the Avengers universe that he vividly recalled that in this cinematic realm. The Tesseract had fallen into the hands of Loki, Thor's brother, who intended to invade Earth by opening a portal to another universe. Broly hastily distanced himself from Thor, eager for the events of the Avengers saga to unfold. If it truly commenced, the Tesseract would surely emerge, at which point he could seize it and prompt Zola to activate the means to return to the Dragon Ball world, sparing himself from unnecessary wanderings. However, Broly found himself somewhat bemused. It appeared that Thor's entrance into the cinematic world was not due to Nick summoning, but rather a response to Loki's malevolent actions. That it seemed his presence had brought about some subtle alterations in this universe. Broly resolved to disregard their affairs for the time being, allowing their world to resume its normal operations. Interfering too much might jeopardize the Tesseract's existence, and that would be quite troublesome indeed. Thus, Broly swiftly concealed his energy and reverted to his ordinary appearance, returning to his residence. Sister, you seem quite busy lately. Oh, you have a new mission? Broly feigned concern as he inquired. Not exactly a mission, Natasha replied with a smile, merely gathering our heroes together to ensure we are prepared should any situation arise. What is your opinion on the Green Gold Warrior? Broly asked. The moment Natasha heard the name, a faint blush colored her cheeks, though it vanished almost instantly. She shot Broly a glare and retorted, why bring up that scoundrel? Oh, why do you refer to him as a scoundrel? Broly questioned. Children should refrain from asking what they ought not. Natasha admonished, her tone sharp. I've heard that the Green Gold Warrior has quite an affection for you. Do you have any thoughts on him? Broly seized the opportunity to gauge Natasha's feelings towards him. In response, Natasha merely rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in discussing the topic, and countered, "By the way, Broly, how have things been at school? Have you found a girlfriend? If you have, bring her to meet me. I'd prefer you as my girlfriend." Broly teased, "Nonsense. I am your sister," Natasha glared. "But we share no blood relation that I've always hoped you could be my girlfriend and eventually my wife," Broly continued. "Lower your voice," Natasha's heart raced, and she quickly covered Broly's mouth, fearing that his loudness might attract that dreadful individual. "What's wrong?" Broly pretended to be confused. "Be careful. You might alert that scoundrel," Natasha said, a hint of fear in her voice, glancing around. Upon confirming that no green-haired figure lurked in the room, Natasha sighed in relief and pondered Broly's earlier words, muttering, "Strange, I feel your words echo those of that scoundrel." "Ha, I'm the Green Gold Warrior," Broly chuckled. "Enough of this nonsense. You may be the Green Gold Warrior, but I am still Supergirl," Natasha shot back. Broly sighed inwardly, wondering why his honest words were often met with disbelief. As days passed, Tony's new Iron Man suit was finally completed. This iteration boasted significantly improved resilience compared to its predecessors. At least, Tony believed it could withstand Broly's assaults. Yet, Broly had no inclination to engage with Tony, instead waiting for Loki's arrival to last. The day arrived when Broly sensed a powerful aura while attending school, reminiscent of Thor's presence. Deciding to investigate personally, Broly left the school and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the source of the energy. From a distance, he confirmed that it was indeed Loki, accompanied by a mysterious figure with blue skin and clad in armor. The blue-skinned individual seemed to sense Broly's presence, turning to glance in his direction. However, he merely regarded Broly momentarily before vanishing into thin air. Broly's brow furrowed. The brief encounter left him unnerved. Who was this person? Cold sweat broke out on him, as the presence of this blue-skinned individual evoked the same dread he felt upon encountering Frieza in his infancy. Terrifying, yet excitement surged within him. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable characters in the Marvel Universe. Broly speculated that perhaps this world had fused elements of both film and comics, but he distinctly recalled that no powerful beings had emerged in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and his own strength could easily overpower these heroes. However, the sudden emergence of such a powerful entity made him both exhilarated and cautious, as the blue-skinned figure had noticed him. Loki, too, became aware of Broly's energy signature. Squinting as he scanned the area, a smirk of disdain spread across Loki's face as he waved his scepter, his form becoming ethereal before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Teleportation? Broly hesitated momentarily. While he couldn't capture the blue-skinned figure's aura, Loki's was easily detectable. After Loki's disappearance, Broly noticed he reappeared thousands of meters away. In truth, this teleportation was merely an illusion created by super speed. Given Broly's current velocity, he could easily surpass Loki. After some contemplation, Broly resolved to disregard Loki's actions. If he interfered too much, the appearance of the Tesseract might be jeopardized. Yet, thoughts of the blue-skinned figure unsettled him. If that entity were somehow linked to the Tesseract, the situation could grow increasingly intriguing. That a wicked grin crept across Broly's face as he decided to remain an observer in this unfolding drama. Swiftly, Broly concealed his energy and positioned himself near Loki as anticipated. Loki seemed oblivious to Broly's presence, continuing his leisurely advance. That Loki's destination appeared to be SH.L. headquarters. However, just as he was about to reach the headquarters, Loki abruptly altered his course, disappearing in the blink of an eye under Broly's watchful gaze. Broly quickly attempted to sense Loki's aura and was surprised to find that the trickster had slipped underground. A realization struck him. This underground location must be S.H.I.E.L.'s secret base. Broly had visited this secret base once before and had found no sign of the Tesseract. Did it possess a means to conceal its energy? In the next moment, Broly suddenly sensed that Loki's presence had vanished, and no matter how he tried, he was unable to detect any trace of him. Where could that fellow have gone? Broly felt a flicker of curiosity. But lacking Loki's ability to teleport, He transformed into a streak of yellow-green light and soared directly above the base. It seemed that Nick had already anticipated Broly's arrival, as he quickly positioned himself in front of him. "Little bro, your timing is impeccable. You once promised to assist us. I wonder if that commitment can still be honored?" Nick inquired, a hint of tension in his voice that, "Oh, did I say that?" Broly replied with a sly grin. "Natasha can vouch for me," Nick hurriedly declared. Natasha emerged from the adjacent room, offering Broly a smile, but remaining silent, though her eyes conveyed a clear message. "Little bro, we truly need your help." Hill stepped forward, speaking earnestly to Broly. Broly felt a twinge of irritation. The presence of these two stunning women, aligning themselves with Nick, was rather displeasing to him. In a flash, Broly appeared beside Hill, enveloping her in his arms, and with a playful smile, said, "Since you require my assistance, allow me to savor your presence first." Without hesitation, he leaned in and indulged in a delightful kiss with Hill before turning to embrace Natasha and repeating the same gesture. "Very well, since you are so cooperative, I can't agree to assist you." Broly's mood lightened considerably. Nick exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have such two captivating women by his side. Otherwise, if this green-gold warrior had sided with Loki, it would have been quite problematic. Before Nick could articulate what he needed Broly's assistance with, Broly cheerfully inquired, "By the way, I noticed Loki was here. Where is he? What do you need him for?" Nick countered, "It's imperative I find him. Just tell me where he is." Broly's impatience was palpable, his gaze sharpening that Loki's sudden appearance surely harbored some ulterior motive. Before Nick could finish his thought, Broly, losing his patience, seized him by the throat and flung him aside. He had clearly stated that all he required was Loki's location, yet Nick continued to evade the question. Thus, Broly no longer held back and tossed Nick aside. Observing Broly's anger, those present swiftly drew their weapons. "Everyone, stand down," Hill commanded sternly. Reluctantly, they lowered their weapons but remained on high alert, watching Broly closely. "Now, can you tell me, where is Loki?" Broly pressed again, after a tense silence lasting 3 seconds. Hill finally made a decision and said to Broly, "Follow me." Chapter 55. The heroic clash. Broly was gentler with his women, yet Hill's icy demeanor was somewhat irksome, prompting him to give her a playful slap on the backside. "Ah," Hill gasped, astonished. In her entire life, no man had ever dared to do that. "Little bro, what are you doing?" Hill questioned, bewildered. "My women must treat me with tenderness, understand?" Broly replied with a grin. Hill was on the verge of tears, nodding vigorously. In the face of overwhelming strength, she dared not resist. Moreover, she felt a strong attraction to Broly, especially after experiencing his physicality, making her grateful to be a woman. "Where's Loki?" Broly asked once more. "We have him under control," Hill replied with a smile, quickly explaining. "By the way, where are we?" "Is this your secret base?" Broly inquired again. "This is the S.H.E.L.D. helicarrier." Natasha chimed in with a radiant smile, gazing at Broly. Broly suddenly understood. This was indeed the helicarrier, which explained why the place seemed familiar. However, it appeared that the helicarrier was currently underground, contrary to its depiction in the Avengers films, where it was originally supposed to be at sea. Broly merely pondered this briefly, realizing that his knowledge of the Marvel Universe differed from this reality. His primary concern was locating Loki, for through him, he might find the Tesseract. "Let us go. Take me to Loki," Broly instructed. Hill nodded gently and led the way, with Natasha following closely behind without a hint of hesitation. To Broly's surprise, the two women seemed not to harbor any jealousy over him. Rather, they appeared to be quite harmonious. Soon, under Hill and Natasha's guidance, Broly arrived at the location where Loki was confined. "Where is Loki?" Hill exclaimed, realizing that he had mysteriously vanished, and the surroundings showed no signs of a struggle. Broly furrowed his brow, quickly attempting to sense Loki's presence. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not detect Loki's whereabouts. "Why, dear, tell me, do you have the Tesseract in your possession?" Broly inquired, wrapping his arms around Hill's slender waist with a smile. His quest for Loki was primarily to locate the Tesseract. Finding Loki was of little interest to Broly. He had no particular fascination with him. "The Tesseract? No, we do not have it," Hill replied hastily. Broly scrutinized Hill, noting that her eyes did not seem to betray any deceit. This revelation left Broly perplexed. If the Tesseract was not in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession, where could it possibly be? Could it have ended up in Asgard? Yet, what was Loki doing aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier? From the perspective of the film's narrative, Loki's appearance aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier was aimed at seizing the Tesseract and, in the process, opening a portal to allow extraterrestrials to invade Earth. However, the current situation appears to be far more intricate than Broly had anticipated. Loki has vanished, and the Tesseract is no longer aboard the helicarrier. Broly, feeling quite displeased, gave a playful pat on Hill's behind before soaring into the sky. In his agitation, he made no effort to evade obstacles, breaking through the ceiling and leaving a substantial hole in the helicarrier. Once airborne, Broly searched for Loki's presence. After some contemplation, he concluded that it would be more prudent to locate the Tesseract through Loki. While others might be oblivious, Loki's brother, Thor, should certainly be aware of his whereabouts. With a swift motion, Broly transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Thor. However, upon his arrival at the scene, he couldn't help but chuckle. For the three heroic figures were embroiled in a fierce skirmish. The trio appeared evenly matched, but a cursory glance revealed that Thor had a slight advantage. Captain America was faring the worst, being pushed back relentlessly, desperately using his shield to deflect incoming attacks. Nearby, a professor clad in a white lab coat, Bruce, was present that IT seemed he had yet to transform into the Hulk, or perhaps he simply wasn't angry enough. "I say, you may cease your hostilities," Broly addressed the three heroes with an air of nonchalance. They paused momentarily, and upon recognizing Broly, halted their combat. "Thor, I have a question for you. Where is Loki? Do you have any means of locating him?" Broly inquired directly. "Even if I could find him, why should I divulge that information to you?" Thor retorted, his spirit undeterred, twirling his enchanted hammer with a challenging gaze directed at Broly. Iron Man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had long wished to take Broly down, and his newly developed armor was designed specifically for this confrontation. In stark contrast, Captain America merely offered a sheepish grin, having no intention of challenging Broly. Unlike the others, he was acutely aware of Broly's formidable strength. Confronting him would be akin to inviting disaster. "Why should I tell you?" Broly chuckled, as a radiant energy coalesced in his hand. Just for this, with that declaration, he hurled the energy towards Thor. "Child's play. I am a being of the divine realm. Do you truly think I would fear you?" Thor scoffed, brandishing his hammer to counter Broly's fiery projectile. Simultaneously, Iron Man seized the opportunity to shout, "Green Gold Warrior, today we shall settle this once and for all." With that, Iron Man dove towards Broly without a moment's hesitation, his hands glowing with energy as beams of white light swiftly enveloped Broly. "Cease this at once," Captain America commanded, but his words fell on deaf ears. Thor and Iron Man, filled with bravado, were determined to prove themselves as the superior heroes, and Broly's audacity only fueled their competitive spirit. With a sinister grin, Thor swung his hammer towards Broly's red energy, convinced that he could deflect it. However, as soon as Thor's hammer made contact with Broly's energy, an unexpected event transpired. With a resounding crack, Thor felt as though his mighty hammer was being consumed by the crimson light. In the blink of an eye, what was once the legendary weapon of the god of thunder shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. Staring in disbelief, Thor could scarcely comprehend that his hammer had been obliterated by Broly's mere energy. Thor stood there, momentarily dazed, as realization dawned upon him. He had sensed the immense power within Broly when they first met. What had possessed him to challenge such a being? Looking up, he noticed Iron Man still fiercely assaulting Broly. Knowing Iron Man's reckless nature, Thor anticipated that his ally was destined for a grim fate. "Behold, the Green Gold Warrior is utterly defenseless against my might. I'm the greatest hero," Iron Man proclaimed, his triumphant laughter echoing as he glanced at Thor. However, when he saw Thor holding nothing but a stick, confusion washed over him. "Thor, where's your hammer?" Iron Man queried, casting his gaze towards the ground below. It didn't take long for Iron Man to deduce that the scattered debris on the ground was indeed remnants of Thor's hammer. "The hammer has shattered?" Iron Man's expression shifted from amusement to concern. He had first-hand experience of the hammer's might and never expected that Broly could shatter it with a single attack. Panic surged through Iron Man as he hastily glanced back at Broly, only to find that, as he had surmised, Broly remained unscathed. The previous assaults had barely grazed him. "Well done, Tony. Your new armor is significantly more powerful than before," Broly remarked, albeit with a hint of disappointment. He had no intention of harming Iron Man. Rather, he found amusement in watching the heroes clash, rekindling his own fighting spirit. Broly merely wished to test his prowess. But he quickly realized that these heroes were far beneath his level. Even in his regular state, they were no match for him. Now, as a Super Saiyan, their efforts were futile against his overwhelming strength. "Thor, it is time for you to reveal Loki's whereabouts," Broly said. Narrowing his eyes, he has concealed himself. "I do not know where," Thor replied, his expression darkening. Sensing Broly's growing impatience, he quickly added, "But fear not, I have a way to locate him." "Please, wait a moment." With that, Thor looked skyward, seemingly attempting to contact the gatekeeper of the divine realm. After about a minute, Thor exhaled in relief and gestured towards the south. "Loki is in that direction. Specifically, atop Star Tower." "Excellent. You may continue your skirmish," Broly concluded. Broly smiled faintly before turning to leave him. These heroic figures seemed little more than mere ants, although he held a modicum of interest in the Hulk. This was neither the time nor the place for a confrontation with him. He needed to swiftly locate Loki and ascertain whether he could leverage that individual to find the Tesseract. In a flash, Broly transformed into a streak of light and rapidly sped towards Stark Tower. Thor and Iron Man exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly a loss. "We must unite if we are to have any hope of confronting the Green Goblin. Therefore, I implore you, let us refrain from further infighting," the captain stated gravely. "What concerns me most is the possibility that the Green Goblin may ally himself with Loki. Should that occur, we will stand no chance." Upon hearing the captain's words, the other three present also darkened in countenance. Indeed, if the Green Goblin truly joined forces with Loki, this world would be utterly doomed. "Thor, what about your hammer?" the captain inquired. Looking at the weapon in Thor's grasp, and "Oh worries, it can be repaired," Thor replied, as arcs of lightning emanated from his hammer. In the blink of an eye, the scattered fragments on the ground coalesced and flew back to his hand. With a resounding clap, the hammer returned to its original form. Witnessing this, the group released a collective sigh of relief. "Bruce, if the Green Goblin truly allies with Loki, we will have to rely on your transformation." The captain added, "Leave it to me." Bruce nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Friends, I must first ascertain what Loki is doing atop my tower." With that, Tony launched himself skyward, heading directly for Stark Tower this moment. Broly had reached the pinnacle of the tower. Gazing out, his expression transformed to one of excitement. For at the summit of Stark Tower, a square, blue luminescent object was none other than the Tesseract he had tirelessly sought. It was indeed true that one might traverse great distances only to find what they sought was right before them. Simultaneously, Broly's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he regarded Loki and a figure standing beside him. Although the individual appeared to be an ordinary human at first glance, Broly sensed through the aura that this was none other than the Red Skull. "Red Skull, it appears we meet again." Broly floated over nonchalantly, a grin upon his face as he observed the Red Skull. The Red Skull's expression faltered momentarily, clearly taken aback by Broly's unexpected presence. "Is it your avatar, or your true form that stands before me now?" "Red Skull?" Broly inquired with a smile. The Red Skull's body trembled violently, his face growing increasingly pallid. For this time, he had manifested in his true form. Should this body perish, he would cease to exist entirely. "Schmidt, look at you. So frightened. You are but a mortal. What is there to fear? Standing beside you is a god from the realm of deities, with such a powerful divine being as your backing. You ought to charge forward," Loki remarked with a dismissive smirk. Upon hearing Loki's words, the Red Skull felt a slight sense of relief. Yes, Broly, despite his formidable strength, was still merely a mortal, with Loki present. He had little to worry about. Yet, could Loki's divine power truly withstand Broly's immense energy? That was a question that lingered in the Red Skull's mind. "I am curious as to why the Tesseract is in your possession." Broly said, observing a scientist beside Loki manipulating equipment, seemingly attempting to open a portal. He made no move to intervene, as he was rather intrigued by the prospect of witnessing how Loki intended to open the portal and whether the other side led to his Dragon Ball world. Of course, Broly felt the likelihood of it being the Dragon Ball world was quite low, yet he was in no rush. After all, even if Zola had obtained the Tesseract, it would take 3 years to open a portal to his own Dragon Ball universe. Boom! Just as Broly finished speaking, the device suddenly emitted a blue flame that shot skyward, accompanied by a deafening roar, resulting in a massive black hole appearing in the sky. "It worked," Loki declared, a satisfied grin adorning his face. The Red Skull, however, did not share in the mirth. He remained vigilant, keeping a wary eye on Broly and contemplating how to evade such a formidable opponent. "Oh, you ask why the Tesseract is in my possession? That is quite simple. After it vanished last time, Thanos took it and entrusted it to me," Loki explained with a sly smile. Unfazed, "You must be curious why I vanished while you were tailing me. Right? My task is complete now, so I have no qualms sharing this with you. Prior to this, I transferred the Tesseract to Schmidt and deliberately led you on a wild goose chase to buy us time to swiftly open the portal. While I could easily eliminate you, I find that toying with you is a rather enjoyable diversion." Thanos, Broly mused. How could such a figure appear in a Marvel universe? Was the blue-skinned individual he encountered not long ago truly Thanos? No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity akin to encountering Frieza in his youth. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. However, Broly did not feel alarmed by the emergence of such a foe. On the contrary, being a warrior of the Saiyan race, he earnestly hoped for a chance to battle Thanos. Regrettably, Thanos had merely made a fleeting appearance before vanishing, leaving Broly with a sense of dissatisfaction. "Kid, you are still inexperienced," Loki chuckled lightly. "Now that the portal is open, my army will soon arrive, and this planet shall be under my dominion, establishing a new civilization." As soon as he finished speaking, a fleet of spaceships suddenly descended from the black hole in the sky. One of the spaceships, clearly having spotted Broly hovering midair, seemed oblivious to the danger and barreled directly toward him. Whoosh! A beam of energy shot towards Broly mercilessly. With a swift motion, Broly slapped it away effortlessly. Bang! The energy struck the spaceship, causing it to explode midair. Loki merely smiled faintly at Broly's display. He was not surprised. For if such a feeble attack could harm Broly, the Red Skull would not be so apprehensive of him. After dispatching the spaceship, Broly's figure flickered and appeared before the Red Skull, having harbored a grudge since the last encounter when the Red Skull escaped. Broly was determined not to let him slip away this time. "Mr. Schmidt, you have taken quite an interest in me, haven't you? You seem fond of energy," Broly stated as he seized the Red Skull by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. In that case, allow me to provide you with an unending supply of energy. How does that sound?" The Red Skull's face drained of color, his features contorting in terror as he cast a pleading glance at Loki, hoping for assistance. Loki, however, felt a surge of anger. It appeared he was being disregarded by this green and gold warrior. To make matters worse, this warrior was brazenly attacking his subordinate right in front of him. "Enough! Release him. I am your true opponent." Loki, clutching his scepter, bellowed sternly at Broly while advancing step by step toward him. Broly, however, dismissed him entirely, continuing to grip the Red Skull by the neck, with but a slight exertion. He could sever the connection between the skull's head and body. "I've had enough. I am a god, and you, a mere mortal, dare to be insolent before me." Loki seethed with indignation, swinging his scepter toward Broly. Smack! Just as Loki's scepter was about to strike Broly, Broly's tail suddenly lashed out, landing a decisive blow against Loki's body. With a dull thud, Loki was sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "What a feeble god," Broly chuckled lightly. Ignoring Loki further, he then began to release the energy within him, channeling it into the Red Skull's body. The Red Skull's form began to swell dramatically, transforming into a rotund figure in the blink of an eye. "How about that? Is this energy sufficient?" A radiant smile graced Broly's lips, illuminating his face. The Red Skull, in stark contrast, had turned a purplish hue, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Chapter 58. Why must you destroy my apologies? I seem to have forgotten to loosen my grip on your neck. It appears you are unable to speak, Broly remarked with a grin, easing his hold slightly. The Red Skull coughed violently, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. The once crimson visage of the skull had nearly turned entirely white. Furthermore, his body had expanded several times over, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting, but Loki's expression was one of sheer terror. Moments ago, he had intended to strike Broly, only to find himself bested by a mere mortal's tale. For a god of his stature, such humiliation was intolerable. Was that energy sufficient? Speak. Broly narrowed his eyes, demanding an answer. Yes, yes. Please, spare me. I apologize, I sincerely apologize. The Red Skull exclaimed hastily, his voice tinged with desperation. If apologies were of any use, why would we need the police? Broly quipped, suddenly quoting a line from a famous television series. The Red Skull, evidently unfamiliar with the line, paused in confusion. Do you not crave energy? I am merely fulfilling your desires, Broly said with a playful smirk. However, it seems your energy is still insufficient. Let us add a little more. With that, a beam of light shot from Broly's hand directly into the Red Skull's body. The Red Skull felt a warm surge coursing through him, his form expanding even further to the point where he could see his own protruding belly. Help me, Loki! Save me! He cried out. Damnable mortal! Today, I shall demonstrate the consequences of provoking a god. Loki seethed, his teeth gritted in rage. The audacity of this wretch to toy with his subordinate was infuriating. As a son of the divine realm, Loki could not allow such indignities to transpire. Grinding his teeth, Loki rose, his scepter radiating a brilliant blue flame, which he directed toward Broly. Broly merely sensed the emanating energy from Loki and chose to disregard it. Smack! In the next moment, Broly unleashed the yellow-green aura of a Super Saiyan, not out of fear of Loki's energy, but rather concerned that it might ruin his attire. Such a blow to his image would be unacceptable. Bang! With a resonant thud, the blue flames released from Loki's scepter collided with Broly, yet they were entirely absorbed by the brilliance of Broly's Super Saiyan form, failing to approach him. What is this yellow-green energy? Loki gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet he continued to channel blue flames from his scepter. The scene became a vibrant display of blue and yellow-green lights, a spectacle of chaos. Enough of this prattle, Broly declared, growing impatient. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared before Loki, a smile gracing his lips as he pointed toward Loki's heart, stating calmly, You may leave now. Boom! In the next heartbeat, a radiant energy surged from Broly's hand, sending Loki soaring into the heavens. Broly held little interest in Loki and had no desire to eliminate such a trivial figure. However, he could not overlook the Red Skull, who had been conducting clandestine research on him for years. As for you, you've studied me quite thoroughly. Haven to you, I will grant you 10 seconds. If you can find a way to survive, I may consider sparing you, Broly said with a playful grin directed at the Red Skull. Is that true? The Red Skull's expression brightened. Point 19, Broly announced, ignoring his plea as he began his countdown. Broly, you never anticipated this, but I certainly have a means of survival, the Red Skull declared, swiftly retrieving a vial of potion from his pocket. Struggling to uncork it before tossing it into the air to drink, Broly observed with a smirk, not intervening. Soon, the Red Skull swallowed the potion, and Broly noticed the skull's body rapidly returning to its former state. Oh, that potion seems rather remarkable, Broly commented with amusement. Indeed, this potion is designed to release the residual energy within me, allowing me to expel it through my skin. Thus, no matter how much energy you provide, I can dispel it with this potion, the Red Skull replied with a grin. And you just stated that if I found a way to survive, you would let me go, correct? Broly nodded lightly. Then, we shall part ways for now. The Red Skull began to turn away. However, I seem to have changed my mind. Broly interjected with a grin. Did you say? The Red Skull's expression froze in disbelief. I find your potions quite intriguing. How about we test them further? I will continue supplying you with energy and see if your potions can handle it, Broly declared, not bothering to seek the Red Skull's consent as he began channeling energy into him. In truth, the energy Broly transferred was but a mere fraction of his own power, as his energy was overwhelmingly potent. Naturally, even if he were to supply vast amounts of energy, Broly could simply take a minute to rest and recover fully. As the Red Skull felt his body swell once more, he nearly burst into tears, shouting, "You can't do this! You promised to let me go." "I did promise, but I have changed my mind," Broly replied with a slight smile. "You re-cheating," the Red Skull exclaimed, filled with frustration. The process of his body expanding was excruciating, and while he could use the potion to alleviate some of the energy, the pain was unbearable. Even someone like the Red Skull, who had undergone modifications, felt as if his very insides were dislocated. "To your age, must you speak as if playing childish games?" Broly taunted. The Red Skull cried out in agony, struggling to produce another vial of potion, which he hurled into the sky. Smack! Broly finally took action, his energy flashing as he shattered the vial midair. The Red Skull's eyes widened in shock and anger. "Why did you destroy it?" he shouted, seething with rage. "Because I'm mischievous." Broly revealed a row of pristine white teeth, beaming with a radiant smile. Chapter 59. A Gathering of Heroes. Boom! The Red Skull could no longer withstand the expansion of his body, as energy continuously seeped within him. Suddenly, he exploded into countless fragments mid-air. Disgusted by the sight of his opponent's disintegration, Broly unleashed a shockwave, reducing the Red Skull to mere dust. Having completed this, Broly meticulously examined the cosmic cube placed within the apparatus. At that moment, the cosmic cube emanated a brilliant blue light, its flames shooting skyward, while a massive black hole materialized above. Within the black hole, alien fleets occasionally descended, commencing their assault on everything on Earth. Broly paid no mind to the aliens' actions. He was no hero. In fact, if he so desired, he could obliterate the Earth at any moment, as long as these extraterrestrials did not provoke him. They were free to do as they pleased. Broly scrutinized the cosmic cube for approximately 3 seconds before eagerly reaching out to grasp it, intent on delivering it to Dr. Zola for further study. However, just as Broly extended his hand, he was suddenly met with a formidable resistance emanating from the cosmic cube. Hindering his advance, such immense energy, it was futile. The cosmic cube was bound to Loki's scepter. The bespectacled middle-aged man, the doctor under Loki's control, shook his head at Broly. It was evident that this doctor had some insider knowledge and understood that Broly could not simply take the cosmic cube. "Is there any way to open another portal with the cosmic cube?" Broly inquired. The doctor shook his head, explaining the gateway to another dimension was preordained by Loki and reportedly took considerable time to establish. Broly felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that returning to the Dragon Ball world would require at least 3 years of waiting. Subsequently, Broly disregarded the doctor, who was merely a pawn under Loki's control. Upon sensing the vast energy radiating from the cosmic cube, Broly momentarily paused before intensifying his grip. Crack! The energy released by the cosmic cube was effortlessly shattered by Broly, accompanied by a soft sound as he seized the cosmic cube in one hand. The doctor's eyes widened in disbelief. This individual managed to acquire the cosmic cube with such ease. As Broly felt the energy coursing through the cosmic cube, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. Frieza, Broly's expression faltered slightly. He had suddenly sensed a recognizable aura within the cosmic cube, unmistakably belonging to Frieza. Why would Frieza's essence be present in the cosmic cube? Broly pondered, bewildered, just as he was lost in thought. Several figures landed beside him. "Green Gold Warrior, look at the mess you've made," Captain America exclaimed, glaring at the black hole and the alien warships above, visibly furious. "Green Gold Warrior, do you think your powers are invincible? We will not allow you to succeed," Iron Man declared sternly. Although Thor remained silent, he regarded Broly with caution, his hammer restored and ready to unleash the power of thunder. Roar! Bruce Banner had transformed into the Hulk. Bellowing at Broly, in an instant, Broly found himself encircled by these 4 heroes. However, what these heroes did not realize was that the black hole above was not summoned by Broly, but rather orchestrated by Loki. Yet, Broly had just dealt with the distractions, leading these 4 heroes to instinctively believe that he had summoned the aliens. The Hulk let out another roar, clenching his fists as he charged at Broly with a tremendous punch. Broly grinned widely, aware of the Hulk's formidable strength. Under his senses, it was evident that this green giant was not to be underestimated. If one were to classify battle power among Saiyans, the Hulk's strength would likely be around 8,000. Of course, this metric was merely a reference point. 8,000 was only marginally superior to that of Nappa, presenting no threat to Broly, to say nothing of it. Broly's battle power at birth was already 10,000. And with age, it had escalated beyond the Saiyan scale of measurement. According to Zola, Broly possessed the energy of half a sun. Such power was overwhelming. Consequently, when the Hulk's colossal fist approached, Broly made no move to evade, allowing it to strike his head unimpeded. As the Hulk's punch made contact with Broly's face, Iron Man and the others felt a surge of excitement. However, their expressions quickly shifted to disbelief. They observed Broly standing there, unmoving, not even shifting his stance. This was a direct hit from the Hulk, a being of such immense power. Yet Broly remained utterly unscathed. "I ask this all your strength," Broly remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. Narrowing his eyes at the Hulk, they asked for whether the black hole was his doing. Broly could not be bothered to explain. His foremost desire was to hasten the delivery of the cosmic cube to Dr. Zola, so that the latter could expedite the development of a new dimensional gateway. The Hulk roared, seemingly displeased with Broly's demeanor. "You truly know how to intimidate," Broly chuckled, and with that he delivered a swift kick. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of Captain America and the others, the Hulk's massive form crashed through several layers of reinforced concrete walls, vanishing without a trace. "Who shall be next?" Broly inquired with a smile. Turning his gaze to Iron Man, the metallic arm of Iron Man shifted slightly, and suddenly, brilliant white beams erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Broly. "This is the culmination of my research. Do you dare to face it?" "Green Gold Warrior?" Iron Man coldly challenged. "I'm not interested," Broly replied dismissively, swiftly appearing behind Iron Man and delivering a powerful punch. Crash! Instantly, Iron Man's supposedly indestructible armor was effortlessly shattered by Broly's blow. Chapter 60. He is not a villain. When Iron Man hit the ground, he was utterly despondent. Tony was on the verge of tears. After so much time spent in research, his armor had disintegrated with a single strike from this Green Gold Warrior. How could one survive this? Captain America contemplated an attack, but, recalling his previous encounter with Broly, understood that he was no match. Now he could only glare in frustration. "I am a god, and I will not permit you to act recklessly here." Thor gritted his teeth, summoning his courage as energy surged within him. Zing! Instantly, astonishing bolts of lightning burst forth from Thor's hammer, converging towards Broly's position. Noticing the torrent of lightning approaching, Broly grinned and suddenly shouted, "Boom!" In an instant, the sky appeared to change its hue, casting a dazzling brilliance over the area. With Broly's thunderous shout, the formidable lightning unleashed by Thor dissipated at a visibly astonishing rate. "What?" he merely shouted. "And my lightning has become ineffective?" Thor was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping as he struggled to find the right words. Just then, amidst Thor's shock, something even more astonishing occurred. In Broly's hands materialized a sphere of crackling lightning energy. The arcs of electricity dancing ominously, ready to explode at any moment. The God of Thunder gasped, his face twitching in disbelief. "Who truly is the God of Thunder? I have conducted extensive research on lightning long ago. God of Thunder, you may wish to test the might of my electrical power," Broly proclaimed, casually tossing the lightning sphere into the air. The sphere's speed was not particularly swift, and Thor, with his agility, could easily evade it. However, just as Thor prepared to dodge, he heard Broly's voice again. "You could easily avoid it, but imagine if I were to hurl thousands of such lightning spheres into your realm. That would surely be far more exhilarating," Broly said with a grin. Upon hearing Broly's words, Thor was taken aback, realizing that Broly was not merely trying to intimidate him. If he dodged, Broly would likely follow through with his threat. With his teeth nearly grinding to dust, Thor steeled himself and stood firm, summoning the lightning energy within him to counter the incoming sphere. In the next moment, the lightning sphere struck Thor's enchanted hammer directly. The collision of two distinct styles of lightning created a symphony of dancing arcs, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Boom! Ultimately, Thor could not withstand the force of Broly's lightning sphere, and he was overwhelmed, finding it exceedingly difficult to rise. Just then, with an earth-shattering roar, the Hulk descended from the heavens, Simultaneously, the Hulk's fist hurtled towards Broly with the might of a mountain. Imbued with boundless energy, Broly chuckled. This creature's regenerative ability was quite formidable, but if one were to compare the Hulk to Nappa, Broly believed the Hulk held a slight edge. After all, if Nappa had received such a blow from Broly, even if he survived, it would take him several days to recover. Yet here was the Hulk, having only rested briefly, returning for more punishment. Broly found himself somewhat impressed by this amusing adversary. With a gentle lift of his hand, Broly effortlessly blocked the Hulk's attack. The Hulk's eyes widened, his pupils dilating in shock. The sheer strength he possessed was so easily thwarted by this individual. For the first time, the Hulk felt fear. "You wish to play, did you not? Off you go, then, to frolic in the skies." Broly smiled lightly, grasping the Hulk's finger and flinging him into the air. Whoosh! The Hulk soared like a cannonball, hurtling through several massive alien spacecraft before heading straight for the black hole. "Well then, heroes, it seems you still have much to hone. Once you have improved, come seek me out." Broly shook his head in disappointment. These heroes were far too weak. This was an unavoidable reality, as the blame lay solely with Broly's overwhelming strength. Suddenly, Broly recalled the blue-skinned fellow who had been with Loki. That individual was sufficiently powerful, though Broly wondered where he had wandered off to. Thus, as he prepared to leave, Broly glanced back at the nearly unconscious Thor and posed the question. "What Blueskin could it be?" Thor was taken aback. "Thanos," Broly chuckled. "Yes, do you know him?" Thor quickly inquired. "Where is he?" Broly pressed, "I do not know. My brother might be aware of his whereabouts." Thor replied, "So? We misjudged you," the captain suddenly realized. Approaching with a hint of skepticism, Broly, uninterested in the inquiry, swiftly seized the Tesseract and vanished without a trace. As for Thanos, Broly deemed the search too tedious and preferred to return to the Dragon Ball world to engage with Frieza instead. Moreover, Thanos posed no personal vendetta against him, failing to pique his interest. After Broly's departure, the black hole abruptly closed due to the removal of the Tesseract, severing the connection of the alien robots to their system. In mere seconds, the extraterrestrial machines transformed into discarded metal, rendered utterly ineffective. "That he is not a villain," the captain murmured softly, gazing in the direction of Broly's disappearance. Boom! Just then, the Hulk crashed down from the sky. With a thunderous impact, the Hulk pierced through several stories of skyscrapers, creating a bottomless pit upon landing. "Bruce," the captain immediately leaped down to assess the Hulk's condition. Fortunately, due to his robust physique, the Hulk had merely lost consciousness. Yet he remained alive. Additionally, Thor and Iron Man Tony were both gravely injured. It appeared that recovery would take a considerable amount of time. Chapter 61. The reaction of the black hole, fortunately. With the aliens now gone, Captain America let out a sigh of relief. The heroes exchanged glances, each bearing a bittersweet smile. Broly, holding the Tesseract, moved swiftly. However, upon noticing the device emitting energy similar to his own, Broly's interest peaked. As he felt a surge of inspiration, he directed his energy toward the Tesseract. To his astonishment, a brilliant blue flame erupted from the Tesseract, shooting skyward. Boom! With a resounding roar, the Tesseract forcefully tore open a black hole in the sky. Another black hole? Broly, intrigued, sped toward its direction. Upon reaching the edge of the black hole, Broly began to sense the cosmic environment. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him. Is this the Dragon Ball world? Broly felt an exhilaration he could hardly contain. He quickly attuned himself to the cosmic energies surrounding the black hole. Within this cosmic space, he detected some familiar presences. Although they were exceedingly distant, these energies were undoubtedly unique to the Dragon Ball world. After all, the essence of this realm differed significantly from that of the Marvel Universe. Having been born into the Dragon Ball world, Broly was intimately familiar with these energies. Remarkably, he had not anticipated that using the Tesseract would grant him access to a temporal gateway, specifically to the realm of Dragon Ball. Without a second thought, Broly resolved to return to the Dragon Ball world. Yet at that moment, a sense of unease gripped his heart, sending a shiver down his spine. Why was this happening? Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had never experienced such a feeling. Natasha. Yes, it must be Natasha. She is undoubtedly in danger. As Broly contemplated this situation, he momentarily set aside his return to the Dragon Ball world. stowing away the cosmic cube and attuning himself to Natasha's aura. There, Broly transformed into a radiant beam of yellow-green light, racing towards Natasha's location. In the blink of an eye, Broly found himself at Natasha's side. Upon witnessing Natasha's plight, a surge of anger welled up within him. True, unbridled fury. For at that moment, Natasha was ensnared by Loki's control. Moreover, Loki displayed no semblance of mercy. He was tormenting Natasha with the radiant power emanating from his staff. Well, we meet again, Loki said with a smug grin, his gaze fixed on Broly. This lovely Natasha is your woman, she. How does it feel to see her in such a state, tormented by me? Shouldn't you be reflecting on your failures? Don't move. You would do well to remain still. I've already infused her with my energy, and with just a mere thought, I could make her explode. Broly remained motionless, having recognized that Natasha was indeed infused with Loki's energy, that a single misstep on his part could lead to Natasha's demise. Then, what if he were to eliminate Loki swiftly? If he could kill Loki with incredible speed, preventing him from enacting his sinister thoughts, Natasha would be safe. Furthermore, do not even think of attempting to kill me quickly. I am a god, and even in my dying moments, I can detonate your woman. Feel free to test that theory, Loki added, his excitement growing. State your intentions. Broly's countenance was as dark as thunderclouds. He had resolved that should his sister emerge unscathed, he would ensure Loki faced dire consequences. Simultaneously, Broly felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he eradicated this fiend at the outset, such a predicament would never have arisen. Regrettably, his playful nature had led him to underestimate Loki's capacity to use women as leverage against him. Hand over the cosmic cube, Loki declared, a victorious smile adorning his face. Broly narrowed his eyes and retrieved the cosmic cube, tossing it to Loki. Though he relinquished the cube, he knew he could not afford to lose Natasha. The regret would haunt him for eternity. Excellent, just as I expected, Loki exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Moreover, I offer you this advice. I am a god. Even if I traverse to another realm, I can still manipulate my energy to reduce your woman to cosmic dust. Henceforth, you shall heed my commands. Do you understand? Broly offered a faint smile, opting for silence. Yes, splendid, splendid. Loki observed Broly with fervor, sneering. I have long asserted that no matter how powerful you are, you ultimately possess weaknesses. Is that so? Broly's eyes narrowed slightly. Little bro, don't mind me. Just kill him, Natasha cried out, her voice strained, perhaps a result of the tormenting energy coursing through her. Enough of your chatter. Do you wish for death? Loki's expression darkened as he spoke, suddenly channeling energy into Natasha once more. Natasha's anguished scream pierced the air, resonating with profound despair. Broly's heart ached as his gaze towards Loki ignited with flames of fury. Do not look at me with such eyes. It frightens me. Loki laughed maniacally, then gestured for the doctor he controlled to reappear beside him. Prepare the instruments again. I wish to access another layer of cosmic space. As for you, serve as my bodyguard for the time being. With that, Loki turned his beaming smile towards Broly, convinced that with such a powerful bodyguard at his side, no one would dare to thwart him. And what if I refuse? Broly retorted coldly. If you wish for your woman to perish, you may do as you please, Loki replied with a chuckle. Alas, you have miscalculated. As he spoke, Broly's form shimmered, and he was instantly at Natasha's side. Without hesitation, Broly lifted Natasha into his arms. If you desire your woman's death, then I shall oblige. Loki gritted his teeth, responding coldly. However, I intend for her to suffer immensely before her demise, should you show any sign of distress. I may reconsider. As Loki finished speaking, a flash of light danced in his eyes, seemingly intending to use his energy to exert control over Natasha. Yet, to his astonishment, he found that his energy was inexplicably severed from Natasha's body. An unsettling sensation washed over Loki. Are you unable to control her? Are you frightened? Broly mocked, his tone icy. This is impossible. Loki attempted once more to manipulate Natasha with his energy, but no matter how hard he tried, Natasha remained unscathed. The reason is simple. My energy far surpasses yours. I have infused her with my essence, which has long since extinguished yours, Broly explained with a smile. Indeed, earlier, upon witnessing Natasha's condition, Broly had endeavored to channel his energy into her body. This energy was invisible, rendering Loki entirely oblivious. While Loki had been speaking, Broly had rapidly eradicated Loki's energy from Natasha's being. Now, with Broly's energy prevailing, his anxious heart finally found solace. "You are a god?" Broly, ever cautious, infused Natasha with more energy. Currently, Natasha's combat prowess surged to approximately 10,000, far exceeding that of the Hulk. Naturally, Broly understood that this energy was not eternal. It would dwindle as Natasha expended it. He had calculated that her body could bear a maximum of 10,000 units of energy. Exceeding that threshold would risk her body succumbing to the immense strain. Loki's face twisted in horror as he realized Broly was approaching him step by step. "Halt! If you dare to come closer, I will make the cosmic cube vanish entirely." Loki shouted in desperation. "Go ahead. Make it disappear if you dare," Broly retorted, swiftly appearing beside Loki. In the next instant, he seized the cosmic cube from Loki's grasp. "Are you not a god? Do you not know if a god can regenerate?" A smile danced on Broly's lips as he gripped Loki's arm with force. "Ah!" A scream erupted as Loki's arm was severed from his body. "Oh, so the blood of a god is red," Broly observed with amusement as he unleashed a radiant blaze, incinerating Loki's severed arm completely. Loki, now missing an arm, was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale from agony. "Is regeneration beyond your reach? Or can you regenerate, but have yet to invoke that ability?" Broly continued, waving his hand again. With a swift motion, a beam of light sliced through Loki's legs, severing them at the waist. "Kill me! Just kill me!" Loki howled, the excruciating pain making him feel as though death would be a welcome release. "Kill you? Unthinkable! I will make you regret ever setting foot on Earth." Broly replied with a light chuckle. Unwilling to grant Loki any mercy, he then directed his attention towards the last remaining arm of Loki. Upon seeing the look in Broly's eyes, Loki trembled uncontrollably. Crack! Broly seized Loki's massive hand, twisting it as if it were a pretzel. With a slight exertion, Loki's arm contorted into the shape of a twisted pastry. Upon observing Loki, it was evident that he had fainted from the pain. Naturally, Broly would not allow him to lose consciousness, as that would deprive him of experiencing the agony. In a swift motion, Broly infused Loki's body with a surge of energy. Loki abruptly regained awareness, the sensation of pain intensifying markedly. Excellent, truly a god. With such formidable willpower, a mere mortal, having lost this much blood, would likely have succumbed. Broly offered a word of praise. Loki, drenched in cold sweat, found the immense suffering he endured made his earlier actions seem all the more foolish. This was a demon. He yearned for an end to his misery. Yet his body lay immobile. He sensed that the energy within him had been completely commandeered by Broly. Natasha, standing beside Broly, was utterly astounded. Witnessing Loki's distressing plight, she felt no sympathy, but rather a sense of vindication. After all, as an agent, she had witnessed such gruesome scenes far too often. Over the course of the next 3 hours, Natasha finally witnessed Broly's malevolent nature. This fiend tormented Loki for an interminable duration. Each time Loki succumbed to unconsciousness, Broly would revive him with energy, ensuring his mind remained painfully aware. "Little bro, I've calmed down. Just kill him already," Natasha exclaimed, her patience nearly worn thin. "I am far from calm," Broly retorted with a huff, continuing his torment of Loki. Poor Loki was subjected to Broly's relentless cruelty, his cries of anguish drawing the attention of Thor and the others. Though Loki was Thor's brother, the Thunder God was aware that Loki had wronged Broly, and despite his reluctance, he dared not voice his sympathy. Broly was far too powerful. To intervene would likely result in a fate akin to Loki's. Unable to restrain themselves, Thor and the others furtively cast a glance at Natasha, marking her as a woman not to be trifled with, vowing to keep their distance in the future. "You've arrived just in time. Were you not eager to witness my true power?" Broly's countenance darkened as he surveyed Captain America and the others. The team braced themselves, fearing Broly intended to turn his wrath upon them. However, Broly merely smiled faintly before unleashing a colossal energy sphere. The orb soared skyward, swiftly vanishing from sight. Time elapsed, and Captain America suddenly received a message. Mars had just encountered a powerful energy impact and had completely vanished. Moreover, several smaller planets in proximity to Mars had also disintegrated into cosmic dust under the onslaught of this energy. Mars has disappeared, Captain America murmured to his fellow heroes. Iron Man and the others widened their eyes, their bodies trembling violently. Especially Iron Man, who was left aghast, his scalp tingling in shock. What a joke! He had entertained thoughts of defeating this monster, only to realize the chasm between their powers was insurmountable. "I have lost all interest in you," Broly declared, preparing to annihilate Loki entirely. "Stop." Just as Broly was poised to act, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Broly paid no heed to the identity of the speaker, his hands shimmering with energy, generating a formidable shockwave. Boom! To his astonishment, the shockwave he had unleashed was effortlessly countered by an elderly figure. Chapter 63. From the Realm of Gods to Earth. Chapter 63. From the Realm of Gods to Earth. The old man wielded a golden staff, possessing a single eye and a beard as white as snow. Broly sensed that this old man was no ordinary being. After all, the shockwave he had just released, while not at full power, was sufficient to obliterate Earth's heroes. "You are Odin, the All-Father?" Broly squinted, deducing the identity of the newcomer from his appearance. "Young man, grant mercy where it is due. My child has already faced the consequences of his actions." Odin did not respond directly to Broly's inquiry, but instead gazed at him with great authority, delivering this admonition. Broly found this patronizing tone displeasing, akin to an adult chastising a child, with Broly cast in the role of the latter. Estimating Odin's apparent combat prowess to be comparable to Thor's, Broly was acutely aware that Odin, having earned the illustrious title of the All-Father, was likely far more formidable than he appeared on the surface. Moreover, the old man had easily withstood the shockwave Broly had unleashed. "Child, return with me." Odin's prior statement sounded almost like a command. Having said so, he disregarded Broly further, cradling Loki in his arms and whispering to him. Loki, racked with agony, could scarcely utter a word, yet his gaze toward Broly was laced with malice. "Halt." Broly was incensed, his discontent palpable. This old fool was far too arrogant, completely dismissing his presence, regardless of the circumstances. He was among Earth's elite. Even on a cosmic scale, he likely had no rivals. Moreover, it was Loki who had instigated this conflict, even resorting to using his woman as leverage against him. Broly would never permit Loki to depart unscathed, especially since the malice in Loki's departing gaze suggested he still bore a grudge. "Young man, I have made my intentions clear. I hope you will heed my warning." Odin glared at Broly with a stern expression before shaking his head. "Your cruelty will one day." Odin's words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Given that Odin's child had been mercilessly tormented by Broly, his ire was entirely justified, perhaps believing himself to be above the fray. Odin refrained from attacking Broly. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped him, and he ascended into the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Broly grinned widely. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly entering the golden radiance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Broly, along with Odin and Loki, vanished without a trace. In mere moments, Broly sensed an overwhelming number of powerful auras and, upon surveying his surroundings, realized he had arrived on an unfamiliar planet. This celestial body shimmered with golden light, its grandeur far surpassing that of Earth. Broly surmised that he had indeed entered the realm of the gods. "Subdue him!" Just as Broly was taking in the sights of this divine domain, Odin's furious command rang out, evidently directed at him. Following this proclamation, soldiers surged forth, encircling Broly. With a cacophony of crackling energies, they enveloped him in a shroud of divine might. "Young man, due to your arrogance, the realm of the gods shall permanently seal you away. I hope that in years to come, you will repent for your actions," Odin declared coldly. Permanently sealed? In years to come, the old man's logic eluded Broly. He smiled nonchalantly. Odin remained silent, turning his back, clearly intent on departing. "Do you truly believe your minions can seal me away?" Broly rubbed his nose, letting out a cold, disdainful chuckle. This so-called father of the gods truly had a talent for pretense. acting as if he were a sage, when in reality, he was merely protecting his own. Broly felt no affinity for such a person. Shortly thereafter, Broly made a momentous decision. He intended to obliterate the divine realm entirely. His heart raced with excitement at the thought of destroying the divine realm. He wondered if his power could indeed bring it to ruin. However, before he could enact his plan, he needed to find a way back to Earth. Uncertain if he could return from this place, that moment, Broly's eyes brightened as he gazed skyward from the divine realm, spotting Earth suspended in the heavens. Though distant, he could still discern its features. How unfair. Truly, the divine realm was remarkable. Able to view Earth from here, with a thunderous roar, Broly radiated an infinite luminescence, instantly extinguishing the glow that enveloped the minions surrounding him. In the next instant, he soared into the sky, hurtling toward the direction of Earth. Many soldiers were indignant, eager to pursue him. It was indeed no simple task. Did he truly believe he could return to Earth from here? Such delusions. Let him be. Odin sneered. Time passed, and Broly soon encountered a vexing problem. And no matter how hard he flew, he could not draw closer to Earth, as if the planet were a colossal mirage. There was something amiss, undoubtedly. Broly pondered this perplexity, gradually coming to a halt as he scanned the vicinity of the divine realm. Yet he disregarded the divine realm's direction, continuing to speed toward Earth's location. After a month of relentless flight, Broly was suddenly obstructed by an invisible force. This energy hovered in the cosmos, resembling a barrier that prevented him from advancing any further, rather than resorting to brute force. Broly glanced toward the other side. It was the solar system. His spirits lifted. Beyond the barrier, he spotted several planets, including Earth. Good grief, this was too much. From the divine realm's perspective, Earth appeared nearby, yet his Super Saiyan speed required a month to reach it. Very well, let me see if this barrier can withstand my full force. With a slight smile, Broly declared this as he summoned his energy. He concentrated a colossal shockwave and directed it against the barrier. Boom! The invisible barrier trembled as if under pressure, resonating with thunderous roars before shattering into fragments. In the blink of an eye, the barrier lay in ruins, and Broly's powerful shockwave surged straight toward Mercury, the planet closest to the sun. After an indeterminate period, Mercury erupted in a dazzling display of golden light and beautiful fireworks. Broly couldn't help but lament. It seemed Mercury had met a similar fate. Reflecting on this Marvel Cinematic Universe, he found it quite tragic. First Mars, and now even Mercury was lost out of course. He felt no sympathy. Destroying a planet was as trivial to him as squashing an ant is to an ordinary person. Having obliterated the invisible barrier, Broly made a brief detour to Earth. Indeed, it was Earth, as he sensed the presence of Natasha and Hill, two beautiful women. Without pausing, he swiftly followed the route etched in his memory toward the divine realm's location. Meanwhile, within the palace of the divine realm, Odin wore a look of shock. What did you say? That individual flew to Earth himself. How is that possible? Odin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, he is currently en route from Earth to our divine realm. His subordinates expressed their astonishment as Broly's existence threatened to upend the divine hierarchy. Even Odin, the father of the gods, could not fly to Earth. Yet Broly had accomplished this feat. What? He also destroyed the divine realm's protective barrier. Upon hearing this additional news, Odin became increasingly agitated. His subordinate nodded vigorously, at a loss for words. What does he intend to do upon his return? Odin inquired, though it seemed more a self-reflection than a question. His subordinate remained silent. Issue orders. Once he is spotted, show no mercy. Odin commanded coldly, aware that Broly's return could only spell trouble. Nevertheless, as the father of the gods, Odin would not cower before a mere mortal, even one as formidable as Broly. He had already devised a strategy to deal with him. About a month later, Broly finally arrived above the divine realm. His appearance immediately drew the attention of numerous divine realm guards, who piloted high-tech warplanes toward him. Launching a relentless assault to Broly, these insignificant machines were hardly worth his notice. Though these seemingly advanced vessels were indeed superior to Earth's technology, they were merely a reflection of the scientific prowess found on Vegeta's planet. With a flash of energy in his hand, Broly obliterated all attacking warplanes in an instant. Odin, preoccupied with numerous affairs, had nearly forgotten about Broly. Upon hearing the alarm signal from the Divine Realm, he quickly inquired about the situation. What, he's already returned? A cold smile crept across Odin's face as he grasped his staff and strode outside. My lord, how shall we deal with him? The recently dispatched fleet has been completely destroyed, one anxious subordinate asked. He relies solely on brute strength. I shall handle this, Odin replied nonchalantly, gazing into the distant sky. After a prolonged silence, the soldiers grew increasingly perplexed, having witnessed no action from Odin. Finally, one could no longer contain himself and quietly asked, Your Majesty, have you already engaged him? Not yet. We must devise a plan to bring him down. Odin responded, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Although he too could fly, certain peculiar conditions prevented him from ascending too high within the divine realm. At this moment, Broly hovered high above, beyond Odin's sight, let alone his ability to attack. Broly emitted a resounding roar, and in the next instant, he conjured a massive orb of radiant energy in his hand, its brilliance blinding. With a grin, he hurled the colossal flame toward the divine realm, confident that such a potent energy sphere would reduce it to ruins. What is that? One soldier exclaimed, having spotted the descending energy orb, his expression one of astonishment. This is bad. Odin's face paled as he sensed the immense energy radiating from the falling flame, equivalent to half that of the sun. Should this strike the divine realm, it would be catastrophic. Quickly, evacuate, Odin shouted. Yet it was already too late. The speed of Broly's energy sphere was astonishingly swift. Almost in the blink of an eye, it descended upon the ground of the divine realm. Those who were preparing to flee through the Rainbow Bridge were immediately engulfed by this surge of energy. In an instant, the divine realm was filled with cries of despair, resembling a veritable slaughterhouse. In the following moment, the entire planet shattered, erupting with intense flames, transforming into cosmic dust. Having not destroyed a planet in quite some time, Broly gazed upon the now-vanished divine realm with a radiant smile. Pondering why Frieza so relished in obliterating others' worlds, it seemed that witnessing the fireworks of a planet held a unique charm. The divine realm had vanished in the blink of an eye. Broly searched for the figure of the father of the gods, but found no trace, suspecting that this individual was likely swept away by the cataclysm as well. Subsequently, Broly decided to disregard the matters of the divine realm. Feeling satisfied with his vengeance, he needed to hurry back to Earth to retrieve Natasha and Hill, ensuring their safe return to the Dragon Ball world. Broly had already considered that he had stirred up quite a bit of trouble on Earth and deemed it prudent to take these two women with him. It would be unfortunate if Natasha and Hill were harmed shortly after his departure. Thus, he resolved to bring them both along. Moreover, after having dealt with Loki previously, Broly had secured the Cosmic Cube. During his journey from Earth to the Divine Realm, he attempted to harness energy to see if he could unlock the time-space portal of the Cosmic Cube. Chapter 65. Ultron indeed. The Cosmic Cube cooperated splendidly, and the time-space portal was successfully opened by Broly. Through this portal, he sensed the familiar aura of another world, undoubtedly the world of Dragon Ball. However, before returning to that realm, Broly needed to ensure his women were with him. With a swift motion, Broly transformed into a yellow-green flame, soaring rapidly through the cosmos. This time, he noticed something peculiar. The distance from the divine realm to Earth seemed considerably greater than expected, after what felt like an eternity. Broly speculated that he had been traveling through space for at least half a year before finally catching sight of Earth's form. What could be the reason for this? Broly pondered, somewhat bewildered, for he believed his return speed was not slow at all, yet it had taken such a long time. Nevertheless, he dismissed his confusion, relieved to have returned. Additionally, before his departure, he had infused Natasha with a significant amount of energy. Enough for her to traverse the entire Earth with ease, as long as she refrained from causing destruction. The energy within her would suffice for several months. Knowing Natasha was not the type to wreak havoc, Broly felt secure about the energy he had provided her. In contrast, his feelings for Hill were not comparable to those he harbored for Natasha. However, as Broly approached Earth, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression shifted slightly upon realizing that the energy he had bestowed upon Natasha had diminished significantly. Moreover, the possibility of her energy being entirely depleted loomed ominously. What had transpired? Broly could not afford to delay. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards Natasha's direction. Upon nearing her, he scanned the area below. To his dismay, he spotted a peculiar-looking robot beside Natasha, who, it was evident, had engaged in combat with it. However, she appeared to have exhausted her energy and was now lying defeated on the ground. Ultron, this mechanical menace emerged so quickly. Considering the timeline, it was indeed surprising for Ultron to appear at such a critical moment. This robot was none other than Ultron, originally created by Iron Man, Tony Stark. Broly found himself intrigued by Ultron, the intelligent robot, and promptly manifested before it. "Foolish humans, annihilation awaits you." Ultron's voice echoed, but just as he spoke, he laid eyes on Broly. His sensors flickered as he began to analyze the energy within Broly. Not good. Upon discerning the immense power within Broly, Ultron nearly short-circuited, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. With a gentle smile, Broly hurled an energy sphere towards Ultron. Boom! The energy sphere struck Ultron's back, causing it to emit a cry of distress as it stumbled and collapsed to the ground. "Do not leave just yet," Broly commanded coldly, before turning to gently lift Natasha and checking her condition. Fortunately, Broly had returned just in time, alleviating his worries that it seemed that upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, he would need to procure more senzu beans to ensure he had a means to aid his women should they sustain injuries. "I ask that you, little bro," Natasha exclaimed, finally recognizing him and staring at Broly. "It is that have you missed me?" Broly teased. Leaning in closer, "Don't come near." Natasha swiftly dodged, chiding him. "Where have you been all this time? Why did you only just appear?" "Oh, I found the father of the gods of that divine realm rather disagreeable. So I went and obliterated their planet." Broly explained with a chuckle. "It's not a secret. Nothing to be concerned about." "What? You destroyed the divine realm?" Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. "Indeed, I wonder if that old coot Odin is still alive," Broly mused with a slight smile. Upon hearing Broly's words, Ultron emitted a series of metallic clinks, clearly startled by Broly's actions, as if some internal component had malfunctioned. "By the way, Ultron, why are you the only one fighting?" Broly inquired, puzzled, for according to the movie, Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, and Thor should have been battling Ultron together. They have all been defeated by Ultron. Natasha revealed with a bitter smile, "And the energy you provided me was nearly depleted, so I was no match for him. You returned just in time. Please help me deal with him." At Natasha's words, Ultron emitted a series of metallic clinks once more, clearly frightened. "You are Ultron? Rougher than I imagined," Broly remarked, scrutinizing Ultron closely, noting the robot's crude construction. He was confident he could easily crush it with a single blow. Ultron's eyes flickered like light bulbs, devoid of any desire to resist in the face of such a formidable opponent. "Start by giving yourself a few slaps," Broly instructed. Understood. True to his nature as an intelligent robot, Ultron complied without hesitation, delivering several slaps to his own face, causing parts of his mechanical visage to fall off. "Oh, you wish to accompany me? I can take you to a splendid place where you can become even more refined," Broly proposed, considering the potential of nurturing Ultron. After all, once he returned to the Dragon Ball world, he would need some subordinates. He couldn't be the one to handle every situation alone. Affirmative, Ultron agreed without a second thought. Displaying his intelligence, he chose not to resist, recognizing Broly as a being worthy of admiration. "Where are Natasha and Hill?" Broly inquired. "Are you indulging in what you have while gazing longingly at what you do not possess?" "I shan't divulge anything to you," Natasha replied somewhat irately. Chapter 66. Return to the Dragon Ball world. "Natasha, I wish to discuss a matter with you. I believe it is time for me to return to my original world," Broly stated with utmost seriousness. In truth, I am not of this realm. I hail from another universe. It is high time I made my departure. To ensure your safety, I have resolved to take both you and Hill with me." "What did you say? You want me to come along?" Natasha responded, astonished, her expression revealing her reluctance to venture into an unfamiliar world. "Indeed, the world I come from can grant you eternal youth," Broly replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Natasha's interest was piqued. Women are often quite particular about their appearance, and as a beauty herself, Natasha was no exception. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Natasha asked, regardless of whether you agree or not. I merely wish to inform you. I am determined to take you with me, Broly said with a smile. As he spoke, Broly lifted Natasha into his arms and extended his senses to detect Hill's energy signature. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, heading directly toward Hill's location. And what about me? Otron inquired from the side. Follow me, Broly commanded without looking back. On their way, Natasha suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said to Broly, by the way, little bro, I had a younger brother who has gone missing recently. Could you assist me in locating him? If possible, I would like to bring him to your world as well. Broly smiled, but remained silent. What are you laughing at? I'm speaking seriously here, Natasha said, visibly displeased. It's nothing. We'll discuss it later, Broly replied, smirking as they arrived at Hill's residence. Upon seeing Broly, Hill was both surprised and delighted, though her expression quickly shifted back to calm. Without further ado, Broly conveyed everything he had just shared with Natasha to Hill. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hill nodded in agreement. Next, Broly swiftly flew to Zora's laboratory. Zora, prepare yourself. We are heading to my world, Broly said cheerfully, producing the cosmic cube as he spoke. The reason for bringing Zora along was that Broly recognized his potential. Allowing him to continue his research in the Dragon Ball world would indeed be beneficial. Wait, Zora said, a bitter smile on his face as he pointed to a massive screen. Master, did you go to the Divine Realm? Broly nodded, believing many were already aware of this. Did you also destroy the Divine Realm? Zora inquired further. What is going on? Speak quickly, Broly urged, growing impatient. Had he not been waiting for Otron, he would have already returned to the Dragon Ball world using the Cosmic Cube. This is serious, Zora replied, his expression darkening. The World Tree is likely destroyed. It won't be long before the entire universe faces annihilation. Oh, is it that severe? Broly chuckled, seemingly unfazed, before asking, do you think the destruction of this universe will affect my return to the Dragon Ball world? Of course it will have an impact, I mentioned. Even with the Cosmic Cube, I will need at least 3 years to open the time-space portal, Zora lamented. But as I understand it, due to the destruction of the World Tree, the entire universe will be obliterated in less than a month. That we are running out of time. Gather your belongings and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Broly responded with a calm smile. In the next moment, he sensed that Otron had arrived. With Otron present, Broly ceased his rambling and, channeling his energy, opened the portal to the Cosmic Cube. Instantly, a colossal black hole appeared in the sky. As for whether Earth and this universe would vanish, that was no longer Broly's concern. There was nothing here worth longing for. Zora's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback that Broly would directly open the portal. What was left for him to do? However, Zora's loyalty to Broly deepened, realizing that Broly could independently open the time-space portal and had come specifically to bring him along. Such a master was indeed rare. Let us depart, Broly said, wrapping his left arm around Hill and his right around Natasha as they soared toward the black hole in the sky. Zora, naturally, received some energy to aid his flight, while Otron, who could already fly, closely followed behind. Little bro, my brother is still on Earth. What if this universe is destroyed? Natasha's voice trembled with concern. Rest assured, your brother has long been sent to my Dragon Ball world. Broly replied with a smile. Really? Natasha expressed disbelief. You'll find out once we arrive. Broly comforted her with a smile. Zora observed this exchange, silently shaking his head. This silly girl, does she not realize that the man beside her is her brother? Soon, under Broly's guidance, the 5 of them entered the vast black hole. With Broly at the helm, the time-space portal quickly sealed behind them. As he surveyed the surroundings, Broly recognized a familiar yet foreign planet. This is still Earth, Natasha remarked, gazing at the distant planet in confusion. Indeed, it is Earth, but not the one you are familiar with, Broly said, a smile gracing his lips. Come, let us descend and explore, as he spoke. Broly led the 4 of them swiftly toward the planet. Upon entering, he immediately began to sense the nearby energy signatures. To his disappointment, he found that the energy levels, when calculated by combat power, were rather meager. The strongest among them barely reached 18,000, while another was even lower at 5,000 at nearby. A few weaker signatures lingered, the highest among them barely surpassing 2,000, Broly pondered, given his current age. Earth should not harbor any combat power exceeding 10,000. Then, were these individuals? Determined to investigate, he headed toward the sources of energy with the two women and his two companions in tow. Little bro, where is my brother? Natasha continued to worry about her sibling. I am Broly, he replied with a smile, as the yellow-green hair atop his head suddenly dissipated and his eyes returned to their innocent state. Chapter 67. The cackling Nappa Natasha was left utterly astonished, staring at Broly in disbelief, unable to utter a word for what felt like an eternity. In truth, Natasha had once suspected Broly's identity, especially when the green gold warrior appeared during Broly's disappearance. However, the transformation Broly underwent bore little resemblance to his former self. Post-transformation, Broly not only sported yellow-green hair, but also exhibited muscles that had swollen several times over, his physique towering even higher. Moreover, his eyes took on a more sinister glint, altering his visage correspondingly. Those unfamiliar with Broly's transformation would naturally fail to associate the Super Saiyan form with him. You're Broly? Natasha stammered, still struggling to accept this reality. Sister, I told you I would have you as my wife. Broly chuckled as he spoke. You little rascal, just watch how I deal with you. Natasha, filled with indignation, found herself outmaneuvered by her adopted brother. In a swift motion, she seized Broly and took a playful bite out of his shoulder. Broly, showing no resistance, thought little of being bitten by his sister, who was also his wife. In fact, he didn't even bother to summon his energy to fend her off, allowing Natasha to nip at him freely. You must promise never to hide anything from me again, Natasha exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. From now on, regardless of what happens, I will always inform you. Dear sister, Broly replied, smiling as he playfully pecked Natasha on the lips. Nearby, Hill watched in bemusement, utterly surprised to discover that this green golden warrior was actually Natasha's adopted brother. However, witnessing the close bond between the siblings left her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Hill, you are also my wife, so rest assured, now that you have come to this world with me, I shall take good care of you, Broly declared earnestly to Hill. Indeed, Hill, we are also good sisters, Natasha added with a gentle smile. I would never bully you. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Broly felt a strange unease. You want to bully Hill? That sounded a bit off. At this moment, Broly had brought the four of them to the sky above the energy signatures. Scanning below, he recognized several familiar faces, the warriors from Dragon Ball. With the exception of Goku, were all present. Gohan, Piccolo, and Yamcha, and Krillin. Facing them stood Vegeta and Nappa, indicating that this was the scene just after their arrival on Earth. Broly pondered, perplexed, for he was not yet 17. At this age, Gohan should not even exist. Could it be that after his journey to the Marvel Universe, he had returned to a time misaligned? Master, it seems you have many doubts that if you wish, I might be able to assist you, Ultron interjected, having sensed Broly's inner turmoil. Broly glanced at Ultron and proceeded to explain the temporal anomaly he was experiencing. This is quite normal, Master. Different universes have varying timelines. I have just realized that time in the Dragon Ball universe moves considerably faster, hence their ages surpass yours. Ultron provided an explanation. Broly nodded, finding these matters trivial. After all, he was back at last. However, seeing Vegeta in Nappa's presence tightened his chest. It wasn't fear of the two, but rather the realization that their appearance likely meant planet Vegeta had been destroyed if that were the case. King Vegeta must have perished long ago. Broly had intended to seek vengeance on King Vegeta, a debt not easily forgotten despite the passage of 16 years. If King Vegeta was no more, things would become decidedly less entertaining. Without further ado, Broly descended with the four companions at that moment. Nappa had just planted the Cyberman, and the first Cyberman was about to engage him as Broly and his companions arrived. All eyes turned towards them. Who are you? Nappa bellowed, simultaneously scanning Broly and the others with his scouter. Suddenly, Nappa erupted into laughter, his mirth radiating brightly. Nappa, what is so funny? Vegeta asked, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Your Highness, These fellows' power levels are utterly ridiculous. The highest among them is a mere 22. Nappa continued to laugh heartily. Broly had concealed his own energy upon arriving, yet he noticed something peculiar regarding the energy signatures of Ultron and the others. Since entering the Dragon Ball universe, Ultron's energy had vanished entirely. In this realm, androids lacked energy signatures, and Ultron, being a type of android, likely explained his absence of energy. As for Zora, Natasha, and Hill, who had their energy enhanced by Broly, their levels were modest. Reaching around 30 was commendable. Regardless, Broly had no intention of involving them in combat. Nappa, silence yourself, Vegeta commanded coldly. Nappa obediently ceased his laughter, looking at Vegeta with confusion. You just mentioned a being with a power level exceeding 1 million. What is the story behind that? Vegeta inquired, having discarded his scouter upon encountering Gohan and the others, believing that he should also be able to sense energy without in his quest to learn from Earthlings. Vegeta sought to master this skill. Nappa had mentioned that a powerful energy had suddenly appeared on the scouter, reaching an astonishing 1 million, only to vanish moments later. Nappa speculated that the scouter must have malfunctioned. In reality, the scouter had not malfunctioned. The reading was a result of Broly transforming into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy upon his arrival on Earth. The scouter had registered Broly's energy, causing its readings to peak and nearly explode. Gohan and the others were equally astonished as they sensed the immense, boundless energy. Who could that be, possessing such overwhelming power? Chapter 68. I'm also a Saiyan upon Broly's arrival. Both parties remained enveloped in shock, momentarily forgetting their hostilities. Are you all allied? Vegeta inquired, eyeing Broly while briefly glancing at Ultron. Though he merely cast a cursory glance at Ultron, finding his appearance rather unremarkable and somewhat rusted. What a shoddy piece of technology to create such a subpar robot. You must be Vegeta, Broly said with a smile. Oh, I never expected anyone in this galaxy would know my name, Vegeta replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Yes, I am Vegeta. What is it you wish to ask? I'm in a good mood and can answer your queries. Your father still alive? Broly asked. This. Vegeta's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Gohan and the others were equally astonished, whispering among themselves. Clearly, Broly's sudden appearance had left them all in a state of disbelief. Uncle Piccolo, judging by this person's appearance, he seems to be a good guy. Right? Gohan whispered. Let us wait and see, Piccolo replied, uncertain that I hope he is an ally, not an enemy. Krillin added in a low voice, by the way, when will Goku return? I'm dying from the anxiety. Their primary goal was to buy time until Goku arrived. And Piccolo clenched his teeth, realizing that the arrival of these newcomers offered them a chance. The young man seems to know those two Saiyans, Yamcha remarked. Could he also be an alien? Krillin furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Vegeta was fuming, his nostrils flaring in anger. How dare this person inquire about his father right off the bat? As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was understandably furious and intended to settle the score with Broly. Your Highness, let the Cybermen handle him. Nappa interjected with a grin. Why would your Highness need to personally deal with a weakling whose power level is only 10? Upon hearing the words of Nappa, Vegeta offered a gentle smile, deciding not to hold any further grievances against Broly. After all, the opponent's combat power was merely 10. As the Prince of the Saiyans, was it necessary for him to personally intervene in such trivial matters? Yet when Vegeta cast another glance at Broly, an unsettling shiver coursed through him, the source of his discomfort eluding his understanding. Regardless, the presence of this individual instilled within Vegeta a profound sense of trepidation. Nappa gestured to one of the training warriors, indicating that he could now engage Broly's group. The warrior smirked and, with a swift motion, materialized before Broly and his companions. You are fortunate indeed. Their arrival has afforded you a moment's respite, allowing you to frolic a while longer. Nappa chuckled to Gohan and the others, adding with a grin, however, I must make it clear, should you dare to attempt an escape, Lord Nappa will personally see to your demise. Gohan and the others paled slightly, recalling how Krillin had contemplated slipping away amidst the ensuing chaos. After the training warrior approached, Broly smiled faintly and addressed the android behind him. You handle him. Entertain him for a bit. Yes, master, the android replied eagerly, finally able to alleviate his master's burdens. Broly sensed the training warrior's combat power. It was barely over 1,000. In contrast, the android's prowess soared to an impressive 8,000, surpassing Naba's. Thus, he had no qualms about dispatching a training warrior. In the blink of an eye, the training warrior grinned at the android and vanished from sight. Such speed, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. With a resounding thud, the training warrior struck the android in the back. The android expelled the component, momentarily losing his balance. Yet his bright eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he smiled at Broly. Broly, taken aback, realized the android was deliberately toying with the training warrior. He had merely suggested that the android engage the training warrior, yet the android had taken it to heart. Very well, let him enjoy himself. Broly mused. You, the bald one, are called Naba, correct? Broly inquired with a grin. Oh my, your highness, I never imagined I would be so renowned that even you would know my name. Naba replied with a laugh. Yes, your father named Bana. Broly continued. Oh, you even know my father's name? You cannot be from Earth. Naba retorted coldly, exchanging glances with Vegeta. Yes, he's still alive. Broly pressed on. Naba, irked, clenched his teeth. He found it infuriating that Broly would inquire about his father right off the bat. Judging by your expression, you must still be alive. Allow me to ask another question, Broly said with a smile. Tell me, has planet Vegeta been destroyed? Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Naba paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Your Highness, he claims planet Vegeta has been destroyed. That's the most amusing joke I've heard in years. Naba chuckled, nearly in tears from mirth. Why do you ask such a thing? Vegeta inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Broly, interpreting their reactions, concluded that planet Vegeta still existed, a revelation that eased his mind considerably. However, he was puzzled. If planet Vegeta had not been destroyed, what were Vegeta and Naba doing on Earth? According to the historical narrative of Dragon Ball, it was only when the Saiyans were nearly extinct that Raditz sought out Goku, who resided on Earth. Yet if planet Vegeta still thrived, there would be no justification for Raditz's journey to Earth in search of Goku, especially when so many Saiyan kin remained. Since planet Vegeta has not been obliterated by Frieza, does that mean your father is still alive? Vegeta, Broly asked with a smile. You have persistently inquired about my father. You cannot be from Earth. Tell me, who exactly are you? Vegeta asked in a low voice. I am certainly not from Earth, for I, too, am a Saiyan, Broly declared with a hearty laugh. What? You are Saiyan? Naba exclaimed, scrutinizing Broly from head to toe in disbelief at the not jest. If you're truly a Saiyan, I would surely recognize you, Vegeta retorted coldly, clearly skeptical of Broly's claim. Chapter 69. The Outdated Android, Your Highness. Your memory appears to be quite poor, Broly remarked, narrowing his eyes. Your Highness, this self-proclaimed Saiyan is rather irksome. Allow me to eliminate him. Naba sought Vegeta's consent. Vegeta remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed his tacit approval of Naba's request. Even if you're a Saiyan, you must belong to the lowest tier, akin to Kakarot, abandoned on this insignificant planet devoid of combat power. Naba scoffed, his fists clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. Today, I shall show you what it truly means to be a superior Saiyan. As he spoke, Naba exuded an incredible aura, enveloping the area in a tempestuous whirlwind. The atmosphere became charged with energy, sending debris swirling. Upon sensing Naba's power, Gohan and the others turned pale, their expressions darkening with dread. Is this the strength of a Saiyan? Piccolo murmured, his face contorted in despair. I apologize, but I cannot save you today. Piccolo, do not lose hope. They're already at odds. Soon, we may have the opportunity to slip away, Krillin whispered. Fool! You heard him. If we attempt to flee amidst their battle, he will mercilessly slay us first. Piccolo scoffed, adding, besides, with their power, they could annihilate the entire Earth. Do not harbor such vain hopes. His words plunged Krillin and the others into utter despair. Gohan, in particular, was nearly in tears, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Let us observe the situation before jumping to conclusions, Tien suggested solemnly. What say you, self-proclaimed Saiyan? I shall show you my strength right now, Naba declared, launching himself toward Broly like a cannonball, in an instant. Naba stood before Broly, his powerful fist poised to strike. Smack! Just as everyone except Broly anticipated that Naba's fist would land, a sharp crack resonated, and to their astonishment, they found that the attacker had been sent flying. Naba had been flung back by Broly's tail, for he held no interest in toying with such an opponent. Indeed, even the android could have dealt with Naba, but a tail, Vegeta mused, momentarily taken aback. Before focusing on Broly's tail, have you finally grasped the situation? Broly grinned widely. Typically, Broly kept his tail wrapped around his waist beneath his pants, rarely utilizing it. Only at home did he allow it to be visible, as he did not wish to be seen as a monster by his classmates and teachers. This also explained why Natasha had failed to recognize Broly in his transformed state, now that he had returned to the realm of Dragon Ball. Driven by vengeance, Broly no longer concealed his tail. You truly are a Saiyan? What is your name? Vegeta's demeanor had become decidedly less composed. Indeed, someone capable of sending Naba flying with a mere swish of their tail was worthy of his attention. Perhaps I should refrain from divulging too much, lest I frighten you, Broly remarked with a smile. What utter nonsense, Vegeta retorted coldly. Although Broly had just sent Naba soaring with a flick of his tail, Vegeta regarded it as inconsequential. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he picked up the scouter from the ground, donned it on his ear, and took a glance, though. Not bad. A power level of around 1,000. I presume you can enhance your combat abilities like these Earthlings during a fight? Vegeta mused, adding, based on the energy you exhibited when you dispatched Naba, your power level should be approximately 10,000, correct? 10,000? Such a distant figure. Broly chuckled softly before continuing. 16 years ago, my power level was already at 10,000. Vegeta paused momentarily upon hearing this. He had discerned that this youth, who had suddenly appeared, was merely around 16 years of age. The notion that someone so young could possess a power level of 10,000 was preposterous. After all, he had only just been born at that time. How could he possibly have attained such strength? Vegeta had forgotten. He had nearly erased Broly from his memory, given that nearly 25 years had elapsed since the events in the Dragon Ball saga. Moreover, he had heard that Broly had been consumed by a powerful black hole, the energy of which surpassed even that of Frieza. It was certain that Broly had been obliterated by such forces. Thus, Vegeta could not fathom that Broly stood before him. Furthermore, even if Broly had reappeared, he should have been around 25 years old, far too old to appear so youthful. You bastard, you beast, you have roused my ire. Just as Broly and Vegeta were engaged in conversation, Naba returned, hovering mid-air, his teeth clenched as he glared at Broly. Naba felt humiliated, having discovered through the scouter that the one who had sent him flying possessed a power level of just over 1,000 was indeed a disgrace. However, Naba's expression quickly shifted at a tail. A tail. Is this fellow truly a Saiyan? He murmured, turning to Vegeta. Your Highness, aside from sending Kakarot to Earth, have we dispatched other Saiyans? Spare me your useless prattle. Eliminate him, Vegeta commanded. Dismissing Naba's concerns, all of you, attack together. Naba barked at the training warriors that it was more than sufficient to send a mere 1,000 power level individual packing. Master, may I conclude my work? Aochuang, still toying with spare parts, inquired in a timely manner. Broly nodded lightly. With a thunderous boom, Aochuang unleashed an attack, emitting a blaze of energy that instantly obliterated the training warrior he was engaged with. What? This outdated robot managed to defeat a training warrior? Naba exclaimed in shock, his face paling. The training warriors that had been rushing towards Broly, upon witnessing their comrade's demise, hastily redirected their charge towards Aochuang. After all, with Aochuang visibly expelling parts, they deemed him easier prey than this newly emerged Saiyan. Chapter 70. Friends and Foes. However, these training warriors were gravely mistaken. Aochuang appeared as a harbinger of death, effortlessly reaping the lives of the training warriors with each motion, in less than a second. Every training warrior present was annihilated by Aochuang. Naba was left dumbfounded, furiously pressing the scouter, shouting, "Damn it, why can't I detect this robot's power level?" Fool, how can you detect a power level when you already know he is a robot? Vegeta shook his head, nearly brought to tears by frustration. I genuinely worry for your intellect. Naba, despite being reprimanded, dared not show any disrespect toward Vegeta, nodding respectfully. Naba, unleash your full strength. Do not underestimate him. Vegeta commanded. Yes, Naba replied solemnly, then turned to Broly, saying, you are fortunate to face off against one of my caliber. Vegeta, nearly speechless, sighed at having such a dim-witted subordinate. He had just cautioned him against underestimating their opponent. Yet Naba clearly still held the boy in contempt. Your master has called you a fool, which speaks volumes about your stupidity, Aochuang remarked coldly, positioning himself beside Broly. Furthermore, your opponent is me. My master deems you unworthy of his attention. A mere robot dares to be insolent? Naba sneered disdainfully. He truly did not regard this antiquated robot as a threat. Zola, take Natasha and Hill to find a secure location and prepare a new laboratory. I believe some materials from this world will serve you well for your research, Broly instructed Zola, ignoring Naba completely. Master, what research do you require of me next? Zola asked, puzzled that I want you to develop even more formidable robots. Broly replied with a smile. But that's not my area of expertise, Zola lamented, his face drawn. He was indeed a scientist, but robotics was not his forte. And no matter, with Aochuang here, you can collaborate, Broly reassured him, simply hoping Zola could create some robotic aids to deal with minor adversaries, not necessarily to confront Frieza and his ilk. Yes, master, Zola acquiesced. Meanwhile, Hill and Natasha, sensing the potential danger, exchanged glances with Broly before transforming into 3 streaks of light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Thinking of escaping? I told you, no one leaves today, Naba declared coldly, intending to strike down Zola and his companions. Fool, first defeat the robot at your side before making such threats. Vegeta admonished sharply to As for the unrelated individuals. They could fend for themselves. He could always obliterate the planet later if necessary. Yes, yes, Naba scratched his head, hastily responding. What an imbecile. It seems I must step in personally today. Vegeta seethed with anger. Naba could only force a laugh, not daring to show Vegeta any disrespect. You brat, you have provoked our prince. I shall make you pay, Naba declared, soaring over Aochuang's head, charging towards Broly. Aochuang, eager to impress Broly, would not allow Naba to pass unopposed. With a swift motion, Aochuang's mechanical arm seized Naba's legs, yanking him back forcefully. Naba cried out in pain, feeling as though he might be torn apart. Fortunately, his power level was comparable to Aochuang's, or else he would have been split in two. You clumsy tin can, I will make you pay. Naba groaned in agony, channeling energy into his hand as a shockwave surged towards Aochuang. Swiftly, Aochuang retracted his neck, evading the attack, and then slammed Naba's right leg into the ground with great force. Subsequently, Aochuang unleashed a series of brutal kicks upon Naba until he was left coughing up blood. Before calmly stating, I am not a clumsy tin can. I am artificial intelligence, and my intellect surpasses yours by 10,000-fold. Beast, frustrated, Nappa suddenly surged into the air. Broly glanced at Vegeta, noticing that he remained silently observing the battle, showing no intention of intervening. Indifferent to Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, Broly found himself more intrigued by Goku. In the next moment, Broly descended before Gohan and the others, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Broly approach. The gathered warriors felt an immediate sense of dread. Is Goku dead? Broly inquired bluntly. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed warily on Broly. After a brief pause, Piccolo finally spoke. Indeed, but he has been revived and is on his way here. Then allow me to ask you, what is Raditz' purpose for coming to Earth? Broly inquired with a smile, knowing he had ample time, that he decided to let Otron and Nappa have their fun while also nurturing this intelligent robot. Moreover, it seemed that Earth was rather distant from planet Vegeta. To exact revenge there, one would need a spaceship. Although Broly could transform into a Super Saiyan and fly over, it would consume a significant amount of energy. Not to mention, he was unaware of planet Vegeta's location. Now, Broly was somewhat curious about Vegeta and Nappa's intentions for coming to Earth. With so many Saiyans available, why were they specifically seeking out a low-class warrior like Goku? The answer was simple. As Raditz, Goku's brother, had stated, Saiyans were required to return to planet Vegeta to report on their missions upon reaching a certain age. Raditz had instructed Goku to eliminate all the Earthlings to fulfill his mission. But Goku had refused. It was only when I joined forces with Goku that we managed to defeat Raditz. Such was the situation. Piccolo provided this explanation. I see. Broly nodded, unaware that Saiyans were obliged to report back upon reaching a certain age. Tell me, are you friend or foe? Piccolo asked coldly, demanding clarity. How long until Goku arrives? Broly disregarded the question and posed another. He should be arriving soon. He was just revived with the Dragon Balls and is on his way. Piccolo gritted his teeth, then shouted, Tell me, are you truly friend or foe? I am your ally, Broly replied with a gentle smile. This declaration, Krillin and the others sighed in relief. With such a formidable ally, it seemed they need not fear the two Saiyans. However, Broly's next statement darkened the expressions of the warriors present. I am also your adversary, Broly added with a grin. Chapter 71. The Death of Nappa, gritting his teeth. Piccolo glared at Broly, yet the latter's overwhelming aura left him trembling. Gohan was on the verge of tears, his cheeks streaked with fear. The arrival of Vegeta and Nappa had already posed enough of a headache. But now a new enemy had emerged, leaving them with little hope. However, I will ensure you meet Goku, Broly reassured. With this, Piccolo and the others finally relaxed. Goku was their beacon of hope, as long as he was present. No enemy was insurmountable. Thankfully, this individual claimed they could wait for Goku's arrival. Meanwhile, Ultron and Nappa continued their battle in the air. Their power levels were closely matched, but Ultron, being an intelligent robot, calculated his energy consumption with remarkable precision, while Nappa, on the other hand, displayed a lack of intelligence. After 10 minutes of fighting, Nappa's stamina began to wane. In contrast, Ultron's energy reserves remained vast, as if they had just begun to battle. Boom! Ultron's arm shot out like a comet, striking Nappa squarely in the face. Nappa cried out in agony. Crashing to the ground, a vivid red imprint left on his rugged visage. Why is this happening? I am a superior Saiyan warrior. How could I lose to such a pathetic robot? Nappa fumed, bewildered at his inability to overcome such a seemingly inferior opponent. I am no mere robot. I'm the pinnacle of intelligence. Ultron retorted coldly, and as he spoke, a burst of energy emanated from his hand. Boom! Nappa was once again sent sprawling to the ground, nearly devoid of fighting spirit. Enough, Nappa, you fool. I warned you to remain calm, yet you insist on being so reckless. Vegeta scolded with a stern expression. Come down here. I shouldn't have to intervene for such trivial matters. Yes, yes, Nappa replied, nodding vigorously at Vegeta's words. Yet almost immediately, a wicked grin crept across his face as he turned his gaze toward Piccolo and the others. How can I remain idle when there's so much fun to be had? Nappa muttered, I'll just go torment those Earthlings first. That last fight was far too frustrating. With that, Nappa transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Piccolo and the others. Broly merely cast a cursory glance at Nappa's actions. He was no hero and held no emotional ties to Piccolo and the others. Therefore, their fate was of no concern to him. As for Ultron, without a direct command from Broly, he would not intervene against Nappa, opting instead to watch the spectacle unfold. As Nappa charged forward, his target seemingly Gohan, Piccolo's expression darkened considerably. Block him, Piccolo shouted. Tien gritted his teeth and shot upward at a bunch of weaklings trying to stop me. Nappa sneered, his powerful fist striking Tien's arm out. Tien cried out, his arm contorted, clearly broken. What immense power! This guy's just fought that robot for so long and still possesses such strength. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, had Ultron not engaged in such a lengthy battle with Nappa, Tien would have suffered far worse than a mere fracture. His entire arm could have been shattered. Pathetic, Nappa chuckled smugly, his gaze locking onto Piccolo. You, Namekian, are the one who killed Raditz. Come forth to meet your demise. You wish, Piccolo retorted fiercely, though his voice lacked conviction. Boom! As Piccolo spoke, he unleashed a beam of crimson energy, the size of a bowl. A trivial technique. Nappa scoffed, calculatingly striking the red beam with a single punch. Whoosh! The crimson energy, released by Piccolo, was deflected back toward him by Nappa's powerful blow. He deflected my attack with just one punch. Piccolo gasped, astonished and at a loss for word. As the beam sped back toward him, he quickly grabbed Gohan and dodged the incoming energy. Rumble. The red beam struck the ground, erupting in a wave of energy. Watch my ultimate move, the Spirit Ball. Krillin gritted his teeth, conjuring an oval-shaped energy sphere in his hand. Whoosh! Krillin hurled the Spirit Ball towards Nappa. Humph! Still a trivial technique. Nappa dismissed, gathering his energy to withstand Krillin's attack. Fooled that Ouchwang observed Nappa's actions from the sidelines, he could not help but utter a remark. What did you say? Nappa, clearly having heard him, shot a furious glare in Ouchwang's direction. However, having been defeated by Ouchwang, he dared not act too recklessly at that moment. Krillin clenched his fists, determined to strike this Saiyan, resolutely focused on landing a blow. With a swift motion, Nappa attempted to resist the incoming energy blade with his body, only to be met with a chilling, slicing sound as his upper and lower halves were severed in an instant. The power of the energy blade was far beyond what he could withstand. How could this be possible? Nappa's upper body trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, that he could hardly fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of such a lackluster technique. Fantastic, absolutely marvelous, Krillin cheered exuberantly. Lepin, even more ecstatic, embraced Krillin and hurled him into the It seemed that with the demise of this colossal figure, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance in their direction, smirking as he softly remarked, "Fool, do you not recognize the potency of that technique?" Yet, Vegeta's words came too late. He had been too engrossed in observing Broly to pay heed to the battle unfolding elsewhere. Never imagining that Nappa could be slain by a mere earthling with a power level just above 1,000 T.O. Vegeta, Nappa was simply a subordinate, and his demise bore no consequence for him whatsoever. Chapter 72. Who exactly are you? Saiyans are devoid of sentiment. The death of a comrade was merely an inconsequential event, for there were plenty of brainless Saiyans like Nappa on planet Vegeta. At that moment, facing Broly, Vegeta felt an unsettling sensation. He found it perplexing that he should feel this way. Why? Why did he experience an inexplicable fear upon first encountering this individual? This fear was akin to the dread he felt in the presence of Frieza, perhaps even more profound than that. Yet, this could not be realistic that, if this person were indeed a Saiyan, then he, as the Prince of Saiyans, should be the mightiest among them. It made no sense. Lost in thought, Vegeta hesitated to engage in battle with Broly. Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, you appear rather anxious, Broly taunted. Enough of your prattle. Today, I shall demonstrate the true might of a Saiyan. As Vegeta spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Erupting like a tempest, boom, the vast energy resembled a stampede of 1,000 horses, stirring a monumental storm. In an instant, those present, including Piccolo, were left in shock, overwhelmed by Vegeta's formidable presence. This little fellow, truly this powerful. Krillin gasped, nearly collapsing in astonishment. It's over. Even if Goku arrives, he may not stand a chance, Piccolo exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan cried out, his voice filled with trepidation. Is that Goku's energy? He must have returned from King Kai's. Krillin, momentarily taken aback, quickly glanced towards the northwest. Piccolo silently turned his head to look as well, but soon returned his gaze, pondering, what difference would Goku's arrival make? After all, that Saiyan named Vegeta possessed an energy so formidable. Could Goku, having trained for a year with King Kai, truly defeat him? Piccolo remained skeptical, believing such a possibility to be exceedingly slim. Then, Piccolo's eyes darted towards Broly, a slight tremor within him. Why? Why did this Saiyan, seemingly unremarkable, exude an inexplicable sense of safety? Who could he possibly be? Is this all the energy you possess? Broly inquired with a smile as he regarded Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled lightly, pointing his hand towards Broly's direction with a sinister grin. Your power level is merely around 18,000 after more than 20 years. How is it that your strength has only increased by a little over 3,000? I distinctly recall that at the age of 5, your power level was already an impressive 15,000, Broly questioned, puzzled by this discrepancy. According to the established lore of Dragon Ball, Vegeta, indeed, possessed a power level exceeding 10,000 at the age of 5, as he had once claimed to surpass his father's strength at that tender age. Although Vegeta's assertion might have been embellished, it was likely close to the truth, as the king of the Saiyans. King Vegeta would undoubtedly have a power level of at least 10,000 thus. The hypothesis that Vegeta had a power level of 10,000 at 5 years old was sound. However, the conundrum arose when Vegeta, having possessed such power at 5, only demonstrated a maximum of 18,000 during his battle with Goku upon arriving on Earth at the age of 30. The pace of Vegeta's growth over those 20 years had been astonishingly sluggish. Broly had contemplated this issue while watching Dragon Ball, finding it utterly bewildering. Therefore, he decided to voice his curiosity, genuinely intrigued as to how, with Vegeta's innate talent, he could only have increased his power level by a few thousand over 2 decades. "Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Broly's words, Vegeta did not respond, but instead looked at him with a bewildered expression. How could he possibly know the power level he had at 5? Who was this boy, really? Vegeta's confusion deepened. "First, answer my question," Broly commanded sternly. A Saiyan. "Is it possible you are unaware of this?" Vegeta retorted coldly. "The reasoning is simple. A Saiyan can significantly enhance their energy only when they survive a life-and-death crisis. Unfortunately, over the past 20 years, I have had few worthy adversaries. Although my power may have only increased slightly, it is still commendable." Upon hearing this, Broly nodded slightly. It seemed there was some validity to Vegeta's reasoning. As for Vegeta's subsequent transformation into a Super Saiyan and the subsequent substantial increase in power, it was likely due to the activation of energy upon achieving that form, much like Broly now, whose power growth, though slow, was still rapid in comparison. "Now, can you enlighten me as to who you truly are?" Vegeta inquired, his expression stern. "You feel remarkably familiar. I must have encountered you before. I think I shall refrain from divulging that information. I fear revealing my identity would frighten you away," Broly replied with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Indeed, should Broly disclose his true identity, Vegeta, with his notorious disposition, would likely tremble in fear. After all, Broly had possessed strength surpassing that of Captain Ginyu over 2 decades ago, while Vegeta had only increased his power by around 3,000. It was only natural for him to feel apprehensive. Broly had not engaged in a proper battle for quite some time in the Marvel Universe. Even the mightiest Hulk had a power level barely exceeding 10,000, and now encountering Vegeta excited him somewhat. "Humph, I suspect you are too afraid to even utter your name," Vegeta sneered. "You should consider your own power level, which is barely over 6,000. I know you can conceal your strength, but I surmise it cannot exceed 15,000. With that declaration, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Broly. In the next moment, his fist, imbued with boundless energy, struck towards Broly's chest like an imposing mountain. Bang! This punch could hardly be described as anything but ferocious, striking Broly squarely in the body. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The onlookers were left astonished to witness Vegeta's fist swelling up with redness. They distinctly remembered that Vegeta had landed a blow on this youth. Yet inexplicably, it was Vegeta's fist that had turned bruise. As for Broly, the recipient of the blow, he appeared unfazed, even sporting a mischievous grin. "Who exactly are you?" Vegeta couldn't help but ask once more. Chapter 73. The artificial full moon, I said. "I fear that revealing it will diminish your fighting spirit." Broly responded with a light chuckle. "Enough with the nonsense," Vegeta roared in fury. "Just tell me. Who are you? Defeat me first. Then we shall see." Broly grinned, relishing the opportunity to provoke his opponent. Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged toward Broly at breakneck speed. As the Prince of the Saiyans and the mightiest warrior of their kind, Vegeta would never allow himself to be toyed with by someone who had yet to sprout facial hair. Though, it should be noted that Vegeta himself had none. This time, Vegeta poured every ounce of strength he possessed into his attack. The vast energy surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across the terrain. In an instant, dust and debris were sent flying, the energy pulsating with ferocity. Upon sensing Vegeta's power, Gohan and the others trembled in fear. "How terrifying!" I never expected this small scion to possess such formidable combat prowess. His energy far exceeds our expectations. This is bad. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Even if Goku were here, we stand no chance against him. Piccolo, do not be so pessimistic. Although that scion named Vegeta is indeed strong, the boy seems even more powerful that I have a hunch that he is not a villain. Perhaps after defeating Vegeta, he will leave us be. Krillin offered with a wry smile. Perhaps. Piccolo nodded lightly. Yes, they conversed. The group turned their attention to the rear, where their faces lit up with joy, for at long last, Goku had arrived. Gohan, you've grown so much. Goku remarked, gazing at his son and ruffling his hair. Having hurried from the underworld, Goku had indeed been quite busy. The sudden emergence of Broly's peculiar aura left him somewhat bewildered. Friends, who is he? Goku gathered his thoughts and inquired about Broly. I don't know. This boy appeared out of nowhere. But it seems he knows that scion named Vegeta, Piccolo replied. Goku, you must be able to sense Vegeta's overwhelming energy. Right? Krillin asked, his expression grim. How do you feel about defeating him? Goku shook his head gently. Such a response left Piccolo and the others in shock. Indeed, even Goku admitted he was not a match for him. Do not worry. While Vegeta's energy has surpassed mine, I might still have a way to deal with him. Though it comes with risks, Goku reassured with a smile. Really? Krillin asked, his face lighting up. Goku nodded slightly. Then turned his gaze back to Broly, muttering to himself, how strange. I feel an odd familiarity with him. Have I met him before? What are you saying, Goku? Krillin asked again. Nothing, let's just observe for now, Goku smiled. At this moment, Vegeta had unleashed all his energy, his formidable aura sweeping like a tempest, instilling fear in all present, including Ultron. Ultron finally realized that such a remarkable figure could exist in the realm of his master's Dragon Balls. Yet, Ultron felt no fear, for his master's power far eclipsed that of this diminutive warrior. As Broly sensed Vegeta's energy, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite Vegeta's full energy release, it was merely around 20,000, which paled in comparison to his own strength as a child. Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta surged forward, his speed far surpassing that of a rocket. Swish, just as Vegeta believed he could land a hit on Broly. He found himself grasping at thin air. Where is he? Where is he? Vegeta searched frantically for Broly's figure, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Too fast. Piccolo, too, was sweating profusely. Turning to Goku, he asked, Goku, did you see where he went? Goku shook his head in frustration. He too had lost sight of Broly. Quick! Just one word. No one present could perceive Broly's whereabouts. He seemed to have vanished in a thin air. However, in the next moment, everyone was astonished to see Broly had appeared behind Vegeta. Fool! I'm right behind you. Broly taunted Vegeta. Swish, Vegeta, gritting his teeth, thrust his hand forward, energy flickering in his palm, aimed at the rear. Yet by the time he realized, Broly had once again disappeared. Still behind you, Broly's voice echoed once more from behind Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback and kicked back fiercely, but he only struck empty air. Once again, his opponent had vanished. Huffing and puffing, Vegeta's anger intensified. Bang! Broly launched a kick that landed squarely on Vegeta's backside, propelling him across the ground. When he finally rose, he was covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. Boom! Vegeta unleashed his energy, blowing away the grime, his gaze toward Broly now filled with heightened seriousness. Simultaneously, he detected a terrifying realization through his scouter. Broly's combat power was merely around 3,000 or 5,000. Yet such a meager strength had managed to knock him to the ground. You are such a disappointment. Your abilities are far too lacking. Broly shook his head, noting the vast disparity in their strengths. At that moment, Vegeta was hardly more than an ant. If Broly were to get serious, he could crush him with a single finger. You say my abilities are lacking? Vegeta's expression darkened. Throughout his life, he had been praised. Never before had he faced such humiliation. With a cold smirk, Vegeta turned his gaze toward Broly's tail. You claim to be a scion, but do you know? Only we royals possess the ability to create an artificial full moon. As he spoke, Vegeta's energy erupted forth, his expression turning pained. Crack! In an instant, an energy sphere erupted from Vegeta's hand, floating above his palm, shimmering with layers of golden light. truly a sight to behold. Oh, you know what this is? Vegeta scoffed. Let me enlighten you. This is the artificial full moon. Chapter 74. The Great Ape Transformation Swish. With that, Vegeta hurled the energy sphere high into the sky. Bang! Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. In an instant. A dazzling light erupted from the sky, radiating down like a full moon, casting its glow evenly across the landscape. That you've created an artificial full moon. You can transform into a great ape. Can't you? Broly inquired, casting a glance at the fabricated lunar orb. Indeed, Vegeta replied, directing his gaze towards the artificial moon. I possess a tail as well. Are you not afraid of my transformation? Broly inquired, somewhat perplexed. That is utterly impossible. Vegeta erupted in laughter. It seems you are aware of the Great Ape Transformation. But do you know this? The beams emitted by my full moon can only be absorbed by my tail. No one other than the Royal Saiyans can undergo this transformation. As Vegeta spoke, his body became enveloped in thick fur, and he began to grow in size, within the blink of an eye. The imposing figure of a great ape materialized before the onlookers. A great ape? A monstrous great ape. Son Goku momentarily froze, finally grasping how his grandfather had met his demise. Over there, Kakarot, I know you have arrived, Vegeta said, his crimson great ape eyes fixating on Son Goku. Just to inform you, the battle power during the Great Ape Transformation is tenfold that of my previous strength. Currently, I possess a battle power of 200,000. Broly shook his head, remaining silent. Kid, taste this, Vegeta declared, swinging his massive hand down upon Broly with ferocity. Broly effortlessly raised his arm, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's attack, with only a battle power of 200,000. Broly's strength could not be gauged merely by that metric. What? He blocked my attack with just his arm. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! Broly grinned, launching a kick that sent Vegeta's colossal form hurtling away. Fortunately, Broly had not expended excessive energy, merely wishing to engage in a playful contest. Vegeta soon returned, his toothy grin appearing exceedingly fearsome. You just mentioned that only the royal bloodline can transform under your full moon? Broly remarked with a sly smile, glancing up at the artificial moon. Indeed, what are you intending to do? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. I am merely going to try, Broly replied, his face adorned with a smile. Upon witnessing the artificial full moon, Broly suddenly felt his tail absorbing a peculiar energy, which swiftly coursed through his body. Before long, Broly realized that his form was uncontrollably expanding. Roar! In the blink of an eye. Broly transformed into a massive ape, though his fur exhibited a yellow-green hue, contrasting sharply with Vegeta's dark coat. Vegeta stood in stunned silence. What is happening? The artificial moon should be encoded to only allow transformations for the royal lineage. No other Saiyans should be able to transform. This phenomenon had been tested on planet Vegeta. Could it be that this boy is also of royal blood? Vegeta found himself bewildered, wondering if his father had a secret illegitimate child. That seemed unlikely. His father had not taken any other women besides his mother. Saiyans were a warrior race, not a lustful one. As the Saiyan king, his father had not favored any other woman besides his queen. You are Tarble, aren't you? Vegeta said, casting a suspicious glance at Broly. Tarble was Vegeta's younger brother, sent to a planet devoid of combat prowess due to his low battle power. Vegeta was aware of this. Having never seen his brother since birth, he genuinely believed Broly might be Tarble upon witnessing his transformation, but of course not. Broly chuckled, feeling the vast energy within him without a trace of excitement. He had experienced the Great Ape Transformation in the Marvel Universe and found it rather unremarkable. After all, transforming into a Super Saiyan far surpassed the Great Ape Transformation in potency. Naturally, if one were to become a Super Saiyan and then transform into a Great Ape, their energy would significantly amplify. But for Broly, it felt somewhat superfluous as a Super Saiyan, particularly the legendary Super Saiyan. He was already on par with the second tier of Super Saiyans. Broly was confident that with his current strength, he could easily contend with a fully formed cell. Observing Vegeta's transformation into a great ape, Broly was merely experimenting, not expecting that the artificial moon, which was supposed to only work for the royal lineage, would also apply to him, the legendary Super Saiyan. Who exactly are you? Vegeta was genuinely terrified, his voice trembling. Your abilities are simply too inadequate. It is rather dull, Broly replied, shaking his head in disappointment as he regarded Vegeta. You dare call my abilities inadequate? Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable, Vegeta roared, unleashing a beam of light from his hand that shot towards Broly. Broly, observing the oncoming beam, allowed it to strike him. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Energy erupted, forming an astonishing mushroom cloud centered around Broly. The onlookers, including Piccolo, were left dumbfounded. The energy released by Vegeta was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly engulfing them as well. Humph, that arrogant fool should be at a loss for words now. Vegeta sneered, narrowing his eyes towards Broly's location. In Vegeta's mind, Broly would surely be obliterated by the explosion. That was his total energy. If that did not kill him, then the boy was indeed a monster. As the smoke began to dissipate, it became evident that Broly had vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind, not even that inept robot. Did he truly perish? What a pitiful creature, Vegeta mused as he scanned the area for Broly's presence. Sensing something amiss, if Broly had indeed died, there should have been some remnants left behind. However, the absence of any debris perplexed him. Hey kid, are you dead or not? If you're still alive, show yourself, Vegeta shouted. As his voice echoed, a chilling wind swept through the area, leaving only silence in its wake. Chapter 75. Vegeta's hasty retreat serves you right. This is the consequence of your arrogance, Vegeta mused, believing that the boy had most likely perished. If he had not, the scouter should have detected his presence. However, Vegeta found it curious that the robot had also vanished. Perhaps the robot had fled upon witnessing its master's demise. Vegeta paid little mind to the robot. He felt a sense of accomplishment in having dispatched the boy. After unleashing his formidable attack, Broly swiftly whisked the nearby Ultron away to safety. Given Ultron's current capabilities, he was insufficient to withstand Vegeta's great ape assault. Now, Broly could transform into a Super Saiyan, allowing him to navigate this universe with ease. He sensed that he had arrived at an inopportune moment. The Dragon Ball Z warriors were far beneath his level, rendering them incomparable. Broly contemplated having Ultron rapidly develop a new type of robot. Assembling an army of robots would surely be entertaining. As for Vegeta, Broly decided to spare him for the time being. When his robot army was ready to launch an assault on planet Vegeta, he would have ample opportunity to deal with him then. Ha! That arrogant fool. Serves him right. Vegeta let out a hearty laugh, simultaneously releasing a breath of relief. His gaze then shifted to Goku and the others. Kakarot, isn't it amusing that you're cowering in some corner of Earth? Vegeta sneered. You arrived just in time. I was about to deal with all of you as well. However, confronting a lowly warrior like you with my great ape transformation seems rather excessive in terms of energy expenditure. I shall handle you in my usual state. With that, Vegeta aimed at the artificial full moon in the sky and unleashed a beam of light from his mouth. Boom! The artificial moon erupted in an explosion, scattering shards of light in all directions. The energy from the shattered moon reached various corners of the Earth, leaving several deep, bottomless craters in its wake. As for Vegeta, he had reverted to his original form. Meanwhile, Broly, who was hovering in the sky, also quickly returned to his normal appearance, as the artificial moon was no more. However, Broly found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. His clothes had been torn to shreds during the transformation, leaving him completely unclothed. Not accustomed to being exposed, Broly realized he needed to find some attire promptly and considered acquiring several battle suits from the Saiyans to avoid such an undignified situation in the future. Without further ado, Broly sensed Natasha's energy and swiftly flew towards her. In less than 10 minutes, he appeared in Natasha's room. Natasha and her companions were already quite adept, quickly gathering information about their surroundings. Soon, the trio pilfered a few universal capsules and ventured into a dense forest to establish their abode. As for the police and other authorities, they posed no challenge to Natasha and her companions. The three managed to secure 3 houses and some means of transportation. They then began to divide their spoils. 1 house for Natasha, 1 for Hill, while Dr. Zola released a house 50 meters away from the 2 women. Suddenly, upon noticing Broly standing before her in his birthday suit, Natasha initially mistook him for some lewd individual and instinctively kicked at him. However, once she recognized him, she couldn't help but chuckle. Broly, what are you doing? Why are you not wearing any clothes in broad daylight? Natasha asked with an amused grimace. Sister, please help me find some clothes, Broly replied with a smile. Thankfully, the house was well equipped. Natasha quickly located a suitable outfit for Broly and tossed it over to him. Oh, I almost forgot something very important. Broly grinned, seemingly ignoring the clothes. What is it? Natasha inquired, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Broly's bare form, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Natasha found herself feeling a bit bashful. After all, she had raised Broly since childhood and had seen him in various states of undress. Why, then, did she now experience a fluttering sensation in her heart? Sister, let's take a moment to cherish each other, Broly suggested, stepping forward to embrace Natasha. Wait, Natasha exclaimed in surprise. You have no clothes on, and you're saying wait? Broly, however, was not one to hesitate, as he assertively pressed Natasha onto the bed, indulging in the moment. Approximately an hour later, Broly emerged from the room with a cheerful demeanor. Checking the time and sensing Vegeta and the others' energy, he realized their battle was nearing its conclusion. Whoosh, Broly transformed into a streak of light. Swiftly heading towards the location of the ongoing conflict, A.S. for Ultron, Broly had not brought him along this time. He had already instructed Ultron to focus on developing combat-capable robots to build his own robotic army. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Broly discovered that aside from Goku and his son Goten, everyone else had perished. Goku himself was in a wretched state, lying on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Gohan had fainted, and a bloodstain on his backside suggested that his tail had been severed. Vegeta, needless to say, was covered in blood, clearly having sustained severe injuries. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a narrative from the Dragon Ball universe, with the only distinction being that Broly's intervention had caused Nappa's premature demise, making Vegeta the one responsible for the deaths of Piccolo and the others. The aftermath indicated that both sides had endured a brutal clash. Damn it, I'm late, Broly thought with a tinge of regret. The lives of others mattered little to him, but Piccolo's death at Vegeta's hands posed a significant problem. Broly had intended to use the Dragon Balls to grant a wish, but with Piccolo gone, his only option now was to seek the Dragon Balls on Namek. Yet Broly soon realized that even if Piccolo were alive, a wish could not be granted within a year, as the Eternal Dragon had recently fulfilled a wish, reviving Goku. Presently, the Dragon Balls had turned to stone, and if Piccolo were still alive, a year would be required for them to regenerate that moment. Vegeta had lost the ability to fight and was using a remote control to summon his spaceship. Planning to make his escape. Chapter 76. Krillin's reaction. Krillin picked up the long sword of Yajirobe, intending to slay the F.O.T. A critical moment, he heard Goku's voice, prompting him to drop the sword and allow Vegeta to depart. Whoosh! Vegeta boarded his spaceship and quickly vanished from sight. Broly had never intended to kill Vegeta. To him, Vegeta was akin to a mere mouse. There was still more fun to be had. Goku, are you all right? Krillin hurriedly inquired. I'm fine. I'm not dead yet, and I'm sorry, Krillin. Please forgive my impulsiveness, Goku said apologetically. Goku, you don't need to say anything that I understand your thoughts, Krillin replied with a smile, but unfortunately, we don't have any sins of beans left. Krillin, I have a strong feeling that that young man is still alive, that if he is an enemy. Goku's sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. What? That's impossible. How could he still be alive? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Goku, don't scare me like that. He took a fatal blow for Vegeta. He must be dead. Forget it. Let's focus on healing your injuries for now, Krillin said, seeing the situation. With that, Broly turned to leave. He believed that the forthcoming events would unfold similarly to the Dragon Ball storyline. Soon, Chi-Chi and Master Roshi would arrive to take Goku to the hospital for treatment, while Bulma would procure the spaceship from Mr. Popo and modify it to head to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to revive Piccolo and the others. These matters were beyond Broly's concern. He had already decided that once Bulma completed her modifications to the spaceship, he would journey to Namek, and during this time, he resolved to have Ultron expedite his research on the army of robots. It was worth noting that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Ultron had created numerous robots, albeit their combat capabilities were rather mediocre. Broly had one more important task: to find a specific individual. He believed that locating this person could significantly advance the research on robots. 3 days later, Broly arrived in West City and hovered above the Universal Capsule Corporation. Smack! Broly descended from the sky. Landing before Bulma gasped, her eyes widening as she regarded Broly with a mix of nervousness and awe. "Wow, you're so handsome." Upon clearly discerning Bulma's appearance, Broly was instantly struck by a wave of infatuation. His cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Broly furrowed his brow, harboring no interest in a woman who had been touched by Lu Ping. He merely inquired in a detached manner, "Tell me, where's Dr. Gero located?" Dr. Gero. Bulma momentarily hesitated. Broly, maintaining a stern expression, offered no further comment. "Isn't Dr. Gero the scientist from the Red Ribbon Army? That organization was eradicated by Goku a long time ago. Dr. Gero should have perished as well." Bulma reasoned, "He should still be alive. You have 3 days to find him for me. Otherwise..." Broly's words trailed off as a flicker of energy emanated from his hand, which he hurled into the air. In the next instant, the blazing light descended, striking a location southwest of Capsule Corporation. With a thunderous roar, the area was reduced to rubble, accompanied by the emergence of a small mushroom cloud that I shall return in 3 days. "I hope you do not disappoint me," Broly declared, giving Bulma's cheek a light pat. This girl's skin is rather delicate. What a pity I arrived too late, allowing Lu Ping to take advantage." Broly felt a tinge of distaste for a woman who had been with another. And after uttering his words, he vanished in a flash of light. "Who is that?" Bulma pondered, still somewhat bewildered, before biting her lip and exclaiming, "Humph, what a nuisance. How dare he destroy our city?" Initially intending to seek Goku's assistance, Bulma realized he was still in the hospital. After some contemplation, she decided to call Krillin, relaying the situation to him. Krillin arrived promptly, surveying the devastation wrought by Broly, and with a smile he said to Bulma, "Based on his destructive power, this person is not particularly formidable. Enough with the idle chatter. Can you defeat him?" Bulma queried. "Absolutely." Krillin confidently patted his chest. "That's good. He has given me 3 days, and he will return." Bulma pouted, then shook her head. "What a shame, such a handsome man resorting to villainy. Just make sure he doesn't die when the time comes, understood?" "Bulma, you ignored Lu Ping when he pursued you back in the day, and now you're swooning over this one. Have you lost your mind?" Krillin chuckled. "Who is getting older?" Bulma shot back, glaring. All right, I won't mention it again. I'll come back in 3 days. I need to check on Goku first." Krillin hastily departed, not taking the matter to heart. Having seen Broly's destructive capabilities, he felt he was in no position to contend with him. Meanwhile, Bulma grew increasingly curious about Dr. Gero. Subsequently, she researched some information and, to her surprise, was able to locate the general vicinity of Dr. Gero's laboratory. 3 days swiftly passed. True to his word, Broly appeared, hovering above Capsule Corporation. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Bulma was accompanied by a bald man, none other than Krillin. "Bulma, when did he arrive? Is he afraid to show up?" Krillin asked with a grin. "How would I know? Aren't you able to sense others' energy? Can't you detect his presence?" Bulma retorted, displeased. "Oh, I almost forgot. Let me give it a try." Krillin nodded, focusing on sensing the powerful energies nearby. He quickly raised his gaze to the sky, and to his astonishment, he was rendered speechless. I asked him, "Is he still alive?" Krillin murmured, his legs trembling in fear. "What is the matter, Krillin?" Bulma asked, perplexed. At that moment, Broly descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Bulma. "Krillin, quickly subdue him. It's him. He destroyed everything." Bulma's words were abruptly cut short as she noticed Krillin's face turning a shade of purple. In the following moment, Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw Krillin breaking into an uncontrollable fit of laughter, his limbs twitching in amusement. Well, it's you, my friend. Hello, I'm Krillin," he stammered nervously at Broly. "Get lost," Broly replied coldly. "Why yes, I'll leave right away." Krillin nodded vigorously, fleeing faster than a rabbit, abandoning Bulma in the process. Bulma remained stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. "You found Dr. Gero, didn't you? Don't tell me you spent the last 3 days just chatting with this bald guy." Broly asked with a stern expression. I found him. Bulma exclaimed, nearly brought to tears, finally grasping that this individual was someone even Krillin could not confront. Chapter 77. Dr. Gero's Laboratory. After learning the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory from Bulma, Broly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Bulma collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted and barely able to rise, approximately 10 minutes later. Krillin returned, looking disheveled and grave. Krillin, what happened? Didn't you say it was no problem? Bulma demanded angrily. Bulma, this guy can even deal with Vegeta. If I had known his appearance earlier, I would have never confronted him. Krillin lamented, his expression despondent. What? He asked that formidable? Bulma gasped. Broly had little interest in Krillin or Bulma. After flying for about an hour, he finally reached the vicinity of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Before him lay a towering mountain range. And locating the laboratory was not challenging. Broly needed only 3 minutes to discover a metal door nestled within the mountains. With a powerful kick, Broly sent the metal door crashing to the ground. Inside, Dr. Gero, startled by the sudden intrusion, was even more astonished upon recognizing Broly. H, how did you find this place? Dr. Gero stammered, "Oh, you know me." Broly smiled slightly. "I don't know you." Dr. Gero quickly replied, "Enough with the charade. While battling Vegeta, I noticed a micro-robot surveilling me. Am I mistaken?" Broly asked with a friendly grin. In truth, Broly had not detected any micro-robots present during the battle. He was merely attempting to deceive Dr. Gero. Furthermore, even an intelligent robot like Ultron could not sense their presence. However, Dr. Gero's expression upon first seeing Broly indicated that he had indeed encountered him before. "Indeed, I did witness everything during your battle with Vegeta." Gero confessed after a moment's silence. Nodding slightly, Dr. Gero stated. He had dispatched micro-robots to observe the events of 3 days prior, but he was puzzled as to how this young man had discovered it. Of course, for Dr. Gero, this youth was not someone he could provoke. Given his current limitations in creating androids, he felt that engaging in battle with this young man would yield little chance of success. Broly, upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, felt a twinge of sentiment. It seemed that in the realm of Marvel's cinematic universe, the technological advancements paled in comparison to those of Dr. Gero from Dragon Ball. Even intelligent robots like Ultron could not detect the presence of micro-robots in the vicinity. "I've come here not to beat around the bush. I require your assistance, and hope you will not refuse," Broly stated plainly. As he spoke, Broly suddenly caught sight of a familiar face within a containment chamber. "Is that number 16? Broly gazed at the barrier resembling a coffin and inquired of Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero, taken aback, fell into a contemplative silence, unable to respond to the question. Indeed, contained within the barrier was Android 16, suggesting that Dr. Gero had been researching him for quite some time. But at this moment, Android 16's body had been fully positioned, indicating that completion was not far off. However, Broly was aware that Android 16 would ultimately be activated by Androids 17 and 18. And Dr. Gero had always regarded 16 with caution, seemingly apprehensive about losing control over him. "How can I assist you?" Dr. Gero asked, striving to regain his composure as he looked at Broly. "It's quite simple. I'm currently engaged in research on robotics. You may collaborate with my subordinates to develop a robotic army for me. What do you think?" Broly inquired with a smile. "No problem," Dr. Gero replied, hesitating only momentarily before readily agreeing to Broly's request. "You must have conditions, right?" Broly asked with a grin. "After years of research, my sole objective has been to create an android capable of defeating Son Goku. If you can aid me in eliminating him, I will assist you in your research and help you produce your robotic army," Dr. Gero stated, revealing his demands. "I can assure you that Son Goku cannot die just yet. I have great use for him. However, I will eventually deal with him myself," Broly replied nonchalantly. Dr. Gero fell silent, gazing intently into Broly's eyes, attempting to discern the truth in his words. "I've said enough," Broly remarked with a smile before turning his attention back to Android 16. Asking, "Is this 16 already a success? When can it be activated?" "Not yet. He is currently unstable and completely beyond my control. Activating him would result in catastrophic consequences for Earth," Dr. Gero explained. "What about 17 and 18? Have you begun research on them?" Broly inquired. Noticing their absence in the laboratory points 17 and 18, Dr. Gero momentarily paused before explaining with a smile, I plan to modify these two androids through human experimentation. But I have yet to finalize the specifics. Broly realized that research on androids 17 and 18 had not yet commenced, that Dr. Gero truly was a genius. The emergence of androids 17 and 18 would likely occur 4 years from now. In that span, this individual would have developed androids surpassing the Super Saiyan level. Truly remarkable. And what about the cell-based android you are researching via computer? You must have begun implementation by now. Right? Broly referred to Cell. That has already commenced, Dr. Gero replied, wiping sweat from his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. This young man was indeed well-informed. I haven't given my cells to him, have I? Broly questioned, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seems, not yet, Dr. Gero responded, startled it seems. Broly's expression darkened. He did not wish for his cells to fall into the hands of that creature. Cell, I will check immediately, Dr. Gero exclaimed, swiftly operating the instruments before him. Approximately 10 seconds later, he exhaled deeply, offering a wry smile. Not yet. The computer is currently collecting your cells, preparing to transfer them to Cell. Halt the transfer, Broly commanded. Chapter 78. Recruiting Bulma, Dr. Gero complied without hesitation. Especially since he had essentially witnessed the battle between Broly and Vegeta 3 days prior. With such a formidable figure as his leader, Dr. Gero felt that he could finally avenge the Red Ribbon Army. Particularly after encountering Ultron and recognizing his vast knowledge, Dr. Gero was left in awe of Broly. Ultron had amusingly claimed to be created by Broly, leading Dr. Gero to momentarily believe Broly was a polymath. Moreover, Dr. Zora's suggestions regarding the android project had greatly benefited Dr. Gero. After some research, the trio reported back to Broly. Master, I believe that within a month's time, I can develop the first batch of robotic soldiers. Ultron confidently stated the month. Broly pondered quietly. The timing was just right. In a month, Bulma and her father would have the spacecraft ready, while Krillin and Gohan would embark on the ship to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. What combat power can the first batch of robotic soldiers achieve? Broly inquired. Each robot will possess a combat power of 10,000, far exceeding my current capabilities. Ultron replied. 10,000 is somewhat lacking, but it will suffice. Broly nodded. Producing robots with a combat power of 10,000 was impressive, especially considering Ultron's own power was around 8,000. Furthermore, the initial batch of robots would merely be prototypes, so Broly did not expect them to engage in intense combat. Master, the first batch of robotic soldiers totals 10,000. Is that sufficient? Ultron continued. Not bad, but 10,000 seems excessive. The spacecraft cannot accommodate that many. Broly lamented that a robotic army of 10,000, each with a combat power of 10,000, would undoubtedly terrify the Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Master, I have a solution, Dr. Gero interjected, glancing around to ensure Natasha and Hill were not present before grinning mischievously. You could simply bring that girl Bulma here to assist us with the research. Despite her youth, her scientific acumen is already approaching my level. Broly was well aware of Bulma's genius and nodded slightly to Bulma's father is the inventor of the universal capsule, and Bulma has surpassed him. If we have her modify these robotic soldiers into a universal capsule format, it will be much easier for you to transport them, Dr. Gero added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Broly's interest was piqued. It was indeed an excellent idea. Bringing along 10,000 universal capsules would be far more convenient than transporting 10,000 robots. Moreover, if the master had any needs, he could always request Bulma. Well, you know how it is. Gero remarked with a sly grin. Lowering his voice, I have no interest in women who have been with other men. Refrain from mentioning such matters in the future, Broly replied coldly. It was truly regrettable that Bulma, a radiant flower, was entangled with that pile of dung, which failed to pique his interest. Dr. Gero appeared momentarily taken aback by Broly's words, his expression suggesting he had more to say. What is it you wish to convey? Broly inquired, observing him closely. Master, from my observations of Bulma, she does not seem to be the type who has been with other men, Dr. Gero explained. For years, I have secretly monitored those associated with Son Goku, including Bulma. and I have found her to maintain her integrity, showing no signs of intimacy with any other man. Isn't Lu Ping her boyfriend? Broly asked, somewhat perplexed at Lu Ping. He did pursue Bulma for a time, but she doesn't seem to hold much interest in him, Dr. Gero clarified. Broly nodded gently, realizing that this version of Bulma in the universe had never been with Lu Ping. Given this, bringing her in to assist with the robotic army research seemed like a splendid idea. With this thought, a smile broke across Broly's face. Master, I will go gather some materials now, Ultron informed Broly. Very well. Go ahead, Broly replied, reminding him, if you encounter any danger, activate your energy source, and I will come to your aid immediately. Understood, Master. Ultron would naturally not oppose. Upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Broly found that he could not sense Ultron's energy. Thus, he instructed Dr. Zola to develop an energy source, which was affixed to Ultron. In the event of danger, this energy source would release energy, allowing Broly to sense it immediately. In truth, with Ultron's current strength, he could dominate Earth, save for Goku, and had no need for such measures. However, Broly harbored a foreboding feeling, sensing that aside from Goku, there lurked an unknown yet formidable adversary hidden in some corner of Earth or the universe, as for who this individual might be. Broly was clueless and could not seek them out. Ultron soon vanished without a trace. Broly then bid farewell to the two doctors and made his way to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing Broly appear before her once more, Bulma was so startled that her legs nearly buckled beneath her. We meet again, Broly said with a smile. You asked me to help you find Dr. Gero, and I have done so. What more do you want? Bulma inquired, her face a mask of despair. You seem quite frightened of me, Broly remarked with a grin that of course, you're so powerful. Who wouldn't be afraid? Bulma exclaimed. Realizing she had raised her voice at someone more formidable than Vegeta, she suddenly panicked at the thought of provoking him and potentially facing dire consequences. Consequently, Bulma hurriedly apologized that I won't make it difficult for you. How about this? Starting today, you can accompany me I have need of your assistance, Broly stated, revealing his purpose for coming. Huh. Bulma gasped, rendered speechless for a moment. Whether you agree or not, you have no choice. Broly replied with a cheerful demeanor. There are plenty of beautiful girls around. I can help you select a dozen to serve you. Please, spare me. Bulma instinctively assumed that Broly's need referred to matters of a more intimate nature. What are you thinking? Broly retorted with irritation. Am I that kind of man? A misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding, Bulma sighed in relief, offering a sheepish smile. Chapter 79. The robot army, however, confining you in a small dark room to enjoy yourself daily might not be such a bad option after all. Broly joked with a mischievous smile. No. Please no. Bulma cried out. Perhaps due to her loud voice, her exclamation summoned Oolong and Puar. Upon seeing Broly, they were so frightened that they dared not make a sound. Retreating behind a pillar, they had long heard of Broly's reputation, and now that they had confirmed his identity, they certainly did not wish to provoke him. All right, it was just a joke. Enough chatter. Go say goodbye to your father. We shall depart shortly, Broly said with a smile, adopting a commanding tone that what exactly do you need me to do? Bulma nearly cried. You will know once we arrive, Broly replied nonchalantly. Bulma gritted her teeth and finally nodded, quickly going to bid farewell to her father. Before departing, she winked at Oolong, signaling him to devise a plan to rescue her. Oolong understood the implication. If Bulma was taken, it was only natural to inform Goku. Broly observed this exchange, but chose to ignore it. After all, Goku would need many years to surpass him unless Broly stagnated in his progress. Furthermore, possessing the legendary Super Saiyan physique, even without training, Broly's energy would multiply annually, making it uncertain when Goku could ever catch up. Gently lifting Bulma, Broly soared into the sky. During their journey, he tentatively asked, Bulma, I heard there's someone named Lepin who is your boyfriend. Is that correct? Who said Lepin is my boyfriend? With my looks, how could I possibly be interested in him? Bulma retorted, clearly displeased. He pursued me for a while, but all he does is spread rumors that I'm his girlfriend. What a despicable guy. So, you are still a virgin then? Broly asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a tantalizing red apple. Observing her reaction, Broly became even more convinced that this Dragon Ball world was distinct from the one he had previously known. After all, in this realm, he had traversed dimensions, and the legendary Super Saiyan phenomenon did not manifest in the same uncontrollable manner as before. Moreover, Frieza's most formidable subordinates had long since been eradicated by him. And planet Vegeta still existed that it made one wonder what Frieza's true intentions were in allowing the Saiyans to flourish. These discrepancies in the Dragon Ball history, Broly knew, were intriguing, and Bulma's single status was not surprising. The fact that Bulma had not engaged in any intimate encounters with other men certainly worked in Broly's favor. Nonetheless, Broly was not the kind of man to take such matters lightly. He believed that relationships should be cultivated gradually. A win over a girl like Bulma. He felt it essential to conquer her both physically and emotionally for a more profound connection. Approximately half an hour later, Broly brought Bulma back to his research base at AS for Dr. Gero's laboratory. It had already been relocated. Dr. Gero's facility itself was a large flying object, making it easily transportable. Upon entering the laboratory, Broly was taken aback. He saw that Ultron had returned, and beside him lay two figures that Broly recognized all too well. The androids 17 and 18. Who were they? Broly found himself puzzled. Hadn't Dr. Gero yet begun his research on androids 17 and 18? How had these two appeared? Master, while searching for materials, I discovered these two individuals. Upon testing, it appears they may have ingested a toxic substance and are currently unconscious. I thought they would serve well as subject for Dr. Gero's android research. Ultron explained. Dr. Gero, androids? What are you planning? Bulma's composure began to waver. Broly ignored her concern and pointed at the figures lying on the apparatus. Then let the android research project commence. This is 17. And that woman is 18. It is settled. Understood, Master. Dr. Gero nodded. Bulma, from this day forth, you will assist Ultron in researching 18, while Dr. Gero focuses on 17. You understand my instructions. Broly stated with seriousness. Understood. Dr. Gero nodded vigorously. Relieved that he had not overstepped, it seemed that the Master favored women like 18, and indeed, everyone has their preferences. Under Broly's direction, the research officially began. Though Bulma was 100 times unwilling, she had no choice but to comply and engage in the research. Consequently, Broly found himself with some free time. He enjoyed moments of levity with Natasha or Hill, and when bored, he assisted Ultron in gathering materials for the robot army. A month swiftly passed, and the first batch of the robot army was successfully completed. As for androids 16, 17, and 18, certain technical issues meant they would require additional time before activation. Master, after Bulma's modifications, all 10,000 robots have been consolidated within this capsule and will obey your commands unconditionally. Ultron respectfully handed the universal capsule to Broly. The sight of such a diminutive capsule, containing an astounding army of robots, each with combat power exceeding 10,000, filled Broly with a surge of excitement. Indeed, Bulma proved to be a genius. Broly had initially considered he would need 1,000 such capsules, which would have complicated operations considerably. Let us find a suitable place to test this, Broly proposed, leading the group to an expansive area. Out of curiosity, Natasha and Hill accompanied them to witness Broly's robotic army. With the universal capsule in hand, Broly tossed it onto the open ground. Thud, accompanied by a muffled sound. Rows upon rows of orderly robots materialized before Broly. The design of these robots bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man, suggesting that Ultron had directly input Iron Man's appearance into his systems for replication. Each 100 robots formed a squad, totaling 100 squads. In the sunlight, the multitude of robots gleamed with a red luminescence, igniting a sense of exhilaration within Broly. Chapter 80. Goku arrives by the way. How do I return them to the capsule? Broly inquired with curiosity. As long as the Master simply calls out return, these robots will automatically revert to their universal capsule form. Ultron explained, noting that the system would recognize only Broly's voice, rendering any other calls ineffective. Broly nodded in satisfaction. Having this robotic army would certainly bolster their campaign against planet Vegeta. Master, the robotic army can also merge. For now, they can combine in groups of 10, and each fusion accumulates their combat power. Ultron continued, revealing that the maximum combat power of the robots had reached 100,000. Broly's face lit up with delight. That level of power was indeed commendable. In the current universe, aside from a few formidable foes, it ranked among the elite. Merge, Broly commanded. Upon his words, the robots swiftly combined, resembling transformers. After merging, their height remained largely unchanged, but they appeared significantly more sophisticated. As for their combat power, it was indeterminate due to their robotic nature. Ultron, with all your contributions, has your combat power increased? Broly asked, expressing admiration for the intelligent robot. Master, I took the liberty of establishing a connection with these robots. With your consent, I can merge with 10 of them, and my combat power would then accumulate to 1 million. Ultron elucidated 0.1 million. Not bad. Continue to strive for greater strength. Broly encouraged that a combat power of merely 1 million was akin to Frieza's first transformation. Presently, Ultron was not even a match for Frieza. Hearing Broly's words, Ultron felt a wave of relief. His greatest fear was that if he continually enhanced his power, Broly might become displeased or perceive it as rebellion. However, it was evident that Broly bore no resentment, and in fact, seemed to believe Ultron's power was somewhat lacking, that a combat power of 1 million, and Broly deemed it too low. Ultron pondered how Broly had cultivated such formidable strength. Return, Broly commanded the robotic army. With a clap, the 10,000 robots swiftly converged into the form of a universal capsule. Broly found the initial batch of robots quite fascinating, significantly surpassing his expectations. Broly, may I ask you a question? Bulma finally spoke up, unable to contain her curiosity. Speak, Broly replied with a smile. Are you researching all these robots with the intention of conquering Earth? Bulma asked, a hint of concern in her tone. Do you believe Earth is worthy of my rule? Broly retorted lightly, prompting Bulma to nod in relief. Very well. Let us return. Broly glanced at the robotic capsule in his hand, thoroughly satisfied. Now that my research on the robots is complete, may I take my leave? Bulma requested. You may not depart until the research on the androids is concluded, Broly replied nonchalantly. What? Are you serious? Bulma exclaimed, her expression one of dismay. Someone is approaching. It seems an opportune moment to test the combat strength of these robots. Broly suddenly raised his head, scanning the distance. The others paused momentarily, as no one appeared to be drawing near. However, 10 seconds later, they beheld an individual hovering in mid-air. Son Goku. Dr. Gero's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing the newcomer. It was this very Son Goku who had utterly decimated the Red Ribbon Army, a grievance Gero had long sought to avenge. Now that Son Goku had appeared, Gero's animosity intensified considerably. Indeed, it was Son Goku who hovered aloft. He had been aware of Bulma's abduction by Broly, but at the time, he was injured and deemed it unwise to act, fearing he would neither save Bulma nor escape with his life. Furthermore, he understood that Bulma was not in mortal danger. It seemed she had been taken to assist with research. After a month of recuperation, Goku's injuries had nearly healed, though he was not entirely recovered. Fortunately, Karin's senza beans had matured, and after consuming one, Goku felt completely restored and sensed a significant increase in his combat prowess. Feeling confident, Goku believed that if he unleashed the Kaioken ×3, he could potentially defeat Vegeta, that if this individual could also contend with Vegeta, then Goku and this young warrior's powers were likely comparable. With a clap, Son Goku landed opposite Broly, silently observing him. Son Goku, do you know who I am? Dr. Gero asked through clenched teeth. Goku glanced at Gero, lacking any recollection, and could only shake his head in confusion, responding, Do you know me? Indeed, it is because of you that the Red Ribbon Army was obliterated. I must exact my revenge, Gero declared with fury. Oh, so you are one of the Red Ribbon Army. Goku remarked, Should you wish to avenge your comrades, you may come at any time. However, the Red Ribbon Army has committed countless atrocities. Even if I were to refrain from intervening, they would inevitably meet their demise. Master, I beseech you to help me eliminate him, Gero implored. Broly narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Dr. Gero. Upon witnessing Broly's expression, Gero felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I have no intention of repeating myself. You are dismissed, Broly stated coolly. Yes, Gero replied, terrified, nearly forgetting the immense power Broly possessed. Furthermore, Broly had previously mentioned that now was not the time to eliminate Son Goku. Eventually, Goku would meet his fate regardless, so there was no need for concern. With this thought, Gero's tension eased. Son Goku, your timing is impeccable. Come and witness the fruits of my research, Broly said with a smile, looking toward Goku. What research? Goku asked, curiosity piqued. Your combat power should now be around 15,000, am I correct? Broly momentarily refrained from responding to the earlier query, instead smiling as he remarked, if you were to employ the Kaioken technique again, perhaps even a threefold Kaioken, you might elevate your combat power to approximately 45,000. Nearing 50,000, your growth is indeed quite remarkable. Furthermore, it was previously mentioned that the artificial full moon created by Vegeta is unique to the royal lineage, differing from the original narrative that I hope you won't dwell on the minor inconsistency regarding Gohan's transformation in the original work. Chapter 81. Goku versus the Robot Army. I did not anticipate your understanding of me to be so profound, Goku said, momentarily taken aback as he regarded Broly. Indeed, a combat power of 50,000 surpasses that of Vegeta. However, as a Saiyan, it remains woefully insufficient, Broly commented with a slight smile. Then if I were to defeat you, would you release Bulma? Goku inquired. Certainly, but your opponent is not me, Broly replied, tossing a universal capsule into the air. Catching it deftly. Not you. Then who? Goku's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately resting upon Ultron, asking, could it be that robot? With a swift gesture, Broly summoned forth the army of robots. Goku was taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many robots, standing in perfect formation. After a moment of silence, he managed a wry smile, asking, Bulma, have you been developing these robots during this time? Of course, as if I had a choice, Bulma retorted, eyes wide. Huh. All right, so my adversaries are them? Goku chuckled, turning to Broly for confirmation. Combined, Broly commanded, instructing 10 robots from one squad to merge. Clank, clank, clank. The 10 robots swiftly coalesced, transforming like a scene from Transformers movie, and in an instant, a brand new robot emerged. Standing before Goku, from now on, your designation shall be Robot Number 1, Broly declared, opting for numerical titles over individual names. Robot Number 1 nodded. Goku scrutinized the robot, but the inability to sense its energy left him unsure of its capabilities. Come now, Goku, unleash your full energy and engage me in battle. Robot Number 1 spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. Very well, let's have a proper match. Goku smiled slightly, channeling the twofold Kaioken. Presently, Goku could withstand a maximum of twofold Kaioken. Exceeding that would result in injury, and a threefold increase would be even more perilous. Whoosh! Goku transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing before Robot Number 1 in the blink of an eye. He reappeared behind it, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Robot Number 1 was sent sprawling by Goku's kick, rolling a considerable distance. Oops, my apologies, I might have been a bit too forceful. Your robot may not be up to the task, Goku said, glancing at Broly with a grin. Let us not jump to conclusions before a victor has emerged, Broly replied with a subtle smile. Seemingly unfazed, he noted that Robot Number 1 had not sustained any damage. Perhaps it was simply unaccustomed to the encounter. Indeed, in the next moment, Robot Number 1 soared into the air, regaining its composure. After all, with a combat power of 100,000, the disparity between Goku's 50,000 and Robot Number 1's capabilities was significant. Whoosh! Robot Number 1 mimicked Goku's previous maneuver, swiftly disappearing. The next instant, it materialized behind Goku like a specter. Sensing the presence, Goku furrowed his brow and retaliated with a punch. Bang! However, Goku overlooked a crucial detail. His own stature was smaller than Robot Number 1's, and his limbs were not as lengthy, especially when using a fist. Consequently, Robot Number 1's powerful kick sent Goku flying. Moreover, Robot Number 1's kick was remarkably fierce. Goku crashed heavily to the ground, half of his body sinking into the earth. His expression contorted in pain. Clearly, after enduring an attack from the 100,000 combat power Robot Number 1, Goku was gravely injured. Master, shall we eliminate him? Robot number one inquired, seeking Broly's directive and no need for that. Broly chuckled. Killing Goku would leave him without a training partner. Understood, robot number one acknowledged. Goku struggled to rise from the ground. A bitter smile etched on his face as he gasped for breath. He then retrieved his Senzu bean, preparing to consume it. Whoosh! Robot number one, swift and decisive, snatched the Senzu bean and the pouch containing them, presenting them respectfully to Broly. Broly regarded robot number one with newfound respect. This robot displayed exceptional understanding. Upon inspecting the pouch, Broly discovered 13 Senzu beans, indicating that Karin's recent harvest had been rather meager. This is quite valuable. I shall take it, Broly remarked with a smile. Claiming the beans without hesitation. You thief, return my Senzu beans, Goku exclaimed, nearly in tears from frustration, charging at Broly. Bang! Once again, robot number one showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent Goku crashing into the ground once more. All right, that will suffice for now, Broly decided, pleased with robot number one's performance, and instructed the waiting robots. After all, these robots were the culmination of the efforts of Ultron, Dr. Zola, Dr. Gero, and Bulma. It was only natural for them to possess such formidable combat power. With a soft click, the robots transformed back into universal capsules, which Broly deftly grasped. Goku, are you all right? Bulma called from a distance, her concern evident. Goku coughed violently a few times, unsure of how to respond. Given the extent of your injuries, how could you possibly be fine? Bulma reasoned, contemplating before suggesting. I'll call Krillin to take you to the hospital. Goku nodded faintly. Broly made no move to impede Bulma's actions. He had no intention of killing Goku, preferring to let him recuperate in the hospital for a time to prevent any potential disruptions once he ventured to Namek, upon returning to the laboratory. Broly began preparations for his journey to Namek. This time, he intended to bring the robot army along, but to mitigate any potential issues at the rear, he decided to leave Ultron and one of the squads behind. Thus, should Goku seek trouble, Ultron's combined combat power of 1 million would be more than sufficient to eliminate him effortlessly. Chapter 82. Playing a game during this period, Broly had been instructing Dr. Gero to covertly monitor the spaceship at Bulma's residence. At this juncture, the modifications to the spaceship were nearing completion, and it was believed that it would soon be ready for launch. News of Goku's injury quickly reached Krillin through Bulma. Goku's hurt again. Who did this to him? Krillin exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation that wasn't he just recovering with those Senzu beans? Don't ask. Hurry over and take Goku to the hospital, Bulma urged. After Bulma finished speaking, she proceeded to inform Krillin of the specific location. Krillin swiftly flew over and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Goku, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. Without delay, Krillin hurriedly assisted son Wukong, guiding him towards the hospital. During their journey, Krillin learned the full scope of the situation from Goku's account. What? Those robots are that formidable. Even if we were to go to Namek and have Din resurrect them, we still wouldn't be able to defeat them, Krillin lamented, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon. You are right. I must train diligently to ensure I can vanquish these robots. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Goku, what do you think the purpose is behind that Saiyan named Broly creating so many robots? Krillin inquired with a hint of concern. As it stands, Broly's robots seem to lack any ambition, but what if one day he suddenly decides to conquer the world? We would find ourselves in a fierce battle. Goku sighed that I can sense that this person is even more terrifying than Vegeta, that I believe if he is capable of creating such powerful robots, he must possess an even more formidable fighting power. So, you mean to say he has a fighting prowess that surpasses that of the robots? Krillin's complexion changed. It is highly probable, Goku affirmed. Goku, given that our opponent is so powerful, you must be quite excited. Right? Krillin asked with a grimace. I can't find any excitement in this situation, Goku replied, feeling somewhat frustrated. Having just recovered, he was once again gravely injured. It was only natural to feel vexed. After arranging matters with Natasha and the others, Broly arrived at Bulma's residence with his versatile capsule robots. As for Bulma, whose temporary usefulness was limited, Broly granted her a reprieve, allowing her to return home for a while. Broly calculated the time. A trip to Namek, followed by the conquest of planet Vegeta, and, if possible, a visit to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Upon his return, at least a year would have passed. Broly initially considered bringing Hill and Natasha along, but he realized that their presence would hinder his fighting capabilities. Moreover, the two women could not survive in space. If the spaceship were to be destroyed, he would have to continuously supply them with energy to sustain their breathing. In the short term, it was manageable, but over time, despite being able to maintain energy levels, the absence of oxygen would significantly affect their health. After much contemplation, Broly decided to act alone and intended to bring them over only after conquering planet Vegeta. At that moment, Broly had arrived at Bulma's home and observed the spaceship parked in the yard. This spaceship was originally used by the Kaioshin when they visited Earth, and after being discovered by Mr. Popo, it was refurbished and left here. The spaceship itself was not problematic. The so-called modifications merely involved adapting it to the language of Earthlings, ensuring that any issues could be addressed appropriately. It looks quite good, Broly remarked as he scrutinized the spaceship, then boldly stepped inside. Upon seeing Broly board the spaceship, Bulma felt a surge of glee. Finally, she was about to rid herself of this monster and reclaim her normal life. However, in the next moment, Bulma noticed Broly emerging from the spaceship once more, grinning as he appraised her, but a sense of foreboding washed over Bulma. "You should accompany me to Namek," Broly said with a smile. "Why should I go with you?" Bulma, frightened, quickly shook her head in refusal. "If something goes wrong with the spaceship, having you around for repairs would be advantageous. Wouldn't you agree?" Broly replied with a grin. But, Bulma was on the verge of tears. "There are no buts. If you refuse to go, I will turn your home to rubble," Broly declared, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and casually tossing it into the air. Instantly, the energy sphere flickered ominously, as if poised to descend at any moment. Bulma was convinced that if the sphere were to fall, her home would be destroyed, and her parents would perish alongside it. I promise I'll go," Bulma cried out, tears threatening to spill. "Then let us set off," Broly said, scooping her up and flying into the spaceship. With a snap, the spaceship's hatch closed. Whoosh! The spaceship transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vast expanse of space. The journey from Earth to Namek would take at least 2 months, which was precisely why Broly had chosen to bring Bulma along. Though 2 months might not seem excessively long, Broly felt that having company would be preferable. Besides, Bulma was quite attractive. It wouldn't hurt to have her around for some eye candy during the journey, alleviating any potential loneliness. Additionally, Broly was aware that Goku had left a spaceship on Earth when he first arrived, which Bulma's father would modify in the near future. Goku might very well use that spaceship to travel to Namek. Broly had initially considered using that particular spaceship, as it would only require 7 days to reach Namek. However, after some calculation, he realized that it would take at least 2 months for that spaceship to be ready. Thus, arriving at Namek ahead of time seemed more suitable. Broly was eager to reunite with Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, and was anxious to meet him as the spaceship sped through the cosmos. A month slipped by unnoticed. This is so boring. I feel like I'm going to go insane, Bulma suddenly exclaimed one day. After a month of traveling through the void of space, devoid of entertaining diversions, anyone would find it unbearable. "Bulma, how about we play a game?" Broly suggested with a smile, surveying her with interest. "What game?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued as she found herself desperate for distraction. "Let us play cards. The loser has to remove an article of clothing," Broly replied with a mischievous grin, revealing his not-so-gentlemanly side. It was quite an accomplishment that he had managed to refrain from making a move on the stunning Bulma for an entire month. "Oh no!" Bulma exclaimed in alarm. "It's settled then. Let us begin," Broly declared, retrieving a deck of playing cards from the room. "Wait a moment, please," Bulma said, a flash of inspiration striking her. Broly chuckled, indicating his agreement. Bulma dashed to her room, bustling about. Approximately 10 minutes later, she emerged, wrapped in layers of clothing, resembling a dumpling. Broly nearly burst into laughter. Bulma was wearing at least 10 layers of clothing, meaning he would need to win at least 10 rounds to strip her down completely. "Let us begin, but I must insist that we only play 10 rounds. After those rounds, we shall redress and continue. Does that sound agreeable?" Bulma inquired with a smile. "Agreed," Broly replied, nodding to, "By the way, How many articles of clothing are you wearing? 10 in total, Bulma giggled. You'll have to win every single round if you wish to take them all off. Just as they were preparing to start their card game, Broly suddenly received a message from Ultron. Master, the new army of robots is nearly ready. This time, their combat power has been enhanced to 20,000, and if they merge, their combat power could reach 200,000, Ultron explained. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Broly replied with a smile. Furthermore, the robotic army that the Master took away can also be upgraded remotely. Would it be possible for the Master to first place the robots in outer space? And once the upgrade is complete, retrieve them into the Universal Capsule? Ultron continued. Naturally, Broly had no objections that he first brought the spaceship to a halt, then opened the hatch himself. By the way, Bulma, you could have easily escaped while I was leaving the spaceship. However, if you believe I would be unable to find you afterwards, then feel free to do so. Broly smiled faintly at Bulma, and in the next moment, he departed from the spaceship. But Bulma's expression momentarily faltered. Indeed, she had just entertained that very thought. She planned to flee the moment Broly left the spaceship to escape this demon. However, upon hearing Broly's warning, she had to revise her initial intention. Bulma believed that with Broly's terrifying abilities, he would undoubtedly return to Earth, and at that point, she would be in grave danger. Moreover, there were Broly's subordinates on Earth as well. After departing the spaceship, Broly released the 10,000 robotic soldiers. Since these robots were bound to Ultron's server, the upgrade was relatively straightforward. Nevertheless, this upgrade took a full 3 hours. As for the potential issues arising from being bound to Ultron, Broly was not concerned. Even if Ultron wished to rebel, he would need the strength to do so. The upgraded robotic army did not undergo significant changes in appearance, but there were considerable improvements in detail. For instance, the surface of the robotic soldiers was now covered with a faint layer of luminescence, designed for defensive purposes. Broly felt quite satisfied with Ultron's modifications and offered him some praise before retracting the robotic army and returning to the spaceship. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, Vegeta emerged from the medical chamber with a glum expression, anger etched across his face. Your Highness, King Vegeta requests your presence, one of his subordinates said respectfully. Vegeta cast a blank glance at his subordinate, remaining silent as he took to the skies, heading directly to the palace. Little B, what on earth has happened? King Vegeta inquired darkly. He was well aware of Vegeta's trip to Earth and also understood how weak the warriors there were. However, he was astonished to learn that his son, the most outstanding warrior among the Saiyans, had nearly lost his life during this visit. Humph, it's nothing serious. My injuries have healed, and my fighting power has increased significantly. This time, I will surely defeat Kakarot, Vegeta huffed, simultaneously relaying his encounter with Broly to King Vegeta. Upon hearing about Broly, King Vegeta suddenly fell silent. You say he's a Saiyan? King Vegeta pondered aloud. Strange, aside from sending Kakarot to Earth, we have not dispatched any other Saiyans. Who could this person be? Forget it, I've already killed him. What's the use of discussing this? Vegeta replied coldly. If it weren't for him wasting a considerable amount of my energy, I would have certainly killed Kakarot. After saying this, Vegeta rose from his seat and walked outside. Little B, where are you going? King Vegeta hurriedly asked. Humph, I'm going back to Earth to deal with Kakarot. This time, I will make sure he is left with nothing but shattered teeth, Vegeta declared confidently, his demeanor icy. Wait, King Vegeta shook his head. There's no rush to go to Earth. We will eventually deal with that traitor Kakarot. What exactly are you trying to say? Vegeta asked impatiently. Little B, I've been considering this matter for a long time. King Vegeta lowered his voice. For a long time, Frieza intended to annihilate all of our Saiyan race. But for some unknown reason, he abandoned that plan. Now, the time has finally come for our Saiyans to rise. Hearing King Vegeta's words, Vegeta's expression turned one of astonishment. Rebel against Frieza? What a thrilling notion. However, with our current fighting power, I fear we still fall short of being able to confront Frieza. Vegeta chuckled, fully aware of Frieza's terrifying might. Long ago, when Frieza defeated Broly, the display of his fighting power at 500,000 was a memory that lingered vividly in Vegeta's mind. Now, the thought of his father fantasizing about defeating Frieza seemed like a delusion. Chapter 84. Seizing the spaceship relying solely on fighting power, it was certainly impossible to defeat him, but you must have discovered something during your trip to Earth, right? King Vegeta smiled mysteriously. Vegeta suddenly paused, then came to a realization, looking at his father and saying, "You mean we should find the Dragon Balls? Indeed, if we father and son were to possess immortality. Do you believe we would stand a chance against Frieza?" King Vegeta smiled broadly that Vegeta's heart leapt with joy. This indeed seemed like a promising option. However, it would be best to proceed with utmost secrecy. King Vegeta whispered, "You must immediately and discreetly head to Namek. Since the Dragon Balls on Earth have already revived Kakarot, there must be similar Dragon Balls on Namek. The sooner, the better." "Humph, father, you are truly cunning," Vegeta remarked before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly making his way to the spaceship. Whoosh! The spaceship soared through the void, rapidly heading towards Namek. Meanwhile, aboard another spaceship, Bulma found herself clad only in her undergarments. "You must be cheating," Bulma exclaimed, at a loss for words, as Broly had just won 8 consecutive rounds in their card game. As a result, Bulma's clothing had been reduced to just these 2 pieces. Observing Bulma's modest yet alluring state, Broly could not help but swallow hard. An exquisite woman is meant to be savored. Yet Broly refrained from hastily pushing Bulma away, instead taking a keen interest in observing her. Bulma blushed, unsure how to conceal her embarrassment. "Bulma, we could actually engage in a more entertaining game," Broly said with a mischievous glint in his eye, casually tossing aside the cards in his hand. Upon seeing that look in Broly's eyes, Bulma was instantly struck with fear. She understood precisely what Broly meant. The more entertaining game likely referred to a game of intimacy between a man and a woman. Boom! However, just as Broly finished speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted from the spaceship. In the next instant, surges of immense energy began to rise. Broly wasted no time, hastily enveloping Bulma in energy for her protection. Boom! Almost immediately, the spaceship Broly was aboard was obliterated by the energy surge, turning it into cosmic dust that Broly's nose crinkled in anger. Under normal circumstances, he would have sensed the impending energy attack. However, in that moment, he had been too preoccupied with admiring Bulma to detect any energy fluctuations nearby. By the time he realized the danger and sought to protect Bulma, it was too late, and the spaceship was left defenseless, resulting in its complete destruction. Glancing at Bulma in his arms, he saw her pale face, trembling uncontrollably. "Do not fear. I will not let anything happen to you," Broly reassured gently. "Who attacked us?" Bulma anxiously scanned their surroundings, quickly inquiring. "Over there," Broly, with a cold expression, pointed toward a spaceship not far away. The shape of this spacecraft bore a striking resemblance to the one that Frieza had once used. A flicker of joy surged within Broly. Should he encounter Frieza here, it would spare him the trouble of repairing his ship on Namek. However, to Broly's dismay, as he extended his sensing abilities, he was unable to detect Frieza's presence. Moreover, the most formidable foe aboard that spaceship possessed a combat power of merely around 7,000. A truly pitiful figure. Suddenly, 2 extraterrestrial beings emerged from the spacecraft, hovering before Broly. These 2 creatures were likely interstellar travelers, and it was indeed unfortunate for them to cross paths with him. One of the aliens, sporting a frog-like visage, chuckled and remarked, "Let me take a look." The other, whose body was riddled with boils, activated a device on his glasses and scoffed. "Their combat power is only about 200. Truly pathetic. Killing them would be a delightful diversion, as I've been rather bored lately." The pair continued their boastful banter, completely disregarding Broly. Indifferent to their words, Broly deduced from their attire that they were likely part of Frieza's entourage. His excitement intensified as he swiftly soared toward the frog-faced alien, holding Bulma securely. With a flicker of energy in his hand, he obliterated the creature in an instant. "What have you done?" the boil-ridden alien stammered. Trembling in shock, Broly responded by delivering a powerful kick that sent the alien's head flying. Having completed his ruthless task, Broly, accompanied by Bulma, boarded the adversary's spaceship. Instantly, the aliens within the vessel erupted in chaos, rushing towards them and aiming their weapons at Broly. "You are part of Frieza's faction, are you not?" Broly intoned coldly.